Curry gets Simons with 7, with 6, right side, step back 3 off the dribble, got it! It's good! Timeout Portland, and the Warriors lead by 4, 108-104. Clutch, Stephen Curry.
Tim Roy to call right here on 95.7 The Game. Look, I'm going to just get straight to the point as we say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there. You know who you are. I'm going to get straight to the point. It's a great call by Tim Roy, and I'm happy the Warriors got the win. They needed it. Their 5th home win, 4 in a row. They're now 10-11 on the season, 1 game under 500, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I'm not happy about that game last night. And there's some things that are happening with this basketball team that I'm not happy about. Now, Klay Thompson, I'll start there. Just not good enough last night. Just not good. Can't move. Just awful. All right. Klay was awful yesterday. Andrew Wiggins, who we played the Paul Pierce and KG sound yesterday, KG certified. Andrew Wiggins not giving me enough. 3 of 12 yesterday. I know he missed 2 games, but boy, did not look good. Chris Paul comes back. Slow things down. You need to be faster. You got to play with more pace. Did not happen. And you get Jonathan Kuminga sitting for the first 31 minutes of the game, and somehow, some way, falls out of the rotation. A guy who provides something that this team really doesn't have. A guy who can go to the rim strong, create fouls, and put pressure on the rim. And he doesn't play the first 31 minutes against a team that has size, athleticism, and speed. For some reason, we don't combat that with the guy who provides athleticism, length, and speed. But yet, you're down 11, he enters the game, doesn't leave the court, and you still win against Portland. But boy, how am I supposed to feel good about that win when you turn the ball over 10 times in the first quarter, you struggle to the Portland Trailblazers, and now you go on the road for 3 games against Oklahoma City, Phoenix, and the LA Clippers. I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know, Shasky, about this team right now. And I just don't feel good about that win. I'm sorry. I woke up, I went to sleep thinking, okay, maybe I'll get over it when I get about 5 hours of sleep. No, I don't. I actually am a little more angry about the game last night.
So is it specifically the Jonathan Kaminga minutes?
It's everything, Shasky. It's everything as we get into it. It's everything. It's the tone setting. You fall behind 13-6 right away. 13-6 right away before you blink your eyes. The energy was flat. It's about as dead as I've ever heard Jay Sitter. I went in for a little bit yesterday. I was like, damn. You can hear a pin drop.
Was that just a byproduct of the team not playing well? Or
absolutely it is. Well, how could you cheer?
Well,
first of all, it's Portland. It's a sleepy day. It's rainy.
That's all.
It's a Wednesday. Yeah. It's a standalone home game after coming back from the rope from L.A. And you come out there and right away you turn the ball over and you're down 13-6. Right away. Before fans even got to their seats, they're playing with their Draymond Green bobblehead. They wouldn't feel good about themselves. And boy, boom, right away. And now I get it. The common fan probably doesn't know any Portland Trailblazer outside of Malcolm Brogdon, Anthony Simons, and Scoot Henderson.
Well, we now
maybe
know.
Shaedon Sharpe.
I was going to say we now know Shaedon Sharpe.
Well, I mean, he ducked on Draymond last year. But damn.
And he went right around a few guys on the perimeter.
But it's just sleepy. the perimeter trio of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins could not make a shot in that first half. And it was just dreadful. It was a dreadful vibe, a dreadful environment. And God bless Draymond Green. And I've said this, when he's on the floor, I can't complain about him on the floor. He's giving me everything that he has. I'm not mad at Draymond Green's performance. But the other stuff that's going on with this team and the rotations and trying to figure out who starts, who comes off the bench, or who needs to play what, I just, oh my God, I'm frustrated, man.
Well, I think this is important because you're, I consider you one of the faces and voices of the Warriors, right? And so if you're frustrated even after a victory, then I think that speaks to the big picture.
Are you frustrated?
How can you not be? but me just railing and losing my mind is I don't know if it's productive for me. I'm just saying that because every night I watch this team, and this is just I'm going off the eyeball test, all right? And I'm sure there's advanced numbers and people can go eyeball test. It feels like to me, even though Anthony Lamb and Jonathan Kuminga played almost identical minutes last year, it feels like to me Anthony Lamb was more trusted last year than Jonathan Kuminga is this year in year 3.
Yeah.
And it's baffling. All right? Baffling. The other thing, like the big takeaway, how can you not watch this? How can you watch this team on a nightly basis and not see very clearly when young guys play, they get a jolt? Are they going to be perfect? No. But when I watch Podziemski, when I watch Moses Moody, when I watch Jonathan Kuminga, I see a jolt of energy, and I see this team galvanized. The last takeaway, I have not seen Steph this animated this early in a season over and over and over again. That third quarter, did you see how animated he got?
He scored 17. He couldn't lose to the Portland Trailblazers.
No, but I meant not.
Oh, no, animated, trying to get the crowd hype, trying to get his team hype, trying to get everybody there.
I mean, when he was pressuring the ball and Jonathan Kuminga, stepped up into the passing lane and intercepted that pass and went all the way down for a dunk. Did you see he turned to the bench? He turned to the bench and he started barking. And I don't even know if it was like words of encouragement or frustration. But to me, I'm watching Steph Curry's vibe and I'm watching his body language. And I think he's completely exasperated.
No, he is. I mean,
that's just my read. I don't have any sources. I'm just saying what I'm watching. I'm going off the eyeballs.
Well, there's a clip of Steph Curry giving words of encouragement to Jonathan Kuminga right before he comes in. He pats him on the back and he grabs him and he talks to him. And I bet you it was, now's your time to show Steve Kerr why he should be in a rotation. And Kuminga respects the heck out of Stephen Curry. He respects him tremendously. And he got into that basketball game down 11, 77-66. And the Warriors immediately go on a 10-0 run. At halftime of that basketball game.
It flipped the energy in the building.
It flipped everything.
On the team. You could feel it off the TV.
The Dubs were 2 of 16 from 3 in the first half. Right?
It wasn't good.
2 for 16. It was just awful. I was just like, what was that?
I kind of expected them to come out flat.
Well,
just because of how the season's played out.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I expected them to play with a sense of urgency. It's time. All right, we're 20 games into the season.
But no one knows the roles.
That's the problem. That's the problem. So I'm going to get there with the roles. I'm going to get there because I'm a little frustrated with that. When you look at the first half, Klay's 0 for 5. Steph's 1 for 8. Wiggins is 2 for 8. All right, that's not good enough. You're 2 of 16 from the three-point line, and you weren't creating good shots. Now, give Portland credit. I try to tell people Portland has been playing better as of late.
Yeah.
On the road. They have. They play.
Henderson is a beast.
They
plays
play defense.
Very strong.
They got one of the best three-point percentage defenses in all the league. Thibault could guard. They got guys who can guard.
Excellent
Thibault could guard. So Portland, and people laughed. I know we don't watch a lot of Portland Trailblazer basketball, but they have been playing better as of late. They were up 26 on Milwaukee last week. They were up. They beat Indiana in Indiana. They're going to the Final Four to ISD. They beat Cleveland in Cleveland.
But Bonte, if you want to be taken seriously,
you got to beat this team at home. You got to control the fact that you didn't get your first lead until it was 90-89. It's frustrating to me, but the rotation thing. And I'm going to play this cut. 888-957-9570. Because we got issues here with the Golden State Warriors. No doubt about it. There's some positives. Draymond Green being aggressive and flirting with a triple-double is a positive. Steph being Steph.
Draymond's been really good on the court.
Yeah. Draymond's been very good.
You cannot be mad at Draymond.
But there's some other things happening. Looney, I don't know what's going on with Looney.
It's been a bad year.
Wiggins, 3 for 12. Klay,
Wiggins, to me, the biggest disappointment on this team this year has been Andrew Wiggins.
No doubt.
By a country mile. The guy's still supposed to be in his prime. He missed so much time last year. And look, here's the thing. when you miss time, all right, people don't care that you miss time. When you come back, are you engaged and ready to go?
Right.
To me, I'm going, again, body language. I don't care about the stats. This guy looks like he doesn't care at all.
No.
Now, you can say, Joe, he's always looked like that. Well, when you're performing the way that you are and your body language looks like that, I'm sorry, it's a bad look.
Well,
you look completely disinterested.
He also looks skinnier. He looks a bit frail.
I can't speak to that. It's tough to tell.
I'm just saying, look at his body from last year to this year. His body type.
You're
I'm
right up on
I'm
top
watching
of
the
these
same
things.
game you are. It just doesn't. Something looks off with Andrew Wiggins. But here's Steve Kerr trying to predict the rotation.
I completely agree on that.
Every night's going to be different with this team. That's what I'm finding out. You know, what we need each night seems to be different depending on the matchup, depending on how the game's going. It's hard to predict what's going to happen each night. It's also hard to play 10 or 11 guys. So I don't think we know. You know, I think I said it to you guys last week. I mean, we have a deep team, deep roster, but we don't have roster clarity in terms of, you know, who's going to play every single night. And so everybody's just got to stay ready. And I'm really proud of JK that he did that, and he was really the reason we won.
So somebody's got to stay ready. You got too many guys. Well, you know what? This is when we were discussing it last week and how everybody felt good after the Clippers game. It's because its rotation was shortened. Now, JK got the short end of the stick yesterday because Chris Paul came back. So if you look at who the first 9 was, his rotation yesterday was Moses Moody, Dario Saric, Pajinski, and Chris Paul off the bench to go with the starters. And the starters will get to their net rating. Nobody's talking about the best net rating for the starting unit anymore this year. I haven't heard anybody talk about that because the starters' net rating has been awful. They've been atrocious as a collective group. There's no doubt. And it starts with Andrew Wiggins and it starts with Klay Thompson. Those two guys have got to figure it out, or we didn't just make feelings are going to be hurt. Ego's got to be managed. I don't know what you do here, but you got to shake something up. And Steve Kerr says everything is going to be different. When we're 20 games in now, 21 games in, everything should be on the table. And I'm talking rotation changes. I'm talking lineups. I'm talking even trades if you're Mike Dunleavy. Something's got to give here. Something's got to shake. Because all of a sudden, the Portland Trail Blazers, we were laughing yesterday saying, oh, man, 3 games, you got to have those games. Those are gimme games. There's not a gimme game on the schedule for this team right now, currently constructed. They can't go into any game because you know what, Chasky? Every game that the Warriors go into, unfortunately this season, they're going to go in with the athletic disadvantage. They're going to be the slower team, and they're going to be the smaller team. And if you can't pick up the pace as a smaller team, you're going to be in trouble most nights. And I'm looking at the schedule. OKC, we know what they bring to the table. We've seen them 3 times already. I don't need to explain their matchup advantages for the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think we all know who Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is, and I think we all know who Chet Holmgren is, and I think we know who Jalen Williams is, and I think we know who the Dortcher Chamber is. Did you go to Phoenix on Tuesday? Devin Booker, Kevin Durant are waiting for you. You know what Kevin Durant said last time out? Oh, we know they foul a lot. We can get to the free throw line. Well, the Suns got to the free throw line 52 times, and I get it was a Scott Foster debacle, but Phoenix is a very, very good team. Just ask Spinoni and the Lakers. They know. And then you go to the Clippers next Thursday, and you look up, and the Clippers all of a sudden are playing a lot better. And they're starting to figure some things out. And then you come back home, and you play the Brooklyn Nets. So things do not get easier for the Warriors. And what I'm saying here is every single game they go into, they're at a disadvantage when it comes to athleticism, speed, and size. And that's not changing overnight. So why not shake it up and go to some more athletic guys? It just seems like, to be Shasky, and I'm going off here.
No, I'm just listening.
Kaminga, Moody, and Pajinski bring you energy, athleticism, and they get to the 50-50 balls. I mean, it's just so obvious. You got to play these guys.
So, okay, you hear me because we are 10 or 11 deep, all right? And to me, that's a byproduct of roster construction because it's all over the place. But here's the 10 or 11 he's talking about. And in no order. Steph, Dre, Moody, CP3, Saric, Pods, Klay, Wiggins, Looney, Kuminga, and then GP2's out. That would be the 11th player. Just looking at it from my flow chart, right? Like you're talking about Moody and Kuminga and Pods. I believe they need to play more. And I didn't even bring up Trace Jackson Davis because right now he's on the outside looking in. He's not even in, even the. Corey Joseph should never play. Okay, right. I'm not trying to be mean, but like Pods brings a lot more to the table, especially with CP3 back.
Yep.
I need less Wiggins. I need less Looney, and I need a little less Klay. That's the way. It's very simple to me. Like, those 3 need to play less. I'm looking at Looney for a game like last night. He played 60 minutes. I need that down closer to 10. I just do. Because to me right now, he's not bringing enough to the table. Like, he could play 10 minutes. It's about it right now. Andrew Wiggins, 28 minutes last night. I need that down to like 22.
Well, you're not going to do that because you're paying him a lot of money.
Well, you know what? Andrew Wiggins needs to wake up.
You're paying it's
or
unfortunate.
He needs to go.
Because people are, I hear the trade Klay. Here's why I'm writing it out with Klay. Number one, I do believe in sports loyalty to a fault. I do. He's got an expiring contract. You're not locked into Klay Thompson for the next 4 years. You're not locked into him for $40+ million a year. If he wants a max deal, and he's probably not going to get that, but he can walk. And Klay Thompson may want to walk. So I'm not trading Klay in a contract year. I'd rather ride it out with him. And I get people are going to say, Bonte, you're a Klay apologist. I'd write it out with him knowing he has an expiring contract.
But
what I'm doing is, what I want to do, and I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins, I'm saying, boy, I'm looking in the next 4 years with this contract and $100 million. I got to figure out a way to get off some money, some long-term money, not short-term money.
But who came in, just between you, because I see what you're saying with that. Who came into this year thinking Klay Thompson was more important to this season than Andrew Wiggins?
Nobody. I don't think so.
And I know the money's a component. Just throw it aside. Not one real Warrior fan came into this year and said, Klay needs to be our second or third best player.
I agree.
Okay, so let's take Klay and just throw him to the side for just a second. Now, we could talk about him maybe taking some minutes away from some of the other guys. That's a different conversation. Andrew Wiggins has been an unmitigated disaster for about a year.
Yep.
Okay? Now, I'm willing to overlook whatever happened last year. I'm empathetic. I am sensitive. I understand that there's some things. This year, what's the excuse? Like, I'm just asking out loud. What is the excuse?
He's averaging less than 13 points per game.
But here's the part. Here's the kicker. Not only are you playing cruddy, not only do you look disinterested, you're blocking time from Kuminga and Moody.
Yeah.
Right?
I know.
So there's positional blockage going on here. And then on top of this, you look like you just don't care, and you look like you don't want to be here. That, again, I'm not saying every player needs to play fired up, Draymond Green level of intensity. I get it. But when you're performing poorly and you look like you're on a spaceship, you look like you're out there just floating in space, what am I as a fan supposed to think? If I'm Joe Lacob, I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins and I'm going, do you want to be here?
Well, he's on the books.
How many good games has Wiggins had this year?
This is not many.
One?
This is the beginning. This is not many. Not
one?
Many. Maybe two. Andrew Wiggins.
That's not good enough.
No, I trust me. I know. I came into the season. I came into the city saying,
second or third best player.
I said he's the most important player. We had the Warrior Summit, and Willard and Dib said that Kaminga was the most important player, and I said that's not fair because this guy might not even play,
and he's not.
He doesn't get a lot of play.
He doesn't play enough.
Out of the rotation. You heard him yesterday.
It's ridiculous.
He said, "Man, I was just chilling on the bench." I heard he was not very pleased in the locker room after the game. How can you be? When you're playing good basketball and all of a sudden you're the yob man out against a team like that where you need a Jonathan Kuminga. You need him.
I'll tell you, what more does the kid have to do to earn minutes? Because I'm looking at it this way. I'm like, he's getting in the passing lanes. He's getting rebounds. His activity helped create that dunk by getting that, create that 3-point shot for Steph Curry by getting that loose ball. I just, how can you watch? Now, there are nights where JK looks unplayable, believe me. But so do Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins looks unplayable as well.
So does Klay sometimes.
I would agree.
But Klay's got he's got the expiry contract. All right, he's got the expiry contract.
And he's got the resume of a four-time champion who's done things here that you cannot compare Klay to Wiggins right now.
No doubt.
Wiggins is 6 years younger, and he's in his prime, and he's playing very bad.
No, well, so Andrew Wiggins is at the start of his 4-year contract for $109 million, and I'm not blaming everything on Andrew Wiggins, but Andrew Wiggins.
You heard
from Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett yesterday, and we could play that sound again, Spanoni, if you could pull it up on my board after the break. But they said we were expecting Andrew Wiggins to take that step, and my thing was at the Warriors Summit was like he's the most important player because when he became that two-way stalwart 2 years ago, winning the championship, it was like wow. Andrew Wiggins has his potential, and now he's floating. And maybe Steiny's right. Maybe this is just who he is. Well, you know what? It's not worth the $109 million. And he has a player option at the end of that deal. So it's not that I'm counting money. I'm thinking if I'm paying the tax, and I have to try to create some financial flexibility.
You have to count money.
I have to. No, I'm not counting his money. I'm saying I'm counting the Warriors' money.
I'm
looking at their luxury tax, and I'm looking at their team salary, their contracts. And I'm saying, well, how can I create financial flexibility on a team that is stuck with a lot of contracts? Well, Andrew Wiggins is a great candidate. He is young. He does have the team-friendly deal when it comes to 4 years and $109 million. But if he's going to give you this production, then I want to see Kuminga. If he's going to be this inconsistent, then I'd rather see Moody and Wiggins or Moody and Kaminga be inconsistent as young players. I would rather see them play through some of the inconsistencies that they provide on a nightly basis. But in the first half, Moody kept you in the damn basketball game.
The last month, who's been a better basketball player for the Golden State Warriors? Andrew Wiggins or Moses Moody?
Well, I'll say for the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
Because the last 2 months, the last month, and Moody's been up and down because of the lack of minutes, the lack of rotation spots. But I tell you what, the last 2 weeks, it's been Moses Moody by a long shot.
I actually think he's been extremely more efficient and been a much better basketball player in his time on the floor. I think Moses Moody's been better than Andrew Wiggins. And I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's just watching with your eyes. And I look at Andrew Wiggins and I'm saying to myself, there are nights where he's out there and I just don't know what, like last night, was he on the floor? That's a team he should be cooking. They don't have a lot of big dudes who are athletic who can go up against him at his size. Kuminga went right in there and it looked like, whoa, we've needed this athleticism.
Well, yeah.
That's obvious. What Wiggins should be doing.
Every day. Every single day. Every single day. So, I don't like playing the blame game, but let's be honest. Yesterday was a step backwards for Klay Thompson. It was a step backwards for Andrew Wiggins. And it was disappointing because they had 3 full days off. They had 3 full days off. And that's how you come out in the basketball game at home against the Portland Trail Blazers. It's very disappointing.
Steph can't be happy.
Who the hell can't be happy?
Nobody's happy. Joe Lacob think?
Who the hell? Do you think Joe Lacob's happy?
No.
You ever watch him courtside? Hell no, he's not happy. What's coming up on the game sponsored by AC Transit? We're going to get to your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Warriors win, but boy, there's a lot of issues on this basketball team right now. That was not a good win. But a win's a win, right? Can we spin it like that? I don't know. It's tough for me to spin it like that. More coming up on the roast.
Get in where you fit in.
7 the game.
Warriors win 110-106. They're now 10-11. They have won 4 straight at home. They're now 5-6 at Chase Center. But the optics tell you it didn't look pretty. They shot 42%. They were 2 of 16 from 3 in the first half. They turned the ball over 17 times. They gave up 23 points off turnovers. Coming into the game, they scored the fewest points in the paint in the entire league. They're not even scoring 40 points in the paint. They have the fewest dunks in the league. They're the 5th, 6th worst team when it comes to fouling per game, although they committed 19 fouls, which is 2.5 under their average. So, and then you get the net rating of the starting unit. I'll get that in a second. It's just, something's got to shake. And I'll play this cut again, Shasky. I'll play what Steve Kerr said yesterday after the game. Says it's hard to play 10 or 11 guys.
Every night's going to be different with this team. That's what I'm finding out. You know, what we need each night seems to be different depending on the matchup, depending on how the game's going. It's hard to predict what's going to happen each night. It's also hard to play 10 or 11 guys. So I don't think we know. You know, I think I said it to you guys last week. I mean, we have a deep team, a deep roster, but we don't have roster clarity in terms of, you know, who's going to play every single night. And so everybody's just got to stay ready. And I'm really proud of JK that he did that, and he was really the reason we won.
So is having a deep roster, Shasky, mean that you have a good roster? Does it mean that playing 11, 12? Because I've seen Steve Kerr in NBA Finals games play 10 guys in one quarter. In the first quarter, remember Game 5 when Draymond Green got suspended? They played 10 guys in the first quarter.
Well, it depends.
I've seen Steve Kerr do this.
Yeah, but like what 10? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like
I'm saying,
yeah,
on this roster, one of those 10 is now Jonathan Kaminga.
Well, and also like you talking about the finals, like when they went to the finals, they had guys that were playing higher than what they're playing at right now, right? Whether that be Andrew Wiggins or somebody else.
It's just 2016. I've seen throughout the years, regular season,
8 years ago.
But I'm just saying, I've seen Steve Kerr play 10, 11 guys in a quarter, whether it's 2016, whether it's 2022. He's done it throughout his tenure. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, you say in terms of blending
in terms of just bringing in guys. Yeah. So he said it's hard to play 10, 11 guys. I see him play 10 guys in a quarter.
Yeah, but right now it feels like a lot. You don't even have 7 guys playing well. Like who's playing good basketball right now? Let's just boil this down. Right now, if I were just writing down, Steph, Trey, Sarge are playing very good basketball right now.
Sarge had 4 turnovers yesterday. I think he's playing solid basketball.
Okay. You want to drop? That's fine. No. I'll drop.
I say.
I just went overall.
Right now,
season.
Steph is your best player, no doubt about it.
Okay.
I think Draymond Green is now your second best player again.
I had him as 2. I dropped CP3 because I don't think he's been playing as well, and obviously the absence
in the pace. Shasky, did you know last year the Warriors were number 2 in pace of play?
Yes, I did.
This year they're down to 14.
I did not know they were down to 14.
And that's where the Chris Paul effect is. Although Chris Paul has been good when it comes to the assist-to-turnover ratio, playing faster, and he even knows it, I think, when he's talking about .5 basketball. CP3 is really good in the half court. There's no doubt. But in terms of pushing the pace, I'm not sure he's able to do that in this system. I'm not sure he's able to push the pace. And when you're a smaller team without rim protection and you're less athletic than everybody in this league, You have to somehow push the pace. Don Nelson, whether it's some of the great coaches of all time, if they're pitching in fact, Mike D'Antoni, for example, they would be going up and down, shoot with about 12 seconds left on the shot clock. They're not doing that with Chris Paul in the game. So that's where, as I love Chris Paul, he's a guy that if you are going to make a move, he might be attached to it because
he's stapled to it.
There's
no doubt he's stapled to it.
Because Podziemski, you know what? Podziemski's played. The guy's playing better than I thought he could.
He brings more to the table on the defensive end, clearly, and I think rebounding. And I just think his IQ's better. There was a play where I think it was the first half. It's one of the nicer plays in transition. Klay gets a rebound, kicks it up to Podziemski. Podziemski hit the three-point line. Moses Moody is flying down the lane, and he hits the trailer with a beautiful bounce pass, and they get a layup. And you're like, oh, we need more of that. But you're not going to get more of that when you're playing a bunch of slugs and old guys who just don't move that well. And so, I don't know, man. I just think Sarge has thoroughly outplayed Kevon Looney this year, and I didn't see that coming. All right, so who's your third best player this year?
It's a who's who. It's a who's who.
So now, I get...
I tell you who is not. I tell you who is not who's not the third best player. It's Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins. Those two are not. And you know what?
I'm not arguing
But see, that's a problem. The turnovers at the starting unit.
That's $78
those
million
two guys
combined.
It's not good enough for those two.
But like I'm going to this and you're talking about 10, 11 deep. Like you tell me any coach in the game where Steph's the 1, Dre's the 2, and you have no idea who your 3, 4, 5, 6 are on any given night. Like I'm not here to cape up for Steve Kerr. I don't love the way that he's tinkered everything. I just don't know. I don't know what people want. And I guess my question I'm asking out loud is like, okay, you're Steve Kerr. What do you do?
Well, I think you got to play the youngsters, and you can't just play them together.
At the expense of who?
You have to interject the youngsters with some of the starters.
Okay.
You got to interject them. You got to let Kuminga play like he did in crunch time in the fourth quarter with Draymond.
That I agree with.
And Stephen Curry. You got to let Moody play with these guys. You got to figure it out. So Phillies are going to be hurt. And when it comes to Klay Thompson, I get why he's pressing, doesn't have a contract. He doesn't know if he's going to get max money. He's not the same player. He knows he's not the same player. Yeah, he knows he's not the same player. I don't even know where the max money comes because I never heard Klay Thompson say it. So somebody floated that out there on his behalf, I guess. I don't know. But you got to have uncomfortable conversations. Now, can he handle it mentally? Well, you know what? He's going to have to. Andrew Wiggins, he said it earlier this year with Anthony Slater. If I'm not in the finishing lineup, then I got to play better. Well, you know what? You do have to play better.
And Kerr has talked about CP3. Oh, well, CP3 should close almost every single night. Last night, I did not want to see CP3 closing.
Boy, he didn't play until the last minute of the third quarter yesterday after playing in the first half.
But I don't think he should have.
No, and I'm with you.
Okay,
I agree.
Okay.
I totally agree.
Right? Like so I'm just not here for these guys' emotions right now.
Well, so Steve Kerr, that's his job. He's got to manage it. So he's going to join Willard or Dibbs today at 5 o'clock. I'm interested to hear what Steve Kerr has to say after last night's game. Let's get to Nick in San Jose. Nick, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, I want to first say I was this morning melancholy about the win, but hearing you, Bonte, the voice of the Warriors, speak truth to us. Thank you. Thank you for speaking truth to us. You don't get that with Fitzgerald. You don't get that with Kalena. You didn't get that on the sports leader with the Giants. Thank you, Bonte, number one. Number two, as Shasky said, we have declining assets on this team. Draymond's playing well, but he's a declining asset. Poor Klay, he lost 2.5 years of his prime. He's a declining asset. And I hate to agree with Steinmetz, but he is right. This is who Wiggins really is, bro. And Shasky, you are right. Looney is just not giving it to us. And here's the other thing. I know this is going to be a little controversial, but Bonte is right. You need to get rid of Chris Paul, and I'll tell you why. He doesn't play defense other than steals on occasion. He doesn't rebound. We need to be up and down like cheetahs. Even if we throw the ball away, we need to play with pace. You have to trade him. Paz is better holistically. I'm resigned to the fact I said a few weeks ago we're a 43-win team. These next 4 games will tell us something. If we're not at least 2-2, we are a 38-win team. Now, positive. I love Steph Curry throwing the basketball. More of that, Steph. Get in people's grill. I know it's outside your comfort, Steph, but we need you, man. And you look at his eyes. You look under his eyes. He's tired, man.
Yeah.
Totally
He knows.
agree.
He is Sisyphus in the Greek mythology, pushing up a boulder, and it's rolling Sam Pelinka did last year and change this roster. I don't think Myers had the courage to do that with his relationships, and I hope Junior does it, the GM Dunleavy. We need to drastically change this roster. I'm going to watch every game. I'm going to listen to you guys. Thank you for being truth tellers. I'm out. Thank you.
Nick in San Jose, everybody.
Rack him.
Nick in San
What
Jose.
a call.
I mean, he may win call of the week. It's tough to beat. Who's our guy on Monday? Who was it? Omar? Cole.
Yeah,
Somebody
Cole.
sent me a video of Cole's call with the ether beat in the background.
Really?
Yeah. We got to.
Can you forward that to me?
Yeah, I will. It was on Instagram. Somebody DM'd me that. It was pretty great. Pretty good. Nick in San Jose. I mean, it's hard to disagree. I love the passion. I do love the passion. You got to shake it up.
I'm so upset.
It's about winning at the end of the day. It's not about individuals. It's not about egos. It's not about who starts, who comes off the bench. It's about winning basketball, doing what's best for the team. And right now, what's best for the team is playing some of the youngsters. They showed you against the Clippers. They gave you energy. They give you hustle, 50-50 balls. So we got to stop with this. If Wiggins doesn't want to be here, and you know what? Nick in San Jose is on to something. Mike Dunleavy is not attached to the core like Bob Myers was. And if Joe Lacob is sitting there at courtside looking exasperated at times, watching his basketball team play, then you know what? Something needs to shake. And as Chris Bullock keeps saying, he keeps quoting Yogi Berra, and I started doing it on this show, it gets late early. And what I mean by that is you cannot wait till the trade deadline with this team. Not in the West. It gets late early, folks. It gets late early.
I'll respond on the other side. We're up against it.
That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
Have you tried Farmer's Brewing yet? If not, it's time you put your lips on a farmer. From
And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're talking Warriors here. As the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We'll do King of the Hill at about 7:05. 7:05, King of the Hill, top 7 NFC teams. We haven't done that in a while. I think it's appropriate we do it. Going into Seahawks week, Niners beating up on the Eagles. I'll just say it right now. They're the number 1 team in the NFC. Spoiler alert, Niners are number 1.
Thank you, Bonte.
Yeah, number 1. Number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7. Does an NFC South team even make the list? You look at that division, oh my God. Oh, Derek Carr. Yikes.
Can I ask a simple question? Heading into this year, we couldn't even identify Jonathan Kuminga's role, correct?
No.
Okay. I'm frustrated with the whole situation with JK, but why are we outraged at Kerr when we as fans couldn't even identify how we were going to utilize Jonathan Kaminga without, one of the bigger players taking a hit to their ego or their minutes or whatever? Well,
we just assumed that Jonathan Kaminga was going to be part of that top 8. Like, he feels like he's one of your 8 best players.
Did you think
on a team.
Did you think that Kerr or the players trust GP2 over Kuminga?
Well, I know they trust GP2 over Kuminga. There's no doubt. But I also thought that, hey, going into training camp with everything everybody said, and everything that was being said at practice, and how some people say, man, this guy's an X factor, and the athleticism that he provides, and the work that he put in the offseason, and the size that he provides, and the ability to get to the rim, the ability to be a very good perimeter defender, they figured that he was going to be part of the rotation at least and get his 20 minutes a game. We assumed that. I think it was okay to assume it, right?
I mean, I'm looking at it here. I get where you're coming from, but it's like, we're saying top 8, right? And I don't want to get bogged down in the specifics, but Steph, Dre, Klay, Wiggins, GP2, CP3, Looney. That's 7 guys right there. That's 7 guys right there who all, and there's some redundancy in terms of play. Saric, bringing him in, I didn't know he'd be used this much, but almost instantaneously, it's like, oh, well, they trust him, and he earns it. He plays a brand of basketball that really fits, and he's a different position. So I put him in 8. I just feel like it was set up for Kuminga to be the odd man out, and I should have seen this coming.
That's not right. He shouldn't be the odd man out. You just think about this. Plays 23 minutes last Thursday night against the Clippers, scores 17 points, grabs his 6 rebounds. He's active. He's 6 of 8 from the floor, 3 of 5 from the three-point line. And Saturday afternoon, you get a quick cook, and he only plays 16 minutes. And you blow the game. You blow a 22-point lead. You couldn't use him on James Harden in crunch time. You couldn't use him on Paul George in crunch time. I don't know. But it just seems like he could be a very good situational defender. I agree. Even in Sacramento, he struggles in Sacramento. Plays 10 minutes. Played 10 minutes against Sacramento. Coming off a game against San Antonio in which he was active, going 5 of 7, scored 12 points. My thing is this: simplify the role for him. Simplify it.
What is the role?
Dunker spot, being in the post, and being a perimeter defender. It's quite simple to me. Rebound your ass off, get in the dunker spot. If occasionally if you need to float out to the 3-point line and shoot a wide open 3, so be it. He's not a bad shooter at all. I like his form, even though the percentages are down. I do like his form. I don't think it's the worst in the world, but he should be in that dunker spot, especially if GP2's. And now that GP2's gone for a while, he can't play the dunker spot.
No,
he puts as much pressure on the rim as anybody on his team, if not more. I mean, the alley-oop alone going to the top of the backboard and grabbing that bad boy. That's the type of athleticism we're seeing and that we need on this team.
I 100% agree with you, but that is required then. Like the consequence then is Klay or Wiggins or CP3 or Looney or Saric.
It's called coaching, and it's called feelings are going to get hurt. You got to massage egos, and if egos are not, and if now it's on the players.
What do you mean?
Now if everybody's going to be a team guy, and they need to give up some minutes here and there, whether it's Klay, and I get Klay is probably going to take the biggest ego bruise because he isn't in a contract here. How does it affect his future money? How does it affect his future role in this league? I get why he would be mentally fragile, but you know what? We can't afford to be in anybody's feelings. We can't afford. Look, all these guys got paid. But in terms of winning basketball games, we got to do what's right. We have to do what's right.
But I guess my point is, like, if you're going to go Steph, Dre, and at times, CP3, like, again, Saric, Looney, Wiggins, or Klay, those guys have to take lesser of roles. And I have to try to also manipulate time for Moses Moody.
So be it.
Where I'm going is, it almost feels inevitable. The only way Kuminga and Moody are going to be able to carve out a consistent spot, either one of them, not even both of them, just either one of them, is one of these guys that has to be gone, from the equation.
Well, Moody played 26 minutes yesterday. He got his 26. Podziemski got his 21. Kaminga ended up playing the last 16:44 of the basketball game.
Didn't feel enough.
Almost felt like it was too late.
Do you get where I'm going? I feel like something has to give.
Yeah, we've discussed this all season. This guy's got to sacrifice minutes. Now, Wiggins and Klay played 27 yesterday. All right, cool. Maybe it's 26. Maybe it's 25. The one constant I know is Draymond and Klay. Draymond and Curry need to play.
Agreed. They're
the two best players. They've got to play.
See, I think
everything else is on the table.
Well, yeah, and I think for me, it's like, okay, I'm lessening Looney's minutes. I'm trying to be solution oriented here. I'm lessening Looney's minutes. I think I'm flip flopping Saric and Looney right now.
Well, I think
on the depth chart,
you play the 5 spot based on matchups.
But I also think Dre needs to play the 5 in the closing lineups, down the stretch, or whether it be Kaminga as a small ball 5 on offense, but on defense he's guarding the perimeter. And Dre's guarding the big man. Wiggins needs to play less minutes right now. I don't think he's earned it. And I think Klay needs to play less minutes. And what I mean is like 4 or 5 less minutes, each of them. I need like Wiggins in that 22 range right now. I need Klay in that 22 range.
See, here's the problem with set minutes. And I get where you're going. And I agree that people need to sacrifice and you got to figure out some time for the youngsters. But what if Klay and Wiggins have it rolling?
So what?
You just cut it off at 22 minutes.
But you can't have it both ways.
No. We got to go by game by game. Kerr said he's going to go game by game with the field. So you can't. I think you can't go into the basketball saying 22 minutes here, 22 minutes there. Because what if one of those guys get hot? What if they get hot? You know what I'm saying? Klay has been hot.
If one of them gets hot, it's called an outlier, right?
Well, no, that's not true. The last 7 games, Klay Thompson going into last night was shooting 40% from 3, giving you 19 points a game. He was playing better. Was he not? If Klay is getting hot and Klay is having one of those nights, are you going to really say, you know what, Klay, we're at the 22-minute mark, let's bench you? No, honestly, game by game, if one of these guys get hot.
Well, then Kaminga's getting the short end of the stick again, and you can't complain that Kaminga's not playing.
Does that have to be Podziemski? Maybe it could be Podziemski. Maybe it could be Moody. Here's what Steve Kerr said about the lineup. Here's what Steve Kerr said about the lineup.
We talk about it every day. I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. Role players, it's easier to play a role when kind of a set rotation and, the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year. And we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about, moving the starting lineup around game to game, depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year. And we're a quarter of the way through. So there's definitely, a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
Steve Kerr, just say it right there, folks, before we go out to the lines. That we may have to go to different starting lineups. And that, to me, signals it's not just Looney and Saric. He is looking at Klay. And he is looking at Andrew Wiggins. Because we know Draymond's going to start, and he deserves to start. Stephen Curry's not going anywhere. So those 2 constants right there. You got 3 spots up in the air. And Steve Kerr just said it right there. I've got to think about changing the lineups. You got to do something to shake. You got to get a jolt. You got to get some energy because last night's win was not impressive. And if you're going to play like that every single night, then you're not going to the playoffs. You're not even going to be in a play-in tournament at this rate. And so you got some tough decisions. Mike Dunleavy, I'm sure, is like, let me see some of these guys. See if Kerr's got to let – because the problem is that people don't see this with the youngsters. They can help extend your career. You can't tell me that Kawhi Leonard didn't help extend the careers of Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, and Tim Duncan.
But they took a lesser role.
Exactly. And I think these guys are going to have to. They got to massage the ego. Steve Kerr's got to have uncomfortable conversations, and guys got to man up. If they can't man up, then we can find a solution for you. Then maybe you just don't need to be here anymore if you can't take a lesser role. But you got to sacrifice for the team. It's about the team, and we got to play this thing game by game. And Steve Kerr said it back on October 24th. Whoever's rolling, I'm finishing with. We're going to go by the flow of the game. So if Klay's playing well, guess what? You get to finish. CP3, if you're playing well, guess what? You get to finish. Kaminga, if you're playing well, guess what? You get to finish the game. Andrew Wiggins, if you're playing well, you get to finish the game. If you're not playing well, then we're going to have a situation like opening night in the first couple weeks of the season where you're not finishing. It is what it is. All right? We're trying to win basketball games here.
Well, so I guess my only, it's not issue, but it's like when you're a younger player, you need to play through mistakes, right? And so I think it's going to be very difficult if, I'm only playing the hot hand. Well, then we can't get frustrated when Kuminga hacks a guy, fouls somebody, and then comes out of the game immediately, or throws up a bad shot or a bad possession, and then the coach yanks him. Like, I would take a different approach, and I would say I have to find a way to carve out minutes so that this guy and Moody and even Podziemski to a lesser degree play through mistakes, and it has to come at the expense of some of the older players. And my big takeaway all year has been, and it's been about 2 years now, it's like I have to live and die with a lot of these mistakes from the young players if I want them to have consistent minutes. It's the only way it's going to happen. I don't know, like just playing the hot hand, well, then you're going to be left frustrated why they're not playing enough more times than not. At least I just feel that way.
Let's go to the lines here. Let's go to Josh in Palo Alto. Josh, what's happening, man? You're on a roast.
What's up, gentlemen? First-time caller. Been listening to the show for over 10 years. Much love to you guys. Just want to make two quick points.
Thank you.
The first one, Jonathan Kaminga is the definition of himothy. He's a dog. He plays hard. He's got that passion. I'm watching Klay last night. He's got none of that. I'm watching Wiggins. He's got none of that. These guys can't grab boards for nothing. I'm screaming. I'm wondering, why is Steve Kerr barely putting them in the freaking third quarter? It's pissing me off. Second point, really fast. I'm at the 103 section of the Chase Center. Man, respectfully, love the Warriors, love the franchise. That stadium is weak. I'm in the 103 section. I'm standing up. I'm screaming my head off. People look at me like I'm crazy. Much love to you guys.
What was there to scream about yesterday, Josh? What the hell was there to scream about? I don't blame the fans for not screaming. There was nothing to scream about. The turnovers, you want them screaming about that? You want the bluebirds out? Don't come down Chase Center's road just because it's not. The players have to provide energy. And once they provided some energy, it got a little loud. But for 2.5 quarters, even I was sitting up there saying, Mully, I don't even know if I can muster up energy for the postgame show. This lackluster performance, they're flat. Steph Curry's trying to will them to a victory, and he was dynamic in the third quarter, 17 points, 22 of his 31 in the second half. I love Steph. Thank God for Steph. Thank the heavens for Steph Curry being blessed to come become a Golden State Warrior. We're blessed to have him out here in the Bay Area. And he helped will his team up. But you look at that lineup that helped get them back in the game. Stephen Curry, Brandon Podziemski, Dario Saric, Jonathan Kuminga, Steph Curry. That was the lineup that brought you back into the basketball game. The youngsters. It's the complete opposite of what it was 2 years ago, or even last year, the beginning of it last year, where the youngsters would come in, they're playing together, they will blow the leads or whatnot, but it's not the case this year. It's been on the starters. It's been solely on the starters. Let's go to Lee and San Leandro. Lee, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. I've got 3 points to basically get on. The first, Andrew Wiggins. It's bad when you can already predict what he's going to score each night that he plays. He just has no fire in him anymore. I think he's reached his pinnacle when he won the championship. And I feel like, and it's a radical thought, but I think when he took those months off, when the female reporter said that it was unverified, still unverified of what he really took off for, I wonder if he really was thinking of, just almost giving up on basketball or just leaving, because he reached everything that he had, but he just wasn't encouraged. It shouldn't be other players' job to have to motivate you day in and day out.
Agreed.
To be aggressive, more aggressive. When you think of, let's say, for Curry, when he comes in, he knows that he has a job to do day in and day out. And he realizes, okay, I've got to go and I've got to give my best. Wiggins, he'll give you that 20 points on a good night, 20, 25, and he's happy and he thinks he's done a good job. It's not good enough. And then when he does his 10 points, 15, it's like now you're just cashing checks. Two, somebody needs to give Klay a therapist. Like, dude is in his own head, and when he says that he's all right, he's good, he's really not. Third point, Kerr needs to stop holding the veterans' hands and literally just babying them, like, feels like he has this silent, faithful oath to them and stuff. Like, dude, they're grown men. If they stink, they stink. Tell them. Pull them out. Trade. It shouldn't have taken to a point where he's gotten no contract extension to realize, hey, we got to do something different. Thanks for the call, guys.
Good call, Lee.
It's really difficult right now because we could talk about all of their not mediocre, but lesser than star talent depth, right? They're not stars. And the issue right now is they clearly don't have a number two. Like, a number two scorer is really killing them. A number two playmaker, whatever you want to call it. I mean, Klay and Wiggins are the two guys most people are identifying, and we're looking at between the two of them, going back all the way to game 2 against the Lakers, it's been about 50 games combined for the two players. They have 3, and it's all Andrew Wiggins, points over 25.
You're saying going back to the second round series?
Second round series against the Lakers last year.
So since game 2.
Since game 2.
So that's 5 games in that series, and then that's 21 games this year. That's 26 games.
Yeah. So, but for the two of them combined, it's about 50 games combined.
52 games,
You're looking at 2 times, 3 times they've gone over 25 points. And I expected one of those guys, to oscillate between the second or third scorer, and the punch hasn't been there. And I think that's really, those two are the guys that we expected to provide scoring right now. And I just,
Steph,
I don't
let
know.
me say this about Klay. Since he's made his return from the 2 injuries, and he missed 2 full years, Klay's never been a second option since he's come back. So he's always been either the third or fourth option. And he can get hot. But one thing you're missing, and people don't want to hear this, is Jordan Poole on a bad day could get you 20.
Well, that's where I was kind of going.
And so a guy who could break down the defense and help extend the careers of others. That's where and I get Jordan Poole's erratic play last year was just not good, and he was checked out, and it was time to go. It was time to part ways. But a player like that, boy, you're telling me this team couldn't use a Malik Monk type of player, a guy with fast, like Darius Garland, a guy with quicks, break down the defense and get you 20 on any given night. So the problem was, during the championship run, Wiggins did become that number 2 player. Exactly. And the start of the season a year ago or a season ago, he was playing like the number 2 player through 15 games. And then he suffered the right adductor strain. And he was never the same after that.
I mean, you're looking at right now, it's 20-something games, so it's fourth of the season.
Klay's never going to be your number 2 option.
No, but I'm saying
I don't even know if he's going to be your number 3 option.
I'm not isolating Klay. I'm talking about this team.
You're talking about
they don't have a predictable second scorer.
That's what I'm saying. And it can't be Klay. If the expectation was Klay's going to be your 2 or 3, then that's a bad expectation. We know who he is at this point. It's just wrap your heads. He is who he is. He's got an expiring deal. He's been here for 13 years now. It is what it is.
But what puts them in no man's land is I don't believe that Moody or Kuminga is that solution as the number 2 consistent option because they're not ready for that role yet. And so I think they're in a really tough spot. They're transitioning from old to young. They're not ready to give enough runway to the young guys. The old guys at times can grasp a little and can show you some hope, just enough to feel encouraged and play them more. They're just in a really tough spot.
No, we're going to get to Richie Rich and Livermore and Miles in Fort Mason after the break. I want you guys to hang tight because I want to hear from you. The captions say, not happy after the win. and Miles and Fort Mason, not happy with anyone. So there's not a lot of happy people in Warrior land right now. And I trust me, I get it, because I'm not necessarily pleased after last night either. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. While you are there, it is time for King of the Hill, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Sorry about that. You could edit that. My bad.
Gather round, all ye fanatics of sports.
I was laughing. I had a skittle coming down my throat.
It's time for Lord Bonte of House Hill to decree the finest 8 football teams in all the NFC. For this is King of the Hill.
Bonte, you are nobody, my dude.
On 95.7 The Game.
And I think that's the last time I had a skittle. Was when I almost choked on it during a live read, or not a live read, but a recorded read in Rattle's office.
Eat them all you can. They're going to be banned in California like next year.
What?
Yeah, Skittles. They have this thing called like titanium dioxide, which is like super toxic, I guess. Good thing I've been eating that my whole life, though, so, you know.
What? Check on my guy Marshawn.
I always like the
what?
sour Skittles anyway.
Yeah, those are the ones.
Yeah, the red original Skittles are like, eh. Anyway, King of the Hill, we're going to do our top.
So good.
They are good.
God,
top
I haven't even thought of those in years.
Top 7 NFC teams. Top 7 NFC teams. Number 7, the Seattle Seahawks. The Seattle Seahawks. They're fading, folks. They're fading fast. And I want to stick it to them this Sunday. I cannot stand the Seahawks. Geno Smith, DK Metcalf. Yeah, the throwbacks are sweet. They should probably go back to those, not those neon highlight uniforms. But they've lost 3 in a row. They lost to the Rams. They got swept by the Rams. They lost to the Niners Thanksgiving night, and they got beat by the Cowboys. Stick it to them, and then they go under 500. Plus Jamal Adams. What is he doing on social media, dude? How about you play? It's probably tweeted more than he's played in the last 3 years. All right, we got 1 minute. Okay, real quick. Number 6, L.A. Rams. They're surging. They're 6-6. I think they're going to make the playoffs. Number 5. The Detroit Lions.
Detroit?
I know they're going to probably be the 3rd seed and win the NFC North.
South Detroit.
But they don't impress me. They did not impress me in that Saints game. They got out to the hot start and hung on for dear life there.
Okay. Number 4.
Like Green Bay Packers.
4 horsemen.
Green Bay Packers, once they beat the New York Giants, they're going to be 7-6 coming off a win against the Kansas City Chiefs. And look out. Here comes Jordan Love and that crew. The Green Bay Packers playing really good football right now. They're my number 4 team in the NFC. Number 3. The Cowboys. Number 2. The Philadelphia Eagles. And number 1. The San Francisco 49ers.
The Niners are number 1?
Yeah, they're number 1. How can they not be after beating down Philadelphia and Dallas by a combined score of 84-29?
Thank you, Bonte.
Yeah, there you go. Nick and San Jose setting the tone today. Miles at Fort Mason, Richie Rich, we're going to get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. What is your solution to the Warriors' issues right now? What is your solution? Is it lineup changes? Is it starting lineup changes? Is it rotations? What is your solution to correcting the Golden State Warriors right now as they win a game, although they were lackluster through 3 quarters, 2.5 quarters? Kuminga comes in, flips the game. We got sound from Chris Paul about Jonathan Kuminga. What is your solution to fixing some of the issues that are plaguing the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets, winters, magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the Inn at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthetides.com.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
Try new recipes at Whole Foods.
and you are listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Elvis? I like the older Elvis stuff a little more. Are you a big Elvis guy, B?
Yeah. Huge Elvis fan.
Can you name one Elvis song?
Hound Dog.
Oh, there you go. I'm proud of you. You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Yeah, that's about it. But I'm not, yeah. I'm a big, huge Elvis. So I have this poster on my wall.
Tee up, Caught in a Trap. One of the great songs of all time.
I used to have Elvis Presley. His poster was right on my wall. Next to Tupac Shakur. It was Elvis and then Tupac.
Well, they did both die in very tragic ways.
I'm kidding. I heard the Elvis movie was good, though.
Well, Elvis was an icon. He obviously stole a lot of people's stuff. And but Elvis is an icon. And he was also a movie star. There's a certain segment of American population that views Elvis as God. You know.
A lot of hard feelings, I think, though, too, because he took a lot from the African-American community when it comes to music. And then he only got popular because he's white and good-looking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
I understand.
That's what I hear. But
Great moves, though.
I always thought it was weird that when people would walk around and dress like Elvis.
Oh, I saw a couple of them in Vegas.
Elvises. Like, I don't get that.
Okay, so
I don't get it.
And then they talk to him, how are you doing?
Yeah, they
it's
do the
me.
whole... Yeah,
with the hair and everything, very odd.
Wasn't there a conspiracy theory that he's still alive or something? Or?
He passed away. He overdosed.
Like the Tupac stuff.
Yeah, but no, well,
like Tupac in Cuba
was
right
in Cuba.
now.
I mean, come on, I've seen pictures.
All right,
no, but that's a joke. The one thing about the Elvis Presley impersonators, they're very weird. But to be Howard Cosell impersonator, like Mr. C was for many, many years, remember that guy? I thought that was even more weird. Very niche impersonation. Like, what's the circuit you're doing if you're doing the impersonation circuit?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You get the fake Michael Jacksons, you get the fake Elvis.
Maybe
there's money in that.
Fake Michael Jackson.
You never have?
No.
You've never been on Market Street then. There's fake Michael Jackson every day on Market Street.
Well, those are called drug addicts.
No, they're not just no, there's people out there being the fake Michael Jackson. There's a lot of them.
You got
not just drug addicts. No, yeah, it's not just that. Not everybody does fentanyl on Market Street, man. Have more respect for your city.
I love Market Street.
No, you don't.
Midtown Rags, baby.
I love Richie Rich in Livermore. Richie Rich, what's happening, Richie Rich?
Being Shafty, my guys. Good morning, man. Hey, B, I'm like you, man. I'm pissed. That game, they didn't do a damn thing but piss me off, man. I realize it's time. Like, you got to change that rotation. Wiggs, your ass on the bench, man. When you got a bunch of rooks coming at you where I didn't even know their damn names yesterday. And they was pressing you like that and had you on your heels, man. If that's another team, if that's Arizona, anybody, Phoenix, that game's over at halftime.
So the boss came in here. He's right. Your phone was clicking a little. It was like seashells. In the words of Burner,
it was like the FBI.
That's what I was going to say. In the words, they tapping. But B, the boss comes in here. He swings the door open and he goes, Bonte, you said it early on in the season. You said that nobody fears the Warriors, and you are right. I'm watching Shaedon Sharpe, and I'm watching all these guys. Scoot Henderson, they were going at the Warriors yesterday.
No, they were. They were.
Zero
blowing by everybody. Blowing by everybody.
Anthony Simons was hitting wild shots.
Yeah, he was hitting wild shots. He was 10 to 27 as well.
Well, yeah.
I mean, but I was texting with Chad Doing before the game.
Oh, yeah.
Chad Doing, our boy from Rip City Radio.
Yeah.
Next time they play the Blazers, we'll have Chad on.
Flight 95.7.
Dude,
now that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
So Chad Doing, I was texting him before the game. I said, so Scoot's back. He came back against Utah last Saturday, scored 17. That's where Jeremy Grant, and by the way, Jeremy Grant didn't even play.
You know what,
Scoots? Jeremy Grant didn't play, but he was bringing up this Kamara kid. He goes, you're going to like Kamara. Now, Kamara was 3 of 14 for the Portland Trailblazers, but the guy was trying to defend Steph Curry. He was trying to face guard him. He grabbed 13 rebounds. He was active. This Kamara kid I was like, damn. He was like, you're going to like this kid.
Surprising.
And I was like, yeah, I do like this kid.
Scoot Henderson, though, took a page out of the Reggie Jackson accessory wardrobe. Did you notice that?
Yeah, with the goggles. I like
goggles, the glasses, the arm sleeve. I mean, he had all the accessories.
He's yoked up, man.
Hey, he plays strong.
Yeah, he does.
The bowling ball.
Let's go to Miles at Fort Mason. Miles, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning. Guys, good morning. I was at the game last night, and if this is how we play after 3 days of rest against the Portland Trailblazers, I'm very concerned. Looney looks old. Wiggins, lackadaisical. Klay takes difficult shots, makes life harder on himself than it needs to be. So, I keep thinking about that guy. We're a 43-team win, brother. That's going to be true if we continue to play like this. And so it gets late early, to your point, Bonte, that if we win 40 games this year, it gets to the point where, are we just going to run it back next year with this same crew? No. If it's a 40-win season, then painful cuts are right around the corner, and to where we're already looking at the end of the tunnel, like midway through the season here.
Yeah, no doubt. No, it's a great call right there. And we're watching the game back because it's on here in the studio, and it's 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, and it's the play where Steph Curry's pressuring the ball, and he's really trying to crank up his defensive energy. He had scored 10 straight points or whatever up until that point. I think he had 15 or 16 in that.
17 in the third.
So there you go, 17 in that quarter.
22 in the second half.
And Kuminga comes into the lane and steals the ball, goes all the way down for the easiest dunk, and they slow motion show the highlight of Steph Curry turning to the bench and let's go! And he's clapping his hands, let's go! And he's imploring the team to wake up. And I'm looking and I'm seeing an animated version of Steph Curry. Very seldom does he show that kind of desire and drive in a regular season game like that didn't have the stakes. It had nothing attached to it.
It wasn't quite as dramatic as when he did it after the All-Star break during the play-in season with Kelly Oubre Jr., where he's telling them against the Clippers, come on, let's go. And they're getting their ass kicked by the LA Clippers. Wasn't that.
Pretty close, though.
But I don't know if it was that close, but he wasn't, because he was in their faces guys, come on, let's go. That was Steph Curry.
Yeah,
on
that
the
was
bench
at a timeout.
during the timeout.
Yeah, you're right.
So this is a little different. But he was saying, come on, guys, let's go. Let's get this dub. We got to get going here. We're 20 games into the season. We're 9-11, and we're at home. We got to beat this team. So look, the thing about pro sports is nothing lasts forever. We know that. We've seen it here in this market alone. Joe Montana got traded, for crying out loud. Jerry Rice moved on and played across the bay with the Oakland Raiders. All right, it was weird to see Jerry Rice in a different uniform. It was weird to see Ronnie Lott in a different uniform. The Giants, look, to your point about last year, and I've heard this before, about not becoming the San Francisco Giants with the Brandons and with Posey and keeping guys a little too long here, re-signing guys like DeSclafani or whatnot. Joe Lacob, I know he's an owner who wants to win. And I know Joe Lacob, look, he's emotionally attached to this core group, and how could you not? They've helped you win 4 championships. They helped you win 4 championships. They're statue guys. They're going to have their jerseys in the rafters. There's no doubt about that. They'll be retired, 11 to be retired, 23 will be retired, 30 will be retired. But at some point, even when it comes to Andrew Wiggins and Kevon Looney, for that matter, you got to have an uncomfortable conversation. Whether it's the rotation, whether it's starting, or whether it's moving on if you can't handle coming off the bench or having a reduced role. Right now is not the time to be, the mentals, you got to check yourself. As a player, you got to look yourself in the mirror and say, what is best for the basketball team? If the coach comes to me saying, hey, I need to play less minutes, then so be it. So be it. We're trying to win basketball games. We're not trying to waste the window of Stephen Curry. We have a premium player, a guy who's playing in top 5 basketball as an individual, but he needs help. If these guys can provide the help, and I'm talking about Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson and Kevon Looney, then we got to find solutions here. And I'm open to anything. I've said that all season long. Now's the time to be open-minded to everything. Now, Klay Thompson took a massive step back yesterday. Massive step back. It was not good. Andrew Wiggins just hasn't been good all season. What's the deal with that? He's the guy who we deemed as the most important player of the Warriors season.
Wiggins has been on a milk carton.
And that's a problem. That's a problem. He's the guy who's supposed to take Klay Thompson's place. Paul Pierce said it yesterday. Here's Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce on Klay struggling since the injuries.
So Klay Thompson was a great two-way player. Yeah. And I thought at first his defense was ahead of his scoring. Then he became a dynamic scorer who can still defend. Wiggins, I'm not calling him that dynamic scorer, but he was definitely supposed to step in and take the burden of whoever's the best guard of the night. If they playing Luka, Klay, go play somebody else. Wiggins to take Luka.
Booker.
Right? All the tough matchup.
Yeah.
And he hasn't panned out, P.
Dealing with the injuries, the miles, all that he's been through. That's why they brought a Wiggins in. But Wiggins ain't took that challenge to where I need to be the second in charge behind Curry, to where Wiggins should be out there giving you 20, 25 a night at this stage, because he's young legs. He's still athletic. He ain't got the same miles as these other guys, and he ain't stepped up.
He hasn't stepped up. And then you get Festus and Mully last night on the postgame show. Here's what Festus and Mully had to say about the importance of Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins for the Golden State Warriors is a key piece because he's a guy that can defend the best player on the other team. He's probably the next best playmaker behind Steph Curry in terms of ability. He's one of the best players that can come off the dribble, can get to the rim, and with that, you can also create shots for other guys. That's why you need Andrew Wiggins to get going, because when he gets going, then he can do that for other guys. So right now, off to a slow start this season, but I think the Warriors, they're going to be fine. If you have a game like this where Andrew Wiggins has 9 points and the Warriors are able to get a win, I think as the team gets to continue to build the chemistry, he'll get better, the team will get better together. I just want to see Andrew Wiggins get back to that Andrew Wiggins of the finals, where he's rebounding, getting 9 rebounds a game, scoring about 17 points for this team. Then the Warriors will really be cooking then.
He's a 19-point-per-game career scorer. To me, you look at the top 6 veteran players, Andrew Wiggins is the one player, in my mind, that has the advantage athletically. He's in the prime of his career, so the Warriors really need him to get back to what he was if they want to make a deep run moving forward.
So can he get back to that point? Can he get back? And I think the reason why fans are becoming impatient with Andrew Wiggins is because of what happened last season. He missed 2 months of the season, and I hope everything is well with his personal life. I love Andrew Wiggins. I love his personality. I love who he is as a person, as a human being. I love what he does for the entire country of Canada. But this is a performance business. And when you get the contract extension, the 4-year deal worth $109 million, you have to become consistent. And it just hasn't been the case. It hasn't been the case whatsoever. Can you get that from him? Can he become that guy again? I don't know. I just don't know. We know who Klay is. Klay's going to struggle, and Klay may have to take some minutes. He may have to come off the bench at some point. I don't really care. At this point, I don't really care. Because what I saw last night, Shasky, was infuriating.
I know, but the reality is the double whammy of Klay having one of his worst seasons ever, statistically, just across the board, and Wiggins having his worst season statistically across the board through 20 games simultaneously. They almost can't overcome it. They almost can't. That's where they're at right now. And so something's got to give. And when I watch the young players play, like Moody and Kuminga and Pajemski, are they solutions? No. But are they more helpful right now than what we've seen from the other two guys? It feels like it.
Yeah.
No, it really feels like it. I mean, we can't keep ignoring it. We're 20 games in. Things can change. Things can flip. Guys can go on runs. You can have a hot month and totally change everything. But right now, first quarter of the season, Wiggins and Klay are having career lows essentially across the board.
And the crazy part is Klay's actually not shooting as much as he did last season. His attempts are down all across the board, whether it's threes and field goals. So he's shooting the ball less. And it still just doesn't look good because he can't move the way he used to move. He just can't. He can't. He used to play like Rip Hamilton, coming off multiple screens, and just he was so dynamic coming off the screens. And now there's a lot of standing around in the motion offense.
I was going to say, when was the last time he had a wide open corner three?
Yeah, it's been a while. Teams, that's the thing. He's so guardable now.
I know.
That he doesn't have space to shoot it. So now, even in the fourth quarter, he took some
he hit
shots.
He hit a big one, right?
Out of a timeout.
Yes,
hit a big one.
He hit
thought,
a big one.
Maybe that'll get him going. And then he missed two that just didn't look pretty.
Well, he caught one near the sideline, and it was a classic, I'm going to throw this up, and everyone's like, whoa. It's like 20 seconds on the shot clock. What are you doing?
I know.
And those are the ones where, you could throw all the stats at me. It's like, what are you doing? And then finally he went back door and or right down the middle of the lane and got a beautiful little pass from Draymond Green.
Yep.
And I think his other bucket in the first half was a backdoor cut as well. So when he moves even just a little, his shots are better. Problem is he can't move like he used to your point.
He can't.
And then Andrew Wiggins is just, I don't even know. This thing, and I listen to Festus, second best play. He's not your second best playmaker. He's your most athletic regular player, that if I throw Kaminga off to the side, but he needs to get buckets where he's going downhill. He needs others to help him.
But I think what Festus was saying, though, is like he can be your two-way guy, your second-best player. He can make plays for himself in the half court. He's a bucket getter when he's right. He's just saying right now.
Well,
so
I don't think he makes others better offensively
but he's
either.
a bucket getter. He could go out there when the defense bogs down or when the offense bogs down. Hey, Wiggins, we need a bucket. Do your work in the half court. Little step back, elbow jumper. Even that's not hitting. So right now he's not the second best player. But I think Festus's point and Millie's point, and I think all of our points, is you need Andrew Wiggins from a couple years ago if you're going to make a run. And right now you're not that guy. And so we got to find solutions.
He's shooting 26%
from three. Oh, I know. Now,
I mean, that's like you're in the Westbrook zone.
Listen.
I'm so upset.
I'll dress it up. Entering last night, I'll dress it up for Andrew Wiggins.
I love you so much.
No, seriously, because it does matter. Last 6 games prior to last night, he was shooting 40% from three.
Okay, it's a lot better.
Big game against Sacramento.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
It is a lot better. He had the game where he hit 5 threes in a game against Oklahoma City when he entered that game 5 of 37 from three. Well, he hit 5 threes in that overtime loss against OKC. So it felt like, and that's the thing with Andrew Wiggins. He had the adductor strain, right? He's playing the best basketball. I thought it was a carryover from the NBA Finals. He was playing some tremendous basketball to start the season. Then he suffers the adductor strain, right? He suffers that. Then he gets sick. He comes back. He's trying to figure it out. And before he missed 2 months of the season, he had a damn good game against the LA Clippers. Remember that? Like, wow. Okay, cool. Right before the All-Star break. There you go, Wiggs.
And that was almost a year ago.
This was last season.
All-Star break was in February.
Yeah, I know, but it was last season. And he didn't miss 2 months. And then he came back and it was just like, well, what do you expect from him when he's missed 2 months?
Well, we all agree. But I expected him to be ready to roll this year.
Yeah, and we all did. Now, Anthony Slater told us last week that, the rib injury really eliminated his offseason work. I don't know. But I just telling you right now, he looks different. He looks a little more frail. He doesn't look as strong as he was a couple years ago, even last year. I don't know. At a small forward spot where your guard dude 6'8", 215, 220, 230, 240. I mean, this is a guy who you could stick on LeBron James, for crying out loud. Now, I don't even know if he can do that. So that's an issue here with Andrew Wiggins. He's got to become consistent, and if he's not consistent, his team has no shot.
I just look at it this way. If you did a fantasy draft, like a simulation on a video game, and you got Steph Curry, and then your second best player was Draymond Green, that's not good enough to win a championship.
No.
Right? We all love Draymond Green, but like, you just do it in your head. If you're the other team, it's Steph and Dre and what? And what? Role players?
I don't know.
That's not good enough.
No, it's not good enough at all.
It's just, I think that they're, in the words of Elvis, they're caught in a trap. Can't go back.
That's
like the only way to get out of this is they got to make a move, I feel like.
Yeah, because as a great Yogi Berra said, and Chris Muller loves this, it gets early late. It gets early late out there.
Especially in December.
Oh, man.
Let's go sunsets at 5.
Yeah, let's go to Bree in San Francisco, in the city. Bree, what's happening?
Well, what's up? Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Bree.
So, I'm going to take a different outlook on this Klay Thompson thing, because I think he is kind of like the turn in the team, because the Warriors are telling him, like, we might not think it, right? But the Warriors are telling him, you're the second best, third best player on his team, because he's taking the second or third most shots, right? So I think that the Warriors need to sit down and say, we finally need to come to a contract. Because when it's a contract year, guys play 2 different ways. They either play out of their mind or they press the issue. And I think we're getting the press the issue play. And so, because they're not telling, they just celebrated, the 11, 30, 23. So they're saying, we want you here. We love that you're still a part of this staple, but they haven't yet showed them. And so I think, Klay knows he's not a max player, right? But at least to sign him how they did Draymond, at least for the 3 years or whatever. And then after the season, if they say, okay, Klay, we should probably trade you, then trade him. But at least for right now, I think he's just playing for a contract. So that's my view on it.
No, that's a good point, Bree. I'm not mad at your opinion, Bree. He is pressing. There's no doubt. Klay, we've gotten to know him over 13 years. We know how sensitive he could be. He reads everything. He listens, or people send him stuff. He's aware of what's going on in the chat around him. There's no doubt about that. And on one side of it, you cherish that about him because he does feel, as an NBA player who's making multi-millions, he does feel like one of us. Very personable, very just down-to-earth type of guy. So if anybody's going to be pressed during a contract season, it's probably going to be Klay. And then you add the fact that he knows he can't defend at the level he should defend at. And he knows he needs guys to create for him to go off. And if nobody's creating for him, he can't do it himself. His handles have never quite been there, and it was on display against Sacramento and the LA Lakers, and he didn't get space to shoot, and it looked bad, very bad. Joe Lacob mentioned it. Boy, it was bad. We all saw it against the Lakers. Boy, it got ugly. And so I don't know if I think Klay's fighting through it, and he's a guy who we know mentally can really just be in a dark place. And right now, maybe he's in that dark place. At times, you see him trying to break out of it, because there is so much pressure to producing and thinking that he is the guy he was before the injuries, but he's just not there yet. So with him, as Bree said, I think we do see a young man who's pressing, knowing that this could be the end with the Warriors, knowing it could be the beginning and the end of his career, and knowing that he's just not the same guy. And on some level, I understand. I couldn't imagine being in a contract year, knowing that I've helped this organization win 4 championships, and I don't have it. Boy, like the day I don't have it in radio or the day I don't have it in TV, it's going to be a dark day for me too. It's going to be a dark day for everybody.
I don't know. I always find this difficult to compartmentalize the average person trying to understand what the athlete is going through when it comes to contract money. Because on one end, you're like, dude, you've made $265 million in your career to this point, right? And on the other end, like, we all can work till we're 60 or 65, and hopefully you get to work that long. You know, their careers are very, very short, and they want to maximize it, and they want to keep it going and make as much money as they absolutely possibly can. I just think it's really difficult when fans hear, like, so-and-so's in a contract year. It's like one thing when you're Brock Purdy making $800,000. It's another when a guy's been around forever, and it's very difficult to understand that.
But that's why, well, I hear you. Maybe it is difficult to understand, but I understand it because I've been around these athletes for a long time now. And I'm not taking a shot at you or anything like that or at any fan. But they are human beings too.
Sure.
And just because they make a lot of money doesn't mean they deserve all the criticism that they get. Like these guys in the league, whether it's the NFL, baseball, and Festus showed me one time, the comments they get as players is just salacious. It's just nasty. It's just, think about it. Guys go out there. Dak Prescott had to tweet at somebody because he didn't throw for 300 yards, and they're just ripping him because they're pissed off he didn't produce for their fantasy team or a bet. And he's like, dude, I don't care about your fantasy team. Like, think about what these athletes go through from, I can't handle it when somebody rips me on the text line or YouTube. So I'm going to compartmentalize with these athletes who do make multi-millions, because despite the money, when you can't do what you love at the highest level, the game you train for your whole damn life to get to this point in the NBA, and you can't do it, and you're pressing, I don't care how much money you make. You still have feelings. Rich people have feelings. You can't just say, oh, man, I got $600 million. I don't care.
No.
Like, at least Klay cares despite all the money he makes. The dude still wants to play, and he just can't do it. And I feel bad for him because he just can't do it. And he's pressing.
Okay. So there's also a level of self-awareness to understand where you're at in the pecking order. And it to me, again, this is just my gut feeling. The way I see, just watching it every night, this team is bent over backwards to try to assimilate to him and get him in there. And it's at the expense of at times, some of the younger players. And so something's got to give here, right? And I understand his feelings and his desires and his wants, but I'm running a business here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he shouldn't sacrifice minutes. I said it last Tuesday. He should have been out in the last 426. I'm just speaking from a human element to Bree's call and following up that the guy's pressing hard. And I understand why he's pressing.
He is.
I understand why he's pressing. Because one, Mully always talks about it. Mully goes, I knew when I didn't have it. I was already one of the slowest guys in the league. I knew when I didn't have it anymore. I talked to D. Wright about it. When do you know? We had Festus on before he went to the G League Combine. Remember that?
Yeah.
With Kate Scott. And you could hear it in Festus' voice. And when he got down there, it's like, damn, I don't have it anymore.
When you hear from, again, I'm not pretending to be Mully, but usually, they know, but the rest of the league finds out before you know, because the mayor's the last to know.
Well, the league knows.
You know,
But the players know. And they're hoping the league doesn't find out and catch up to it. Now the league knows. The league saw the Lakers series. The league saw the Kings series. And they know how to play the Warriors. And so when you think about that, it's a depressing feeling. I was talking to Mully about Indiana. He goes, dude, it was tough for me to even go to practice. You get to a dark place. I don't give a damn how many millions you got. You get to a dark place, it's a tough spot to be in, man. It is tough when you know you don't have it anymore. And that's maybe where Klay is at. So I do. So shame on me for having empathy for a guy who's made $500 million in his career. But I don't care.
So then let's spin it forward. Does that mean that you just keep playing him until he
you're not going to not
snap
play
out of it? It's been 20 games. He hasn't scored 25 once this year.
Okay, forget the 25 that he hasn't scored 25. You guys want him to sacrifice shots. He sacrificed shots this year. If he gives me 18, 19 a game, I'm good with that. Which he did the previous 7 games before last night. He was giving you 19 a game with some good percentages. He's a lot more efficient than he was the first 13, 12, 11 games or whatever it was. He was. I mean, was he not?
I don't think Klay has been one of the top 4 best Warriors this year.
I'm not saying he is, Shasky, but you said you need him. You on one end, you want him to score 25 a game.
No.
But on one end, you want him to.
That guy's not coming back.
Right. He's not there. The 18 he gave me for a 7-game stretch before last night was good for me. 41% from 3 is good for me because I understand his limitations. I understand who he is.
I think where we get caught up is that something has to give, right? He has to accept where he's at to allow the growth of a Moody or a Kaminga at his expense.
Well, that's where Steve Kerr comes into play.
What?
That's where Steve Kerr comes into play.
Well, and I also think
last night may have been the start of it.
Into play
well, that's what I'm saying. Mentally, you got to talk to him, and if he can't handle it mentally, then we need to have another conversation. And that's not going to be a very comfortable conversation.
Like yesterday, he checked back in, and they ended up winning the game down the stretch. But I was thinking, man, I'd like to see, I wanted to see Moody kind of close that game out after how he played in that first half, right?
No, I'm with you.
That's an example of, he didn't play good all game, and yet they put him in at the end of the game. And then they ended up winning the game. He made a big 3. He had a big bucket on a cut play. He also had a couple of bad shots. There was some give and take. He wasn't all bad. He wasn't all great. And so that's a game, though, where I'm saying, okay, well, Moody played better than him throughout the majority of that game, and then he gets to the final 5 minutes, and we go back to Klay Thompson there. So are we going to continue to do that all year?
I don't think so. Steve Kerr said this. He said it last night, and I'll play something from Willard Dibbs last week, but Steve Kerr said this last night about maybe changing the starting lineups depending on matchups or just rotation changes.
Every night's going to be different with this team. That's what I'm finding out. What we need each night seems to be different depending on the matchup, depending on how the game's going. It's hard to predict what's going to happen each night. It's also hard to play 10 or 11 guys. So I don't think we know. I think I said it to you guys last week. We have a deep team, a deep roster, but we don't have roster clarity in terms of, who's going to play every single night. And so everybody's just got to stay ready. And I'm really proud of JK that he did that, and he was really the reason we won.
All right, so that's Steve Kerr yesterday. Here's what he said on Willard and Dibbs last week. He was a difference. Yeah. He was a difference.
And I thought the young guys alongside of Steph, for however many minutes they were out there, they felt galvanized.
I see somebody on YouTube, hey, man, we bent over backwards for Klay's last contract when he tore the ACL in the NBA
Well, that's
Finals.
what he was worth at that time.
Well, what were you going to do, not pay him? Did you not want to pay him back then?
He had earned that money.
Nobody knew.
He was worth that at the
time. Nobody knew Klay Thompson was going to tear his Achilles the day of the NBA draft when they selected James Wiseman. That flipped everything for him. That flipped everything because in the workouts, and I think DeLon Wright was at that workout, there was a bunch of NBA players. And Darrell, we were talking the day he did that. He said Klay looked great. Klay looked like a Klay old. Then the Achilles snapped. And now you got a different guy. You got a guy who's a shell of himself, and it's bad right now. But here's Steve Kerr last week on Willard Dibbs on making changes to the lineups. Here's Steve Kerr's answer.
The guys who are going to drive us winning a title or not, we know who they are, right? They're Steph, Draymond, Wiggs, Loon, Klay. Like those guys, they were the ones. Gary, huge part of that championship a year and a half ago. So we know those are the guys that have to perform at a high level if we're going to compete for a title. So the guys who are going to determine our season are our main guys, our key guys, right? Are the guys who make all the money. They're the ones who determine winning and losing. I think our young guys are all developing, and they're developing at different stages. You try to help the development process. You fit them in here and there. But this season is about winning a championship. So that means for me, I am going to lean in to our starters. I'm going to lean into our key guys, and I'm going to give them all the space they need to find their rhythm, to establish, who they are. And once that happens, it'll make the roles much easier to play for the young guys. If you want to bail out on the old guys and plug the young guys in, then you're talking about an entirely different goal. And that's now you're talking about the future. You're not talking about winning a championship, because those guys aren't ready to do that.
That's Steve Kerr's answer last week on Willard and Dibs. What do you take away from that?
Well, my retort to him would be because he said Steph, Dre, Wiggins, Klay, Loon, and GP2. And then I would throw CP3, who he didn't reference. We're going to win or lose with those guys at championship. Then I would just say to him, well, then you're not winning a championship. Because right now, Steph and Dre are playing really well. CP3's been good for this team. GP2's out. Wiggins, Klay, Loon. That's not good enough. That's what I would say. And I would say that now you're in denial mode because things have changed dramatically in a year and a half. Wiggins has not resembled that player for close to a calendar year. Klay is probably not going to get back to where he was a year and a half ago, right? And Loon does not look like the same player this year. He just doesn't. And maybe they round into form. Maybe 20 games from now, we're halfway through the season, and I look super foolish and dumb, and they flip it around, and they all have a great month of December and January, and it looks totally different. But as of right now, I would say to him, yeah, that's not getting it done, and I think you're shortchanging the youngsters. That's the other part of this. I actually think now he's looking at the youngsters through the rookie prism, and I'm like, well, they're in year 3.
Yeah.
If they're not going to be ready to pull out of the oven as a lasagna, well, then when the hell are they going to be ready?
Well,
so now I've got a bunch of parts that I can't use. Then you need to make a trade.
If
I just don't agree with him.
I don't agree either.
Okay, so I guess I'm being confident.
I don't know.
I don't agree with Steve.
Because I know a lot of people love to put words in my mouth, but here's what I'm saying.
Yeah, what are you saying?
Well, and I haven't even responded to it yet, but here's what I think.
Mm-hmm.
If he's going to lean on the old vets, I get with Draymond and Steph Curry because they're playing well, but the other guys are not playing well enough to win the championship. So you're not going to win with the veterans. If you're going to go down with the old ship, then you know what? We're probably a first-round team. If that. Right now, you're not even in the box. If the playoffs started today, and then it's foolish to say we're only 21 games in, but I'm saying anyway.
It's a good chunk of the season, though.
It's a good chunk. We kind of know who they are.
Exactly.
They're not going to be able to compete with the Minnesotas, the OKCs, the Denvers, the Lakers, the Clippers, the Suns, the Kings.
They feel a little lesser than those teams that you referenced.
If we need to recalibrate our expectation, then maybe play the young guys a little bit. But I understand what Steve Kerr's saying. If we do play the young guys, then the goal is not winning a championship. The goal is to get them better, but this is where last year comes into play. And it's like, boy, you could have got them ready for this year by playing them last season. Now it looks bad that Kuminga doesn't play in the playoff series.
No,
because the Kings
we had to play Jeremy Lamb. We had to.
And Anthony Lamb and
Anthony Lamb
and Ty Jerome.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
So you don't play these guys at all last year. So we kind of wasted the second season.
I agree. So
now they're not ready to help you win a championship. So, to your point about trades and maybe making a trade, yeah, I think a move needs to be made.
Well, it's
There's no doubt a shakeup needs to be made.
It is ironic to me that we spent the bulk of the last year or so leading up to this season blaming all the young players for everything. And this year, it's like, nah, the veterans have really let them down this year. The veterans have really let them down. I would say the veterans are more to blame for the fourth quarter collapses and just the slow starts.
They were last year on the road in the first 5 games. Remember that? We were on it. And everybody else said we were dumb. Everybody said, no, it's the youngsters. And I'd go back to South Beach, Miami, where they scored 2 points in the last 5 minutes. When they blew the game in Orlando. When they blew the game in Charlotte in overtime. When they got blown out in Detroit. I could go on and on and on. And some of the youngsters actually have one of the more impressive wins when they went to Cleveland with Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kaminga.
I just boil it down this. To me, we could talk lineups. And when I watch Podziemski, Moody, and Kaminga play, they just have a little more juice than some of the other guys out there.
Yeah.
It's very simple. Like I feel like not you, but like we overcomplicate these things. Well, they're winners and their resume. Just watch the games. Watch the games. I don't care about the egos and the this and that. The owner's spending way too much money to get this output. It's not good enough to justify the salaries that he's paying and the luxury tax that he's paying. And so something's got to be shaken up.
Let's go to Dan on Highway 4. Dan, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Monte, Shafty, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Oh, nothing much. Good to hear you guys' voice. I feel kind of sad, man, for Curry. I feel like they're wasting it, man. Like, if Curry had a bad game last night, they lose to the Blazers. And that's horrible. I know they won, but it just doesn't feel like they won.
No, it doesn't.
And I agree with you guys. Need to play the young guys. Let them play, man. Let them play. If you got to move Klay to the bench, then do it. You're the head coach. Make a move, Kerr. I feel like he's stubborn. He doesn't want to do it. Like, he has respect. He's playing best friends, buddies with these guys. Like, no, you're the head coach. Make a move, man. If it doesn't work, then maybe we do got to make a trade. I like Zach LaVine. Can we trade Klay for Zach LaVine somehow?
Zach LaVine doesn't play winning basketball, but I hear what you're saying. Zach LaVine doesn't guard anybody. And he's a volume shooter, too.
He's also out for like 4 or 5 weeks.
Right, with an injury. So, no, let's pay attention, folks.
The words right out of my mouth.
I mean, come on with the Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine and Pascal Siakam.
Well,
God,
you know what it is?
He's
a name who they seen in the dunk contest. Like I'm not mad. Look, I'm open-minded to any possibilities right now for the Warriors. Like, if you told me we could flip one of the established players that is making a big coin for a couple of role-playing shooters who just do something very specific, who expire at the end of the year, I'd be open to that.
Let's squeeze
I think you need to pave the way on the perimeter.
Let's squeeze in one more call. 30 seconds. You know what? We'll go to injury report. Gene, Sean, Robert, Tim, Casey,
all
Kim.
of you.
We're going to get to everybody. You know what it is. We get to everybody. We talk with you, not at you, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. But up next is the injury report. Oh, man. Zach LaVine, Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby. What other name we're going to throw? It feels like Pascal Siakam's name's been thrown out for the last 4 years. It's kind of make me crazy.
Well, Bradley Beal.
Oh, my God. Bradley Beal. And he's hurt now with the Phoenix. What did he play, like 2 games, 3 games? I think we're going to talk to Crocker at 9:20. We had to cancel on Dick Fan because we're rolling on Warriors. We'll talk to Crocky at 9:20, talk some 49ers. But Niners D tackle Eric Armstead, folks, is dealing with issues with his foot and knee. He was a participant in practice yesterday. I didn't know that. But Shanahan did say that Armstead could miss 1, maybe even 2 games to deal with these injuries, and the hope is his absence will not last much longer beyond a couple weeks. Shanahan did also add that the issues in Armstead's knee are not ligament related, so that's cool. That is cool. Somebody said trade Bonte. Sure, trade me. What am I worth? Am I worth a 6-figure contract? Am I worth a daytime slot? Am I worth a nighttime slot?
Zach LaVine.
Am I worth a slot? You tell me, Donaldo. Since you want to trade me, you clown. An injury report brought to you by Boxer Gears in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Continue to talk some dubs here. A lot of people here on the lines want to talk about the Warriors, as we are not impressed with that win last night against the Portland Trailblazers. More coming up on 95.7 The Game.
We're a 43-win team, dude.
My little...
Oh, baby. It's Shasky. It's Bonte. It's you, the audience. It's 95.7 The Game. And the Warriors won a game last night. We're going to get to all the callers, 888-957-9570. And shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey app, you name it, however you're watching, however you're listening. Bonte, last night the Warriors won, and it felt like a loss. And it just feels like something's got to give. They're in a really tough spot here. You're watching the greatest player in Warrior history. Yes, Wilt, I said that. Steph Curry, who just looks frustrated. And I'm seeing an animated version of Steph Curry, and the job's been tougher and tougher and tougher for him this year. I mean, he started off the game very poorly, but he ended up going on a tear in the third quarter, and it coincided with them going with the young guys and make up plays. And JK gets put on ice all game, sitting there waiting. When is he going to come in? And then boom, Kuminga comes in, and instantaneous spark. And I just don't know how you could watch this team night in, night out and not get the feeling that something's got to give, and they have some redundancy on this team. JK needs to play more, Moody needs to play more, and Podziemski needs to have some sort of a defined role every single night. Those young players have injected some life into this team, and right now it feels like the veterans are letting them down.
Yeah, oh baby, good morning, all that good stuff here at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. It's not much I disagree with there. It's tough to disagree with what we're seeing with this basketball team. The Jonathan Kaminga out of the rotation, he's got to be a guy in the rotation no matter what. He's got to see 15 minutes. It's head scratching, and you got to figure it out. That's what the coaches get paid for. You know, it's what Kenny Atkinson and everybody else is there for. They got 10, 15 coaches there on the bench. We got to figure this out. Figure it out. Jonathan Kaminga needs to play, but this is where you go back to last year. It's like you couldn't use him last year at any point of the season. You know, he was playing very well. You know, those like people forget with Kuminga, and I'll pull up the splits. When Andrew Wiggins was out for 2 months, Kuminga started getting playing time. He started getting better and better and better. Then he was out of the playoff rotation. You know, and we saw Moody trying to defend LeBron James. Now, nobody can defend LeBron James. He's an all-time great. Maybe the most accomplished basketball player we've ever seen. But JK doesn't get to go. He doesn't get any minutes. So it's just strange to me that he was out of the rotation. And as soon as he comes into the game, 10-0 run, you're right back in it. Well, all of a sudden, the chase of the crowd is rising on. They rise as one, right? All of a sudden, they get into it. And you finish with JK. He didn't leave the court once he checked in. It gets a team like Portland. It gets a team like Oklahoma City. It gets a team like Phoenix. You got to figure out a way to get this guy minutes because he's one of your more athletic, if not your most athletic player. He's quick. He gets the 50-50 balls. He can play above the rim. And if you put him in the post in that dunker spot, he's going to put pressure on the rim. How many tough finishes did he have at the paint? The Warriors, by the way, folks, fewest points paint to the point, or points to the paint, all in the NBA. They're the worst team when it comes to points to the paint.
But who on their team? I mean, even Looney struggles to score in the paint.
Which is why it's mind-boggling that Kaminga does play.
And that little left-handed hook shot that he had after the spin move was absolutely filthy. Look, this is my solution because I want to hear solutions. Like, what do you do? What do you do if you're the Warriors? My solution is this. If we're not making a trade, I got Wiggins and Klay Thompson, and I'm oscillating. So they're going 20 minutes a game each. Moody and Kuminga getting their 20 minutes a game each. And then the remaining 10 for each of those positions is getting split up based on what these guys are doing on a given night, right? Like, it's no longer Wiggins and Klay have to play more than Moody and Kuminga. Now it's like we're going to get equal playing time, and based off what I'm seeing on a given night, I'm going to roll 5 or 6 minutes in this direction or 5 or 6 minutes in the other direction, and the other guy's just going to have to suck it up. And whether that comes at somebody's feelings or not, the expense of their feelings, I really don't give a damn.
Well, here's Steve Kerr yesterday. Said it's hard to predict the rotation every single night.
Every night's going to be different with this team. That's what I'm finding out. You know, what we need each night seems to be different depending on the matchup, depending on how the game's going. It's hard to predict what's going to happen each night. It's also hard to play 10 or 11 guys. So I don't think we know. You know, I think I said it to you guys last week. I mean, we have a deep team, deep roster, but we don't have roster clarity in terms of, you know, who's going to play every single night. And so everybody's just got to stay ready. And I'm really proud of JK that he did that, and he was really the reason we won.
Speaking of JK, here's Steve Kerr on JK's performance.
He was great. He was the key to the game. He stayed ready. He was out of the rotation just because it's hard to play 10 guys. And, you know, frankly, you know, Brandon and Moses have earned the minutes they're getting. And we obviously needed him. You know, the game called for JK just with Portland's youth and athleticism. We needed to be able to match that and be able to score against their switches. And so I was so happy for JK that he stayed ready, you know, came in and produced the way he did.
JK, how'd you stay ready?
I mean, I'm always ready. So regardless, anytime, if my name haven't been called, but like I always say, I'm a professional. I know my job. I know my role. All that matters is just go out there and finish the job.
And then he was asked if he felt like he needed to go in and give the Warriors a jolt.
Doing whatever I just did out there, I mean, that's how I job young guys. I mean, you see Moses, you see the things he's been doing lately, you see in BP, and obviously the things I just went out there and did for the team. We're the young guys. I mean, we're supposed to help our team, bring energy in. And I knew somehow it was going to be me, either me, Moses, or anybody that was going out there and lift the team up. And obviously I ended up being the person. And so, I mean, that's all that matters.
All right, last cut here because I want everybody to hear this, and we'll get to the line, Shasky. But I do want to hear this. Chris Paul, here's what he had to say, CP3, about Jonathan Kuminga.
Man, that was huge. Our team, we just been sort of up and down all season with different guys in and out the lineup. You know, we missed Dre for some games, missed Steph for 2 games, had everybody sacked, and me and GP go down. So it's just sort of been next man up, and I think JK showed a great deal of professionalism, you know, and not playing early and coming in, he changed the whole game.
For a young guy who was deemed immature last year, a guy who was sulking for not playing the playoff, and I get why Kuminga was sulking. Because think about this, Shasky, the last 19 regular season games. All right, Andrew Wiggins comes back in the playoffs after missing 2 months, dealing with personal issues. Kuminga, 19 games, which goes back to February 26th of last season, and the end of the regular season. Now, he missed 3 games in between there, but overall, in 24 minutes, Kuminga shot 60% from the floor, gave you 49% from the three-point line, and gave you 13, 14 points a game with 4.5 rebounds, 2 assists, and a lot of energy. And then he doesn't get a sniff in the playoffs, and he takes the brunt of a lot of people saying, oh, well, he's just immature. Oh, well, he's this and that. He's that. The guy was playing well and descending, and he doesn't play. How's a guy who was 20 years old at the time supposed to deal with that? And now you get Chris Paul, who's been in the league forever, saying, you know what? I'm impressed with his professionalism. Stephen Curry kind of echoed those sentiments. I'm impressed with his professionalism. This young guy had to sit there for 31 minutes against the Portland Trail Blazers, out of all teams, a team that has a lot of guys kind of like Jonathan Kuminga, young, athletic, long, can put pressure on the rim, and he finally gets his chance, and he goes out there and balls out. But the fact that he said, you know, I just know what it is now. I know how to be a pro. We got to find a way to play this guy. There's no reason why we should go into a game and he's out of the rotation. Like, that to me is a joke.
Well, again, like, if you're going to stay with this roster, something's got to give. Somebody else got to take a lesser role.
Well, if we stay with this roster, are we talking championship?
Guys.
Are we talking championship if we're sticking with this roster?
We're not talking championship. Like, right now, this is not a championship team.
Not even a playoff team right now.
That's what I'm saying.
So what is the goal for the fans?
The goal is to try to win as many games as you can. That's what the goal is, to try to maximize the roster. And right now, I do not think that the roster has been maximized. Do you?
Absolutely not. I think it was last year.
Okay, then. Like,
last season, I mean.
You know, like, I don't care about past resumes. I don't care about everything that you've done and what you got coming up in terms of contracts or, you know, why you missed time last year. I don't care about, you know, what you did in the offseason. All I care about is, like, how do we win enough games to be over 500 come Christmas time?
I don't know about that. We just need to take it a game at a time. You got 3 straight games coming up on the road against OKC, Phoenix, and the Clippers. I need to just take this one game at a time. Forget schedule watching. I'm not even schedule watching.
But
I'm not going to do it.
I feel like Warrior fans are doing these mental gymnastics of constantly contradicting themselves at every turn. The young players aren't ready because we need to win championships. We have to win championships, so the young players can't play. But then I look over and I'm like, but yeah, the veterans aren't championship worthy yet right now. They're just not. Like, look at who the championship worthy players are. They're all in their primes. They're all in their primes, and they're playing good basketball. So form matters. Being in your prime matters. Yeah, the resume is an aspect of it, but, like, right now your resumes aren't stacking up to your form. Yeah, your form is so below what your standards are. And then I look at the young guys and I say to myself, You could say all you want about, well, if we're playing them, then we're not good enough. Well, guess what? You need to accept your reality. And if you don't play the young players, well, then they'll never be good come February, March, May, April, when you do need them. And then you're going to look into a playoff series like you did last year, and you're going to have 5 trustable guys. And those 5 trustable guys, when they struggle, 1 or 2 or 3 of them, you won't have any options to turn to.
Well, that's why last year was frustrating. Last season was frustrating because you just threw Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody out there, and you said, figure it out. And if they struggle, they got the heat from a lot of people. How many calls did we take that were like, trade the young guys? Forget the 2 timelines. Remember that was the thing, the 2 timelines? Well, guess what? You still have 2 timelines right now. You still have it with Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis.
But they were about 50. Forget timelines. They're about 50. This timeline thing, every corporation in America has senior people in prominent roles and people at the bottom of the company they're trying to develop. That's every company on the planet.
So you can elevate them or promote them in case you got a slash and everything like that.
Exactly.
But my problem is last season, you didn't trust the youngsters because by year 3 they should have came in flying high, right? And obviously Moody looks ready. Moody's ready to go. And he stays ready. And he stayed ready last year, which was very confusing even last season when he was getting DNPs. But he was getting DNPs last year, and it was like, wait a minute. Hey, you got to figure out a way to get this guy into the basketball game.
Okay, but what about this year? Like yesterday, he has 14 points, and he's looking good. And he's moving without the ball. He's active, and he's making plays happen. And then 5 minutes to go in the game, he's nowhere to be found. So, like this thing that you're going to play the best players, then stop reverting back to the old guard who aren't in form right now.
Well, we played the sound from October 24th. Now, Moody did play 6 minutes and 28 seconds in the fourth quarter. He was 0 for 3.
I don't even remember that.
Well, he was 0 for 3 from the floor and 0 for 2, and he may have been a little tired. He played a lot of minutes there. So I'm not mad at that. Klay Thompson actually went 2 of 4 in the last 5:32. 7 points. He was a +10 to the plus-minus department if anybody cares. 1 for 2 from 3, 2 for 2 from the free throw line. But Moody, he was 0 for 3 in the fourth quarter. But I'm with you generally. Moody's a gamer. He's an absolute gamer. All right, Podziemski's showing that he's a gamer, but he's a rookie, and he's going to have his ebbs and flows. He's going to have his ups and downs.
Yeah, I don't put him on the same category as Kaminga and Moody
because they've been here for 3 years.
Slightly below.
But this is where last season it goes awry, and you don't play these dudes, and then you play them, and then you don't play them. So Steve Kerr's got to find out a way to be consistent with his rotations. He just has to. And he said that. Listen, he said it October 24th, I'm going to go by a feel thing. And then last Tuesday night in Sacramento, we come in Wednesday morning. Everybody's going crazy because Moody doesn't finish. That's on Kerr. Kerr's got to figure this thing out. Let's get to the lines, man. The lines are jam-packed right now. A lot of people waiting on hold. Let's start off with Uncle Gene, who's been on hold the longest. Uncle Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. Yeah, so while I've been on hold, you guys pretty much covered everything I was going to say, but let me see if I can build on it a little bit. Yeah, I'm with you guys. I disagree with Steve Kerr. Agree with you guys. I've long been a win now in a win now mode because hell, I'm going to be 78. I can't wait 10 years or even 5 years for another championship. But I'm ready to say this team absolutely cannot win if they anything if they continue to lean on the core as much as they have. Just look at last night's game. I mean, the only 2 members of the core that had good games were Dre and Steph.
Yep.
The rest of them had bad games. I mean, they look slow, they look old, and they've been getting slower and older for years now. So we need to play the young kids. Kuminga, I don't understand why he's not getting more minutes. Why they waited till late in the third period to put him in?
They're down 11,
That's
Uncle Gene.
Crazy.
Uncle down 11.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I mean, this is nuts. So I mean, and then where's Jackson Davis? I mean, I love that kid. I want to see more of him. At this point, if we're going to get anywhere, we're going to have to rely on these young legs because every team with young, big, athletic players are beating us, no matter how badly they're playing against other teams. We can't stop anybody. So, look, we got to transition, and we got to play these kids more. I think Kerr is. On one hand, he's saying you got to lean on the core, but he's starting to play the kids more. He's playing them in crunch time, so I think he's adjusting. I think he's seeing what's going on, and hopefully he'll make the right changes. And maybe we'll have a shot at something. I don't know. We'll see.
You know, B, it's interesting. Sam Lubin and I have had this conversation regarding the core, right? And Steph and Dre, I still feel are playing at a pretty high level, right? So let's move them out of the quote-unquote core. The Wiggins, Klay, Looney thing, it feels like to me, whenever there's a shred of optimism, we're clinging to that, and rightfully so, because these guys provided a lot of feel-good for everyone, and Klay obviously to a much higher degree than those other two guys. But when Lincecum was at the end, he'd have one good start and about 4 or 5 mediocre to bad ones, but we'd cling to the one good start, and we'd say, see, he could still reach it, he could still get back there.
I don't think anybody believes Klay Thompson's going to be the Klay Thompson of the old, even when he does show bright spots. I don't know who out there believes Klay Thompson's going to be the Klay Thompson, pre-injury Klay Thompson. I don't think anybody's holding on to that hope.
Not pre-injury, but he could still touch, like, for example, how many times this morning have you and I, well, maybe if he's hot, he stays in. Like, how many games has he really been hot this year?
Yeah, but we're just talking about rotations. And if you go by feel and he's hot, do you want to set minutes for everybody? Because that's the problem with Moses Moody. Basically, essentially what happened last Tuesday night, Moody comes out and Steve Kerr admitted a mistake. Shouldn't have came out. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And you may have that situation with a vet who is rolling. Now, that's going to be an entirely different situation for Steve Kerr.
But let me ask you this.
Because if you get one of the vets, say if Wiggins or Clay's rolling.
Wiggins
and
has
you do,
rolled in 2 games.
But hold on. Let me finish. If you do get a situation in the next 2 weeks, and they are rolling, because it can happen. It hasn't happened much, but the youngsters also hasn't been consistent to that level to get that leash, right?
Agreed.
So you do have veterans who have done it before at a much higher level. And if they are rolling, you're going to pull them because of minutes and saying we got to play the young guys? That's where you could really lose locker room there if you do that. If you do that, say, hypothetically, if Klay's going and he's rolling and he's 10 of 18 or he's 10 of 17, he's lighting up for the three-point line, and we're like, you know what? We played you 26 minutes, time to go to the young guys. It's going to be a hard decision.
When was the last time Klay rolled?
He just went through a 7-game stretch in which he scored 19 a game. He shot 40% from 3, did he not?
Yeah, but
you're looking for an individual offensive explosion.
If you're not
getting that.
You're not getting that. I guess where I'm going at is like the common denominator is like his way to contribute right now is through scoring. Like that is the primary way he is going to be a contributor for this roster, given where he's at.
All I'm saying is if he's scoring and he's rolling and he's scoring and he's giving you that, that's a hard decision.
Moody had 14 yesterday.
That's a hard decision.
I don't
think so. No, he wasn't rolling.
I don't think so either.
No, he's not rolling. He was 0 for 3 in the fourth quarter.
Like when Wiggins went for 31, and I believe he had like 29 or 27 in another game. He was rolling in those games. Like that's what I was saying. Like, the look and the feel. I just feel like Klay will have a hot quarter or a nice half.
A hot half, and that's it. And that's what he is right now as a third. Guess what?
I guess what I'm saying is
that's most third or fourth options in the NBA.
Yes.
They're not going to give you consistency. They're going to give you a quarter or 2. How many times has Austin Reeves been inconsistent, Spinotti? But you know what? You live with it, right? You know you're going to get maybe a quarter or a half. That's most third or fourth options.
Yeah, but they're also willing to adjust. But they're also like Reeves is a good example. He's come off the bench. He's not finished closing time.
No doubt.
Like they've used him in a variety of ways. It feels like that's non-negotiable for Klay Thompson.
I wouldn't say that because last year Klay Thompson attempted 18 shots per game. Think about this. He attempted 18 shots per game. This year he's attempting 13 shots a game. That's 5 less shots for a shooter. All right, threes. Okay. He averaged nearly 11 three-point attempts per game. He's now down to 7.8.
Well, I mean,
so I would say
shooting a career
low.
I
would say he has adjusted to not taking a lot of shots.
No, you're talking about when he's on the court. I'm saying he's on the court too much.
Well, he's averaging 29 minutes, which is down from 33 minutes last year. So the minutes are already down. So we're talking about adjustments. Quietly, he has adjusted, right? Now, if you want him to take less minutes, then fine. I'll listen to that. But if we're talking about sacrificing, he kind of has already.
I don't think
I'm not saying he's been good, and I'm not saying it's good enough, but if you're saying that he has to sacrifice, I would say you're lying. I would say you're not watching enough because he's taking less 5 shots per game than he did last year. He's taking 3 less threes than he did last year.
Only so
there
many
has
positions.
sacrificing.
We're talking about Wiggins, Klay, Looney, right? That's essentially what most people are talking about. Wiggins, Klay, Looney, and maybe CP3 down the stretch. Those are the positions that are being blocked for Kuminga and Moody. Like, those are them. So it's literally a give and take amongst those guys and those other 2 players. So something has to give if you want those other guys to flourish.
Right. Well, I'm just saying that the raw data is telling you that Klay has given. a little bit back. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you want him to give a little bit more, fine. I'll listen to that. But he's taken 5 less shots than last year. Klay Thompson, his last 3 full seasons, averaged 18 shot attempts per game. He's down to 13, folks. He's down to 13. Let's go to the lines. Robert at San Jose. Robert, what's happening?
Thanks for taking my call, fellas. You guys have gone over some of the things I was thinking about, but moving forward, is there a big man available out there for the Warriors to maybe package Wiggins and Looney and go and get? Because the big man is back in the NBA. If you look at all the teams in the West, Chet Holmgren and everyone, the Joker, both LA teams have big guys. We need a legitimate center. Can Wiggins and Looney together, I guess that's about $33 million. Is there a guy out there that the Warriors could possibly get to make the game easier for Steph and Klay to play inside out more, to give them easier shots? Moody needs more time. I think Brzezinski deserves 15 to 17 minutes a game, as well as Kuminga needs to start. So if you move Looney and Wiggins, can you go get a legitimate big man? Is that a possibility out there?
I guess anything is possible, but I don't know who's available, to be honest with you. I don't know who's available. I got a question for everybody. Because I'm here to say the young guys should play. I thought the young guys should have played last year. I think we were the only guys in this market to defend the youngsters. Honestly, got it. But I think people forget that. You know, we all have short-term memories out here.
I love the young people.
I think people forget how much we love Jonathan Kaminga on this show. Been big Jonathan Kaminga fans forever. But I want to know now, if we do play the youngsters and you hear from Steve Kerr saying, you know, there's going to be sacrifice and it's going to change the goal, what do Warrior fans want to get out of the season? Obviously, championship, we all want championships. We get that. But what do we want to accomplish as Warrior fans this season?
I want to know that this team has a chance to win a championship in the last couple of years of Steph Curry's career.
Okay.
Not just for this year. It's also the encouragement of moving forward. And right now, I don't feel that same level of hope that I had just a year ago. Like a year ago, I was like, oh, they're going to get back to one more finals. I can feel it. Right now, I do not think they're going to get back.
Did you feel like that after the Denver game?
No. Like, I felt optimistic.
A lot of people were encouraged after the Denver game. And as we were giving away Capri Suns and fruit snacks, I'm like, damn, we're loving moral victories around here.
It was one game. Like,
but think about how people were hyped. They were really encouraged by that game. They were encouraged, and I just thought, I said, boy, got some young athletic teams coming in, and I don't know how well we match up against that.
I don't know. Being encouraged off one game versus like the body of work of multiple months is to me there's a distinction.
We came in here, Spinoni, remember after the Denver game? Everybody's giving out gold medals for that game.
But they also had a good record at that time, and the form and the backdrop of playing well. They've now played poor basketball for a long stretch.
I agree. I totally agree.
So I think my setting is
because younger athletic teams have come in and showed the Warriors that they don't have the speed to keep up with them or the size. So 888-957-9570. What do Warrior fans want to get out of the season? What do we want? What do we want to? Obviously, a championship's number one. We all get that. We want to win number 5. But what else do you want to accomplish? Is it playing the youngsters more? Is it moving on from some of the old guys? Is it trades?
Find out if they're any good.
What do we want? I'm asking other Warrior fans.
To me, like as a Warrior fan, like I'm sitting here, I'm saying I feel like they owe it to themselves to see before they move off of Moody and Kuminga. Could we just see if they're any good?
I think we know they're okay. They're fine. But are they good enough to get you to a championship? Are they good enough to get you to the playoffs? Are they a playoff team if you do just commit solely to the youngsters and don't play the vets? I don't know. At 888-957-9570, we're going to get to everybody. Tim and Riley, hang tight. Kim in San Jose, Casey and Marin, you guys are on deck here, as well as Sean in Oakland. You're all coming up, brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
I like my Warriors.
There's got to be a saying that goes, in order to be a winner, you have to dress like a winner.
Hey Dub Nation, this is Dario Saric. The only place to hear the Warriors basketball is 95.7 The Game.
What up, Sarge? Warriors win over the Portland Trail Blazers, but it doesn't feel like a win. I think more people were encouraged after the Clippers lost Saturday afternoon, even though they did blow a 22-point lead. But you saw some of the pacing. You saw the youngsters play a little bit. Saw them play a lot, actually. So now we're at an impasse. We are. An inflection point. Andrew Wiggins went 3 of 12, 9 points. He's averaging less than 13 a game. Less than 13 a game. It's not good enough. You look at Klay Thompson, and he's giving you, he's up to 15.5 points per game, but he's not shooting the ball well. He's shooting 35% from three. Shooting 40% from the floor. It's not good enough. And the defense isn't there. And he's not a playmaker. So if he doesn't score, he's not impactful. Chris Paul Chris Paul, I don't know if he could play 0.5 basketball. He's been really good this year, but boy, I don't know. So Wiggins and Klay are struggling mightily. Looney, he's struggling.
That one's really surprising. Like, I don't understand what has happened with Looney.
He's played a lot of games. Maybe he needs a couple days off. I don't know. But you don't have any rim protection. This team is 10-11, and you got Oklahoma City, Phoenix, and the Clippers on deck.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Oh, I'm sure he is not.
Thank God the lines are lit because he can't get through right now.
I got tagged in a few tweets last night.
No, I get tagged in tweets every night from him. Have I replied to one? That's another question. Get a face on your avatar, Brian and Palo Alto. Maybe I'll reply.
No, I love the mystery of not knowing.
I don't.
I'm a dynamic human being.
I don't. He could be anybody. Sean in Oakland. What's happening? You're on a roast.
He's gone.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Sean?
Okay, so I'm hearing you guys. I just came to a reality, like, Klay's coming off these injuries, right? And I'm thinking, besides them winning the championship after the 2 years that he came back, he's at a shell of himself because being an athlete and you go through those type of injuries, you're fighting through something. You're fighting through because he's coming to the reality like, oh, I'm not that guy I was 4 or 5 years ago. I'm not that guy no more. And you're fighting yourself because you're trying to push yourself to be that guy. And you're having glimpses every now and then like, oh, I can still do this, but then it comes back to reality like, no, I can't. So I'll still give him the benefit of a doubt, like give him some time because at the same time, we gave a lot of other people time to get better and get back. Wiggins' situation, he's going back to where he was in Minnesota and stuff. And this is something that's like a blanket over the eyes. He's always been this guy. Besides the fact that he played pretty good in a few years with Golden State, but Wiggins always been this guy with the other teams that he played for. Now it's in reality like, oh, now we got the Minnesota Wiggins. And I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. So thinking of trading somebody, the only person I would think about trading right now is maybe Wiggins because I don't see anything happening right now. He had 2 So go ahead.
No. It's interesting. Like everyone's like, oh, it's the Minnesota Wiggins. No, it's worse than the Minnesota Wiggins.
Yeah.
Like if you just look at his box scores or whatever they call them, stats year over year over year, it's like the worst version of Andrew Wiggins since like his rookie year. Like, it's that bad.
It's bad.
It's bad. It's really bad.
There's no other way to sugarcoat it.
But like, here's the other part that I'm looking at. Like, he's in year 11. Klay's in year 13? Right? Like, did we expect these guys to be better versions of them? Like, what LeBron does, what Steph does, those are outliers, getting better or getting more refined or more efficient as time goes on. Like, that's what the rare all-time players do. A lot of guys hit a wall at year 10, 11, 12, 13 and start to taper off and come back down.
So I'm looking at Wiggins so far this season. He had the good second half in a 141-139 game against Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
Where I thought, okay, he's showing some aggressiveness. He's playing some defense. I can live with that. All right? Then you look, and there were some rough games.
Well, he had the 131-point game.
Well, no, I was going to get there.
Okay.
But,
what was
after,
that?
After the second half, but ironically, that was against Oklahoma City, where he scored 31. He entered that game 5 of 37 from 3. He goes 5 of 8 from 3 in that game alone. All right? Now,
only 5 of 37 entering the game.
Right. In that Oklahoma City game. Now, I'll give him credit. The next 5 started with that 31-point night against Oklahoma City. He won 11 of, 9, 12, 15. He won 11 of 8, 11, 14, 18. He won 11 of 23 from 3, which is not bad for Andrew Wiggins during that 5-game stretch. And that ended with the Sacramento game where he had his first double-double of the season, 29 points, 10 rebounds. And we're like, oh, boy, maybe Andrew Wiggins is starting to figure it out. Shooting the 3 at a 48% clip during that 5-game stretch. Okay, wow. Wiggins has maybe figured it out. Then he misses 2 games because he slams a finger in the car door.
Ow!
So he doesn't play in the series against the Clippers. I still can't believe that. So he doesn't play in the 2 games against the Clippers. So he's the guy who's supposed to pick up the slack for Klay Thompson in terms of defending the best perimeter player. Well, I'm looking at the perimeter players for Portland, and Shaedon Sharpe got his last night, 26-6, and Simon shot a lot, 10 of 27. He wasn't efficient at all, but boy, he was blowing by everybody. I mean, he had wide open looks. It wasn't like the Blazers were shooting back. They were getting wide open looks. They just can't shoot. Boy, you give up those same looks to Oklahoma City, and you will get torched. Like they have 3 times this year against Oklahoma City. Although they won one of the games, you gave up 139 in doing it. So I don't know how you wake up Andrew Wiggins. I don't know. Because if I'm looking at a pecking order of issues to fix, I know what Klay is, and I don't think you can fix that. It is what it is with that. I don't know what you could do with Klay. But what can you do with Andrew Wiggins? Because he is a two-way player when he wants to be. But maybe Steiny's right. Maybe the championship season was an outlier. Maybe the first 2 weeks or the first month of last season was an outlier for Andrew Wiggins. Because it certainly seemed like he figured it out. I don't know what this version is, but he's not capable of starting. And he's playing small forward again. Look at his body. His body just looks different.
Well, you're asking, like, what do you do with Klay Thompson? Well, I think one of the things you do with Klay Thompson is you find a way to get him some corner open threes. That's number one in the offensive set. I don't know.
Well, how do you do that?
You got to adjust your system.
You know why? You know how you do that? By getting guys who could break their man off the dribble.
Exactly.
How many guys do they have for that?
None outside of CP3, and I don't think he can do that sustainably at this level anymore.
Steph Curry.
Even Steph, he's getting double teamed though, B. So it's hard for him to get downhill.
So I don't. You got to have.
When was the last time we saw a high pick and roll with Steph and Draymond Green, where Dre's going downhill and you have Klay Thompson in the corner waiting to catch a wide open three? Feels like forever.
Now teams are not going to leave Klay Thompson open because he's still Klay Thompson in reputation. But I hear you. But that requires having guys who could break their man off the dribble. I know one guy who could do it. He's in Washington, D.C. now. So. I honestly, guys, fellas, you don't have any guys. Klay Thompson needs. That's why I bring up the Lakers situation with Klay. If Klay was to walk and go to the Lakers, I think he'd be better because you have a guy like LeBron James who could create wide open looks for everybody.
I also don't
look at Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish has been revived.
Yeah, but Cam Reddish isn't guaranteed certain spots and minutes, and he's also not. He's making up $4 million over the next 2 years.
But that's not my point. That's not my point. That's not my point, Shasky. You're missing the point. Klay Thompson in a situation like that will get wide open looks. Cam Reddish, who we thought was a G League player, Remember when Kerr signed with the Lakers?
He literally bumped Austin Reeves for a starting role. Just pretty unbelievable.
Because of the presence and the gravity of LeBron James. So that's what Klay needs. Like a team like Milwaukee. I was talking to Millie guys. A team like Milwaukee. If they had Klay just standing in the corner with Dame Dollar, Giannis, and Antetokounmpo, all of a sudden people are like, wow, Klay's still a good shooter. He needs help to create on his team. It doesn't match up. Maybe the system doesn't match. But that's what I'm saying with Klay. So I don't know how you fix him. Andrew Wiggins, I don't know how you fix him. Do you just dock them and just bring them off the bench? I have no idea.
I think you stagger the two of them and you play the younger players. And I think you play less of those other two guys, of Wiggins and Klay Thompson. And I think Looney needs to take a smaller role right now and just see what it looks like for a couple of games.
So you play Sarge more minutes at the 5, then now you're asking for trouble there too, because defensively it's a liability.
It's give and take. They're not a good roster.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you have to minimize some things and play up others. Like at this point, I think playing to their strength, which is some of their shooting, and some of their youth and their athleticism, you're gonna have to accept the trade-off of lack of defense. It just is what it is. Like because right now, Looney, I get the defense, but I'm not getting any offensive production at all, and it's clogging things up for 3 or 4 other players on the offense. I'm weakening one of my strengths.
Let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, what's happening?
What's up, Bonte? Bonte, you know what to do. When I bring this up, you're going to remember because I remember you on the show talking about it. They just won't do it. I got 3 things if y'all let me get to it. But since you just asked that one, Bonte, you don't remember 2 years ago, Steph Curry, J.K., top of the key pick and roll with J.K. with the ball in his hand.
I do.
And how he got to the basket with ease.
Oh, yeah.
You want to know how you open up it? All he needs is 2 dribbles, Bonte. Nobody's helping off Steph. You don't remember those 2 flushes?
I do.
You don't think
I do.
You said that pick and roll with Klay with J.K. J.K. get the mid range at the free throw line.
Oh yeah.
You asked what I want, Bonte, or what we want. Let's give the opportunity for this guy to be the best version of himself. Let's utilize his strengths. Let's get more J.K. on the court with Draymond. Bonte, we got it. You saw it. We saw it his rookie year, and now his jump shot is better than it was then. Bonte, we got it. We haven't seen it in 2 years. Oh, yeah. Is he going to dance with somebody? No. Can he take a 2-dribble, 3-dribble, pull up and shoot over anybody mid-range? Hell yeah. Can he come down the hill to pick, set at the top of the key, 2 dribbles, he's taking off from the dotted line, getting to the free throw line? Bonte, we not utilizing it. Bonte, let's think about this. How many times have we come in here and said, we've won games because of J.K. Toronto last season, Portland, Charlotte last season. Multiple times, Bonte. How many times this year? OKC second half. Last night. Bonte, like, no disrespect to Podziemski or Moody. I love them. We haven't come in here one morning and said we just won that damn game because of them. But look what was said last night by the coach, Bonte. Those 2 have earned their minutes. How does it feel to be Jonathan Kaminga to hear that?
Oh, I know.
He ain't earned his minutes. I mean, Tay, you called it out, and I love how you said it. Bonte, you called it out right after you said it to Festus and Chris, and I was hoping they would come back and say, what the hell did he just say? That he ain't earned his yet? Bonte, I'm telling you, imagine, Bonte, you're a father. Jonathan Kaminga, your son. Jonathan Kaminga, your agent. You telling me you want this guy on this damn team? This man is not utilizing his strength in any way possible. Bonte, last thing, I'm going to close it out.
Okay.
Popovich was not afraid to bring Kawhi into the team. Phil Jackson was not afraid to integrate Tony Kukoc and utilize his strengths. You didn't see the pain on Kerr's face last night when he had to talk about Kuminga. It wasn't any excitement like he was with Podziemski. Oh, he's in the rotation. In 15 games, he proved to you he's in the rotation, no question about it.
That's unbelievable.
Thank you, Bonte.
Oh, man.
What do you think? He said Bonte 16 times, 20 times?
At least.
I'm not mad at him.
Well, I'll have to go back and check the tape there.
I thought you were going to drop the guru. Bonte, help me. Look, Tim waited on hold for an hour. And I appreciate Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina.
So now Kaminga is going to be the facilitator for the entire offense.
But I know, I'm hearing what he's saying in the pick and roll that Kaminga can't create. Kaminga's an underrated passer. He can create for others at times. Like, he's... It's hard to disagree with Tim because Kuminga does have the little midi in the paint, 10 feet away from the basket. Going to the paint, going to the rim. You see the 9 points in the fourth quarter, attacking the paint, attacking the rim. I can't disagree with Tim. Man, Kuminga needs to play more. Kim in San Jose. Kim, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
We need a rim protector for that starting five. We need somebody that can block, make a couple shots, and pass the ball out to those shooters we got. And as far as our second string, man, if our second string is playing together, we got the best second string in the league. Don't know other player, other team wants to see the second string because they're young and bigger and ready to play. But we need a rim protector.
They do need one, Kim. I'm not going to lie to you. They do need one because Paul George said something Saturday that I don't think really fell on the ears of Warrior fans or anybody covered the Warriors. Maybe they did. Maybe it did. But Paul George said, we knew they don't have rim protection. So we started attacking the basket, and that's when the pick and pop game came into play. Boy, I need Gary St. Jean. When I talk pick and pop, nobody says it like Gary St. Jean. The pick and pop game, miss Gary St. Jean. We've got to book him maybe next week. But the pick and pop game became open for the Clippers. They had 31 assists because Paul George said it. We know they don't have rim protection. So now you're slow. Your point of attack defense is not elite. I don't know if it's even average. Guys are driving the lane. They're collapsing the defense. And now they're picking and popping. The Blazers had wide open shots that they missed yesterday.
So here's my solution to all that. Like this is what I would do. Okay, and I think I'm just going to say what I would do. I'm starting Steph, Moody, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Draymond. And I'm having CP3, Saric, and Klay Thompson come off the bench. And we're going to stagger some of the minutes, and some young guys will play with some of the older guys. It's not a catch-all, but I would just see what that looks like for a couple of weeks.
Can I ask why Wiggins deserves to start over Klay Thompson?
It's just strictly because I think Saric, CP3, and Klay will look good together on the floor, and you could balance the floor a little with a passing big who could shoot beyond the arc, and with CP3 setting them up, I think you'll get a more efficient, better version, and you need a clear scorer on the floor with that second unit, and I think Klay provides that, and when you have CP3 with him, I like it. Are you going to take a hit defensively? Sure, but it's the second unit, so I mean, I'm just trying. I'm experimenting here.
No, I suggested that a couple weeks ago that Klay should probably play with CP3 and Sarge because it opens up. So you listen to me. I'm glad you.
So what would your starting five be for a couple games?
I don't care who the starting five is, but I do agree that Klay should probably play with CP3 and Sarge because maybe Klay needs to play with a slower pace.
So, like, if I'm looking at it this way.
When it comes to starters, like, here's the deal. You start these guys, and it starts off rough. We know what's going to happen. Steve Kerr's going to revert to going back to the veterans. And Steve Kerr just said this last week.
You have nothing to lose.
Well, Steve Kerr just said this.
Playing good.
Steve Kerr just said this last week on Willard and Dibs.
The guys who are going to drive us winning a title or not, we know who they are, right? They're Steph, Draymond, Wiggs, Bloom, Klay. Like those guys, they were the ones, Gary, huge part of that championship a year and a half ago. So we know those are the guys that have to perform at a high level if we're going to compete for a title. So the guys who are going to determine our season are our main guys, our key guys, right? Are the guys who make all the money. They're the ones who determine winning and losing. I think our young guys are all developing. And they're developing at different stages. You try to help the development process. You fit them in here and there. But this season is about winning a championship. So that means for me, I am going to lean in to our starters. I'm going to lean into our key guys, and I'm going to give them all the space they need to find their rhythm, to establish who they are, and once that happens, it'll make the roles much easier to play for the young guys. If you want to bail out on the old guys and plug the young guys in, then you're talking about an entirely different goal. And that's now you're talking about the future. You're not talking about winning a championship because those guys aren't ready to do that.
So that was last Wednesday, correct? Last Wednesday when Steve Kerr joined Willard and Dibs. And real quick, Chas, before you get in on this, I just want to play what Steve Kerr said last night. This is literally a week later. Literally a week later. A week later, Steve Kerr said this about the starting lineup.
We talk about it every day. I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. Role players, it's easier to play a role when kind of a set rotation and, the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year. And we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about, moving the starting lineup around.
Thank you.
Game to game, depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year, and we're a quarter of the way through, so there's definitely a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
Steve Kerr just changed his starting lineup like 5 straight games in the playoffs last year. When we talk about best net rating with the starting lineup, the Warriors had 6 different lineups in 13 playoff games.
So you think he's kind of full of it on that, I guess?
No, I'm saying that it's no big, I get that he wants a set starting 5, but hell, during their championship years, how many times did we see a different center?
Well, a lot.
Honestly.
A lot.
Hell, the biggest move they made in the first championship was taking Andrew Bogut out of the starting lineup. He didn't play.
I'm glad you brought up the first championship, because I want to be like, dog, you were at the forefront of playing second-year player Draymond Green and second-year player Harrison Barnes. 79 of 82 games in the starting lineup that year. We know that you closed with 30-year-old Andrew Bogut, and at times you were closing with 31-year-old Andre Iguodala. But you started the game 79 out of 82 times with Draymond and Harrison, who were in their second year.
Yep.
And Klay was in his third year that year. Now, look, I get it. It's different, and things have changed. This lineup, Steph, Moody, the one that I would like to start. Steph, Moody, Wiggins, Kuminga, Dre. It's 2 young guys who are in their third year. Not rookies. They're in their third year. And no one is saying that you're playing Podziemski, Moody, Kaminga, Trace Jackson-Davis as starters for 35 minutes a game. I'm saying I'm starting the game for a couple minutes there, and I'm seeing where it goes. And then I'm going to have CP3, Saric, and Klay Thompson, and some other combinations of guys going out on that floor. That's how I would have my rotation.
Well, let's see how it works out Friday. That's what Steve Kerr said. I'm sure Willard and Dibbs will ask about the starting lineup today at 5 o'clock. Willard and Dibbs will be joined by Steve Kerr, as they are weekly, at 5 o'clock. What will he do with the starting lineup? Are there really going to be changes to the starting lineup? I think you got to make something shake before you make some deals. You got to make something shake.
What would your lineup be?
I don't know. Steph and Dre and everything else is a toss-up.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Everything's else in play.
So what's more important then? Is there a player that you have? Who's the player you got to get going, and the combination that you need to surround that guy to get going?
Well, I would think Andrew Wiggins.
So what works for him?
What works for him is being more consistent. I don't know what works for him right now, because nothing has worked for him right now, Sasky. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to find a solution.
I hear you're trying to find solutions. I'm trying to find solutions too. But when you have no rim protection right now, anything could go. I'm good with anything. I just want to win, and I want to have the best opportunity to win a damn championship.
Well, and that's why the reason why
I don't care who start. I've been consistent on this all damn season.
But it feels like they dig a hole. I know that you say this, I don't care who starts, but just my eyeballs are telling me damn, it feels like they're in a hole every first quarter.
Well, it does feel like that. But again, here's where the problem's going to come. The minute somebody doesn't finish, and I'm looking at Klay Thompson, and I'm looking at him with Andrew Wiggins.
Didn't finish last night.
And you think he's happy?
I don't care if he's happy.
Well, I'm telling you, he's not happy, and it's going to be a problem soon if they continue to lose games.
Well,
if they continue to lose games, CP3 told you when he was coming off the bench and they were winning. Yeah, it's still an adjustment for me.
Well, guess what? Scared money don't make money. So if you're worried about feelings, we're in the wrong business.
So, Dublin Marge, and I respect Dublin Marge's opinion before we go to Casey and Marin. Dublin Marge, what works for Wiggs is that he's a third option. Problem is, Warriors don't have a second option right now.
It's the number one problem.
So, we're in trouble regardless, right? Casey and Marin, what's happening?
Gentlemen, good morning. For me, this Warriors franchise is looking like the Giants franchise of 15, 16, 17, keeping on the big names to appease the fans instead of making some really cold-blooded decisions and getting rid of aging, very expensive players who are becoming detrimental to the Warriors. I love Klay. He's my goat of goats. He's the greatest player of all time, in my opinion. I love him. But I hope he doesn't play another minute for the Warriors, because the money he's going to want next year, combined with his age now and his play, it doesn't add up to a championship team. Draymond is a unicorn of unicorn players, but we have to look to the future until this team. It's going to be another Band-Aid roster that looks like Robert Rao put it together. Time is now. You must make some moves in order to get younger and less expensive.
All right, that's Casey and Moran.
I haven't heard the name Robert Rao in such a long time.
That's why I'm moving on, because I'm getting PTSD right now. I don't know how many times people.
If Robert Rao walked into this room right now, I wouldn't know what he was.
I don't know how many times I got to say this on the show, but it seems like some people just. I shouldn't even go there. Let's go to Marvin in San Francisco. Marvin, what's happening? There's some idiots out there.
How you doing?
There's some idiots out there putting words in people's mouths. You shouldn't do that. Marvin in San Francisco, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing? I'm going to use Taylor Swift's lyric, "Let's calm down." Let's go back and listen to your broadcast after the 49ers had lost their third game in a row, and think about all the things you said they should do then.
I was off that Monday. I was off, so I don't know what was said.
And let's be also fair. They also have CMC in his prime, Trent in his prime, Kittle in his prime, Ayuk in his prime, Debo in his prime, Fred Warner in his prime, Bosa in his prime. Like, do I need to keep going? Who's in their prime on the Warriors right now?
Go ahead, Marvin.
Well, I'm optimistic because, they were 18-2, and then they were a less than 500 team for 2/3 of the season, and then they won their last 8 games, and they won the championship. Veteran teams are like that. The Boston Celtics were the last team to get in the playoffs. The last year they won in 1969. They went and won the championship.
There were 8 teams in the league.
The new guy who we get, if we make a trade, is going to need time to blend in and may not even have the same skill set. The reason Looney looks different is because you got Sarek taking a lot of time and role away from what Looney did in that role that he was playing under that other team. The Warriors, stat-wise, believe it or not, I was shocked to see this on ESPN. The Warriors were in the top 6, I think, in rim protection. Now, you're confusing defensive rim protection with offensive, in other words, keeping great shooters away from the basket like Alexander in Oklahoma City, as opposed to being able to do it generally. We have had the toughest schedule in the NBA by a lot, according to Jason Timpf in his videos. And his analysis of the NBA. And I was surprised to see that. But look at the teams we played, and then look, because we had the toughest schedule, we now have the 3rd easiest schedule for the rest of this season.
Marvin, let me tell you something.
Let my boy talk.
You got more, Marvin? Because I could go on about this whole easiest schedule. Go ahead, Marvin. Go ahead, Marvin.
Well, the things that we are bad in stat-wise now, a shooting percentage, 3-point shooting, and scoring, we're going to get better on. And we're going to do it against a much weaker schedule and teams that we've been...
They just played one of the worst teams in the league last night.
And they had to rally. They didn't get their first lead until the 4th quarter, Marvin. It was 90-89. And Portland was missing their best scorer, Jimmy Grant. And they didn't have DeAndre Ayton.
They got Maurice Thybulle. He's not a bad defender.
Oh, my God. All right, bye, Marvin.
Maurice? Is that his brother?
Dude, Marvin, I love you. I love the optimism. But right now is not the time for optimism.
1969 on us.
I got 4.5 hours of sleep. I'm getting a little irritated during the 9 o'clock hour.
Steiny starts in an hour.
Dude,
you could share an Opine Celtics 69 season with him.
I'm getting a little
1969.
Some of y'all are getting me a little agitated right now, and you better stop.
The Celtics. How many teams made the playoffs in 69? I got to look this up.
I don't wake up early in the morning for this nonsense. Damn.
Is anyone employed right now in the building who was born in 1969?
So I'm glad he brought up the schedule. I'm glad he brought up that they had the 4th toughest schedule, and now they had the 3rd easiest schedule. You don't think other teams are looking at the Warriors saying, okay, that's our gimme game? That's who we've become. When I told you guys 4 weeks ago, nobody fears the Warriors walking into Chase Center anymore. Usually, I remember even at Chase Center and definitely at Oracle Arena, I would watch teams. I would get there at 4 o'clock, 4:30. I'd be there early. I would watch teams come in, watch them warm up, and they knew we're getting blown out tonight. Let's just try to make it a game. We're getting blown out tonight. It don't matter if we go up 15. We're getting smoked. These teams are walking into Chase Center, and they feel very comfortable. The Portland Trail Blazers came in here without Jeremy Grant, without DeAndre Ayton, and with Anthony Simons being questionable, and they had the lead throughout the game until it was 90-89. The Warriors didn't have a lead until midway through the fourth quarter last night. And you're talking about the third easiest schedule. Well, you know what? It don't get easier the next 3 games. You're playing OKC, who's number 2 in the West. You're playing Phoenix, who's the top 6 team in the West. And now you're playing the Clippers, who are starting to roll and beat the Denver Nuggets last night. So it don't get easier for the Golden State Warriors right away. So now I'm starting to get irritated.
I gotta laugh.
Some of you guys are putting words in my mouth. You're calling me a Klay
Stop
apologist. I don't care who starts. I don't care who finishes. I just want to win a damn basketball game. All right?
Let me read you from Wikipedia, the 68-69 season.
You guys are embarrassing yourself out there.
The first sentence. It's the 23rd season of the NBA. There's 14 teams in the league, and the Hawks have relocated from St. Louis to Atlanta.
You know, I see a text.
There were 14 teams in the league.
I know. Let's move on from that.
God, that's hilarious.
I'm going to move on from that.
Does that what I sound like when I bring up Frankie Albert?
You know, 510. 510, no. You guys, I let you cook with Frankie Albert, but when I bring up the 70s Steelers, it's a problem. Listen, 510, why are you guys so condescending? There's not another show on another station that will
takes
let
more calls
and let them talk for at least 2 minutes.
Maybe Marty Lurie.
Maybe Marty, Uncle Marty. And don't you disrespect him.
I was not.
I know.
I was not.
Him. That's my guy. I was
not.
Talked to him last week. His family got to go see the Spurs during Thanksgiving weekend.
Oh, nice.
You
better be careful. The mosaic of basketball.
510, we cut off one caller. Now you want to call us condescending. I sat here and listened to all these dumbass ideas about starters and, hell, Horace in Texas. We let him cook. He said Kevon Looney could be like Nikola Jokic. All right? We allow that stuff to happen on this show. So, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, don't come at us about being condescending. We're trying to figure out solutions with this damn basketball team that's struggling right now. So please stop. I'm not trying to, it's too early for this nonsense. You're putting words in our mouth left and right. I said it last week. I don't care who starts, but I'm telling you what's going to happen. Who finishes is going to be the bigger problem. It's not who's starting. It's in the last 5 minutes of a game.
Well, I watched that game yesterday, and I'm watching in the third quarter, and I'm seeing who's on the court with Steph, and I'm saying, feels like he's cooking with the young guys. Feels like the ball's hopping. It feels like the pace is good.
I tell you what
feels like we were getting steals and getting transition. It feels like we were moving.
I tell you what lineup there was.
What was it?
Jonathan Kuminga. Brandon Pajimski. Moses Moody. Daryl Saric. Stephen Curry. Interesting. The young fellas. Interesting. The biggest Jonathan Kuminga fans happen to be on this show. And it's always been like that. Moses Moody, Paul, we always talked about his professionalism the last 3 years. So I got no problem playing the young guys. I don't care about feelings anymore. It's done. You gotta, Steve Kerr, you gotta make the decisions. If you gotta go different starting lineup, I don't care. I don't care. But I definitely don't want the season to be over in early April. I want to last to the second round. I want to get to the Western Conference Finals, crying out loud. Damn. What the hell is wrong with some of you guys out there? I swear to God. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always on the free Odyssey app. A couple losses, a couple wins, we lose our minds.
Well, wait till the Lakers win the in-season tournament. Bonte's head's going to explode.
Well,
the Lakers!
Well, I don't care about that.
No, you do.
No, I don't care about it. I don't care about the IST.
I do.
It's
been fun.
The league rigged it.
And it's been fun.
Tuesday night for the LA Lakers when they awarded Austin Reeves a timeout with a loose ball.
No.
They gave him a timeout when he didn't have control of the basketball.
Further review, Devin Booker bumped the hell out of Austin Reeves. If anything, it should have been a foul.
Well, then he complained like he was one of my 7th grade players.
Got to do what you got to do.
So I don't really care. They already rigged because they needed the Lakers to Las Vegas with all those Laker fans in Las Vegas.
Just like they needed the Pacers and the Pelicans.
No, well, they don't care, but they got the Bucks in there.
What are you doing right now with the Lakers? They won. They give them the credit.
They got awarded a timeout up to when I turned the damn game off. Because that's a crime. It's criminal what the referees did in that game. Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best, most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line, even though some of you guys don't know what the hell you're talking about. We had to cancel on Croc because we're rolling on Warriors right now. We got lines lit up right now. We got to talk Dubs. I would love to talk Niners because I want to be in a better mood right now. I'm not in a good mood right now. I'm not. I'm having a meltdown. I am having a meltdown. We're watching the death of a dynasty right in front of our very eyes. And it's not fun. It's not fun watching guys take shots at our favorite players growing up. It's not fun.
Well, I would accept the death of a dynasty if Steph was declining rapidly.
He's not.
But he's not.
And you know who else is
and
not
that's
declining?
what makes it trickier.
You know who else is not declining? It's Draymond Green.
And he's playing really good.
Draymond Green's playing some damn good basketball. And I ain't heard nobody call in about that. We all wanted Draymond Green.
Dre got himself suspended for 5 games.
Well,
That's
but you know what, though? You live with it, right? We can live with Drake Greenlaw. He's not changing. We can live with Draymond Green. Draymond Green damn near dropped a triple-double yesterday. He's playing really good basketball.
I want all the Draymond Green positivity with none of the suspensions. That's all.
Right.
He's 10 away from Rasheed Wallace's all-time ejection list. 29.
Absolutely incredible.
10 away. I didn't think that was even possible. You want to talk about records in sports I didn't think were going to get broken? That was the one.
Boy, we're losing our heads right now. Our pets' heads
I'm pretty
are
cool. I've got a lot of solutions.
Yeah, okay. Cool. I think he was talking about you after the Cincinnati game. I listened to that show. I was like, damn.
Well, they look bad.
Sasky came at me. What's one thing going right now?
Have you checked your 401k? Stocks go up and down. Sorry, folks.
My 401k is booming.
I know. That's what I'm saying. All-time highs last week.
Let's go to Anthony and Hayward. Anthony and Hayward. What's happening, Anthony?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just got a few things real quick if I could run through them. Shout out Joe. What I want to see out of the Warriors this season, I want to see Star Wars, A New Hope. That's all I want. Real quick, Steve Kerr, he's losing his rank in the all-time coaching with the decisions he's making this year. He's sticking with the old stuff. He needs to switch it up, something new. He was under Phil Jackson and all them. He like you guys said, they gave a shot to Tony Kukoc, Kawhi Leonard. So when the Warriors doc comes out, they should show a clip of Menace to Society when he's getting interviewed by the detective. You know you done messed up, right? My finishing lineup I would like to see is Curry, Dre, Moody, Kaminga, and Wiggs. And real quick, Klay needs to realize, I know it's really hard for a player when he's that great, that he doesn't have it. Like, look at Barnett, the in-game announcer. He stepped down. He's seen an upcoming Kalina coming in.
Bye. You don't know what the hell you're talking about now. Bye-bye. You got it.
Barnett slander is not allowed.
What the hell are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about.
But couldn't Klay, just real quick, I know you got something to come up.
Just stop.
Couldn't Klay, like, couldn't he become the lovable Carmelo Anthony? The way Carmelo was beloved when he became Hoodie Mello off the bench and everything kind of changed.
But who's to say that Klay hasn't accepted that role? Like, we don't know what Steve Kerr's, the conversation he's had with him. And look, I think Wiggins has been worse than Klay this year. Wiggins has been a lot worse than Klay. If we're keeping it a buck.
Are we talking about offensively?
I'm talking about both sides of the basketball court. Wiggins hasn't been a lockdown defender.
No, Niasman is good. No.
He hasn't rebounded.
But he's still a better defender, but he hasn't been to the level I expect.
But then offensively, he's shooting 26% from three, and he's shooting 59% from the free throw line.
He's terrible, but he's also had 2 explosive games.
2.
You're asking.
Klay's been more consistent, right? Offensively?
Yeah, he's slightly more consistent.
But we could bench Klay. If that's what you guys want, let's bench Klay. I don't care who comes off the bench. I've said this all offseason, and I'll say it again. I haven't cared who started 1 point. But give me a reason why somebody should come off the bench. We're just saying, hey, these guys come off the bench and la. Okay, and what?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at it here. 13 points a game in 69 appearances off the bench, 14 points a game, 69 appearances off the bench for Hoodie Mello. Like, that's good. That's really good. And he was a more efficient version. All his field goal percentages were up. His effective field goal shooting was up. His three-point shooting was up. I don't know.
I mean, Wiggins hasn't done anything. So both those guys could be off the bench, in my opinion.
I'm open to anything.
I don't care, but sure, let's bench Klay. If that's the solution, let's bench Klay. I'm not saying that, Klay. Taking them to school. The alley-oop heard around the world. Draymond and Kaminga.
Draymond steps down the lane, lob for Wiggins, or Kuminga, two-hand slam. Jonathan Kuminga at the rim with a dunk. Draymond with a beautiful pass. 105-101.
That's Taking Them to School, brought to you by the Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. That's Tim Roy on the call alongside Tom Tolbert. So I'm saying I'm going to read some comments here because we're going to get to all the lines. Rat-a-tat-tat. Everybody's getting on here. You know what it is. We talk with you, not at you. Shout out Matt Simons. We always pocket watching on Sports Talk Radio. We always talk about money. I listen to Klay being off the bench, but I'm saying some stuff. You want to bench $43 million? You want to bench all the money that you're paying? Is it time to bench $43 million and just tell him not to play?
I mean, the Niners did that with Trey Lance, and they dumped a guy making $9 million for a guy making $900,000 because it was form-based.
It's a little different.
Performance-based.
53-man roster, right? And Brock Purdy played better than him. Trey hadn't proved himself. Klay Thompson's a proven shooter. It's not even close. The comparison doesn't work in this situation.
Why?
Because Trey hadn't proved a damn thing yet.
But no, I'm talking about just form. If you're talking about, like, you're asking why, like,
so I'm looking at the starting. I'm looking at the starting five here: Curry, Green, Thompson, Wiggins, and Looney. Before we go to break, net rating last year they were the best in the NBA. Best in the NBA. This year they're 10th worst in the NBA. Minus 13 net rating. So something's got to shake. I agree with that. Something's got to shake. Get to your phone calls here. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. How do you fix the Golden State Warriors right now? What's your solution? That's coming up on the roast.
Master Roasters.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3.
No one.
No one? No, I've had to fill Anna's tire up twice in the last 2 weeks.
So does she have bad tire luck too?
I don't know if she had a nail in the tire or what, but I mean, it happens, and I don't know. It happens.
I feel like you go on a run. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
I've had
it happens over and over and over in a short period.
Just go to Larker Brothers. Have Jason take care of you.
I actually ran into Jason LeBlanc the other day, Justin LeBlanc, excuse me, the other day, and we were lamenting over the frustration of coaching our teams and how they don't listen. His team, obviously, clearly a college team.
Yeah.
My team, a seventh grade team.
Well, I could get why a seventh grade team may not listen to you and why they may not listen in general.
Here's the thing.
But JUCO players, it could be tough with JUCO players.
There is there's a story he told me that I'll tell you. He tried to sub in a player, and the guy said, "I'm just not ready, coach, to go in."
Yeah, that's junior college sports.
He was ready to explode. And Coach Adam, our buddy who calls into the station, was like, "What? You're not ready to go into the game?"
That's not even the worst of it. Trust me. Been around that city college team and junior college sports. You have no idea what goes on at the junior college level.
I'm not ready to go into the game.
That ain't even the worst of it. That ain't even the worst of it.
You know, I'm not ready to host today, Matt Hegan.
You know what? I thought about it today. Maybe I should have called in sick.
Why's that?
I don't know.
You've been on fire.
No, I don't know, man. I
mean, I know I've been on fire.
Oh, man. Hey, cool.
Thank you, Bonte.
Let's go to the lines, man. Who's on hold the longest? Or maybe Anthony Impanisha.
Oh, I thought it was going to be BPA.
No, you're waiting for him. Huh?
I
you
am.
Love him. I tell you who is on the line, and I know where I'm going next. Know who is on the line.
Don't give me false equivalencies.
Is it Brianna?
He's not on the line. No, not Brianna. Has she slid into your DMs?
Anthony, slide in the DMs to say hi.
No.
I don't know people.
I guess you're not saying love it.
No.
Anthony, what's happening, man? Anthony, what's happening?
I'm here, man. Top of the morning, fellas. So first of all, listen here, fans that call the radio station and bother my boys. We don't get out of our bed at 3:30 in the morning from our beautiful women to hear this nonsense. So if you're gonna call with some stuff, because I'm not trying to hear it, man. And I know we all have beautiful women, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. So check this out. The Warriors have a Steve Kerr problem, and I haven't heard a caller really call and like really say it that way. I just don't believe that Steve Kerr is willing to get out of his own way. I've said this before, and I really think it's rearing its ugly head. And I believe that the players are ready. The youngsters are ready to contribute. But if you have a boss, you have a foreman, you have someone that is not allowing you to get the opportunities, your growth will be stunted. And it's unfortunate that that's what's going on, because we are playing these younger teams that have younger, bigger, faster, athletic guys. And I watched that game last night before I laid down, and I was looking at, although the Blazers aren't the best team, you can see the discrepancy in the athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
So I know we are trying to throw out solutions, but the only solution that I can see is Steve Kerr has to get his head out of his rear end, and he has to make the tough decisions, because it shouldn't be this hard to have a conversation with guys that you've been working with for the last 10, 12, 13 years. At some point, you have to say, guys, listen, I and you guys want to win. And the best way for us to do that is to incorporate these young guys. And you have to give them the opportunity, because when we see them play, they're clearly ready, fellas.
Yeah.
But that's all I got. Leave my boys alone, man. Straight up.
No, I hear you. It's a good call, Anthony.
Really
you always
call.
make good calls here. Look, the one big lineup, you may have to go to that with this team. The Looney-Draymond pairing defensively, offensively, it's just not working. Again, they got the 10th worst net rating starting lineup in the league. Last year, they were the best in the league. So that's not working. Moody and Kuminga provide athleticism. They get the 50-50 balls. They provide juice. They provide, Jonathan Kuminga get up and goes and dunks. So if you need to change the starting lineup, bench Klay, then so be it. Bench Klay. Bench Wiggins. Steve Kerr's got to figure this out. We've got to get the most out of this roster right now. You have to maximize the roster. What's the best way of maximizing this roster? Maybe it's benching Klay and Wiggins. Maybe it's benching Wiggins. Maybe it's just benching Klay. I don't know. But Steve Kerr, to me, yesterday, I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of like Anthony. When I went home and I thought about that game and watched that game, I was more disappointed in Steve than I was in the actual players. Because I looked at the first half and said, damn. First of all, after the first quarter, I said, Mully, man, Kaminga didn't play in the first quarter. Damn, Kaminga didn't play in the first half. And then I tweeted at halftime, and even now halftime live, we only had about 2 minutes halftime live. They're very quick segments. But I was like, maybe you need some energy, because Kaminga was, Festus was talking about energy. Willer's like, yes, they need energy. You need energy in the second half. I said, well, maybe you dust off Jonathan Kaminga. I said that on TV going into the break, into the second half. And then he doesn't play, and they fall down 11. And then, as you know, he dusts off Kaminga, and he doesn't leave the floor. So I just think on this roster, looking at the roster construction, Kuminga has to be in the rotation somehow, some way. I don't care if he plays bad or not. He's got to play through the mistakes. You got to see what you got. He's a lottery pick, for crying out loud, a top 7 pick. You didn't do it with James Wiseman. You moved off to Jordan Poole. Can we just see it with Kuminga and Moody for 20 minutes a night for a 2-week stretch? Can I just see it?
I've been begging for it, but it's got to come at the expense of other people. And I think this is the easy thing to say out loud and the hard thing to do in reality, right? So, it's easy for Joe Shasky to sit there and be like, play this guy, sit that guy, play that guy. Dude, there's loyalties. We all have this in our lives.
There is locker room
We have a lot of
decorum.
loyalties. So, for example, there are certain friends that I have in my life where I understand what they mean to me. And maybe other people in my life don't understand the backdrop of what they mean to me. And they're like, why do you keep that guy around? It's like, well, you don't understand, what that person, that person will kill for me. And that person will do whatever, at the drop of a hat will come and help me and my family at any period, at any point in life. When I was at my lowest, they were there for me. You maybe don't see it. And yeah, they got some flaws, but I feel a loyalty and a sense of indebtedness to those people. I can understand from Steve Kerr's point of view, feeling a loyalty and a sense of obligation to ride with certain players on the team, no matter who it is. Loon, Wiggs, Steph, CP3, Klay, whoever, and to varying degrees for all of those guys. But part of why you get paid the big bucks and part of why you're in the most difficult position as the coach allocating minutes is to make those tough decisions. Well, your best asset is your communication.
Well, maybe Steve Kerr's pressing, too, because he's in a contract season.
There's no doubt.
He doesn't know what his future holds. He doesn't know if he's going to be on the bench for the Golden State Warriors next season.
He just might think different from you and me. Yeah. He might actually think their best course of action is going with those guys.
No, it is. He just said that last week on Willard to Dibs.
And I disagree.
He said that last week on Willard to Dibs. Now, yesterday he said, this is what he said last night after the game.
We talk about it every day. I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. Role players, it's easier to play a role when kind of a set rotation and, the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year. And we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about, moving the starting lineup around game to game, depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year, and we're a quarter of the way through, so there's definitely a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
So something I expressed a couple of weeks ago when it comes to maximizing Klay Thompson. All right, I get what he is. I know what he isn't. All right, we talk about that every day. We know what it is. But how do I maximize and get the most out of him during that contract season? My thought was, and I expressed this to you a couple of weeks ago, if you play him next to CP3 and Dario Saric, will he get more spacing on the floor? Will he be able to get more? Now, teams are still going to face guard him, and they're going to say, Klay, you can't shoot. But maybe that opens it up for CP3 and Saric and whoever else is playing alongside those two, whether it's Podziemski, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Moody. Klay's presence is still a factor towards other teams. They're still face guarding him, and they're not giving him an inch of breathing room. So that is still something valuable. That is valuable to this team, and that's valuable to an NBA team, and that's valuable inside that locker room. But to get the most out of him, maybe it is playing with CP3 and Dario Saric. Because think about all the assists CP3 had with Klay Thompson. He plays very well with him. That's what I'm saying. So if you're maximizing Klay Thompson, then maybe you do slot him to the bench. And I don't think it's a big deal, because if he still sees his 27 minutes, I think everybody be happy. That's what it is. That's why the youngsters are a little frustrated, because they don't know how many minutes they're going to play. If you let them know how many, if Kaminga knows, whenever he knows he's playing 20 minutes, he goes out there with his head on fire and he's attacking the glass. He's playing defense because he knows he's going to play. He knew he was going to play without Wiggins and CP3. Now, yesterday you get him and he doesn't play, and it's like, boy, we're down 11. Kaminga, can you save us? And he saved you. Now, Steph Curry was cooking in the third quarter, but Kuminga came in and complimented him very well. I think Klay can complement Saric and CP3 very well. So if that means moving him to the bench, then so be it, he moves to the bench. But what's going to happen here? I'm just warning everybody. What's going to happen here, if you don't win games and he's not finishing, there's going to be another problem within the locker room. And we're going to have other issues, all right? We're going to have other issues if CP3, if Wiggins, if Klay, if veterans are not able to close and they're not winning games and the youngsters are in, then we're going to have another problem down the line. So it's just something to be very careful with. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
So you're facing, I'm giving you the hypothetical because you keep coming back to the closing. It's a tie game. Yep. There's a minute to go. Everyone's available. There's no foul trouble across the board. You're playing the Denver, I'm going to say Denver Nuggets, okay, just as an example. Who are the five guys on the floor?
I don't know. Depends on the game, and it depends on the flow. That's what Steve Kerr said, and that's what I subscribe to. I subscribe to who's playing well. Like last Tuesday night, Moody was playing very well. 4:26 left. He subs in Wiggins and takes out Moody. And I said on a set and post-game show to Monty and Fezzi, I said, I don't care who came out, whether it was Wiggins or Klay. Moody cannot leave that basketball game. So he didn't touch the rim in the fourth quarter.
But your reluctance, which is an honest one, because I think a lot of Warrior fans would have the same answer, your reluctance to have even like 3 locked-in names off the bat.
Well, I mean, it's Steph and Dre, obviously.
But the other 3, we would all agree.
It's up in the air.
Okay.
It's up in the air.
So using that formula, how many other top 5 teams on the East and the West have that same issue?
Not a lot of teams.
I don't think
the Lakers switch it up sometimes. Sometimes D'Lo doesn't start. Sometimes he doesn't finish. Sometimes he does finish. Sometimes Cam Reddish is finished. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes Taurean Prince finishes. Sometimes he doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Every team is different. The Suns, we know the constants. We know the constants with a lot of these teams. The constants are the superstars.
Yeah, but I would also counter with, like, for example, the 2 players you referenced with the Lakers are better than your 2 players, right?
No doubt. But Draymond and Curry are going to finish.
No doubt.
On his team.
No doubt. Well, Klay's finished every game he's played, basically.
Yeah, basically. Now, he didn't get in until late yesterday, and that was good. But I'm just saying, if a guy like Klay and Wiggins don't finish, and Chris Paul doesn't finish, and the youngsters are finished ahead of them in a pecking order in closing time, and if they're not being consistent when it comes to wins and losses, there's going to be another problem for Steve down the line.
Yeah, but like
now, I'm just saying, I know what you're going to get into. I know what you're going to say, but I'm just telling you, this is what's going to happen with this basketball team. Well, and that's going to be a problem for Steve later on. So I get why Steve is tap dancing around the starters and who's finishing and who's not finishing, because feelings are going to get hurt.
I mean,
but you better win. But when you do this, though,
Kuminga's feelings weren't great.
Yeah, no doubt. But he doesn't have the loyalty to Kuminga that he does of Klay Thompson.
No doubt. But right now, like if they want to be good, like a better version of Kuminga might be more impactful than a slightly better version of Klay Thompson
and Andrew Wiggins. Because don't forget about Andrew Wiggins. It's not Andrew. This is not Klay.
I'm just using
that's what I'm saying. We want to be fair here with the criticism. I don't like when we do this in sports. We point at one guy. We do it in every single sport and point at one guy. Wiggins has not been good this year.
No.
And he's got a 4-year contract with $109 million left. And he has not been good this year.
Yeah, but with Wiggins, we don't even think twice about his emotions and how he'll feel because he hasn't closed a couple games.
Well, that's a problem then.
What?
What do you mean? That's a problem then.
No, I'm saying we don't think about it. Like we just say, oh, if he deserves to be on the bench, he deserves to be on the bench. There were 2 or 3 early in the season that they closed out where he was on the bench and he had to just suck it up and take it.
But you know what, though? They were winning. They were winning. Had they lost those games, what would the answer have been from Andrew Wiggins?
I don't know, but my retort would be like, then play better. Like that would be my retort to any of these guys. You want to finish? Play better. I mean, it's pretty a meritocracy to me. Like it's pretty straightforward. You play better, you deserve it.
Right.
Like I'm very
But you're asking a question here. If you do go that route, because I'm with you going down that route. I have no problem going down that route. But you better win if you go down that route. Man, and if you're Steve Kerr, you better win if you go down that route. Because if you don't win, there's going to be other issues. Now the veterans are going to be grumbling because they've been in the league and they've proven more than the youngsters. That's how the veterans are going to feel. You know that's what's going to happen.
Monte, the veterans have kind of like quietly caused a storm for multiple seasons in a row and haven't brought it. So right now, don't really just Warrior fan Joe, don't really care if the veterans are upset because they're not playing good enough.
So if they don't win, what are you going to do? You're going to go back to the veterans?
Well, right now they're not winning.
I'm saying it. If they don't win with the youngsters,
you have no other option.
I know what they are now. I know what they are now, but what if they don't win with the youngsters? I'm just saying. Now you're going to have another issue in your hands.
The youngsters are in the exact same spot record-wise where they're at now.
So then what do you do?
Well, then you look outside and you try to make some trades because that's really your only other option.
That's all I'm asking.
I mean, I don't know what else to say.
No, I'm just saying, within that locker room, if you do this now, because this is a big move, obviously, because Steve Kerr's been hesitant to do it. Now he's admitting, you know what? I've tried to be patient. We may have to look elsewhere. Now, if you do that and you don't win, now we got another problem.
That's all I'm saying, Jesse. I know. I hear it.
We're saying the same thing.
Yeah, Kaminga didn't play at all for 30 minutes.
I agree with what you're saying.
And then he went out there and kicked butt.
He did.
Right? And so I credit the young man. We didn't go, what? Kaminga's losing his mind on the bench. And this said the other, like.
Well, he lost his mind last year. He was not happy. He had the article with CJ Holmes.
And we crushed him for it.
He had the article with CJ Holmes.
And we crushed him for it.
Why did we crush him for it? Because he didn't have the built-in equity.
Well, and also because we were looking at it big picture, like, well, now you're thinking about the me and not the we.
Exactly. Now, I'm just saying, we do this because I'm open to doing it. I am open to doing this. But boy, if you do it and you don't win games, there's going to be blowback. It is what it is. Clark the Shark in South Carolina. I couldn't wait to get to Clark the Shark. What's happening, Clark? That's my guy.
Hey, Monte, Belafonte, and Cup of Joe. How are you guys doing?
We're not well right now.
Well, hey, you got a great show as usual, and I can understand your frustration there, Vontae, because we're all frustrated with the Warriors. But here's the point right here, is that we all know the problem is Kerr, and you can't just keep doing this. Last year, it was a bad year for Kerr. This year is even worse, is that you could use Klay and Wiggs as like assassins. You let the young guys go, and if they need a little, they're not doing so well, then boom, throw them in there. But, to sit there and just do the same thing over and over and see this kind of stuff. In fact, it might be doing Klay a favor. I don't think at this point in his career, he's a 30-minute a game guy. I think this could be a great thing. And another problem with Kerr, he should have developed these young players if they're not good enough now, it's his fault because he didn't develop them last year. But anyway, hey, but we got a lot to be thankful for. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. All I got to say is Niners.
Dr. Shark chimes in. Let's go to TC and Sack. TC, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Vontae? Joe, what's going on?
What's up, buddy?
Oh man, just chilling. Hey, just listening to y'all. Hey, quick question, man. Like, hey, look, I know it's a lot going on with the Warriors, man. I know y'all trying to give up, but like, what would y'all take for Wiggs, man? Y'all really trying to get rid of Wiggins, man? Like, what would y'all take for him? No, seriously. No.
De'Aaron Fox, straight up. We'll start there.
Man, Joe, we're not. No, we're not.
Of course, I'm being ridiculous.
I know you are, but at the same time, like Wiggs would be nice up here because Mike Brown know what he's doing. I'm just saying, like, what y'all want some picks, some players? We could talk about it as far as the Wiggs, and I'm not even being funny though because I think Wiggs would fit in nice if y'all trying to really get rid of him. And that way, JK can. I know JK can step into the starting role, and y'all ain't got to worry about Wiggs no more. Seriously, think about that though. That's all I got. As far as the Niners, man, the Niners need to stay on point. And Joe, let's check it out. Every incident when we talk about something, we don't have to bring up Trey Lance. We all know that it didn't work out, but we don't, honestly, as Niner fans, I know we got Brock and all that and Trey is going, but everybody be honest with yourself. We never really found out who this guy really was, though. So we can't keep bringing him up in every, like, messed up incident. Like, oh, what about Trey Lance? We're like, dude never got a fair shot. I could see if he started his whole time when he was here, then it'd be like, you know what, Trey Lance was a bust. He never worked out. But he never got a shot.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
I hate you for that one.
We're never going to move off from Trey, just like we're never going to move off from Jimmy. Brock's playing well. Trey got hurt and lost his job. Alex Smith got hurt and lost his job. Don Mikowski got hurt and lost his job to Brett Favre. You know, David Lee got hurt and lost his job to Draymond Green. All right? Drew Bledsoe got hurt and lost his job to Tom Brady.
Ozzy, what was the guy, the Guillen, who got popped for roids, lost his job to
Jose
Cody
Guillen
Ross.
Got popped for roids, lost his job to Cody Ross. The rest is history.
Speaking of Niners,
TDP got cut.
Brian Baldinger in studio tomorrow for 2 hours.
Yeah, 8 to 10. We're going to take your phone calls,
8 to 10 tomorrow.
8 to 10.
Brian Baldinger in. And we put out something online. Non-football Baldy breakdowns. What do you want? The Golden Gate Bridge?
Clam Chowder?
Salesforce Tower?
Transamerica Tower?
Bonte's shoe game, which is impeccable.
It is impeccable. Suits, clothes, white jeans.
Bay Area traffic.
The proper way to harpoon a shark.
All that stuff. Baldy from 8 to 10 tomorrow, live in studio. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. TDP got cut, though, by the Niners yesterday. Remember that? Remember TDP?
Thank God they found McCaffrey. Yeah. Because we would be searching for running backs still to this day. Thank the high heavens. By the way, here's the irony of this.
There's people out there. There's people out there who still believe running backs don't matter.
Bonte, TDP was drafted 4 rounds ahead of Brock Purdy.
I know.
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
Robbie Gould also retiring today. Announced his retirement on Instagram.
Through the Players Tribune.
There you go.
He tried to work out for the New York Giants and get the job. Maybe as a kicker, you probably should have just kept your mouth shut.
Old man Mason Crosby just got a job with the Rams.
I mean, the guy took shots at Jalen Hurts. The guy took shots at Jalen Hurts. You're a kicker, dog. Come on, man. What are you doing taking shots at Jalen Hurts, dude? By the way, if I'm Jalen Hurts, there's some nasty stuff going on with Jalen. Now, I don't think he's the best quarterback in the world, but they had an article in the Philadelphia Inquirer. It was just nasty. Oh, my gosh. Borderline racist? No, it was nasty. No, Jalen Hurts is all fine and dandy, but Brock Purdy would be a god here.
What?
What are you doing?
He
what
was
are you
the
doing?
MVP for them last year.
Dude, he ain't loved in Philadelphia.
Come into play.
Why don't they let?
I don't know why they don't love him in Philadelphia.
He's a good player.
You know
man.
what though?
He's a really good player.
Be lucky you got him.
Yeah,
because he took Carson Wentz's job. And Carson Wentz was a horrible locker room teammate, horrible locker room guy. Damn. Anyway, let's go back to the lines. Austin in the Bay Area. What's happening, Austin?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, I want to say this. I don't mind putting money on a bench. Can y'all remember the last time somebody on the bench made a decent amount of money? I'm going to start with Lou Williams backing up both AIs in Philadelphia.
Ooh,
and I don't want to forget Jamal Crawford.
Oh, yeah.
And now then didn't we have Kyle Korver when he was breaking records when he was starting when he was young and then moved to the bench and it was decent off the bench, knocking down shots?
Kyle Korver never averaged more than 12 points a game. I mean, come on. I've had a lot of conversations about Kyle Korver the last 2 years.
Okay,
come on. Kyle Korver ain't no Lou Williams, and he ain't no Jamal Crawford. All right? Come on.
saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying the shooting percentage wise. He's sitting in that corner knocking down shots.
Kyle Korver sucks.
But the reason
why does Korver trigger you so much?
Because he sucks. All right, he stinks.
Listen.
Go ahead, Austin.
Johnny Kuminga. It shouldn't take Moody. For Johnny for doing the little things, like I said yesterday. Doing the little things what matters. It took Moody for Johnny Kuminga to come out of his shell to doing the little things. I want to see both of them in the starting lineup with Curry and Draymond and Yards. Wiggins and Klay on to the bench, Chris Paul and Looney, and they'll figure it out. What y'all think about that?
Vontae's stuck on Kyle Korver.
I'm just looking at his numbers. The dude averaged.
He had 14 1 year.
1 year he averaged 14 and made an All-Star game.
What was his career?
No, he made an All-Star game at the age of 33, scoring 12 points a game and grabbing 4 rebounds.
Look, he was
his career scoring average in his career. Yeah. Kyle Korver, 9.7 points per game.
Okay, but what was his actual percentage of shooting? He also played in an era before the 3-ball was prevalent.
Yeah.
What was his career 3-point shooting percentage? I'm curious.
43%.
Woo! That's pretty good.
43%.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think if he played in this era, he'd be more likely he'd be shooting.
He did play in this era. He just retired in 2020.
But like Bonte, like the bulk of his career, he came in the league in like 05?
Yeah, but he got his shots up.
03.
He got his shots up. He played in the 2010s. He played with the Hawks with Bud. 43% is good, but Klay Thompson shoots 41% from 3. It's a bad thing.
Well, he
sucks when he leaves the league.
Now.
All right, so come on. Yeah, sure. Some of these comments, man. People get a little emotional. I get emotional too, man. But boy, talk to me. Adam in the city. Adam in the city. What's happening?
Man, Bonte, your mood's kind of changing my mood a little bit. I'm trying to bring in some positivity and some smiles right now, but I understand why you'd be mad last night.
I'm not even mad. Look, Adam, real quick. Let me cut you off real quick. Yeah. I'm ticked off with the way this basketball team's playing. I am. And it's not pretty. And Kaminga not playing for the first 31 minutes of the game ticked me off yesterday. It really did. And we've heard a lot from Steve Kerr. And I respect the hell out of Steve Kerr. He's one of the 15 best coaches in the league that this league has ever seen. And we heard October 24th, hey, I'm going to go buy Phil in the closing lineup. Then in Sacramento, well, I pulled Moses Moody. The next day he apologizes. Then it's the starting lineup. Then it's this. Then it's that. It's goddamn. Can we just coach the team and let's figure this thing out? The youngsters should play. Like, it's just not he hasn't done a good job this year, I don't believe. And I don't think he did a great job last year. So that's why I'm a little ticked off today. And I'm seeing some of the things that I'm saying. I'm just like, wow, there's just a lot of people wake up taking stupid pills. So go ahead, Adam.
Well, I hear you. And before I get to my point about Steve Kerr, why I called in, I just have a quick side question. So I know that you guys are into Madden in the show. Do you guys mess around with 2K at all or not?
It's too hard for me these days. Back in the day, I used to be able to play it. Now it's too hard. It's too difficult. I struggle.
I just play Madden franchise mode.
I play MLB.
All right.
I play Madden. I play the new Star Wars game. And then there's one other game that I'm playing.
I just play Madden, and I play the PGA golf game. That's about it.
Oh, yeah, the PGA golf game's really cool, too.
All right. Well, I'll tell you right now that the new 2K is a lot of fun. I actually played with the 1991 Warriors last night, and Mully's got a shot in that game. I know he's a good shooter in real life, but, man, in 2K, that guy's got a wet ball. But anyway, my point why I wanted to call in, I completely agree with you about Steve Kerr. He is, like, I loved Steve Kerr when we got him as a coach. He obviously changed his team from a top defensive team and a middle of the pack offense to, a four-time championship team. But here's the problem now. That statement that you guys played at the beginning of the show about how, this team's only going to go with the way of the vets, and that's Wiggs, that's Klay, that's this people. It's gotten in the way of what we see on the court, which is that Moody can't contribute and has contributed. Kaminga has contributed and does contribute. And these are young, athletic, long guys that give a spark to this team. But for some reason, Steve Kerr is so set with the vets. But it's like the vets aren't doing their job besides Steph and Dre. Like, Dre is doing great this year. But Klay has continued to take awful shots. Like, he just has. Like, I don't understand how, like, yes, the injuries happen, but why did your decision making and your shot taking out the window too? That has nothing to do with your athleticism. That's all mental. And he's still taking bad shot. Wiggs, I just don't feel like he cares anymore. So it's like if you're saying that the team is going to go by with the way of those vets and those vets aren't playing well and you have guys on the bench who can't contribute and who have like Moody and Kuminga, then we have a problem here with the coach, because it's like you need to play the guys who are going to contribute, and just because you play them doesn't mean that Wiggins and Klay are just going to get benched. Like, no, you can use all of them, but if you're going to continue to just start these guys and have these slow starts and get all these turnovers, then that's a problem with the coach.
Yeah, there's an Eddie Johnson cut. Maybe we should go back to. We had Eddie Johnson on. He's always a good call. Eddie Johnson, he joined us, and of course Eddie. He said, "Man, Father Time's undefeated." He said, "Sometimes you just get old." You got that cut? It's Eddie Johnson on Klay Thompson. Eddie Johnson on Klay
older,
Thompson.
Man.
Yeah.
That's the most frustrating part about, and I'll just stick with basketball. The most frustrating part about this game, as you get older, you can't hide because you got to play both ends. The shelf life in basketball is not as long as maybe it could be in other sports because you got to run, man. And Klay has dealt with his injuries, and Klay has gotten older. Well, he's 33, right? That's all it is, man. There's no indictment on Klay. It's just the fact that he had some injuries that took some years off his NBA career. Klay is one of my favorite basketball players in the entire league, and I just want the best for him, man. And he'll be fine as a basketball player, but he just won't have those nights every night, man, that you all expect.
No doubt.
That's what happens when you get 33, man, and start getting older, man. It's no joke.
That's kind of where I'm at. That's where I've tried to be at over the last year and a half. He's not going to be consistent anymore. He's not going to be the defender that he is. So we know what it is. How do you navigate around it? That's for Steve Kerr to find out. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. But when it comes to Andrew Wiggins, he's not an old guy. He's not in his 30s. He's giving you 13 points a game, shooting 26% from three. And he's not that two-way player that he was, hell, even last season at the beginning. So I got two issues here. One, Klay Thompson's getting old overnight, and he's right. He's 33 with an older body due to the injuries. But how the hell do I get Andrew Wiggins going? All right? He's not no Klay. He'll get hot. He'll have his games here and there from the three-point line. But I don't know when I'm going to get a consistent Wiggins. It's had 2 games. 2 games where he's been good. And he's, like, we talk about Klay's money all the time. Oh, he makes $43 million. Oh, da, 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 da. Well, Wiggins just began the first year of a 4-year contract for $109 million. I don't care how much team-friendly it is. That's a problem as well.
I always like to bring up the Max Strus contract. And right now, even though I don't even love Max Strus at all, coming off of some good years with the Miami Heat at a very reasonable price tag, he has better numbers than both Klay and Wiggins across the board, and he's making $15 million a year this year. And he just got that contract in the offseason, and that was a big deal for him and for the Cleveland Cavaliers to get. And if Wiggins can't be better than Max Strus, we've got problems.
Yeah.
But Bonte, that's the cold reality of where the Warriors are at right now.
I know. Trust me, I understand it. I cover this team every single night, inside and out. It's
I like Max Strus, but I don't like him that much.
Quicker athletic teams. It reared its ugly head in Denver, and we're all kumbaya. Oh, man, we're encouraged. I was listening to the crossover with Steiny, Dibbs, Willard, and Guru, and Willard came in, and I get it. Willard wasn't alone in this. Everybody felt encouraged after that loss. And Steiny said, well, I don't. And I was kind of with Steiny saying, let's just see when they play bigger, younger, speedier, athletic teams.
Can you just say it? Steiny was right?
Yeah, I was. I'll say Steiny was right.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
That's what I was. That's what it was. I was trying to think of what
he
the
was
drop
right.
was.
And I remember I slipped it in and I said, everybody's worried about being negative, so I'm not going to do that. But when I slipped it in and said, wait till this homestand. We're going to see where they're at. And that homestand did not go well. Did not go well. Why? Because they played quicker, more athletic teams. And now, that Denver game, hell, it's a long time away. Wow, we got Fast Five coming. Hold on, let's go 30 seconds. Alan and Silk been waiting on. Hold on, I want to get these guys in.
Clear them.
Alan, I didn't realize we ran out of time.
Let's do it.
All right, 30 seconds, Alan, let's go.
Hello?
Yep.
Just talk about Klay Thompson real quick.
Yep.
this thing about the Splash Brothers curse. Going back to the 49ers, Montana and Dwight Clark, best buddies, roommates, they set the dynasty, but it was time for Dwight. Do you think Bill Walsh went to Joe and said, hey, Joe, are your feelings going to be hurt if I draft this guy out of Mississippi Valley State, Jerry Rice? That's the problem here, man. I mean, players play, players perform, and that's what we got. I mean, I'm all for loyalty, but there comes a time where, hey, it's about winning the game. You, as a coach, you got to do what's best for the team.
Silk in Oakland. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to say this real quick, man. Eagles don't win games, man. And Eagles don't score points, man. If you can play, you will have that starting position. If you can't play, accept it and move on. Let someone else shine.
That's a good call.
There it is.
That's efficient.
There it is. So, younger, bigger athletic teams saw it coming a mile away.
I don't even know if Portland's bigger than them. They're just younger and more athletic.
Yeah, they are bigger. Tay2, Kamara,
yeah,
kid.
that's true. He's bigger. But I'm just saying overall.
Reith, they got Ayton. They are bigger.
Well,
they're more athletic.
More
Jeremy Grant.
Yeah, but we didn't see him or Ayton.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You guys laughed at me. I said Portland's playing better basketball, man. They are. They defend their asses off up in Portland. They may not win many games, but they're much bigger than the Warriors.
Fast five. I don't know if you saw this, guys. My final thought, John Rahm, $600 million to leave the PGA Tour and go to live after saying that, I've made enough money in my life. It's just, once you hit a certain level, what's all that? I don't know. $600 million really sure changed your opinion, bud. And let me tell you this right now. And I'm being 100% real. If somebody offered me $600 million, I'd look the other way for a lot of things. God, could you imagine? $600 million. John Rahm, what a lucky guy.
I enjoyed watching John Rahm. I'll watch him 4 times a year now with majors because I don't even know where. CW?
The WWW.
Where if I live golf, yeah, that's not happening.
You can download the CW app.
Please. Huge game tonight. 2 games, actually, in Las Vegas. In-season tournament, semifinals. LeBron James, Zion Williamson, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Tyrese Halliburton.
It's a win for the NBA.
I think the Pacers and Pelicans win tonight.
The Pels?
I think both of them
fly. Pelicans fly.
And I think that is the ultimate nightmare for Adam Silver.
LeBron's getting it. And we're going to make a huge deal. LeBron, he won the bubble championship and now the in-season tournament. These are the hardest championships.
They have LeBron and Giannis on a platter, and they're going to get Halliburton and Brandon Ingram.
A thought I had, you know how you make the in-season tournament better? Whoever wins gets an automatic top 4 seed in the playoffs.
Love that.
My final thought is, I don't have the answer, Sway. And I'm looking at Steve Kerr. I don't know what the answer is. But as the great Yogi Berra said, it gets late early. And you may have to shake some things up. Just not playing good basketball right now. It's disappointing, man. Last night was very, very disappointing.
We are a 38-win team.
Dude, Nick in San Jose could just replay the call. That's how I kind of feel. Oh, what a fun show. What a fun show. And no, I'm not mad. I'm just annoyed. I'm irritated and annoyed because his team's not playing well. That's all. I don't get mad. I got the luckiest job. I got the best job in the world. I get to talk to you all. So no, I don't get mad. I may have a meltdown here and there, but I do not get mad. I get annoyed, but I don't get mad.
I get even.
The Lakers. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Evan Giddings.
It was this kind of hilarious moment last year where they started to try and cancel dead people. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, John Wayne was
buddy. Matt Steinmetz along with
your mic.
Hey, there we go. Oh, boy. Hope that's not an omen. Matt Steinmetz with Evan Giddings today. Guru with a little family issue that he's dealing with. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow.
It's an unfortunate day.
It is, actually.
It is a Thursday.
I know. And I'm gonna ask the Bay Area to refrain from cheap shots against Goo today because he is dealing with an issue that
it is legitimate.
Yes, hopefully it's always legit.
Of course.
So hopefully Goo will be back tomorrow. I'll tell you what. Here's how I'm starting off the show today. Maybe it's an upset. This may be an upset. Upset special. Let me tell you, last night, what Jonathan Kuminga did is one of the hardest things you can do as a pro athlete. He's a young player. All right? Not playing all game. You guys aren't playing well. We're down 11 to the Portland Trailblazers with 5 minutes left in the third quarter. You got nothing going. Kuminga hasn't played the whole game, and Steve Kerr goes, go get him. I mean, the bottom line is Jonathan Kuminga could have tried to do too much. He could have tried to ease his way into the game. He could have tried to do a million different things, but whatever he did last night was perfect. It was perfect. He won the game for the Warriors. He won the game for the Warriors after not playing. Evan gets put in, down 11. Hey, go make something happen. And you know what? He made something happen. But he didn't do it by sticking out like a sore thumb. He didn't do it by floating. He did everything right. He let the game come to him to a perfect degree. He took what was given to him and took advantage. We talk a lot about Jonathan Kuminga, and I just felt like today I wanted to start the show by saying, tell you what, this guy delivered last night in a big way.
Well, and I'm glad you want to start with him because I think he's also a symbol for kind of the bigger or broader things that we're going to dig into throughout this show. But you and I were texting during the first half, and it's like, no Kuminga at all. I mean, if first and foremost, the Blazers are a team that you would imagine would be a fit for a Jonathan Kuminga because they're young, they like to run. Last night they're down 2 starters. They're basically playing pickup basketball to start the game. And so you figured at some point we'd see Kuminga in the first half, and we didn't. We didn't see him until, 4 minutes left, 5 minutes left in the third quarter. For him to do what he did, I don't know if it's his best game in his career. And it might have been 2 games ago in which Steve Kerr, who I'm sure we're going to talk about a lot as well, talked about Jonathan Kuminga's most impressive game. I think that was his most impressive game because I can't recall a time, and look, he was perfect from the floor. He defended without fouling. He gave juice to a team that, quite frankly, was lifeless for most of that game. I mean, they did not look like a team that, by the way, had 3 days of rest, got sunk after blowing a 22-point lead against the Clippers. You'd think that they would come out at home on fire to put away a Portland team that had no business being in that basketball game, but they didn't. And so Steve Kerr threw something at the wall, and it stuck, and it was Kuminga. And he was the reason why they won that basketball game last night. So I thought it was extremely impressive, and I do wonder why it took that to get Kuminga on the floor. I mean, the Warriors are in such a fragile state in which they're trying to figure out whether the veterans still have it, which they didn't for most of last night outside of Curry, or if the young guys deserve to be in. Like, I'm glad Kuminga did what he did, just the way I'm glad that Moses Moody did what he did against Sacramento but didn't get the chance to close. I'm glad Podziemski's done what he's done in recent weeks because they're forcing Steve Kerr to make tough choices. They're forcing Steve Kerr to say these guys have to play. And whether he's gone back on his word sometimes or not, last night was, I think, a defining moment for a kid that we have yet to see make the third-year leap. And I think that's a great step in the right direction.
Well, it's funny because I'm watching that game last night, and at the time, I didn't know that Kuminga was going into the game out of the rotation. And the second half rolls along, and it's midway through the third quarter, and I'm thinking, they got to do something with Kuminga. I mean, you can't have Kuminga not playing anymore. It's his third year. If he's not a part of this team by now, and you still think you're sniffing championship aspirations, well, then you got to move him, don't you? I mean, you can't have the kid playing 16, 18 minutes. And so, again, I was just watching the game last night thinking it feels like they have an extra player. When I go down the list of Moody, and I think he's earned the right to play more, Moody, Kaminga, Wiggins, Klay, Peyton II, I feel like you're never going to be able to get all those guys going at the same time because nobody's going to be able to play enough minutes consistently because there's too many of those guys, especially if Draymond Green's healthy, playing 30 minutes at the 4. Then how does Peyton, Moody, Kuminga, Thompson, Wiggins how can any of them get any kind of stability with a consistent role? And that's, I think, one thing Steve Kerr's trying to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about, I know we have the sound for it, talking about how it's like a puzzle piece or puzzle pieces right now, and he's got to piece the puzzle together. I mean, and the reason, quite frankly, he has to do it is because there are so many players beyond your number 1. So outside of number 30, who's your best player on a given night? That changes more often than has ever happened during the dynasty for Golden State. More often than Steve Kerr has ever had to deal with.
Yep.
And so now you're looking up and down your roster and you're saying, well, I don't necessarily believe it. It's hard to play 10 guys, get them in the game. But when he's talking about that, I hear him saying, well, it's hard to your point, Stein, to get guys going if you're playing a 10-man rotation.
Right.
But that's what you're going to have to do. And you're going to have to ride hot hands, and you're going to have to coach with feel, and you're going to have to make decisions that will change night in and night out. And so this isn't going to be a set rotation team. Like, that's not the way these Warriors are going to operate as of now, because at the top of your rotation, those guys have not played up to standard. The Wiggins, the Clays, the Draymonds, the Loonies even, those guys have not been good enough for you to blindly trust them yet, in my opinion, this season. And that's why I think we're seeing Steve Kerr, essentially be forced into a situation for a guy that was, quote unquote, out of the rotation to throw him in the game because last night no one else was playing well.
Yeah, this is Steve Kerr after last night's game talking about rotations, starting lineups, etc.
We talk about it every day. I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. Role players, it's easier to play a role when kind of a set rotation and, the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year. And we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about, moving the starting lineup around game to game, depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year, and we're a quarter of the way through. So there's definitely a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
What do you think he means? 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, what's he mean? He says he may have to start thinking about changes to the starting lineup game to game. Who's he talking about?
Well, it's the first time we've ever heard him.
I agree.
Reference the starting lineup needing to change or possibly changing. Now, he's done it before when he's had to. Like if guys have been out or if they've been hurt. Yeah, if Steph Curry's hurt, Chris Paul is going to start. If Wiggins Draymond earlier in the year wasn't playing because he had an ankle injury when he was suspended, like the starting lineup changes. But when you're just about as close to full strength as possible, I know Gary Payton II is not going to be available for a while, but you're pretty damn close to having your full cast of characters, which is another reason why last night's result or the first 3 quarters of that game was really perplexing.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first time I've ever heard Steve Kerr saying we're going to have to reevaluate essentially what we have in our starting 5. And the 2 guys that I think he's talking about are Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah. I think that's what's also happening, and that's what I heard Steve Kerr saying. He's saying, I've been saying all year I was going to be patient, and we kind of live and die by the guys who got us a ring, and now it not to the exaggerated extent, but remember the night that Draymond and Gobert got into it. He backed Draymond.
Yep.
And then the next day took some time and said, yeah, Draymond can't do that. He was wrong. I kind of feel like Steve Kerr has been saying he's going to emphasize the veterans, and they got to get Klay and Wiggins to play well to ever think about winning a title, because that's where it all starts. And now I think what I'm starting to hear is he's open to making some changes. I think, to me, the biggest problem that the Warriors have had with his idea of living with the veterans is he's got two guys playing poorly, Wiggins and Klay. If it were just one of those two guys, I think you could be more patient. But neither of them is playing well at all. And because they're both such big parts of the team, you can't have both those guys ineffectual. And so he's going to have to, I think what he's talking about is maybe make a decision on one of them now, maybe, or at least at some point for some games. I think you're right. I think we're talking about Wiggins and or Klay.
Well, and the reason I didn't put Looney in there, because he does start, but on a given night, he could play 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Like, he's generally not in the closing lineup, which is kind of the next part that Kerr talked about. But going back to the starting lineup, I think, and one of the reasons why he's now being forced into this spot, and I don't know how much credit people want to give Steve Kerr. To me, it's more about, I give a lot of credit to a Jonathan Kuminga, a Moses Moody, to more of an extent, a Brandon Podziemski, for forcing their way in. Like, I think a reason why Steve Kerr was always willing to live and die with the veterans going back to last season was because there wasn't really a guy that stepped up in the way that a Jonathan Kuminga stepped up last night. There wasn't a guy that he threw into the game and took over the game that forced him to reevaluate what he has in his starting five outside of Steph Curry. Now, that's starting to happen, and I think it's starting to happen because of how good these younger players have played. They've played better, quite frankly. Like, that's one of the reasons why the Warriors are a sub-500 team, but roughly a 500 basketball team, is because on any given night, Sonny, I can't tell you which unit is going to be better, the first or the second unit. And that, to me, is a problem that creates a lack of clarity, which Steve Kerr is clearly talking about. And that's why it sounds like, to me, if we're just a little over a quarter way through the season, I know it's still technically young, but if you are actually going to figure out your rotation, and I think that's an important thing going into, say, the postseason, but if you're going to figure that out, you got to start doing it now. And so Steve Kerr, I do think, is going back to the drawing board because these young kids are forcing him to.
Yeah, I think, and not to disagree, because I agree. I think because we know who Steve Kerr is, and that is somebody who's willing to lean on the veterans, I do think I think the bigger reason that the young guys have played, to me, is more because the veterans have really been bad, as opposed to the young players have knocked our socks off.
I'm saying they're outplaying the veterans.
No doubt.
Like last night, Kaminga outplayed Wiggins. He outplayed Klay. That's why he finished the game.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if Klay and Wiggins were playing any better, they would get first dibs on all the playing time.
True.
And the fact that they're not playing well has now opened up the door for a lot of these younger players. But how long can you? Who do you pick? Who goes to the bench? Wiggins? The other guy I'm a little worried about right now is Looney. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I'd think Looney was as old as the big three. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like he's playing older than he really is. So I'm a little worried about Looney, too.
There's a lot of miles on all five of them. Like, I know Wiggins is 29 years old, but it's his 10th season in the league. Kevon Looney came into the NBA as a 19-year-old, to your point. I mean, these guys have a lot of miles. Kevon Looney hasn't missed a game in, 3 years? I mean, I'm assuming that takes somewhat of a toll on you. I do wonder, though, and this is another part of this, I'm sure Steve Kerr's going to have to figure out, but if he still believes that the veterans give them the best chance to compete for a championship, then I do think we are going to see him continue to give them rope, because the potential in his mind of them playing their best basketball versus the potential of the young guys playing their best basketball is probably it's going to be the starting five.
Right.
But with how poorly some of these guys are playing on a relatively consistent basis, then I do think you have to ask the question of who gives you a higher ceiling in certain positions against certain teams.
Right.
Like last night, I think the Warriors trotted out their best potential closing lineup if you're talking about offense and defense. And I believe it was Curry, Klay, Wiggins, Draymond, Kuminga. Now, there might be an interchangeable piece here and there, but I think if you're looking for length, if you're looking for athleticism, if you're looking for defense and an offense that can close out a game, like that to me is the group that gives you the highest ceiling. And of course, then you got to wonder, are they going to produce like that each and every night? They put away the Blazers, but can they put away on Friday an Oklahoma City team?
Right.
And follow that up against the Clippers, who just came back from down 20? Like, these are questions that we're going to not have answers for, I think, for quite a while. But I wonder what people want to see in that direction from the head coach.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors beat the Portland Trailblazers last night, 110-106. Jonathan Kaminga comes off the bench after not playing in the first half, and instrumental in the Golden State Warriors winning that game last night against Portland. It's so funny that, Jonathan Kuminga is by far the most athletic guy on the Warriors, and I just wonder why he was out of the rotation against that team at the start of the game. Like that's kind of a game where they need his athleticism because Portland's got so many guys who are young and athletic.
Well, I think the reason I don't necessarily agree with it, but I think Podziemski took his minutes, or Podziemski. I think like that would be a game where probably Gary Payton II plays a lot too, and Podziemski has been taking those GP2 minutes, and so Kuminga, like we were talking about, was the odd man out, and I don't necessarily know why that is. I mean, you got to a point where now the bench is playing. All five of those guys off the bench last night played nearly 20 minutes or more, and I think it was because Steve Kerr was searching for answers. Like no one was giving him an answer. Even in the first half, Stephen Curry was not great.
Right.
He was incredible in the second half, but in the first half of that game, not even he was seeing his shots fall.
Well, if you think about the Warriors' first 21 games, they're 10-11. They haven't gotten any continuity. They have a lot of guys not playing well. What do you expect Steve Kerr to do? Who do you expect him to lean on? He's going to lean on the veterans. We know that. That's who he is. And so you're going to have to give Steve Kerr. It feels to me like the quote that I'll play it again in a second. It feels to me like Steve Kerr is now saying, you know what? We're a quarter of the way into the year. These guys meaning Wiggins and Klay and maybe Looney to a lesser extent. You know what? Enough. That's enough time. We got it. They got to either start delivering or I'll go in another direction. It feels like that's what we're approaching more and more. Now, let's see what happens Friday against Oklahoma City. Let's go to Steve-O. Steve-O is in San Francisco. What's up, Steve-O? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right, guys. I hope you're doing good, too.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm not the first one to talk about this. I do think that to the tough choice, I think Klay's lost his starting job, and I think you got to get Kaminga in there and get the minutes, and with the starting five. And the other thing is that the same way that Chris Paul was able to swallow some of his pride, knew he was probably going to be on the second team, came in and said, I'm going to do what it takes to win. You know, he had that great quote where the reporter asked him, I don't know if it was Kerr or somebody asked him, you know, how do you feel about being on the second team coming off the bench? And he's like, are you the coach? Did you make that choice? You gotta humble yourself a little bit and say, you know what, the coach is going to make the decision. And if this is the best decision to win, then I'm going to assume that role.
I mean, I think that, let me ask you this, Evan. Does it feel like that's where more and more Warrior fans are getting to? It feels like Warrior fans are becoming more open. I'm going to be delicate here. It feels like Warrior fans are becoming more open to the idea of Klay playing less or being being more of a role player and maybe making the decision center on him.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
Yeah, I usually do too. I don't know how you can't lean more in that direction this season. I mean, like last night, and I know it's not been this way every single night, but it's been more often than not. Like I feel bad for Klay. Like I feel bad for him sometimes watching him force shots, miss open shots, and that's part of it too. Like it'd be a difference if he was just repeatedly, like last season. One of the issues that people had with Klay was that he sometimes shot them out of basketball games. You brought this up pre-show. He's taken 5 less shots a game. Like he's taken 13 or 14 shots. That's not that many for a quote-unquote volume shooter. But when he's unable to hit an open three that the Warriors need to stop a Portland run, and he's coming off of screens, he's getting decent looks, like looks that in the past and even last year you feel like he would knock down. Like one thing I was curious because a lot was made of Klay Thompson. He scored 20 points 4 of his last 5 games, had been shooting it better. Mm-hmm. So I just went and looked at last year. I was like, I'm kind of curious. What does like an incendiary Klay Thompson game look like last year? He had a 54-point game last season against the Hawks. He had 3 or 4 games in which he scored 40 or more points. From what I'm watching this year, it's hard for me to envision him scoring 40 in a game anymore. And that's a threat that always used to be there. That, 2 days ago was the anniversary of him scoring 60 points in 29 minutes. Those days feel long gone, and I think that's why a lot of fans are more open to your question about him coming off the bench.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Jonathan Kuminga comes off the bench and was terrific last night. Warriors probably don't win that game without Jonathan Kuminga interjecting himself into that ball game. Steve Kerr seems to be hinting more and more that the young guys could be taking more of a role moving forward. How are you feeling about that, Warrior fans? At 888-957-9570. Also, I do want to get into something with Klay that I need help on from Warrior fans about what would be the perfect player he kind of evolves into at this point of his career. With the holidays right around the corner, now is the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo, plus outstanding segments like The Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger, Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr, and much, much more. Get it all on the Odyssey app. Also, coming up at 11 o'clock, our main man, Brian Geltzeiler of Sirius XM Radio. Love talking Warriors and NBA with him. The number, 888-957-9570. What's Steve Kerr talking about with Tinkers to the starting lineup? We'll talk about it on the other side.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more.
I hate to agree with Steinmetz.
You good over there?
Yep, I'm working on a camera. There we go. Now we come up. Tap. Tap, tap. Christmas music already.
'Tis the season,
You know
Steiny.
me. I love the season.
Can I guess your favorite Christmas movie? It's got to be Scrooged.
Never seen it.
I think
The
you.
best
I think he would love that
The
movie.
best
actually.
Christmas movie is The Grinch Who Stole Christmas with the dog, the little dachshund. Max is one of the greatest characters of all time.
Nah, you'd love Ebenezer. Big Bill Murray guy.
Yeah, and I don't have a strong opinion on Die Hard. Actually, I've never seen it.
Shocker.
I do know it takes place in Pittsburgh, though, I believe. Is that true?
Not the first one.
Oh. But isn't that the one where the controversy
Actually, I don't
is?
think any of them are in Pittsburgh.
Oh, really?
That's all right.
There's a movie called The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh with Julius Erving. Did you know that?
You probably hate it.
I never saw it.
Why?
Never saw it. All right. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. Hopefully you'll be back tomorrow dealing with some family stuff. And the Warriors win last night, 110-106. Jonathan Kuminga. I spent the first 5 minutes of the show. I'm telling you, what he did last night is one of the hardest things to do. Not play all night, get into a game down 11, knowing damn well the coach is like, make something happen, but don't screw it up more. And Kuminga delivered. That's, to me, not easy to do. Here's what I've been thinking more and more about with Klay Thompson, and I gotta get Warrior fans' feelings on it. So I'm looking at Klay Thompson's numbers, and let's go back to 2 years ago. Okay, 2 years ago, he played 32 regular season games after coming off the injury, right? He came back during their championship season.
Yep.
Okay, so that year and this year, in the 32 games he played in the regular season, and by the way, remember this, those 32 regular season games that he played 2 years ago when the Warriors won the title, his numbers in the postseason were exactly the same as they were in the 32 regular season games. Check it out. It's an anomaly.
It's like 42, 38.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's perfect for this discussion because we can say he came back, he was solid, and then he was solid in the playoffs too.
I think he led the team in minutes in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm looking at 2 years ago, he averaged 29, let's call it 30 minutes. Averaged 30 minutes a game, and he averaged 18 shots a game. 18 shots in 30 minutes. This year, in 30 minutes a game, Klay's taking just over 13 shots a game. So this is, I don't know how you reconcile Klay Thompson playing as much as he's always played, but taking almost 5 fewer shots a game. So I know he's not making shots right now, but the idea of him taking fewer shots than he ever has, I don't like that at all because it's the one aspect where he can still impact a game more than in any other area that he can impact it. So if Klay Thompson's on the floor 30 minutes a night, but he's only taken 13 shots, which is 5 fewer than he normally takes over the course of his career, it's going to be harder for him to help you. Isn't it going to be harder for him to help you win if Klay Thompson's playing like he played 2 years ago, but he's shooting less and making less shots?
Well, if he's playing like he played last night, he's not going to be able to help you much. But one thing, though, I think is interesting because one of the things I think that's always made Klay Thompson special is his kind of IDGAF mentality.
Exactly.
Like, I'm going to shoot my way through this and eventually find a way out. And for the most part, throughout his career, he's done a pretty good job. It's not like he's never had shooting slumps before.
Right.
We always make a big deal about he starts season slow. During I think it was one of the KD years, he had just a terrible shooting stretch from like December to January. Like, he's had these before, but there's reluctance, it feels like now, to shoot his way out. Like he's looking for other ways to help, which is, to his credit, a good thing, but he's never been a player that can beat you by passing or beat you with rebounding.
Right.
He could beat you with defense, but we understand that's not who he is as much anymore, and the team's also publicly stated that. Like, he's a guy that's going to be matched up on fours more. If Anthony Simons is matched up with Klay Thompson, I don't feel great about that anymore. In fact, I feel like Anthony Simons is probably going to get a bucket. So what's the one area where Klay Thompson still can be close to his former self? It's shooting the basketball. And so I think you're onto something. Like, that is a concern that he's not shooting as much, which could be, number one, he's unable to get good looks or get open or free himself to take those shots. Or number two, he's readjusted his mentality to try and not be as of a gunner and a jacker. But that's kind of what made him who he was.
Exactly. And that's where I think I could see him. He's in a tough spot right now, trying to fit his game into the team's game as him, getting up there a little bit. Because here's the other thing, and I get it. These are just averages, but we are 25% of the way through the season. Like, I got news for you. And I get that the numbers will fluctuate a little, but if Klay Thompson's taking averages 13 shots a game, he ain't having any more big games. Like, he ain't having any more 40-point nights. I get it. There'll be an outlier where he takes 23 shots and he knocks down 14. But all in all, when he takes 13 shots a game, then he even takes the threat of him having a big game off the table, which is a big part of who the Warriors are, and I've always been. The thought that if Steph don't get you, Klay will get you. But you know what? Between the two of them, we're making 12 threes. We're making 10 or 12 threes. But Klay cannot make 5 threes if he's only taken 6 total threes in the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the other part of it, too, is if we're looking at the Warriors as a whole, they less and less are able to get easy baskets around the rim, or at least with the guys that they've been playing mostly have been able to do that less. So, like, the way I see it on most nights, the Warriors got to shoot themselves into basketball games, and they got to win games with their jump shot. And who's the guy you expect to help you in that effort? That's Klay Thompson. Right now, Stephen Curry is killing it. I mean, statistically, he's shooting the lights out of the ball, and he did so in the second half to put away Portland. But you need your second shooter, arguably the second best shooter maybe ever in Klay Thompson. Right. You need him to be a threat, and a threat not just when he has it going, a threat when he doesn't have it going. Because one thing that always was able to generate space for the Warriors, and when they were moving the basketball and things were clicking, even this season, is if Klay Thompson's 3 of 10, you still have to guard him. You still have to be in his jersey. And I don't know if teams look at him like that as much anymore. Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. This is from the Comcast Business text line. 510 says that's good. That's okay. When he's not on, he does not need to keep shooting. Well, that sounds great. But now you have a Klay Thompson on the floor who's not shooting a lot. Okay, and he's also not shooting a great percentage, so he's not scoring, and he's also not defending at the level he used to defend, and he's never been the greatest playmaker. So what I'm getting at is if he's not shooting, you're taking away the biggest, not taking away, but you're limiting the one thing he can do where he can impact a game more than in the best area he can possibly impact a game. Frank's in San Francisco. What's up, Frank? How you doing, man? I'm just trying to figure out, how you move forward with it, and not just the rest of this year and moving forward. Yeah, what's up, Frank?
Hey, what's up, guys? I think it's more on Kerr, and I think Kerr, it's his responsibility to bring us back to the style that got us here in the first place, which is free flowing, not thinking so much, being selfless, and letting the ball find you in your spots. And I think the team could sense the pressure that Klay's putting on himself, and they're trying to help him succeed. But it's become a detriment to our team now. And I think, Klay could take notes from Moody, from Saric, and these guys are doing little things to put themselves on the court in important minutes, and the ball finds them every single time. And I think if we just can go back to that somehow, and I think it all goes back to Kerr. I think he's the one that's going to have to push Klay in that direction. Otherwise, we're just going to shoot ourselves off the court, and teams are going to see what we're trying to do every single time. So that's what I think about Klay and what he should do going forward.
Yeah, it's. I think it's easier said than done, but it feels like more and more Warrior fans are kind of getting there.
The Steve Kerr point is interesting because, I don't think Klay is the only problem with this team. There's a lot of things that you can go down the list and say, that's not good, this needs to be better, we got to correct this. But the one thing that kind of, I guess, elevates Klay on people's DEFCON level is Steve Kerr is loyal to him. And so he's going to play. That's just how it is. I don't think Andrew Wiggins was any better than Klay Thompson last night. I don't think Andrew Wiggins statistically played worse than Klay Thompson. He's hurt the Warriors more this year. But Steve Kerr has shown that he's willing to not close a game with Andrew Wiggins. He did it on opening night when Andrew Wiggins was a ghost against Phoenix. He closed with Kaminga that night. Kerr hasn't shown us that he's willing to not close with Klay Thompson. That to me is the only difference.
Yeah, and I'll before the text line even comes down my road, I'm going to beat you to it. I was going to say, we've been talking about Klay Thompson for a half hour. We could talk a half hour about Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah,
Andrew Wiggins has been no better than Klay Thompson this year. I mean, to me, they're in the exact same boat. I think the reason Klay's more, I think the reason that we maybe harp on Klay more than Wiggins isn't necessarily because we dislike him more. I think it's because Klay is a four-time champion. Wiggins is the guy who's just been here for 3 or 4 years. So Klay is a more delicate situation. We talk about Klay more. What's going to happen to his future? His contract situation is more urgent than Wiggins. So I'm with you. Wiggins, Wiggins has been pretty bad.
And I think,
he's been pretty bad.
That's why Kerr is talking about the starting lineup. I don't think you make a starting lineup change if there's just one guy who's kind of a question mark or an issue. But if you got two guys out of the five that are not consistently providing production, then you do have to go to the drawing board.
Right. I mean, the one point I'm trying to make also with Klay Thompson is if you're telling me right now he's playing 30 minutes a game and he's taking 13 shots a night, and that's 4 or 5 fewer than essentially his season or his career number. Well, then you know what? How about we just play him 25 minutes and he takes 14 shots a game? You know what I mean? I'd rather have him play 5-6 fewer minutes and still take the same amount of shots just to see if, and maybe playing against the second team, he gets better, or a second unit of the other team, he gets better looks. That I would be an advocate of, more shots in fewer minutes. I just don't know how many he can squeeze off anymore.
Well, quietly, Kerr has been running him with the second unit a lot more lately. Now, he's still starting, he's still finishing, but I think that Kerr has been using, whether it's Pajemski or Paul, guys that are more playmakers and creators for others. I think Klay Thompson has fit a little bit better, and he did, maybe it wasn't the second Clippers game, but the first Clippers game, he looked pretty comfortable with the second unit. So maybe Kerr's been tipping his hand a little bit. I don't know.
This from Tomas on the YouTube chat. We can't even trust Wiggins to make a free throw right now. Right. At least you better be careful, Tomas.
Perfect.
Wiggins, 15 of his last 17, I believe, from the free throw line.
Yay! Yeah, he's up to 61%.
Yeah. Yay! Knocking him down. Let's go to Jason. Jason's in the Central Valley. Let's talk about starting lineup. Hey, Jason.
Hey, guys. Thank you very much for taking our call. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Hope you guys are doing good today also.
Yeah.
Going into this conversation here, JK, definitely impressed with him last night. And listening to the game on the radio yesterday, I think Tim Roy hit it on the head. Just the Warriors just do not have that specific level of athleticism to match up with certain teams. And even though on paper the Blazers are a team that the Warriors should have taken care of easily, their athleticism clearly presented them a problem during the first 3 quarters. And if it wasn't for the athleticism of JK kind of turning the table, the Warriors definitely may have ended up losing that game. I think, just kind of jumping ahead, I think into January and February, I think the Warriors need to seriously consider adding some more athleticism, the scoring type of athleticism to their team, or some sort of maybe shot blocking defensive athleticism presence to their front line. Also, I just want to talk about Chris Paul. Some people forget he used to be on OKC and really took care of that team with a bunch of young guys, and I can see him bringing that mentality to our second unit. And I really hope that, if Klay is running with that second unit as well, I'd like to see Klay not just take threes because he's shooting 34, 35%. He's still doing well shooting from the mid-range. I'd like to see Klay maybe take advantage more of the 15 to 20-footers as a part of his game rather than continuing to bomb open missed threes lately. So thanks again for taking my call, guys. That's my take. I appreciate your time.
All right, Jason, thank you. Jason, listening on the Odyssey app. You can always download that and hear everything on 95.7 The Game. Klay's a tricky one. But he's a tricky one. This is the other thing, and we always talk about. I do feel bad for Klay Thompson. He got dealt a bad hand, 2 of them. But when last year this is the one thing I do worry about when I think about the team last year and the stuff that was going on. It's not all. It doesn't have to be malice or malicious what's going on, but the Warriors do have a challenge with they want to win. Klay is a celebrated player who's in a contract year. We all think he may need to take a lesser role. That's tricky. That's really hard to navigate and win seamlessly at the same time. You know what I mean? It's nobody's fault. Same with Steve Kerr with whatever's going on with this contract situation right now. With if Wiggins is having some kind of ambivalence that we're not aware of, those are things that they get in the way of being successful.
Yeah, we'll find those out in the documentary, which you probably won't watch in 10 years. Shout out to the YouTube chat, Reynolds Mortgage and Realty, 49ers, donating $2. I'm sure we'll get to them in a little bit. But I think with the question at hand is, how much do you think the contract or lack thereof is affecting Klay? Because I actually don't think it's affecting him that much. I think he's just a lesser version of his former self. And because we've also seen him kind of battle these, if you want to call them demons or, ineffective stretches. We've seen him do this before, even dating back to last year. But when he came back from his injuries that first season, it was the top 75 list that he was left off of.
Right.
Then early last year, it was Barkley that he was mad at for calling him, no longer the best two-way player in basketball. This year, there is a contract at the end of the year, so there's kind of a carrot that's being dangled. But I think he's just fighting age. He's fighting father time more than he's fighting the question mark of how much money he's going to make.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you because we've seen Klay for 12 years. I don't feel like right now he's playing with the chip on his shoulder. I think he's pressing, but I don't necessarily think that's because of the contract. I think that could very well, like you said, be his game or be where he's at in his career, and he's trying to figure it out. So for anybody who was saying, well, you can't have Klay come into a contract year because he'll lose it mentally, or he could lose him, or that's I don't feel like that's why he's not having a great year.
That's part of why that's part of why I feel bad for him.
Right.
Because each poor game he has, he loses money.
Right.
And the one thing that Warriors fans can never dismiss is the fact that he might be the most beloved just on a human level of the big three, because he's kind of more of a, I don't know, I think a relatable person than someone like Steph Curry or Draymond Green. So, like, everyone's always been in Klay's corner, but now, to your point off the top of the show, people are open to more than ever the possibility of him not being in the limelight and him potentially coming off the bench.
Right. Let's go to John in Alameda. What's up, John? How you doing, man?
I'm very well. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. So the last caller made my point about shot selection. So I want to throw a different thing out there, which is, people bitch about Kerr, somehow not knowing how to coach after, because he's not changing the life overnight. I think he's following the Bochy blueprint, which is when you've got these, as you just said, celebrated guys, you just have to sort of let them see for themselves that something needs to change. And I think that's how Bochy would play it. And it's a long season and blah, blah, blah. And he doesn't want to, lose the locker room because Klay is, it's unhappy and it's infecting other people and it's a story out here. And he said, eventually I think he's got to accept the Andre Iguodala role, but he's not there yet. And I think Kerr's letting him kind of figure it out for himself.
Good stuff, John. Appreciate the call. Let's hit up Adam in San Jose real quick. What's up, Adam? How you doing?
What up, fellas? Good. How are you? So I disagree with you guys. I think the contract is forefront on Klay's mind, because if it weren't, he would have accepted whatever they offered him in the off season, which is definitely more than what it's going to be this upcoming off season. So shooting is one thing. Father Time doesn't typically take away from you. I think Klay's just in his own head too much. That contract is for sure forefront on his mind. And then let's be honest, Klay's a people pleaser. I've noticed that the fan base has seemed to turn against him. People are saying it's time to bench him or it's time to trade him, and I think that's really bothering him. I was at the game last night, and there was a moment where there was a fan that was heckling him, and it was dead quiet in the arena, and he heard it, and he went over to the scorer's table and slapped the scorer's table so hard that I thought LeBron was in the building with all the white chalk in the air.
That's a 3.
He should have agreed to whatever they offered him.
Well, you know what? Appreciate it. Adam, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. We're also kind of getting up against it. We need to clarify. We don't know anything about what was offered, what was turned down. We don't know if there was an offer made. We don't know. We heard a report that Klay wanted something, but this was even during the season last year. We have no idea how the Warriors and Klay Thompson have approached an extension since last season.
Well, it's not like the Bob Myers situation where we found out, I think around this time or maybe a little bit ahead, that he had 2 contract offers that he declined.
Right.
Like it's nothing like that.
Right. All right. Coming up on the other side, one of our favorites, Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA radio host. He's also a contributor at NBA TV. If you've heard him before, you know that he is all over the Golden State Warriors and has a lot of terrific views on the Golden State Warriors. Brian Geltzeiler, that's who's coming up on the other side. Also, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That segment also brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
There's got to be a saying that goes, in order to be a winner, you have to dress like a winner.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. Guru taking care of some business. He should be back tomorrow. Let's welcome in Brian Geltzeiler, SiriusXM NBA radio host, also a contributor at NBA TV. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How we doing?
We're doing well. I'll just let you in on kind of what Evan and I were talking about during the break, and I was just thinking about the Warriors and Steph Curry, and I said, it's not that Steph Curry is noticeably slipping, but I feel like he right now, in a weird way, is being asked to do so much because there's never been this big a disparity between him and the second best player on the team. I'm watching this game last night, and Portland's got a guy coming out, and right off the bat is just hanging on Steph Curry left and right, up and down the floor, and I'm thinking, man, they can focus on him almost more than ever now.
I agree. I don't think he's slipping much. I think he's still doing everything he's done off the ball. He's still carrying an enormous load. I just think you're right. Listen, there's no second banana. There's zero. There's not a second banana on this team offensively. And it's making it much harder on him. And frankly, the smart defensive strategy is to load up on him and let other guys shoot and take your chances. And let's face it, taking your chances on that has been a really good strategy to beat the Warriors. The other issue that they have, that's a non-Steph Curry issue, is that they're not big. And when you look around the league at the teams that are having success, the more athletic quality size you have, the better off you are. Yeah. I mean, look at the Minnesota's top of the conference right now. Look at the amount of size they roll at you. Denver won the championship last year. Look at the amount of size they roll at you. The Lakers are playing tonight in the semis of the in-season tournament and have crawled their way into the 4 seed in the Western Conference. Look at the size they bring at you with Anthony Davis. Like, you need big players out there. Even you want to take a team like Dallas, who drafted Derek Lively with the number 11 pick in this year's draft, number 10 pick, wherever they took Lively. He's starting and playing meaningful minutes for them and playing really well, and the dude's 7-1. Like, you need big players. And the Warriors have survived for years playing smaller lineups as their best lineups, but I think the league's evolving in a way that the Warriors aren't, and I think that's kind of outliving its usefulness a little bit.
Well, Brian, speaking of that kind of puzzle that Steve Kerr now is being asked to piece together, you're talking about length, athleticism, and while the Warriors don't have it in abundance, the majority of which kind of has been, by some people's estimation, suppressed a bit. The Moses Moody's, the Jonathan Kumingas we finally saw last night come in and essentially save the Warriors against a Portland team that was kind of running them off the floor. I mean, do you think that these athletic and long players that the Warriors do have deserve to play more? And if so, does that demand Steve Kerr to do something with the starting lineup, something that he kind of referenced after the game last night?
All right, so listen, the starting lineup thing, I have always believed there's too much put into that because he can rotate minutes in a way that he wants to rotate minutes. And I know when Kerr spoke about that last night, there's speculation about 2 guys potentially coming out of the starting lineup. One is Andrew Wiggins and one is Klay Thompson. I would be floored and shocked, let me get it out of the way, if he's going to pull Klay Thompson out of the starting lineup. It would be very hard for me to... First of all, it'd be hard I can't believe he's going to do it, and I wouldn't do it if I were him either. And then the second part is that I don't know how you sell that to Klay in a contract year at this stage of his career when he's struggling like this. Right now, Klay needs to have confidence shown in him, and that's not a way to help. Wiggins is a little bit different because, listen, Wiggins, in some ways, almost made a mistake. Even they won the title because he showed us everything he could be. He showed us how amazing he can be when he's in shape, the kind of defense he can play, the force he can be offensively, the rebounder he can be. He's not in shape. He's obviously not doing a lot of work off the court. They were very understanding with him last year when he had a personal family problem that prevented him from playing in a big chunk of time. He hasn't gotten himself back there. He's been here pretty much the whole year, and we're not seeing a guy in any kind of decent condition here. And maybe it is Wiggins, but I will tell you, I don't know that you have to change the starting lineup, and you can take more advantage of this bench. And this is the hard part for the Warriors. If you had told me going into this season that this bench would have played as well as it's played, I mean, Dario Saric has been a revelation. He's been really, really good for the Warriors. I didn't think Podziemski would be able to contribute this year. He certainly has had games where he's been a major contributor. Kuminga's had more weak ones than strong ones, but Moody's had more strong ones than weak ones. So, the bench has been pretty consistent. If you told me the bench would be this consistent, I wouldn't believe the Warriors are below 500. But here we are. But here's my point. I don't know that Steve Kerr needs to make this about who starts as much as he needs to make this about who finishes. And that's got to be, he made a substitution error last week in taking Moody out of a game who can't be making those kinds of errors. Who finishes the games matters a heck of a lot more. And it allows Kerr the luxury of saying, hey, who's got it tonight and who doesn't? And really, frankly, short of Curry and Draymond, anyone else should be eligible to be sat down the stretch of a game, including Klay Thompson. If Thompson's struggling, he shouldn't be on the floor late in games. Curry and Green you must finish games with because of how they complement each other, because of what one means to the offense and one means to the defense. All that's fine. The other three spots up for grabs, guys, to be able to finish games. Forget about who starts. Let's watch who finishes.
Brian Gelteiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, Sirius XM NBA radio host, also contributor at NBA TV. You know, it's funny you brought up Klay Thompson, and there's so much going on with the team. You know, I just think that one of the challenges the Warriors are going to have this year and are having is that Klay Thompson may have to take a reduced role, but he's also in a contract year, and how can you ask him to do that and this, that, and the other thing? And I actually thought the only way you can ask Klay Thompson to go to the bench is hand him a contract extension on the same day. You know, and I know that's unrealistic, but that's kind of what you almost would have to worry about, because he's a delicate situation because he's so revered.
Matt, you may ask him to go to the bench and hand him a contract extension on the same day, and he may hand you back the contract.
True. No doubt.
Wow. Because that is who he is. This is about, for Klay, listen, I bring up contract year, and yes, he wants to be paid, and he's not going to get the same money that he's making, but he wants to be paid pretty well. Draymond got an extension and is being paid pretty well, and I'm sure Klay would accept that kind of money. I'm not sure he's worth that kind of money right now, but he would accept that kind of money. This is a little bit deeper for Klay Thompson. It's almost an existential crisis as a basketball player. This is about professional pride. This is about the fact that people continue to say he's not the guy he once was. He isn't the guy he once was. He doesn't want to believe it, and it's almost like the harder he tries to be the best player that he could possibly be here, the more he presses, the worse he looks. I mean, he's shooting 34% from three. That's not Klay Thompson. 39% from the field overall. That's not Klay Thompson. And listen, guys, we all understand this. He was never going to come back from those two injuries and be the same defensive player he was. He just wasn't going to have the lateral movement to do it. It's something that you can accept. It's something that you've put in place infrastructure-wise, where you're supposed to have Wiggins there to cover a lot of those difficult matchups that, quite frankly, Wiggins isn't doing such a good job of. And now you have Moody, who guards pretty well and can take some of those matchups. So you shouldn't have to worry about the fact that Klay's not the same defender that he is. This is a whole crisis having to do with Klay Thompson, the offensive player. Klay Thompson, the splash brother, that isn't splashing much right now. And I do think Kerr's going to have to be patient with him. I think nights like last night where he's playing 27 minutes instead of playing, in upwards of 34 minutes and what he's played in the past in his career. I mean, he's averaging 29.7 on the year. Kerr played him 26 last night. I think you're going to have to play him 25 to 27 minutes right now, kind of where he played him last night, until he starts to shoot himself out of this. You can't tell him to stop shooting the ball, because otherwise you might as well not play him at all. I mean, he's got to take open shots when he has them. But I also will tell you this. In watching Klay Thompson, I'm curious to get what you guys think about this. He's taken more bad shots this year than I've ever seen him take. And that's a sign that he's pressing. He's not letting the game come to him. He's trying to go out and take too many games by the throat, and he's not doing it successfully. Now, maybe he's not moving as well off the ball as he once did, not getting as open. That could be a factor. But I would like to see him take more good shots, less bad shots. And even if he's taking a few less shots out there, I just want his shot quality to improve. I mean, his shot selection has not been good, and I think that comes down to what's happening between his ears and all the pressing that he's doing out there, because he's feeling a ton of pressure.
Yeah, no, Brian, I completely agree. And I also think, too, some of that is the open shots that he does have, he's just not making at a high enough clip. So the ones that he's taking that look bad or that are bad choices are even more glaring. I also wonder, in talking about what the Warriors can do, not necessarily with the starting lineup, but with their rotation. And Steve Kerr has discussed, and really it looks difficult sometimes for those decisions to be made of who deserves to play on what given night, how to ride the hot hand. It's less clear than it's ever been in Golden State of who needs to play more on a given night. But from that perspective, do you feel like the Warriors' issues are more correctable internally, or do you think there's something external that needs to happen, a potential move, a trade, and that involves Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
Listen, it depends upon what's available, and that's going to be the important part of all this. And I say that in this way. If you could go out and bring a Pascal Siakam in and have it ultimately be for the Chris Paul contract would have to go in a situation like that. Paul, one of your young players and maybe a future pick, if you can get him at the right price, that's a guy you have to go out and get, but you can't trade for trade's sake. So to answer your question, Evan, I think it is solvable internally. I just think Steve Kerr's going to have a challenge on his hands that he's got to be prepared for, that he's never really had to deal with. Kerr's always known who his best players were night to night for the most part. He doesn't know that anymore. He's got two guys he can count on, Curry and Green, and that's it. He has to wing it with the other three spots depending upon who's playing well and try to start riding hot hands and who's in the right matchups. And it's challenging. You're not always going to make decisions. And listen, last week when he took Moody out of the game, Wiggins and Thompson in the game, and ends up getting killed for that move, that was Kerr being a creature of habit. So I will say this, he's got to change the way he does things. Now, to your point, maybe bringing somebody in from the outside, another player, is going to force him to make some of those changes in how he operates here. But I think, listen, I will say this right now. Kerr, as one of the great strengths of this Warriors dynasty, has been Steve Kerr's relationship with these three star players. And I actually think with the way that Thompson is playing, and even with the way other guys are struggling here, Wiggins, Looney, he's reduced Looney's minutes here, who hasn't looked as good as he has in the past. Okay, with that stuff, Kerr's reverting back to old habits with these guys, and they're not playing the same way. I actually think some of those relationships are more damaging right now because Kerr's accomplished so much, counts on these guys so much, and thinks so much of them and trusts them, where some of the trust is misplaced now. That's a really, and I'm not killing Steve Kerr on this, that's a really hard thing to undo. So getting back to Evan's initial point, could the problem be outside the organization? Only if it's the right kind of player that you're bringing in to solve this. A guy that ends up being somebody that can be a third banana with Curry and Green, or a second offensive option. If you're not going to get a second offensive option, you might as well not make a trade.
Brian, man, great stuff as always. Really appreciate it, and love talking to you, my man.
Always my pleasure, guys. Please reach out anytime. Always happy to do it. You both take care.
All right, that's Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA radio host, and also a contributor at NBA TV. That's going to open up some phone lines at 888-957-9570. All right, hear me out on this one, because this is what I was thinking as I was listening to Brian talk about Kerr leaning on the veterans.
Talk to me.
Okay. Bruce Bochy, when he was managing the Giants, and their older players were getting older, didn't he essentially... Isn't the right thing to do stay with your champions as long as possible, even erring on the side of giving them too much leash, so that when you have to do what you have to do, there is no controversy.
Right.
There is no gray area. That it is unanimous almost, not just the coach, the player knows it, all the fans know it, and that if and when a transition comes with whoever, whether it's a Draymond or Klay, in terms of playing time, that Klay will never be able to say, oh man, all of a sudden I got put on a short leash. Like, I think that's the other thing going on here, and I think Kerr's going to err on the side of caution to make triply sure, because that's how important it is.
Yeah, like I'm glad you went there because that's sort of where my mind's been gravitating towards the last few games. They got to prove to themselves that they can or can't do it anymore. I mean, and maybe that's what Steve Kerr feels like he owes them. And to Brian's point, I can't necessarily fault him for that. I mean, Steve Kerr's got 4 championships. I think he's a damn good head coach.
Right.
But he's got 4 championships because of those 3 players, large in part. Because of Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson.
Right.
And 2 of those guys have been monetarily taken care of. 1 hasn't. And I think that's also a big reason why Klay Thompson and his camp, 1, weren't interested in whatever the Warriors had to offer them this summer, but number 2, why the Warriors weren't so gung-ho about getting a deal done before the year. I think the front office of the Warriors wants Klay Thompson to make that decision for them of how much he's worth, whether he's a Warrior for the rest of his career or not. And Klay Thompson has shown us that he's not as good or he's not playing as well. And he's got the rest of the season. He's got 60-plus games and hopefully a postseason as well, to show us that he is worth keeping around in Golden State and that he does deserve to retire a Warrior. Because right now he and I think that Steve Kerr's giving him the rope to do so is telling us that he's not the same guy. And now I think the other part of that too is, to your point about Bochy, I agree that he let those guys prove whether they could or couldn't. But the one difference is that the Warriors might have players that could give you commensurate, if not better, production in certain spots. I don't think the Giants had that. Like, there wasn't a guy who you could say, all right, he's going to go play shortstop. Crawford, you're moving to third. Or we're going to put someone at first base, Brandon Belt, you're going to have to DH today. Like, there are players such as Jonathan Kuminga last night who proved to you that if you give them the opportunity, they can help you win games. I don't know if the Warriors could say that each of the last 2 seasons, but now more than ever, those are the choices Steve Kerr's got away.
Yeah, and that's the other part of this equation that I feel like in a way is unanswerable, is that Steve Kerr is going to stick with the veterans as much as he can because he says we're not going anywhere unless they play up to a standard that they've played at already. But at what point do you allow them to play and say I don't see a championship standard there anymore? You know what I mean? Or at least 30 minutes. I don't mean it like that. I'm more leaning on the young guys. In other words, if you start leaning more and more with the young guys, does that mean, I don't want to say you're giving up, but what does that mean for Steph Curry? What does that mean for Steph when maybe Klay and Wiggins are not on the floor and Podziemski and Moody are, and you have to live with growing pains because they're not just going to win every game. There's going to be success and failure.
Well, that's why I think a situation like last night was important, because Kuminga, I think for the first time that I can recall, proved that he could be a part of a winning closing lineup and could even be maybe the best two-way player on the floor of a closing lineup. That's what I saw last night. I don't know if he can do that again. I don't know if he'll do it against Oklahoma City or Los Angeles or who's ever coming up on their schedule. I don't know if he can do it consistently, but he proved that he can do it. And so from Steph's perspective, because at the end of the day, if 30 wants to close with Klay and with Dre and Wiggins and that's what's going to happen. If he's comfortable with those guys and that's who he wants to ride out with, and that's what's going to happen. The question is, if Curry's still playing at this top 5, top 3 player in the league level, and the guys around him aren't carrying their weight, might he be okay with certain players finishing over others? Because at the end of the day, I know Curry's a loyal person, but I think he's about winning more than anything else. And if the guys around him show him that they can't help him win, then I think, just like Steve Kerr, he might be more open to those sort of situations. It's tricky. It's tough.
It is tricky. There's no doubt about it.
And I think that's why we're probably seeing Kerr move slower than people want him to. You go through social media during these games and say, how come Kaminga's not playing? How come Moody's not getting more minutes? How come we're seeing this? How come we're seeing that? And it's honestly, it's not just the starting 5, too. Kerr's also said he wants Chris Paul to close games Like, that's
Right.
another veteran that, while he's not been a Warrior, Kerr trusts.
I mean, maybe the only reason Chris Paul wasn't out on the floor last night was because it was his first game back.
And he also wasn't very good.
Right. But I'd be surprised if Chris Paul not being a part of crunch time becomes the norm. I'm not saying it won't happen periodically, but he's got to be part of most of the finishing lineups most of the time.
Well, something that kind of snuck under the radar last night before the game was a quote from Steve Kerr. Yeah, we could tease it on the other side. Yeah, there was something I thought that was not necessarily telling based on the way the game played out, but I thought reading it was really interesting and gave us a little insight as to how Steve Kerr is going to approach that closing lineup moving forward. Because what Geltzeiler said is not necessarily about who starts.
Right.
It's about who finishes. And whether you believe that the starting lineup needs to also be the closing lineup is a conversation that's, I think, going to fluctuate throughout this entire year, because outside of Stephen Curry and maybe Draymond Green, who I think is important for defensive purposes, I think Geltzeiler's right. There's going to be 3 spots open on a given night, and that choice is going to be on Steve Kerr's head.
Let's quick go to Marissa. Marissa's out there in the Bay somewhere. What's up, Marissa? Oh, no, Marissa's not out there. Okay, we'll figure it out.
Oh, speaking of ow.
Yeah, what happened?
Juan Soto went to the Yankees, man.
Uh-oh.
You see that? Another big boy off the board for the Giants.
More importantly, what's that John Sterling call going to sound like for Juan Soto? It's Solo for Soto.
Yeah,
I'll be on pins and needles waiting.
Oh, he's going to be workshopping that from now until April. Yeah. I mean, he's going to have all of spring training to work through
the
that.
Best one of all time is Like a Good Glaber. State Farm is there for Glaber Torres. It's all time.
He's got a deep bag.
You know who this guy, you know who John Sterling is? He's Dom from Philly.
Easy.
Dom DeSaint.
I think John Sterling's like a Hall of Famer, though.
Well, first of all, this guy's first team all
talking
security.
about a legend.
What I'm saying is John Sterling and the guy Dom from Philly, they both suffer from the same affliction of thinking they're part of the game, thinking they're more important than the game, and thinking that people are actually there to hear and listen to them. That's what they have in common.
We still don't know what DeSandro
Sterling
sounds like. Oh, we know what
Sterling and Big Dom. They both have that in common.
I don't think I've ever heard Dom DeSandro describe.
They both think they're a little more important than they actually are.
A Mark Teixeira home run as a text message being sent into the right field bleachers.
I actually have play-by-play of John Sterling calling Dre Greenlaw and DeSandro's little scuffle.
Ow!
Thanks, Spadone. You need to show some respect to your elders. Your elders.
I will, to certain elders.
You tell me that all the time.
Absolutely. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got an Evan tease out there on the mantle about. You could probably set it up.
A little pregame nuggy nug from Steve Kerr.
Pregame nuggy nug. Phone lines open. And what have we done real quick? We've given Kaminga his flowers because he deserves them. He was terrific last night. What do you do with Klay Thompson? Steve Kerr has alluded to maybe making some changes to the starting lineup. What do you think he's talking about specifically? That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
This is the Lunch Rush at your local.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Kevon. I'm a little worried about you, my friend. Just a little bit. He hasn't been attacking this season with his usual zeal and enthusiasm. I'm not saying he's out of touch. He's out of time. But got to get a move on, Kevon.
Well, knowing how kind of a individual he is, I'm sure he's concerned about you too, because that's just the kind of guy that he is.
Well, I got a card from he wants to know when I'm going in for my hip surgery and how I'm sleeping and what my golf handicap is.
He probably wanted to help fix my window too. Got smashed the other night.
Oh my gosh! You know what? I forgot. I haven't really.
I got bit.
See, this is where Guru's such a better person than I am, because I know he's talked to you about what happened there, and I hadn't had a chance to. But that's just.
It's only been 72 hours.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Thanks, Gil.
Yeah. I'm tired of people throwing wrenches through my windshield.
Well, it pissed me off. I mean, there's nothing in there besides the handbook. It's like they just opened the glove box, kind of looked around, probably did a little sniffing, and then said, "No, well, this ain't worth it." Appreciate it. Thanks, San Francisco.
Let's I tell you what, you had a tease that was so wonderful. I'm going to allow you to do it. But first, absolutely incredible. Let's go to JJ in San Jose. He's not happy with Steve Kerr.
Oh boy.
Hey, JJ.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? Steve Kerr, man, we all love him. Hall of Famer, legendary guy. Everybody, he is about as high as it gets in terms of pinnacle of NBA personality, personas. He's up there.
Oh.
He is not doing a good job this year coaching, and it's the carry over from last year. Or I'm sorry, it carried over from last year. Last year, I understand he didn't have everybody there and whatnot. He had like 50 different lineups, but I disagree with you, Evan. Last year, Kuminga showed that he could close out some games because he played in Wiggins' place for about 3 months, enough to get you to the 6th seed, and then Steve Kerr, whacks him across his face and says, "Hey, you know how you've been playing pretty good for 3 months? Well, now you're not going to play at all in the playoffs and I'm going to put Wiggins in, who hasn't played and had no win, and we barely got out of that one. And now he's doing the same thing this year. We all Warrior fans love our youngsters because we go back to their rookie year when they went down to Miami and they kicked the crap out of Steiny's Miami Heat without the help of the veterans. When the youngsters showed that they could do that, they gave us some hype. And 2 years later, they got nothing to show for it because the coach don't want to let them loose. Come on, man. He's losing them. He's losing them.
That's JJ in San Jose. I must say, he's not the only one. Some people are questioning Steve Kerr.
No, I think there's a lot of good points. What I said, though, was I hadn't seen him with the other big boys. He's right. Kuminga played for 2 months while Wiggins was gone. He had played mostly as a starter, and he got to finish some games. But I hadn't seen him with Curry, Klay, Wiggins, and Draymond be a part of, because he'd never got that opportunity before. So that was the first time I saw it. That was my point.
So what were you talking about with the on the
late game rotations?
Yeah, go ahead.
So obviously last night happens and Kaminga closes. He's fantastic. He's incredible. He was impactful, did it on both ends. He saved the Warriors last night, quite frankly.
All right.
And it got me thinking about something that Steve Kerr said before the game, because usually Kerr comes out about an hour 45, speaks to the media, and I think a lot of the questions pregame are sometimes more enlightening because they're big picture stuff, right? They're either from the last game or they're about something that's going to happen during the game. And a big question has been about the rotations, starting lineup, yes, but mainly who's going to close.
All right.
And so Steve Kerr kind of echoed the same sentiment he did after the game, which is basically, I don't know how set the late game rotations are at this point. I'm just reading off of what Warriors PR provided. We're trying to get consistency with our starting lineup and then a little more of a set rotation off the bench. If we are fully healthy, which they pretty much were last night, we have an idea of what we'd like to do. So the guys that are pretty much going to be on the floor to close games, Chris Paul is almost always on the floor down the stretch of close games. So are Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson, generally speaking. We're really talking about one spot. If everything goes how we think it's going to go, it's been Wiggs the last couple of years, and it could still be Wiggs. But if Moses Moody has it going, we're open to playing Moses. If we need two bigs, we're open to playing Loon. So we're definitely keeping our options open. But the point I kind of took from that, we're talking about one spot in the closing lineup. And it sounds like it's not Klay Thompson, it's Andrew Wiggins' spot.
I mean, if you were reading that quote verbatim, that's what it sounds like. It's not only what it sounds like, it's what he's saying.
And last night, neither Chris Paul, I guess Chris Paul was the odd man out because Kuminga closed where he might be in the game, according to Steve Kerr.
I'm going to assume Chris Paul didn't close out just because he was just back in the lineup and maybe.
You don't think it was because Kuminga forced his way into closing that game?
Well, according to what you just read, Chris Paul's going to be part of the starting. I'm sorry, going to be part. So why wasn't Chris Paul part of the finishing lineup last night? I'm just going to have to assume that it was because he hasn't played in the last few games. If you're telling me Steve Kerr says there's only one spot in the closing lineup because Chris Paul is one of the four.
I think it's because Jonathan Kuminga forced him to do it. And I think Kuminga, Wiggins, Dre, Klay, and Steph are probably a better matchup to a younger athletic team. I don't know how much Chris Paul is going to be able to help you, and he wasn't playing well last night. I mean, he was played 20 minutes and scored 2 points.
Steph Curry.
Yes.
They closed with Klay Thompson. They closed with Draymond Green. They closed with Kuminga.
And Wiggins.
And Wiggins. Yeah, which
to me is their most probably.
But I guess what I'm saying is
Kuminga and Moody are probably their more versatile, longer, athletic lineups.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I'm confused. So this flies in the face of what Kerr said before the game.
Yes,
okay.
I think.
Gotcha.
I just thought it was interesting that he said what he said before the game, and then didn't finish with the guy. Like, and so I don't know if you want to give Kerr for that, or if you want to give Kerr credit for that. That's one thing. But it's like we've kind of heard him go back and forth, and I just think it speaks to how difficult the choices are. Not to, I don't know. I just think Steve Kerr is stuck on most nights between a rock and a hard place. And it's really hard for a guy to lean all the way in on his young players or lean all the way in on the vets. But that's like, I don't know. He's just going to have to piece this thing together.
See, I read that quote that you talked about. I think if we would talk to him today, I might be wrong. And I think the boys are talking to him today, Willard and Dibbs. Would he say to you, oh, no, Chris is going to finish. It's just he didn't last night because he missed a couple games, but he's going to finish. Did he mean that, or did he mean, you know what, I thought Chris was going to finish, but I could not get Kuminga off the floor last night. So Chris was one of the guys who didn't get to finish. I'm not sure.
Well, and that's why I also think we're seeing, going back to the last segment, the flexibility of Steve Kerr. It's going to take time. Like he's going to do this slowly. He's not just going to all of a sudden close with Kaminga or close with Moody or close with Pajemski, who closed against the Clippers. Like he's just not going to do it. It's going to happen slowly. But I do wonder if he is telling us by his actions as opposed to his words that he's more open to it than we think he is.
I think he's more open to it now than he's ever been. I would say that. Let's go to Brian. Brian's in Hayward. Wants to jump into the conversation. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Great, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show.
Yeah.
I just want to start by saying my radio was busted in my car for the last several months, and I've been missing the heck out of you guys, and I just got it working again. So I'm back, baby.
Nice.
And yeah, I'm loving it. So just a couple of things. I kind of want to follow up with what you guys said. I agree that, we have we got a good problem, guys. We got a handful of good developing young wings and players who are learning how to effectively play with our core. And it's the beginning of the season. Kerr's he's got to get these guys a little bit of run right now, because when it starts getting more important towards the end of the year, he wants to know that these guys have been prepared now. I don't care what our record is right now, but when we get to the later part of the season and these guys have badges, so to speak, from the earlier part of the season, the young guys, that's when I'm going to be able to trust them. And I think Kerr's doing a great job, man. He's got so many vets, so many young players that need the playing time, and I think it will come together in the end. And I want to end by saying I was very disturbed at the disco cam last night, watching Kevon Looney disco. I hope they don't issue a warrant for his arrest after what I saw on the disco cam last night. Have a great day, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Please explain.
Wait, what? Is he talking about an in-stadium? During timeouts, they'll put videos on the board, and it sounds like Kevon Looney was dancing to disco.
Oh.
And was...
I'm sure he can. He's very, very adept at many things.
He's light on his feet. Kind of.
Yeah, I don't really... Plotter.
A plotter.
A little bit of a plotter.
Takes up real estate.
A little bit of a plotter. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Evan Giddings. Warriors 110 and the Portland Trailblazers 106. And I was watching that game last night and thinking, I just think and we talked a lot about the rotations and who's going to play moving forward. I think we're just, when you look at this team, I feel like they're going to, it's going to be a slog. What would be, you're a Warrior fan, what's your goal right now? You're 20 games in, you're 500, you're game under.
I think your goal should be the 4 seed.
I kind of agree. I kind of agree.
A first round home playoff series.
I'm kind of with you. Can we win 45 games? 46 games? Can we get By the end of the season, can we get 6 or 7 games? Here's the one thing that, to me, if they get to that, like, I do think if they get to 4 or 5 and they got there in a positive way, they could beat anybody. They could. The problem I see, though, now is while they could beat anybody, and I don't want to get too far ahead here, how do they win 4 series in a row when Geltzeiler's talking about how big some of these teams are? And maybe that's the part we don't have to address right now, but I do think at some point they have to get either bigger or more athletic, and ideally it'd be the same guy. I don't know who it is.
Well, and maybe it's just playing more of those players that are on your roster. I mean, Moses Moody's got a 7-foot wingspan. Kuminga's got a 7-foot wingspan. Like, there are players that are quick, but Podziemski is quick. I mean, he's not a perfect player by any means, but he's got room to grow. You know, I think one of the frustrations from fans, at least that I've gathered, is the guys that Kerr has leaned like 75% of the way into don't have room to get better. Like, they don't, like, Stephen Curry is probably not going to become a better player at age 36 or 37 than he is at 35. Same case can be made for Klay Thompson. We've seen it. Draymond Green is not going to be as good next year or the year after as he is right now. But there are players on the roster that should get better as they get older, that have room to grow, that can evolve. And I don't think it's fair to say Steve Kerr is stunting their growth, because in the same breath you can say there's no way Jonathan Kuminga should have been out of the rotation last night. Like, clearly, he proved that he should have played a meaningful minute before 4 minutes left in the third quarter. That said, Jonathan Kuminga was also in a place to jump right into the basketball game, and the Warriors go on a 10-0 run as soon as he enters the floor. Like, I don't know if Kuminga can do that in his rookie season or in his sophomore season. So he was clearly prepared for that moment. If you give him all the credit, I'll hear that. If you want to give Kerr some of the credit or the developmental staff some of the credit, I guess there's a case to be made. But I think the issue is that from the second spot down to, quote-unquote, the 10th spot, because that's as far as Kerr has said he wants to go, there's too much evenness. Like, there are too many players that provide different things but help you the same, because either Wiggins isn't shooting it well, or he's not rebounding, or he's not engaged. Klay Thompson's making poor decisions with the basketball. Kevon Looney's looking a step slower and is not getting on the glass as much as he used to or were accustomed to. Even Draymond Green, to some extent, he's shooting better. But is he really a better offensive player? Has he slipped defensively? Moses Moody's playing much better. He deserves more minutes. Kaminga deserves more minutes. Saric and Chris Paul are in the mix. Like, there's so many players that right now are just make a muddled rotation, that it's not just who finishes the game, but it's also who's the sixth man on a given night, who gets the second most minutes off the bench. These are all questions that are going to fluctuate based on who they're playing, and I think it's really difficult to manage.
All right, let's keep it simple. We're having a Golden State Warriors draft. Okay, I get the first pick. I'm gonna take Steph Curry. Who's the second best player in the Warriors?
Boy,
who are you taking second? We're having a Golden State Warriors draft right now, and guess what? Your boy had the worst team in the league, so I have the number 1 pick. I'm taking Steph Curry. Just over Trace Jackson Davis. But I'm going to
the worst team in the league.
I'm going to take Steph Curry. 888-957-9570. Who's the second best player in the Warriors? Evan?
Bay Area is Draymond Green.
I think it probably is.
Oh, gosh. And now, I don't mean it like that. Well, I guess that's not good, though. It's what I mean is
I'm serious.
That's not good. And the reason it's not good is because he doesn't play enough to be their second best player.
Well, he hasn't been the second best player.
Exactly.
Through 21 games, he's played 13 of them. He's got ejected from 2 of them. Like, he's been in half the games.
It's like he's been hurt half the year in a way.
But from what he did last night, and, well, he wasn't great last night, but against the, for what he gives you defensively, and I think there's a reason why Steve Kerr is saying...
Dude, it could be 6 guys.
I know.
It could be Klay. It could be Wiggins. It could be
Moody.
Draymond. It could be Chris Paul.
Could be Pochevsky. But Pochevsky played a game-high 37 minutes. I think it was on Saturday in Los Angeles. Like, I'm just saying, man, it's... The reason why I'd pick Draymond is because I just think he's more of a two-way player than any of the other guys right now. So if he's not helping you offensively, he can still be good defensively and vice versa. But that's kind of the issue. They have too many specialized players. They have guys that are good on one end, not good on the other, or they're good on the glass, but they can't pass. Like, oh, boy.
Here's from the 510, the Comcast business text line. Steiny, are we drafting for this year or for years down the line? It's like, yeah, even asking that question's a bad sign.
Yeah.
It's a bad sign. Let's go to Ben. Ben's in Oakland. Ben, who's the second best player in the Warriors? I got Curry. Who are you taking?
I do have Draymond.
Okay.
Because I think he's actually really good offensively. I hate it when people say he's bad offensively because there's more to offense than shooting. But I have a couple things. One is there's a disconnect between the front office and Steve Kerr. The front office, before they drafted Pochevsky, is drafting potential and athleticism, whereas Steve Kerr is only going to play you if you're in the right spot. Anthony Lamb, and who was the other dude that played all last year that wasn't any
Ty
good?
Jerome.
So they're not drafting. Yeah, Ty Jerome. So they're not drafting for who Steve Kerr wants to play. So this year they grabbed Pochevsky, who doesn't have these measurables, but he knows where to be. And so automatically he gets into the starting rotation. So that's one thing that I think has actually kind of hurt the Warriors with Wiseman and Kuminga.
No doubt.
He was supposed to be more polished.
No doubt.
So it doesn't really fit. But the real reason I called, which is kind of weird, is I wanted to say Klay Thompson is like Will Clark. So Will Clark, when he came out, just amazing, right? But he never worked out. He has these soft little wimpy arms. He got pudgy, didn't look good, right? Just a fat dude. Klay Thompson, when he got ejected, he takes his shirt off. He's a skinny guy with man boobs. Like, what the hell? So, like, I think that he just doesn't work out enough. If you look at Curry over the years, he's bigger every year. He's more flexible every year. He changes every year. Clay's the same dude. He just looks older.
Thanks. Not a fan of that.
Yeah, we're not here to body shame.
No. I'm not. Saw some of those new photos from our photo shoot.
You weren't flattered?
I look like a gray vending machine. It's like unbelievable.
Well, you do have a gray sweatshirt on.
I am just like.
What happened to the earth tones, Steiny?
They're dead.
Like, not so much the color, it's the size.
I think you look good.
Thanks. I wasn't fishing, really. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Evan Giddings on 95.7 The Game. Will Clark never worked out? I didn't know that.
Well, it's also, it's a little bit of a different physically demanding sport, the game of baseball.
Wait, what?
Bartolo Colon.
I mean, you run 90 feet and then you stop. Now, you got to play 162. That's damn tough, but...
So I'm hearing all this stuff about Siakam. Okay, so looks to me like he's on the last year of his deal and he makes 37.
Yes.
Okay? All right, so let's say hypothetically he's a $40 million player. Okay? So to acquire Siakam, you'll give up Chris Paul, and let's just say hypothetically you give up Kuminga.
Yep.
But you have to re-sign Siakam.
You do.
And then what are you doing with Klay? Because I'm not sure you solve a lot of issues if you re-sign Siakam for $150 million over
4 years.
Yeah. And then you get Klay for another $75 million. I have to look at the numbers on that one.
I mean, I also don't think that problem is gone if you acquire, I don't know, say Zach LaVine, but a guy who's expensive for 4 more years. True. Then you still have to weigh whether or not you want to give Klay money. And then maybe you don't have as much money to pay Klay Thompson and he gets pissed or he doesn't agree. Like, that issue doesn't go away no matter who you trade for.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny along with Evan Giddings. And the Golden State Warriors, look, they won the game last night. They're 10-11. And first things first, and that's you got to figure out a way to get to 500, scratch and claw, win more games, start looking at the 6th seed, and then figure out how you get to the next level. 888-957-9570. But the question I have for Warrior fans right now, if we're having a draft tomorrow of the Golden State Warrior players, I have the first pick. I'm taking Steph Curry. Who's the second pick? Who's the Warriors' second best player right now? I mean, it's a tricky one, but 888-957-9570. Do not miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks. Best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it. Steph, what are you thinking? I mean, nobody takes it as seriously as you. Nobody works harder. Your teammates are leaving you wanting, Steph. What are we going to do? Klay's not Klay anymore. Draymond's not Draymond. Half the time he is, but the other half he's not.
He ain't the coach. He ain't the GM. He ain't the owner.
You know what's funny?
Control the controllables.
You know what? This is where Curry, man. This is why I can't stand him. If we were in any other market, we'd be getting stories about how Curry's saying, "Get me out of here unless you get me some help." I can't play with these fossils anymore. And young guys who don't know how to win. Hey, Joe. Love it or leave it. Quit telling me that you're building around me when we don't even know who the second best player is on my team, my supporting cast.
I mean, if Klay and Draymond weren't on the team, I think you may hear some stuff like that.
And Loon.
Sure. But to a greater extent, those two guys,
yes.
Right?
I would say, yeah.
I also think Steve Kerr being there probably helps a little bit.
But here's a call I just am very intrigued by.
No.
I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say go to the one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go to that one.
Mike in San Jose?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He disagrees with Evan.
Talk to me, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
First,
it's rational Mike, too, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Great game last night. It was a fun one to watch. It was quiet for the first half, though. I will say that. But to answer the best player question, it has to be Draymond. Although he's not the second best player, they just seem like they can't win when he doesn't play. So that's the only reason I would you take the 7 games he was missing, he has to be considered second.
So we do agree.
I think Wiggins is the disagreements on Kuminga.
Okay.
So. Where I disagree with you and about 4 million Twitter followers that like to yell is that I don't think Kaminga should have been put in before he was put in. He shows up about every third game. He's in year 3. Kerr has to tell him he's not going to be in the rotation to get the result you get last night. So I believe Moody and Pods have outplayed him to go ahead of him. And the only reason he went in was because of the type of game it was. And as I said yesterday about my opinions of Kerr being the one not taking the new contract, he looks like he's at the orthodontist when he talks about it in the postgame again last night. Now, the one thing I will say in regards to the trade conversation, their only tradable player is Kuminga because of the money. He's it. You can't move Paul and you can't move Klay. They're only going to take Kaminga. Why would Toronto do a money dump? They're not going to do a money dump.
No. I'm generally in line.
Get him, Mike.
He's after you.
Yeah, I'm trying to flip it.
He disagreed with you because you said something preposterous.
Please.
No, I mean, the one thing we don't know is does a team like the Chicago Bulls want to get off Zach LaVine? They take a draft pick or 2 from the Warriors and Klay Thompson just to clear up money. I'd have to look at their situation, but I agree with you. Like if I'm trading with the Warriors and I know I got to take a Chris Paul or a Klay Thompson because I need the money in the deal, well, yeah, then you better give me Kuminga too with a pick. I'm kind of with you there. We're trying to figure out who the Warriors' second best player is. The other thing is, and I see this, I don't mean it the way it's going to come out, but if I go along with you and say, you know what, yeah, I'm kind of with you, Draymond's the second best player in the Warriors, that's not good enough. Like, that's not even close to good enough. Because you could almost make a case that even when they were great, he was their 4th best player.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Or top 4.
Well, the first championship is second or third best player. But they were also a lot better as a team.
Oh
my God.
He was the MVP. Andre Iguodala was a Finals MVP. Therefore,
you're just
he was
broadening.
more. Wait a minute.
What?
Andre Iguodala, was he a Finals MVP or not?
He was.
Okay, so he was a more important player in the NBA Finals than Draymond Green. It's not hard. I mean, where's the controversy there?
Okay, so he's the third best player then.
Well, that year.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Why does that bother you?
I think you're looking for a reason to bother me. It doesn't really bother me, but I know that you're just trolling when you say that.
No,
Who do you think was the best player in the 2015 NBA Finals?
Is that the one they lost to the?
No, that's the one they won. That's the one you're talking about.
Oh,
the first one. Who was the best player in the Finals? On the Warriors.
Curry.
Duh. That's my point.
Who was the second best?
Draymond or Iguodala.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's all I was saying too. I think we're in agreement.
It's no shame to be the third. Although Klay was great in that Finals, maybe he was the fourth best. I'm just, I'll tell you what.
You mean in Game 6 when he fouled out with
that team's not
points?
I'll tell you what, that team, Bogut kind of made Draymond in a way. 888 I'm messing around. You Warrior fans know I like to mess around.
Classic.
Let's go to D in Washington, D.C. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
What's going on, Steiny? And what's going on, Evan?
Hey.
Listen, I have an answer for you, Steiny.
All right.
And I have a statement for Evan. Steiny, with the number 2 pick, I would trade that pick. That's what I would do. Because right now, the Warriors don't have a number 2. We need to go hunting. We need to go fetching for a number 2 to put next to Steph. All right? That's it. As far the statement for Evans, bruh, 7-foot wingspan? I cannot believe you made that statement. I almost vomited after I heard that, man. This is one of the reasons why the Warriors is in the situation they are right now, right? It's because we don't have size. We are small to the max. We're the smallest team in the league. We can't even compete with Minnesota. We can compete with anybody, man. If Steph is not on a heater, we lose. That's the way it is. The changes are needed. We need to.
No, thank you. Well, is he? I'm curious what he's disagreeing about. Like Moses Moody does have a 7-foot wingspan. That's a fact. I don't know what he's.
I think he's trying to insinuate that you were saying they're fine on size and length.
Oh, well, the suggestion was that if you do want to get bigger internally or longer, like you have guys on the bench that you could use to get longer because Moses Moody has a 7-foot wingspan. Now I'm not saying he's going to play more than Wiggins or Klay. On certain nights, he probably deserves to. But if you're looking internally, I'm not disagreeing with the fact that they might have to trade someone. They might have to do something externally to get better. But that's also, I think, probably 15, 20 games away, whether they decide to go out and make a move. So if you're going to try and get better internally and you want to insert more length, I think there are some guys on the roster that can help with that.
Don't ever forget how the dynasty started. Remember how it started?
With a trade?
With a tank. With the trade and then a tank. Just saying.
Well, they tanked for the 7th overall pick. I don't know if I consider that a tank.
Oh, I'm talking about Monte Ellis for Bogut. The one way, way back in the day.
Oh, yes. And who'd they use with that pick?
Well, I think they got Harrison Barnes, but then Bogut.
Who is the 7th?
My point is
6th or 7th. But it wasn't like they were tanking for the number 1 overall pick.
No, but they didn't want to be. They were like 4 games out.
Well, wasn't the highest pick outside of Wiseman like Epeudo?
He was 7, I think.
Yeah, but that's it's kind of the point. Like they haven't had a top 3 pick in recent memory outside of Wiseman. Like they haven't tanked to try and get one of the best players. And I don't think they intended on tanking that season, but they just were so bad and they were hurt.
Well, no, they traded they were 3 games under 500. They traded Monte Ellis for Bogut, who was hurt. So they went totally downhill after that. Then remember they had to win a coin toss to keep the number 7 pick, I think. They took Barnes. So then the next year they came back with Curry, Klay, Barnes, Bogut was on the team and healthy. My point is this. You like Zach Edey?
Well, I hate to burst your bubble. I don't know if the Warriors have their first-round pick this year.
Oh, shoot. They don't. They do if it's an after 4.
Pretty sure it belongs to Portland.
Is it Portland or Memphis?
Well, Memphis sent it to Boston, and then Boston sent it to Portland.
That's top 4 protected?
Yeah.
You got to Google it.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I guess, yeah, you could tank.
Never mind. Sid in Chicago. What's up, Sid? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bacon.
So, Steiny, I think you just brought up the Bulls. I think I got 2 points to make. First is the Bulls. I'm a Bulls fan. I live in the Bay Area, so I'll be back and forth. But I think Billy D and Kerr have the same ways of coaching, and Kerr has been getting out-coached for the last 2.5 years. Mike Brown going to Sacramento really exposed him. As far as coaching, like he's a great philosopher, but coaching is not there. So the Bulls have players like DeRozan, Levine, Patrick Williams, and Vooch that are along on the trade block. So I'm trying to see how I would love to take Kuminga. I would love to take Moody to play with our youthful team because we are in a rebuild. And I think that Billy D and Kerr like to small ball too much. I mean, the Bulls have 4 point guards on the court at a time, and it works. But in the NBA, as you can see, these players are getting longer, faster, taller, and the centers are coming back slowly but surely. So that's one point. The second point I see is that it kind of reminds me in high school when I was a senior or when I was a freshman, and the seniors were like, "Oh, I don't care. You're not going to play over me because I'm going to college next year." But this is the thing. The seniors on the Warriors are Klay, Dre, and Curry. So basically, Klay is looking at it like he's a senior in high school.
Playing the seniors. Kerr likes to play the seniors. I would agree.
I mean, I guess it would be like if the seniors had helped you get three state championships, the 3 years prior, and then you want to roll with them, even though there's kids better that are young, or not better, but some players that could help you in spots more than the OGs. I mean, look, I get it. It's hard sometimes watching it, and it's hard for me to separate Klay from Wiggins because I think they both have been playing so badly, but when you watch them play, you feel more for Klay, I think.
No doubt.
Just because it looks like he's fighting against himself sometimes.
Well,
Wiggins just looks disinterested.
Let me just throw this out at you, and you tell me if it should be any part of the equation or no part of the equation on how you look at a team. There is part of, we've all been around here for the whole dynasty. Okay, and I said it earlier. I was like, Wiggins isn't playing any worse than Klay Thompson. I mean, they've both been really, really bad. Now, for me, though, I am bothered by Wiggins more than Klay. You know what I mean? Like, it just on a non-basketball level, I see, Klay's earned more with everybody. Klay's done more than Wiggins. Klay's been through more, at least injury-wise, than Wiggins. So maybe it's not the way to go about a basketball decision, but to me, I'm giving Klay more of a break than Wiggins. And I don't know that it's this simple, but if the decision is one's got to start, one's got to come off the bench, Wiggins is going to the bench. Like, Wiggins is going to be the guy coming off the bench. Why, Steiny? You know why? Because the other one's Klay. That's why. Like, period. He's been around longer. He's earned it more. He's older. He's been through injury. We don't know what's going on with Wiggins.
And you got Wiggins for 3 more years, or is it 4? It's 4.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. I don't think Klay Thompson in this season, that is where I think the contract comes into play. Like, you can't bench me in a contract year. after everything that I've done. And that's maybe where the respect goes overboard for some people, but I think it's fair. I think it's fair for Klay Thompson to ask them, or not ask them, but it's just implied, like, I'm not coming off the bench in a year that could dictate the rest of my NBA life. Like, that's just not going to happen.
Right.
And if there's a guy that's going to come off the bench, now, maybe he takes a minutes reduction. To Geltzeiler's point, he could play. He could be open to playing 25 or 26 minutes. But to ask him to not close games or to come off the bench, I just don't see happening. Whether it's right or wrong, I just do not see that happening. And I'm with you that Andrew Wiggins would be the odd man out, because also I think they've shown it this year. Like, I think there's been 3 or 4 games in which Wiggins hasn't closed. And Andrew Wiggins doesn't have the right also to make a stink about not closing or not starting when, for perhaps understandable reasons, he was absent from the team for 2.5 months last year. Like he's wore out his welcome from that. Like, Andrew Wiggins, if Andrew Wiggins started to make a stink in the locker room, and I don't think he would. I don't think he's that kind of person. But if he did, you think people would really come to his defense? I think people would come to Klay Thompson's defense.
Well, and that's the other thing. I'm absolutely positively thinking out loud here as it relates to Klay Thompson. But think about this for a sec. So he's on the last year of his deal, okay? And he's declining. And he's coming off injury. And we're all worried about, is the contract going to be on his mind? In fact, we've seen how things can play on Klay's mind while he plays, right? So somebody explain to me this. How the contract, Klay Thompson's playing 30 minutes a game. It's a contract year. And he's averaging 5 fewer shots per game than he ever had, 4 to 5 fewer shots per game than he ever has at any point in his career. If you look at that from the outside, it makes no sense. You know what I mean? So he's not only showing restraint, he's shooting the ball so much less than he's ever shot it, and it is a contract year. We would have been worried about the other way. We would have been worried, well, what if he's going to be playing for a contract? He's going to take 22 shots a game. He's going to be shot hunting. He's going to be this. Actually, he's costing himself money because he's not shooting as much as he has in the past. You know what I mean? Explain that one to me, Sherlock.
I can't. I mean, I guess the explanation is he can't get his shot as much as he did even a year ago.
Yeah.
And his powers have diminished or whatever. I mean, that's just like a basketball explanation. But no, I think at face value, what you want him to do is to sacrifice a little more, to play a little less. And he's done that while also costing himself money. And not just because he's playing bad. Like, even if he was shooting the same percentage as he was last year, if he was shooting, 42, 43, and then around 40% from three-point range, if he was taking less shots, he'd be scoring less. He wouldn't be a 20-point-per-game scorer like he was last year. So, I don't know. I mean, the Warriors are in, and I think Klay Thompson is too, they're in a fragile position. And I don't know how they get themselves out of it.
I guess sometimes things just hit me and I just think they're interesting. And the idea that Klay Thompson's in a contract year and is shooting less than he's ever shot and he's more discerning than he's at, this is an upset. Like, we wouldn't have, and he's going to cost himself money the less he shoots, but he's shooting so much less than he's ever shot. It's just interesting. 888-957-9570 is the number. You all can jump into the conversation, and we'd like you to, in fact. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. Mark's in Piedmont. Hey, Mark. What's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Hey, it's going good.
Cool.
So, thank you, guys. So here's my take. Do you remember which coach got rid of Joe Montana?
Bill Walsh.
Yeah. Oh, God, you had to think on that one? Jeez, guys.
You know what? I was just thinking, was it C?
It was like 1.5
Joe Thomas.
I got it. Too much carbohydrates last night. I get it. So remember what he said? It's better to get rid of them sooner than later, right? And does anybody really believe that Draymond is, that Klay or even Andrew are going to get better at age 34? And it's obvious that Andrew did a walkabout and has never come back from it and won't come back from it. So I think, the thinking has to be around they're the 15th or 16th best team right now. How are you going to climb over 15 or 16 teams with this lineup? I mean, all of a sudden these guys are going to turn into superstars? I mean, that's the take, I think.
All right. Appreciate the call, Mark. I'm trying to go back on the YouTube chat. We got a guy on there, McFly13, and he had said something that I tried to go back and look up exactly, but now I can't go back that far. But his point was this, and I completely agree with him. Wiggins and Klay, they're not just going to start playing like they played a year or two ago. It's just I don't think that's going to happen. When we talk about reality, I just don't think you don't play this long, and I mean 20-plus games, and I'll even go back a little bit to last year because of Wiggins' absence and Klay, started out. It's like you know what I mean? They're not coming back and averaging 20 a game anymore. I don't think. For a season. They're going to have some games, but I'm gone thinking I think Wiggins can get back to that player he was where he was a two-way player and we don't beat Boston without him. I can't assume that anymore. In fact, I must, if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I must assume the opposite at that point.
Well, we do know that there is one guy who continues to do that and defy Father Time, which is
correct.
Stephen Curry, who hit the biggest shot of the game last night.
Oh, yes, he did, which reminds me, it is time for the call of the game. You know who it's sponsored by? Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Curry gets Simons with 7, with 6, right side, step back 3 off the dribble, got it! It's good! Timeout Portland, and the Warriors lead by 4, 108-104. Clutch, Stephen Curry.
Clutch. Big shot. Put him away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about I'm guarding Curry in that situation. Hey, you got to try to force him into a 3 there. I mean, what else you want to do?
Pick your poison.
Not a lot of pressure on that shot either. You're already winning, right, Steiny? That wasn't the ultimate pressure shot.
No, it was absolutely not the ultimate pressure shot. But my point is
was there more pressure on that shot or the one against the Clippers?
Which was the one? What happened in the Clippers?
He had a chance to not put the game away, but put the Warriors up by 3. He missed the mid-range with about 18 seconds left, and Paul George comes down. Could have put him up by 4. And then Paul George hits the step-back 3 for the win. More pressure on which shot? I think last night.
Well, I think, boy, let me think about that, and let's talk about it. Because I need to get the time and situation, too.
Of course.
That's tough.
Thank you. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Shark Week is coming to the morning.
He's just locked in. What's more pressure? What situation is more pressure-filled shot?
Your camera, by the way.
It's kind of right up my alley. It's what I consider myself an expert on. What do you want to know?
Well, so the situation last night, Curry taking and making a three-pointer to essentially put away the Blazers. There was 10 seconds left in the game when he made that shot. So sealed it. On Saturday, could have prevented a loss against the Clippers, in which they came from behind by 22 points. And he missed a mid-range jump shot with about 18 seconds left. I think they were somewhere in the teens, and they were up by 2. So both shots were to put essentially the opposition out of reach.
Mm-hmm.
He made one. It was a three-pointer last night. He missed the other, which was a 2. I think there was more pressure on the shot last night, but he missed the one that there was less pressure on.
I think there was more pressure on the shot against the Clippers.
Just because of the opponent?
That's part of it. On the road is part of it. Last night,
the defender,
I feel like...
I mean, it was Kawhi as opposed to...
But here's the other thing. Last night, how much time was left? 10?
He made it with 10 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like last night is a house money. Shake, 3. If it goes in, we win. If it goes in, I go home the hero. If it misses, we'll get a hold. It's Portland.
You sure you're going to get a hold? I mean,
against the Clippers.
All you needed was a hold against the Clippers.
Against the Clippers, you're up 2 already. That's a big point. Both.
Also, all you have to do is stop a 3, basically, and you go to overtime.
I'm trying to think of mine.
I know you don't want to agree with me, but that's...
No. To me, they're similar. They're same genre, same genre. They're not really game winners. They're both daggers.
Yes,
they're daggers. They're not game winners. Different there. Daggers. When you're shooting a dagger, there's less pressure than a game winner. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those 2 shots to me are similar, but still far less of a pressure shot than we're down. That's when we separate the men from the boys. For example, my 3, how many buzzer beaters do I have in my, is it 4, 3, about 3, sophomore
like at the
year.
end of a shot clock or end of a quarter? What do you mean?
We didn't have the shot clock.
Or the 3-point line, right?
Yeah, we didn't have either.
Oh, my God.
Let's see. Gettysburg, my sophomore year.
The Battle of Gettysburg? What are you talking about?
Gettysburg College.
Oh,
they were in our conference. That was tied.
The Civil War.
Tie game.
Like Jamal Adams says, yikes.
Yeah.
Hey, that guy's got to chill, man.
Okay, here it is. So, I once made a shot with 3 seconds left in a tie game, or 2, less than that. It was at the buzzer. But it was tied.
No pressure.
Tie. There wasn't.
Yeah.
But there was more pressure on that shot than I once made a 38-footer at the buzzer. Desperation. We were down 1. No 3-point line. It would have been a 3. But it was like from beyond the hash mark. It's just desperation. It went in. There's no pressure on that. You know what I mean? There's none. I just thrown the ball. It got there.
Well, like in high school, I threw a few shutouts back in my day.
Of course.
It's a lot easier to complete a shutout when the game is like 9-0, and you're just kind of pitching. Like if your team's up, there's not a lot of pressure because you give up a run, it's no problem.
That can work both ways.
But if you're it depends on how much pressure you put on yourself, as you know, Steiny. But if you're trying to wrap up a complete game in which you've given up a couple runs, maybe you got hit with a 2-run RBI single with 2 outs, something like that, and you're trying to close out a game that's 3-2 in the 7th or in the 9th inning, then there's a lot more pressure in that spot as opposed to trying to complete a shutout when you've already done it a couple times,
But maybe you need that focus. You're a pitcher and a great one at that. We talk about this a lot with closers. Some closers don't like to pitch in a game that it's not an opportunity for a save.
No.
They need that pressure, that built-in pressure.
Like Camilo Duvall.
Exactly. Dave's in Pleasanton. Hey, Dave, what's going on, man? How you doing? Hey.
I'm doing great. It feels like Friday for me, but it's not Friday. I hope you guys are doing great. I had 2 things for you.
All righty.
Just like you were talking about earlier, I don't think like Wiggins might be a refocus situation, but as long as you're losing, he's not going to refocus. Klay, that's due to age. The only thing he's good for now is just straight pop and pass and shoot. That's all he's good for. Can't play D anymore. But when it comes to so in my opinion, you have to get rid of 2 out of the 3, Draymond, Klay, or Wiggs. You have to do it, and whether you play the young guys now with Curry, you're not saying, Curry, your future is done. What you're saying is, Curry, we're not going to win this season, so let's get the youngsters ready for you. When it comes to Steve Kerr, he's inexperienced. That's why he hasn't made these decisions yet, because he hasn't gone through it. He is players' coach, so he's loyal to those 3 players instead of what is best for the organization. That's the way I see it.
Good stuff,
That's
Dave.
all I got.
Dave, appreciate it. Appreciate it.
That's fair. I think that's also, like, Klay Thompson's never played in a contract year before. Before last year, Draymond Green hadn't played in it was kind of a pseudo-contract year because he didn't opt in, but he never played in one before. Like, these guys haven't had to play, or in the case of Steve Kerr, coach with their future depending on the results. I guess they were always winning, so that's the result. That's why they never had to worry. But, when Steve Kerr said this is the real NBA, I don't think he knew how real it got at that point. Like, this is the real NBA. You're in the middle of the pack. You're fighting for playoff position. You're like the championship aspirations are something that we have to table, I believe, at this point, because you got to prove that you can be better than you were last year. Like, that's where I'm at with the Warriors.
I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you. I'm not ruling anything out, but at this point, you got to start playing with some consistency.
They got to gel.
You got to start winning, 3 out of 5 games. Just start to build some momentum. I think there's more pressure to make a big shot in a game where you gave up the lead as opposed to you came from behind just as kind of, this fascinates. I love this stuff.
That is interesting.
How about this? I've been thinking about it now for 10 minutes, but I just haven't brought it to the air. Because I don't think that during the Warriors' run, there's been one shot that's been the most clutch shot in the dynasty. But when I think of the biggest, like the biggest games, the clutchest of the clutch, Klay's Game 6 at Oklahoma City's, I think 1 or 2. And then I guess Steph's Game 4 at Boston's got to be, like, those are the biggest, right?
Yeah.
Because Warriors were in a little trouble against Boston a couple years ago when
down 2-1.
Right. And Klay, it was an elimination game. That to me has a lot to do with it. A lot to do with it. Like even when did Durant hit the one dagger?
That was, I want to say they were up 2-0, and it was on the road in Cleveland, so they would have had home court.
I want to say they were up 1 and he made it 4 or something like that.
I think they were down, but they were up 2-0 in the series.
What I'm getting at is
or it might have been tied.
Even if that shot were good, that still pales in comparison to what Klay did and what Steph did, because it was more desperate. The situation was more desperate. Durant doesn't hit that dagger. What is it, 3-1? I mean, they're still in
it's
great
a 2-1
shape.
series, and they're still the better team in the 7-game series. I'm with you. Like a shot. I know it happened so fast, but the 11th 3-pointer by Klay to put them up at the end of that Game 6 in transition, and it happened so quickly because
that was one right at the top of the key
on the right wing. Iguodala strips Westbrook with a chance to seal the game, and then just outlets it up ahead to Klay. No hesitation, pulls up, drains it. They go ahead, and it was like, whoa.
Right.
But to be fair, he had already hit, if we're talking about pressure shots, he'd already hit like 5 or 6 of them. There was a shot he hit, they were down, I want to say like 8 with 4 minutes left. And he gets the ball up high. I think that's the one you're thinking of. He's like 4 feet beyond the 3-point line in front of Westbrook. And he just pulls and drains it and makes it a 5-point game. And it's like, how, like, he had no business making that shot. And I do think that's what plays into all of this with Kerr, with some of the fans. It's like, that's the guy that's going to be enshrined. That's the guy whose jersey they're going to retire, not the guy we're looking at right now. But it doesn't mean that maybe he might have a moment or two like that left. Like Game 6 last year against the Lakers was absolutely horrible. He was like 3 of 17, 3 for 19. But that's the first time we had seen Klay Thompson fail and the Warriors fail in a big moment. And so while I understand that these are very different ages than the ones, back in 2016 or whatever, I think it's hard for a lot of people to disassociate those moments with the current players.
925, the most iconic shot is Steph's double bang. That was a regular season game.
That was a regular season game.
And that's why it just can't. Like, to me, that as great of a game as that was, can't even sniff the Boston game for Steph, that is.
I mean, he had some iconic moments, like when he pointed at the ring finger after hitting a three-pointer in the Garden. I think that was Game 6. But I think it was Game 4 in which he screamed at the Boston crowd after hitting a 3 in the second quarter. Like, basically, tonight's not going to be your night. Like, that's an iconic moment, but the pressure on that shot is probably not all-time high.
You know who hit as many big shots as anybody was Iguodala. He made a lot of big shots. Like, Iguodala very seldom missed a big shot.
Okay, Max Kellerman.
I didn't say that.
No, I know. But that's
you better be careful. Rich in Los Altos. What's up, Rich?
Hey, how you going? How you going, guys? Thanks for letting me on.
Sure.
I want to hit the Warriors real fast if it's okay. My two-bit opinion is the reason. First of all, I want to say, if I can, before I forget, people who are hating on Klay, the so-called fans, are so lame, so short-sighted. He's doing so good trying to come back, and when it comes playoff time, I mean, give me a break hating on Klay. Anyway, that being said, I think the reason they got to play the two non-scorers through this modern, all big guys can shoot. Everyone can shoot in the NBA now, basically. So the reason you could play Looney and Draymond is because, well, first of all, Draymond used to shoot. It seemed like he used to be pretty good, actually. But besides for that, is they had KD, they had Jordan Poole, so they had scorers everywhere. And Wiggins used to have heart. I don't know what's happened to Wiggins. I don't know, but I hope he comes back. But I think without that, that's the problem. So talking about bringing in Kuminga and these other guys, they're awesome as role players, and I like them all. And maybe their time's coming, but I think it's too soon, and I don't think they should give up because. Anyway, that's all I got. I think they got a chance this year. Not a great chance, but anyway.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call. Here's, and I want to say I'm responding to somebody on the text line, the Comcast. The YouTube checks. Look, here's the way I look at it. When the Warriors were at their best, they played small ball. Okay? But they weren't small. It was just a term that meant they had more players with skill in their front court than you did. That's really all it meant. It didn't have anything to do with being small. It just meant without playing with a traditional center. Because if you look at those teams, you had Steph at point guard, he's 6'3". You had Klay, who's long. You had Iguodala, who's long. Durant, who's long. Draymond, who's long. The problem, though, is now the Warriors, when teams go small, they're big. Because you can play small with Chet Holmgren, who's 7 feet. It doesn't mean that you can only be a small ball team if you play with 5 guys under 6'8". No. The Spurs are going to be a problem because they're going to be able to play small with Wembanyama. And to me, what's caught up with the Warriors is now they still play small ball, but they are small. They actually are small at every position, or at most of the positions. When it's in the past, they had size at every position. And the athleticism is fleeting now because they're a little bit older.
And well, look, I mean, the lineups from the first 3 championships are just irreplicable. Like, they were the number 1 offense and number 1 defense, or they were close to. They're top 5 in both. Like, that's not going to be the case for this team. And honestly, that wasn't the case for the 2022 team. Now, they put it together in the playoffs, but if you look at them throughout the year, the one thing that they always held their hat on was their defense. They were the number 1 defensive rating in basketball. I think they were like middle of the pack when it comes to offense. because that was also the year that Curry was trying to break the three-point record. He wasn't great, or he wasn't up to his like normal standards. He is shooting it much better this season. But that's why I wonder if the path for this team is it's not about what they do on offense. It's about what they have the ability or the potential to do on defense. Like I don't know if we're gonna, unless they go out and trade for someone. Like between now and game 82, do you really think we're gonna know who the number one scoring option is on a given night? I don't think that person's gonna all of a sudden emerge. But what I think they do have a ceiling for is to defend at a higher level, and that we haven't seen consistently enough for me to feel comfortable with where this team's ceiling is right now. But when I'm looking at the starting the finishing lineup last night, and I'm not saying that should be the five regardless, but Kuminga is a two-way player. Wiggins should be a two-way player. Klay Thompson, though he's not the defender he used to be, he's still 6'6". Draymond, though he's not the defender he used to be, is still 6'9", is versatile, can move, can do multiple things on defense. They're also relatively heady, at all of those spots. And then Stephen Curry has defended better in recent years than he has earlier in his career. Like that to me is the lineup I think has the highest ceiling to defend, which is their biggest issue. You don't blow 20-point leads if you get stops. You don't blow 20-point leads unless the other team is scoring at will. And that's where I think that their path to getting better is. It's on the defensive end of the court. It's not necessarily scoring more.
No, I agree with you, but I don't really think they have the potential to be. They have the potential to be a better defensive team, but then their offense is going to suffer. Again, this is where I've always. It's probably unfair because what do? We compare the Warriors today to the Warriors when they were absolutely at their peak, and they don't have the ability to defend now like they did 6 years ago. There's just no way. And so how do you make up for it in other ways? Like I don't think they can be a great defensive team. I think they can be better defensively. But I don't know that they can be a great defensive team anymore because they have shortcomings size-wise and athleticism-wise that concern me.
Do you think they have a better chance of being a great offensive team or being a great defensive team? Not saying they'll be either, but I think it's more defensively. But
yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it.
Kerr is the only one I trust offensively to show up and be great every night. I think they have multiple guys on defense that could do that. Maybe that's wishful thinking. The
one thing that I do, and maybe this is what Rational Mike was talking about earlier, I do feel like, and maybe I'm misconstruing. It does feel like I look at Kuminga's game last night, and I came in right off the bat and said, this guy did something last night that's not easy to do. You got to give him credit. And Kuminga was terrific. But I still only look at it, that's just one game. I don't look at that as, okay, he now is in crunch time next game. No, you got to play what Jonathan, you still have to play well leading up to crunch time before you get a shot at it again.
You think that's fair?
Yes. Now, obviously, you have to reach a point where he gets good enough that you need him on the floor in crunch time, even if he's struggling. Who's? I mean, at this point, if everybody's having a D minus game, the only guy who should play through it is Curry, right?
I mean, I still think Draymond's.
Draymond, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
But yeah, no, I look. I hear what you're saying. I mean, it's almost like we're having tryouts. I mean, and look, and one of the other reasons why I think Kaminga was so impressive, to your point about being able to essentially just walk in cold and do what he did, was he said it after the game. He didn't know he was going to be out of the rotation, which is another. It's a little questioning, or
that's weird to me. But
I'm sorry. If there is something to come down Steve Kerr's road today, it is how he had obviously considered, or he determined that Kaminga was not going to play in that game until he absolutely had to. But Kuminga, who Kerr said 2 games ago played his best game as a pro and thought he was incredible, now doesn't know that he's not even going to play. And Kaminga even said it after the game, I didn't know anything. I wasn't surprised. Like, that's also a little telling. It's kind of snippy, too.
I agree. I mean, I don't understand. Twice in the last week, Kerr's told the guy he's not going to play, and then they've played, essentially.
Yeah, and so is that, like, do you take that as Kerr's growing or evolving, or do you take it as,
no clue.
Oh, boy, he's like...
I have no clue. And, yeah, no clue. No clue. Let's go to Austin. Austin's in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? Good conversation. Listen, I was thinking about what you guys are talking about with great plays in the past. You know, it's not just about shooting. I mean, Draymond, I remember the Boston series, Draymond came back and made some fantastic passes to guys cutting to the hoop, which stopped the run. I think back on Looney's rebounding a couple years ago in the consecutive games he played in that really kind of set the tone for the Warriors. I think it's more than just shooting that we can go back to as far as games that really changed the whole, outlook of the Warriors season. The one thing I'm fascinated by, Johnny, I'm curious to see what you think being around the Warriors. There's really a fine line between entertainment and sports, and we have to remember the Warriors were the perfect balance of a great team and entertaining. And I worry a little bit now that they're not as entertaining as they were before, and they're losing. So that's kind of the balance of where's the balance come in between entertainment and sports. I think that's something that's really folks like Lacob and Dunleavy have to worry about, because as bad as Klay is playing, he's still part of the entertainment value. So just curious to see what you guys think about that. I'll keep listening. Thanks.
Appreciate it. As long as you got Steph, you got a chance to be one of the most exciting teams in basketball. What happens after that? Boy, I don't know.
I mean, what's exciting? Winning.
Well,
what's not exciting? Losing.
Well, but the Giants' 107-win season is on the phone.
It was exciting until they lost. And then they followed it up with a 500-year.
Speaking of exciting, we've got ourselves a very exciting team in the Bay.
That we do.
The San Francisco 49ers.
Why can't they be good at the same time?
By the way,
jeez.
We got to talk
Figure
about your boy.
Who?
The guy who made a list of a quarterback, the guy you're friends with. We're going to talk about that on the other side because you got to explain it. You got a lot of explaining to do.
It's a hell of a tease time.
This is what you do. Now we're going to get into the, I don't know, it's 27, 36. Oh, sure. Great, super time. Download that Odyssey app. Holidays. Why not? Because you're not going to be in your car. But you're going to have your phone, and so you can just listen to us on the Odyssey app.
Or tablet.
Listen to Baldy with a morning roast. You can listen
tomorrow,
to Steve Kerr
by the way, Baldinger's going to be in studio from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. with the morning roast.
There you go. Let me do it's Shark Week.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. during football season for Kickoff with Boomer. listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sorry, I was on the Peloton.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We got a new Steph stopper?
Shaden Sharp.
Kamara?
Alvin?
Kodachrome? Camera? My guy for the Blazers?
Oh, you mean the guy J.K. stripped and stole the ball from to set up the dagger thrown in by Steph Curry?
I tell you what. I was watching this game where Steiny and Evan with you. Guru will be back tomorrow. They've just started to play the replay of the game last night, the Warriors game. And the first 12 minutes or the first 5 minutes, I'm watching this game, and I'm watching this, and I say this affectionately because this is a hometown.
We love
I'm
him.
watching this nitwit running around with Steph Curry, and Curry's got to be like, would you settle down? We just started the game. Quit picking me up full court. Quit bothering me. Quit trying to reach in. Stop trying to turn me. The game just started.
Yeah, but can you say that when he forced a turnover 90 seconds in because Curry dribbled it out of bounds?
And you know what? And you know what my guy Curry did? You know what he did? He put it in the memory bank.
For the second half.
He got him in the third quarter.
Got
You better be careful. He said, this is what you get.
They had us in the first half.
For trying to stick it to me the first 3 minutes of a game. 888-957-9570. Steiny and Evan. Oh, by the way.
What's up?
So who's your buddy who does these quarterback rankings?
Not my buddy. But he's a very triggering personality for a lot of Bay Area football fans. So, we're kind of looking around this week, and 49ers got a big game, Steiny. Big game coming up this weekend against the Seahawks. Rivalry game. Got a chance to beat them, for the sixth consecutive time? I really have lost track of just how much they've gone bird hunting as of late. But the 49ers, of course, have this unbelievable quarterback in Brock Purdy. And throughout the season, there's been, I don't know if it's a running joke or just a straight-up troll job, but there's this guy at The Ringer who works for The Ringer NFL named Steven Ruiz who puts out these weekly quarterback rankings of who he thinks are the best quarterbacks in football. And each and every week, it doesn't feel like Brock Purdy gets appreciated, and he's really low. He's in the 20s, Of course, Brock Purdy's incredible. Why the hell would he be a 25th ranked quarterback in the league? Well, this week comes out with his quarterback rankings, and I thought it was really funny. So I brought it up to you pre-show. So Brock Purdy's ranked 20th of the 32, I think. I didn't go past 20, but he's ranked 20th in the league. Well, actually not in the league. 20th quarterback right now, according to Steven Ruiz. The two guys ranked in front of him at 19 and 18 are both in college.
Oh.
Caleb Williams and then Luke May for USC and UNC.
Luke May what?
Drake May, sorry. Drake May.
Oh, Drake May.
Oh, Luke May is the guy who hit the buzzer beater for UNC back in the tournament. I digress. Drake May is the second best quarterback. Caleb Williams expected to go number 1 overall. So essentially, Steven Ruiz is saying that Brock Purdy is not a better quarterback than the two guys we haven't seen take a snap in the NFL yet. And that pissed a lot of fans off. So it kind of got me thinking, and I ran it by Lucas, producer of the afternoon show, Willard and Dibs, coming up 2 to 6. And he essentially put it like this. Would you rather have Brock Purdy in the number 1 overall pick? And I think I'm to the point that I would rather have what we know about Brock Purdy when it comes to his production, his effectiveness, and his contract, as opposed to a question mark that is the number 1 overall pick this year.
I believe, and I've been on this train for a while now. Did your boy just talk about performance, or is it all lumped in?
No, it's about like skill set, essentially.
Okay, because to my way of thinking, I know we just had that draft with Steph Curry and the Warriors. If you were to tell me, hey, Steiny, we're having a quarterback draft. You can draft any quarterback on planet Earth to be the quarterback of your football team. But You must take their contract situation. You must. With the number 1 pick in the 2023-2024 made-up draft, Matt Steinmetz selects Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy, San Francisco 49ers. He's number 1 because he doesn't make any money. And I mean that. I couldn't be more serious about that. I would take Brock if you have to give me their money situation. He's the best value in the game. You can put an unbelievable team around him, and yeah. Go ahead, tar and feather me.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
I don't have the materials required to do that.
Okay.
Get back to me in an hour. But if I was to draft any quarterback for this 49ers team, I would take Brock Purdy. I think it's in a vacuum. Like, the hypothetical is hard. I mean, there might be other quarterbacks that I'd draft above him, but for this Niners team, there's nobody else that I'd want.
Would you? Yeah, I mean, but
because he allows you to keep everyone else.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And honestly, if you give me a like, this is, who the heck were we talking about with I remember it was back in the day. It doesn't really work this year because this guy's having a heck of a year. But it was about 5 years ago. The Warriors had JaVale McGee at center. He was playing 15 minutes a game, helping him, chipping in. And he was on a minimum, probably $1.5 million. And he would go up against Rudy Gobert, who's making $25 million.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, guess what? Rudy Gobert is not 25 times better than JaVale McGee. He's not. And so, what would you rather have? Brock Purdy for $800,000 or Patrick Mahomes for $50 million? It's not an easy decision, I don't think.
No, and that's a credit to Brock Purdy, because any other person we'd be talking about, it would be a pretty easy choice.
The only thing that I'd be concerned about is there a chance that, 3 or 4 years from now, Purdy's, it's not that he's a bust, but we look back and say, he never played as well as he did those first 18 games. This is just, is that within the realm of possibility?
Yes, but I also think, and I know we don't like to talk about draft status here on this station, but because of where he was picked, he is bust proof. Like, anything you get from the final pick of a draft that is positive is incredible. So I would even if Brock Purdy fell off a cliff next season, you cannot label him a bust. That's not how that works. But I mean, Brock Purdy is, yeah, you can be concerned about what the team will look like if and when they have to pay him, and things are certainly trending that way. But that's also, like, the 49ers are in one of the most unique positions I can imagine in recent history. Like, they don't have to pay him anything, and they're getting everything.
415 Steiny, you must be joking. Mahomes is 28. Money doesn't matter when you're playing for championships yearly. I hear you, but by the same token, I just think that this Purdy contract situation is, like, I think the 49ers stumbled onto this thing with Purdy and his contract situation, and obviously every team would do it if they could. This is the way you would do it, but it's impossible to. I guess that's my question. Is this impossible to duplicate?
Yes. That's why the team is in the position that they're in, which is Super Bowl favorites, justifiably so. And if they don't win a Super Bowl this year for non-health related issues, it's going to be a major disappointment, because they have everything aligned. Like, everything. I mean, I guess you could ask that Brock Purdy has played in more playoff games, or, I don't know, whatever, is a little more experienced. But if they get beat in a playoff game, what do you think the reason is going to be?
Turnovers. It's always turnovers in football. I don't know if they're going to be interceptions or fumbles, but that's the only thing that's going to get the Niners beat, right? Turnovers. Or, I mean, that's not necessarily true. I mean, what got them beat earlier in the season, if you're not just going to say, well, they weren't healthy, so. But if you say what got us beat earlier in the season, it was one too many turnovers each of those games, and it was an offense that just looked a little out of kilter.
And the defense allowing, 25 points a game. I don't know. I just think it's interesting. Like we've come so unbelievably far that, and I don't mean to talk about the rankings as if like they're like I do think he's more trolling at this point than anything else. But it's just interesting to me that I have gotten to the point where for the San Francisco 49ers, I would rather have Brock Purdy as my quarterback for the next 2 years under his rookie deal than the number one overall pick.
To me, it's a no-brainer. I mean, if
that's
you
pretty
said,
crazy.
It's absolutely crazy. And if somebody told me, hey, Steiny, Caleb Williams is going to be twice as good as Brock Purdy, I'd say, so? He's paid 10 times more. He's going to get paid 10 times more money. Whatever that rookie contract is for a top draft pick. That's why I would be really interesting to see that if Trey Lance would have made it somehow. Just would have been an okay quarterback. Not even a superstar. What would it end up have costing the 49ers on the back end? And then the question is it a good enough quarterback that could overcome that? You know what I mean?
Look, I mean, the 49ers right now are they look like juggernauts. And like it's difficult to talk about Purdy because the quarterback position is the most important position in sports and certainly in the NFL.
Right.
But, I don't know, man. Like, I hear because I don't think Brock Purdy is like one of the three quarterbacks, money aside, that I would take to lead my franchise.
Right.
But putting him at 20th, it just seems blindly unreasonable. Like, it doesn't even seem logical at this point.
No. I don't think it is. I mean, I don't think it is logical. And you put it, look, the salary's just...
Now, the one thing that is kind of interesting to me is that with the 49ers, and it's Brock Purdy is a huge part of it, but like one of the reasons I think they're unstoppable offensively is because when they have everybody, you just kind of have to pick and choose. Like we were talking about the Warriors in their heyday and how you basically had to choose which guy you were going to get beat by on a given night. That's the same thing with the 49ers and why I hear people talking about how they're close to that team. Now, they don't have the championship pedigree by any means. They haven't been there and done it yet. But I see why people compare them because either you load the box and you try and stop the run. Okay, well, that's great. Brock Purdy's going to pick you apart, and they got weapons galore, and Kyle Shanahan's going to move the defense around and operate it to have his own offense at an advantage. Or you try and sag off and try and take away the pass, and then Christian McCaffrey is going to eat up 5 to 7 yards per carry. Like, offensively, they're very difficult to stop. And then even defensively, they do enough now with a brand new toy in Chase Young that they can rush for, get consistent pressure. And to me, I just like, and this is probably the question that everyone's trying to answer around the league is like, how the hell do you beat the 49ers? And we're not going to know it until it happens. But
you know how they'll get beat. It's how everybody always gets beat when you don't think a team can get beat. And they get beat because one night they don't make shots. They turn the ball over. A guy on the other team makes it. It'll have all the makings of just a bone-crushing, soul-stealing loss. It'll be, we'll look at the stats and it'll be like, oh my God, Purdy threw 3 picks, or something like that. But here's my question.
Yeah.
Maybe game show music. What quarterbacks could the 49ers not win it with? In other words, if the 49ers had Tua, could they win it?
I think so.
What about Josh Allen?
If we're talking about a team that's likely to lose by beating themselves, Josh Allen is a quarterback that has beaten himself. So,
but I'm putting Josh Allen in the Shanahan system with this current 49er team. So you think he might be too much of a gunslinger and take too many chances?
Yeah, the reason I think Brock Purdy's so successful is because he doesn't make as many mistakes as Josh Allen does.
Kenny Pickett?
No.
No?
No.
What about
like you're basically saying which quarterback that currently plays in the league.
I'm just trying to play a goofy game.
No, I know. And I think there's, I don't know, like the back 15 of the league. Like if Stafford was the quarterback of the 49ers, you think they could win it all?
Yes, I do. How about Geno Smith? Could the 49ers win it all with Geno Smith?
I don't think so. I just haven't seen enough of Geno Smith, and I don't think he's quarterback. He's quarterback just the one playoff game, right?
Oh, well, the other thing, the way I look at it too is, so you're telling me Kyle Shanahan, you can look at it any way you want, but if you're thinking about Kyle Shanahan, you say, wait a minute, Kyle Shanahan got the 49ers to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo and not Christian McCaffrey. So now he's got McCaffrey. I mean, how much worse of a quarterback could you have than Garoppolo, and he could still maybe win? You know what I mean?
Well, maybe that's why the list is which quarterbacks could quarterback the 49ers to a Super Bowl?
The
guy thinks there's 20 of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. It's like it's a way to compliment Kyle Shanahan is what it really is. But
well, no, I think that's why I kind of wonder why, and you guys were touching on it yesterday, you and Guru, and I'm sure we'll talk about it tomorrow when Guru's back in and you're not. But why is Kyle Shanahan just X'd out of the head coach of the year award or coach of the year, and Brock Purdy is automatically everyone's front runner for MVP? Like that's something that I don't necessarily understand. Now, I'm not saying that Brock Purdy shouldn't be the front runner at this point. He's got the best resume of any guy out there, but I don't see why Kyle Shanahan isn't in the running. He's not in consideration.
I mean, to me, the only reason is because when it comes to coaches of the year, it feels like it's always the coach that surprised. Like, I'd bet right now Dan Campbell's going to win the coach of the year because it's the Lions, and if they get to 12 or 13, and I think just the perception that the Niners are loaded. There's probably Mahomes. Kansas City. Reed's not going to win it with Mahomes, but no, I do not disagree with you at all. In fact, I think. Like if you told me, if the 49ers go 14-3 and they have the best record in the NFL and you said Kyle Shanahan's a coach of the year, I would be like, that makes sense. With Purdy, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, he did a great job. They're their best team in football. And see, here's the way I would look at it. If we acknowledge who's the best team in football right now, the San Francisco 49ers. Let's say they go 14-3, best team in football. Okay. What coaches out there would have the exact same team that Kyle Shanahan has right now, but they're not the best team in football? Like, I firmly believe there are coaches out there that could be given the same 49er team and not have the same success Shanahan's had. Your boy.
Brandon Staley?
Yeah, Brandon Staley.
Yeah.
And I know that's the extreme, but if Brandon Staley were coaching the 49ers right here, right now, would they be as good, better, or not as good? I gotta believe they'd be not as good.
Well, and then my question to that is then how come if we just went down the list and we talked about 10 or 15 quarterbacks that would have the 49ers in a position where we believe them to win the Super Bowl, be the favorite for the Super Bowl, then how come Brock Purdy is the leader in the clubhouse? Is that just because the way things work? Like it's just how voting goes?
I do think there's something about Purdy that...
Like, people don't use the same argument against Purdy as they do for Shanahan. Like, Brock Purdy he's only one player.
Right.
But he's the most important player, and that's why he's valuable. But he also plays with the best defense. He also plays with the best playmakers. Kyle Shanahan is at the head of all that, and he's got a great defense, and he's got a great offense, but one is Like one can do it and one can't?
No, I hear what you're saying, but I think we're overthinking how others are thinking about it. I think if you're a writer or let's say you have I'm kind of talking about MVP here, but hey, Steiny, you have an MVP vote, and I live in Pittsburgh. Okay, it is something that builds, and now that we're 12, 13 weeks into the season, and I'm like, you see what Purdy's doing out in San Francisco? I mean, the numbers are the numbers, and they're the best team, or among one of the top 3 or 4 teams. Like, I don't necessarily think there's any built-in bias against Purdy. I just think now we're 2/3 of the way through the season, and oh yeah, that's right, I got an MVP vote. Well, geez, look at Purdy. Well, he's right there. Who else is there? Prescott. To me, it makes total sense. The top 3 guys right now are what? Purdy, Prescott. The other thing is, it's a quarterback, so you can't throw any other position. You know what I mean? The mere fact that Purdy's a quarterback means he's got a shot at it more than McCaffrey.
Well, allow me to play devil's advocate because the other guy that we talked about who I think could do similar things, I don't know if you'd be able to do as well, but Tua Tagovailoa, he's pretty good. And everyone discusses Miami as if it's Tyreek Hill. Like, that's all their offense is Tyreek Hill. Well, I know there's more weapons on the 49ers, and so the ball gets spread around more evenly. But it's just interesting to me that Tyreek Hill is the MVP of the Dolphins, and Christian McCaffrey's not the MVP of the 49ers. When McCaffrey touches the ball more, and that's kind of all I'm saying. Like, I don't know why we hold one player's talent around him against him and we don't for another, or we hold a coach's situation against them but not for another. I don't know. It's interesting.
I think that when it comes to the coach, like, who was the coach of the year last year in the NBA?
Last year?
Yeah, I can't even. Mike Malone?
Yeah,
I don't even
probably
know. But
no, it was Mike Brown. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, Mike Brown. Exactly. And John said it. Expectations are a big part of it. Big part of it. And people thought the 49ers were going to be good coming into the season, and they're good. And so,
did they not think that Purdy was going to be good? Is that the reason why?
Did anybody think Purdy would be this good?
Well, Jalen Hurts came in second last year. That's probably an expectation that's set, and he hasn't been statistically as good as last year.
I don't know. I'm just talking, but I think that most people who didn't see Purdy play a lot last year figured that he was just kind of like Garoppolo, and they would be like Garoppolo. But I think you got to see that he's given him a bigger and a better and a more dynamic version of Garoppolo. I got to go. All right, 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation on Brock Purdy. No, I'm taking Brock Purdy over Caleb Williams right now. So I got to pay Caleb Williams, right? Even Lucas would do that, and he's a USC guy. By the way, how come nobody likes USC again? Can somebody explain that to me?
University of Spoiled Children.
Oh, there it is. Hey, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday. Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the kickoff of the San Francisco-Seattle game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Delicious food, great drinks. Best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Shark Week is coming to
It was more refined, and it was a better question, I feel. Now, you may feel differently, and you're entitled.
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Evan with you. Guru will be back tomorrow, taking care of some family business. John Lucan on the ones and twos.
Miss you, Go. Casey's listening. He's always got his ears to the streets, as he says.
Is it ears or nose?
It's ears.
Okay.
Not literal.
How do you think today went? We're basically done.
No, we're not. We got a half hour. Actually, we got 45 minutes left.
No, we don't have 45.
Yes,
I'm not staying till 20.
Okay, we got
35 minutes left.
35 minutes?
I think it's been solid. It hasn't been raucous by any stretch.
It's not the Warriors' first half from last night. It's probably the Warriors' second half, if I had to guess. Maybe the fourth quarter.
Next question.
Yeah, thank you, Klay.
Hey, by the way, can somebody help me with some WNBA knowledge? No. Okay.
You're looking at the wrong production window.
Grandy, anything? So,
what's your question?
Well, you know what? I know somebody out there can help me. So I saw something without context, and I was hoping somebody could tell me the context. Diana Taurasi, okay, she plays for the Phoenix team, right? WNBA, and has for a long time.
Mercury.
Okay. I also know there's a woman, former women's player, Skylar Diggins, who I believe went to Notre Dame way back in the day.
Yeah.
I saw Taurasi asked a question by a reporter, would you welcome Skylar Diggins back onto the team? And Taurasi goes, next question. So, can somebody give me the backstory there?
You're looking for the root of a WNBA beef?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I ain't got it for you.
Exactly. It's just like when somebody saw the tape of Klay Thompson saying, what do you want, bench me? I don't care. I don't care what people say. Well, guess what? That caught people's attention, and then everybody says, what happened there? And then I'll say, well, somebody said maybe Klay should come off the bench, and, they're talking about that out in the Bay, huh? Yeah, well, I'm not anymore. So
Do you always want, I wonder where athletes get their information from about
their guys.
Like someone texts them with a link that said, hey, this is what someone said. Like, I don't, although, I mean, how many players do you think listen to the station driving in? Just, hey, what's going on? I want to check in what Signing Guru are talking about.
Not hear. The way it goes is one of their boys tells them. One of their guys, one of their buddies. Hey, Steiny was on the radio. I heard this guy on the radio. Like, that's the way it worked with Muggsy Bogues back in the day when he took exception to me saying something. He said, man, how could you write that, man? That's a bunch of BS, man. What are you talking? Well, I didn't read it, but...
Well, so things happen.
How could you say I'm not a good post-up defender? Well, you're 5'4", and
is that what you told him? You enlightened him?
No.
About how tall he is?
No, but he got on me for something, and I realized he hadn't read it, and the message that one of his buddies had told him was, give accurate information.
So it sounds like things...
I didn't say you stink.
...haven't really changed.
I didn't say
the guys read the headlines, just we read the tweets.
Exactly.
We don't click the link or read the full article, or maybe there's, in most cases, a paywall. We can't get to it. We can't actually see what people are writing. So we get the full context.
Well, by the way, is it telling that nobody's got an answer for what's going on with Skylar Diggs?
Well, our research department is hard at work, Steiny, as you know.
Oh, let me tell you who's not a part of the research department is Lucas. Like
our director of sports.
What? Okay, I'll bet you. Give me one of his responsibilities.
One?
Yes, just one. Just one. I'll bet you can't give me one line of that kid's job description.
Well, when you
Not one line.
That's actually
First of all,
quite
he's
easy.
a man, and he does scheduling.
I was gonna
he doesn't.
I was gonna hit Sonny below the belt with
No,
this
he
one.
doesn't.
Would you allow me the floor?
No, he doesn't. He gets help from the scheduling, too. He doesn't do the scheduling by himself. He gets help. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was a task that he has somebody else to do. Am I mistaken, Evan? Or at one time or another, have you had your hands in the scheduling?
I have not.
Grandy?
See, this...
No, it's Grandy. It's Grandy.
No, absolutely
You've done some scheduling.
Oh, no, we don't. This is where I need you to step out of your ivory tower and come down to the rest of us people. I need you to not be the guy that is assuming that the rest of us, as generally, producers, occasionally we host, we adhere to what Lucas essentially dictates. Now, whether I agree with it all the time or not is a completely different story. But one thing that Lucas does for you, for example, is, each and every break when you have to fidangle your camera, he'll come in and correct that for you. So you should be thanking him. He asked me to name one.
I don't want him in here anymore.
Well, then that camera will be pointed at the wall.
Like, I don't want him in here anymore.
Why?
During breaks or live.
Well, he works here. I mean, I hate to break it to you.
Right, but it's a big building.
No, it's actually not.
Well, but
it's not a big building at all.
Okay, let me just be as plain as I can. I don't want him in here anymore.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Well, are Willard and Dibbs okay? Can they come in?
Of course. And I would say 3/4 of our sales team can come in here if they want. It's Lucas.
What duty do you have outside of speaking into that mic?
Lucas, I'm kidding. I don't care if Lucas is in here or not. I like Lucas, actually.
You really spoke glowingly about him for the last 7 minutes.
I like Lucas. He's overmatched.
I was a little in shock.
He's a little overmatched, but he's doing fine.
That's your boss.
He's like us all. He's like every one of us. We're all underachieving.
Is this how
we're all underachieving?
How you've always treated management?
There's not one person in our department who's reaching their potential.
We are a 38-win team.
That's actually not true.
Are we a boneyard?
It's just about everybody except me.
Oh my God.
All right. What are we out of this segment? We got 25 seconds. Okay.
Actually, 35.
Hey, I thought we did a good job today. Let's ask Willard and Dibbs what they think.
Yeah, I'm sure they were listening.
On the other side. No sense of giving the number because Willard and Dibbs.
And that's where I need you to be better.
All right. Is there anything I have to do right now before I say goodbye? And we'll see you on the other side.
There's not a read there, no. You just need to get us out.
This is where Nahigian says, because you're not a normal host, you don't tease well. Let me tell you what we got on the other side. Fireworks. Trust me. That's not going to work.
Tune in every Saturday morning. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So, Randy Bennett losing that program over there?
Yes, simmer down.
They're 4-5.
The Gales are wasting the third best point guard in the country right now.
Steiny and Evan, joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley, and I was just doing my college basketball studying, and Aiden Mahaney's the third point guard in the country rank-wise. How come they're only 4-5?
4-5.
We got to win some games,
you guys
Randy.
are really getting ahead on your studying to study a sport that doesn't start for 2 more months.
Colorado State
really
9-0.
Nice.
But when does the season start?
It does if you're degenerate.
Oh, no.
Exactly. I got to get my Ken Palm out today and really start to pour over the numbers. And,
their RPI is just in free fall.
What's St. Mary's strength of schedule like so far this year?
TBD.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you on that.
Well, they haven't played a top 25 opponent.
But there you go.
And they're 4-5.
And they're 4-5.
Unlike Santa Clara's got to win on a neutral site court against Oregon.
Is there
shout out Grandy?
You're close to that program. Are there whispers? Any unrest?
No.
Well, I'm actually physically close to that program. I live about a mile and a half away. But yeah, I'm a stone's throw, and there's not a lot of scuttlebutt at the local watering hole, of which we have one.
Yes.
I can tell you, they put it on Davidson.
We'll get Matty Mayoko in here to talk some St. Mary's basketball.
Let's do that. 10-2, not 2-6. We're too busy.
2-2.
Yeah.
Hey, I came out. Did you hear the beginning of my show today?
No. I've been. Gosh, I'm sorry.
Well, actually,
I should have told you. Today was not the day. I've been very in the weeds. I'll tell you later why.
All right.
But yeah, I've heard almost nothing.
I came out.
So let's go. Let's do it. Redo it. It's a new audience by now, Steiny.
Fair. I said, you know what? We came in today, and I said, you know what? Let me start out this way. Jonathan Kuminga last night did something that's one of the hardest things for a guy to do. You don't play the whole game. You get put in when you're down 11. The coach is saying, go do your thing.
Give us a spark.
And there's a million things that can happen there. He could try to do too much and mess up. He could try to ease into the game, and then that doesn't really work. He did perfect. I mean, he couldn't have played the last 16 minutes any better than he played. I don't know why he did that, but to not play and then come in the game and you go on a 10-0 run and you're a lot responsible for it, it's not easy to do.
Well, and I give him a lot more credit for the mental side of that than the physical. Yeah? Like, Jonathan can jump. We knew that already. Jonathan is an athlete. I think there's a fair question if you're going against a young athletic team. Why was it that Kaminga wasn't a part of the plan to begin with? I know
Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock.
I know that's on people's minds today. Yeah, we'll
me.
We'll have the conversation. but my first thought was sort of where you are, which is that's really impressive, especially knowing where Jonathan has been now the last 12 months. It's really impressive that when the finger did get pointed in his direction over there on the bench, he was mentally ready to go. He was mentally ready to be in a positive space as opposed to a negative space.
And you know what that is, Mark? That's growth. And that's what we looked at last year. And you looked at the playoffs last year when he went from 16 to 8 to 4 to 0 minutes over the course of a series, and the sulking, the head was down, and he became unplayable based on his own countenance. And now you have a spot where you don't play and you're told basically you're not in the rotation, and then now we need you down 11, go out there and save the day, and you do. That's big-time growth for Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, and also because it didn't sound like he was told that he was out of the rotation. Like, he said that after the game, basically, like, I didn't know that I wasn't going in until I went in, and it was something that he was evidently prepared for. But it was just weird to me watching the first half, and Stein and I were texting about it. Like, if you're not going to use Jonathan Kuminga in this game, then when are you going to use him? And it's not necessarily about the opponent, but I was just looking at Wiggins is back, Paul's back. You're pretty much close to full strength outside of GP2, who might be a guy that could dig into Kuminga's minutes. But if you are having a 9 to 10 man rotation and Kuminga's not involved, then what's his place on this team? Like that's kind of the question I had watching the game. And then of course he's electric, and I'm glad he was as good as he was, because number one, they needed to win. But number two, along with what Moses Moody did against Sacramento, and I think what Brandon Podziemski has done over the last 2 weeks, like, these kids are forcing Steve Kerr into tough choices, and they're forcing him to play them. And I think that's what this team also needs.
Yeah, and I think they're, quote-unquote, forcing him to change his approach in terms of the paradoxical kind of approach that he is going with, where he said to us on our very show, it's going to be the veterans. If we do anything, it's going to be the vets. And now you've got the young guys who are largely playing better than a number of the vets. And so how quickly does he make that switch, or does he at all? Does he remain dug in terms of, these are my 6, and then the young guys, we're going to pick and pop and use them. Šarić, you have to play. That guy is playing as consistently as anybody on the team. So he's a pro. Yeah. He does what you need him to do, and then the 3 young guys can kind of filter in from there.
Well, the hard part, this tough spot that he's in is, it sounds to me like what everyone wants, and he admitted last night he might start doing, is you've got to figure this out night to night. And while that sounds like an openness play, and everyone, oh, good, yeah, be open-minded. How are you supposed to know at the start of every game who's going to play well tonight?
Right, and especially
you mean right now, or once you make a move?
No, in general. And also,
let's not act like Klay's been bad every game or Jonathan's been good every game.
Correct.
Obviously not. So how are you supposed to know? And are you supposed to spend the first half just poking around with 12 different guys. Right. Are you here tonight? Are you here tonight? Do you have energy? Are you in a good headspace? And then what? By second half, when you're down by 18, now I know, let's go scramble for a win. You don't want to play it that way.
You can't, and it's made even more difficult by the fact that Klay Thompson is a guy who can get hot in a second, and he hasn't done that as much this year, but if Klay is in there, even if he's 1 for 11, he can hit his next 3 threes in unbelievable fashion, and all of a sudden he's hot, and you need to have him in there. So he's a tough one to deal with because it's not as easy as like Wiggins, who hasn't finished some games when clearly he's kind of been out of sorts and he hasn't been aggressive enough. Okay, you're not going to finish this game because we know what we're getting from Andrew tonight. Klay is enigmatic that way where he could all of a sudden get white hot.
You know what also, I wonder what you guys all think about this, because this to me is sort of the rub that we're headed toward. What are we, 21 games in?
Yep.
Okay.
21.
So you're 21 games in. Here's the rub. I bet you all hear from fans all the time. They're interested in seeing more of the young players. Okay, cool. Yet, everybody would also agree, I think, with what Steve Kerr said last week, which is that the veterans, Steph, Klay, Dre, Wiggs, Looney, maybe GP2, Chris Paul.
CP3, yeah.
That's who's going to determine whether or not they're a championship contender. So you can't just abandon them unless you're ready to stand up today and firmly with a Sharpie say, well, no, this thing's over. They're not winning. It's not an irrational thought. A lot of you think it. But the Warriors would need to admit that in order to just make these wholesale starting lineup going forward changes that it sounds like some people want them to make. Maybe you're there.
Yeah. To me, it's not about the starting lineup. It is in significant ways about the rotation and who is playing. And when you have situations like last night, and really the start of the year, because Klay's been bad, and you and I can have this discussion for 4 hours about what word you would use to describe Klay. I used awful in the show meeting, and you made a face like you just eaten 7 lemons.
No, because he's been better of late. Like, it feels to me, if we're going to jump today and act like last night was what every game looks like, all I'm saying is that's not accurate. I'm not saying he's been good. He's not been good. Of course he's not been good.
If it was a high school class, he'd be getting a D or maybe a D-.
Maybe.
He's not even up to what he was last year, though. Like, we're kind of talking about.
Agreed. Yeah.
But, like, Klay Thompson scored a 50-point game last year. Like, Klay Thompson had multiple 40-point efforts last season.
He led the league in 3-point makes.
He also led in attempts.
Thank you. It's my bit.
Okay,
go
sorry
ahead.
about that. But he was more of a gunner last year than he is this year. And I think Steiny brings up a really good point about if Klay Thompson is not going to be a guy that can be a threat to score 40 points on a given night, then what is his role moving forward? Because he doesn't give you as much on defense. He's never really been a creator, a playmaker, and he's not now a guy that checks the number one perimeter player on the other team. So if he's not a threat to go full Game 6 Klay, then I do think there is a discussion.
He's also a threat in every press conference to get very upset about this subject. And I'm not saying that means they shouldn't do it, but that's all I'm saying. I know there's a lot of this, that, and the other point.
I think that's why it's so tricky.
Yeah,
like that what you're talking about.
Everyone's point at Steve Kerr today, he's in an impossible spot. He's supposed to guess who's going to play well on a given night without any way of knowing. And many of you are suggesting that he benches a guy who last week freaked out about the idea of being benched when no one had even suggested it yet. Let's not act like he's in an easy spot.
I don't think that anyone's advocating benching him. Benching him to me means you get DNP coach's decision.
No, he's talking about pulling him out of the starting lineup.
I don't think you can bench him in a contract year.
I don't think that the starting lineup has much import to me in terms of what really matters in this conversation.
But that's what Steve said last night.
Right.
The quote was, I need to get to the point where I'm open to adjusting the starting lineup.
Yeah.
That's the quote. So that's what I'm going on. Yeah. He's obviously not He's not. This group last year that got called the most efficient group in all of basketball is the opposite this year. And it's putting them in a bad spot. And as you know, it's not just the first 6 minutes of the game, but if you're in the starting lineup, that means a certain thing with regard to where you sit in the rotation the rest of the way.
And the first 6 minutes of the second half usually too.
Yeah. So it certainly sounded to me like Klay's would not take too kindly to that.
Of course not. And I think Evan's right about the contract year factor, but if I'm Steve Kerr or Mike Dunleavy, I'm sorry, but that doesn't matter. What matters is getting this thing fixed, and we can worry about the contract down the road. I'm not going to kowtow to Klay Thompson in a contract year at the expense of getting the best team on the floor.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Well, one thing I thought was interesting, comparing his post-game quote to his pregame quote about the starting versus the closing lineup, because before the game, I forget who it was, asked him about, and it might have been Kawakami, asked him about the closing lineup and those rotations, and he made it sound like there's only one spot open. Like, it's going to be Chris Paul most nights. It's going to be, of course, Steph. It's going to be Klay. And then it's going to be Draymond. And then it could be Wiggins. It could be Loon. It could be Moody or Kuminga. But I thought it was interesting that Chris Paul didn't close the game last night. It was Wiggins instead. So it was, and maybe you guys can check with him at 5 o'clock. I just thought it was interesting that we heard him basically talk about a relatively set starting lineup or closing lineup, but then after the game saying he's open to conversation about the starting lineup. And if there's some discrepancy between who starts, who closes, if they're completely different, if they're linked. I just thought it was interesting in noting the different tone before and after a game that could have gone sideways.
I mean, look, there's an easy fix in terms of the starter issue that he's talking about, and that's just start Corey Joseph and bring Steph Curry off the bench. That's the first thing. That's the first thing you do. You get Curry to play with the backups. No, the one thing, the biggest issue to me, and I don't even know how you broach it with Steve Kerr, but the part that now sticking out for me with Klay is he's only averaging 13 shots a game.
Right.
So 2 years ago, he came back from injury. Remember, he missed the first 50 games and played 32. He played 30 minutes a game that year, the championship year. Even that year, he averaged 18 shots a game. 18 shots a game. Now, his percentage was a little down from his previous, but compared to now, is better. So now it's 2 years later, he's playing the same amount. He's taking 5 fewer shots. Like, that's really weird. It's weird. To me, nobody would have thought that in a contract year. You know what I mean? Like, can he physically not squeeze off shots like he used to?
Yeah.
Is he being more discerning? Which on the one hand is admirable. On the other hand, but then you're like, it's Jim Barnett, your greatest strength's your greatest weakness.
Yep.
I don't want him to be that discerning.
He's searching.
You know what I mean?
He's lost. He's lost and he's searching. And I think that this has residue from the Lakers series last year into the beginning of this year. And somebody who told us that he doesn't listen to anybody, I think listens to everybody.
Yeah.
And he heard all that. And I'm sure that the voices from the outside are not the only ones. I'm sure there are voices from the inside as well. Klay, I think when you're someone like that, you probably go search for your shot as an individual because you think that is best for the team. I got to go find my shot because this team needs my shot in order to win. And I still believe that to be true. But there's also a point where you cross a line where it's like, well, now you're just gunning.
Right. And or you're either gunning or you're kind of not shooting on purpose. He's not doing that.
I don't think he's pouting.
No, I don't either.
Yeah. He's not doing a Kobe.
It's just really weird of all the things. Like, I'd almost him rather play less and shoot more, if you know what I mean. Just come out and try to be I don't want to say six man because then you got to take him out of the starting lineup. But if you're telling, like, how good can he be if he's just taking 13 shots a game at the same kind of percentage? Like, Part of who he
the
is
percentages
the
are
threat.
down.
Part of of him is the threat that he could get 40 on you.
Right.
He ain't never getting 40 if he's taking 13 shots a game.
Tough to do that, especially when you don't get to the foul line very often. You get to the foul line twice a game. For his career, he's averaging 2 free throw attempts per ball game. So what I see, Steiny, is a guy who has lost his ability to drive and score. He's lost his ability to post up in the mid-range. I see a guy who's looking for threes, and he's hunting for catch and shoots more than he used to. Watching Klay in years gone by, he would get to the rim, and he would post up smaller guys, and he would pull up in the mid-range. And now I see a guy who is just kind of, working on the three-point line, trying to get that 5-run home run, as we like to say.
I just think he's a golf swing. That's what I think about Klay Thompson. You guys are, if you're a golfer,
John Rahm.
Well, you'll hit. Good day for him.
Thank you.
But you know how it goes. You have 5 holes where you can't hit the ball straight. 6th hole, you hit one right down the middle, and you go, there it is.
There's the real me.
That's me.
That's right.
That's me. And that's what I feel about Klay. I was in the building last week when he went on that 4th quarter heater. He went on that like he was fantastic on that in that 4th quarter heater. And they won the basketball game largely because of that. So I know it's still in there, but it's nowhere near as consistent. And I'm sure that's incredibly frustrating. And this is a well-traveled conversation with everybody who gets older. Like, it's in there. You're just not going to see it as often. So there's a lot more time spent searching for it as opposed to just executing it.
I also think the one thing Klay's doing, I felt like last night was a part of it, is he is, how I do not believe he's pouting. In fact, I believe he's looking for reasons to try to encourage himself in other ways than when he's just putting the ball in the back. Like, he's looking for ways to be fulfilled even if he's not getting 23 points a game. Like, I really do think he's trying to do the right thing, whatever that is.
I agree with you.
Like, he doesn't want to be a problem. He doesn't want to be a head case. He's just a little lost right now. And how much of it he can get back, I don't know. But
and how do you get him back? How do you get that back? And that's something that we can ask Steve Kerr in terms of, do you play him more? Would having him be a part of that second unit benefit him? Doesn't mean he can't start, but maybe he goes out earlier and then comes in sooner. What are the ways that you can, mix things up for Klay to get Klay untracked? Because we're watching the game back right now, and you watch him, just watching him, he just missed a reverse layup, and he's missing threes, and he's forcing threes. Late in the game, there was kind of a broken play, and he got it in the corner, and it was a leaner, one-legged, 24-foot fadeaway into the corner. And those are the shots that stick out to me, Steiny.
And he takes at least one of those a game where it's just totally out of context.
Right.
And, hey, Klay, we kind of needed one there.
Like, it's not a turnover, but it is. Right. You miss.
Yeah.
The other thing with those guys is they've made so many bad shots over the years.
Yeah.
And bad by just because they're such great shooters.
He's also not making as many of his open ones. And that's the stuff that's concerning to me.
Here's another thing, though. Like, and this is for every fan to ask themselves whether they want to be this person or not. I am completely willing, as a fan, to just go down with this ship. Like, and here's what I mean by that. 2 years ago, the team that the Warriors beat in the NBA Finals was 24-24 on January 23rd.
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't think the Warriors can just leave. There's nowhere for them to go anyway. Everyone out there who wants, like, come on, commit to the young guys. You are also low-key saying, that's it. I'm out on chasing playoff success. It's, you know what I mean? It's not like what's sitting there on that bench is a promise of anything. Kaminga getting 30 minutes a night is not going to get you the 3 seed.
Right.
So what is it you're chasing? That's one thing I would love to hear from Warrior fans all afternoon. What is it you want? What are you after here?
You're after answers about the future.
With this season.
Right.
With 2023, 24. And I like.
Well, you should be after a title, but many people think that that's not a possibility.
And that's a very rational opinion.
Right.
I don't think that's crazy at all.
But you would ask this team to then give up on the season 21 games in. You got 61 left to go.
And they won't do that.
Do you think Steve Kerr is telling the truth when he says, I think I see the makings of a very good team here? We have depth, but we don't have clarity. If my feeling is if he actually believes that, well, then there is only one thing you can do, and that is forge ahead, see if you can get healthy, try to keep defining roles for guys, see if Wiggins and Klay can get better. Maybe you realize that Moody can play 23 minutes a game. It might allow you to make a move over here to get a little bigger, more athletic there. But that's really it.
Does a guy who doesn't even have a contract past June give a rip about the future?
I got to tell you, that's the other thing about Klay is when I think about him is, what about next year?
Mm-hmm.
Like what do you do?
And that's
just
why
let him walk?
If you're going down with the ship, like does that mean this year?
And
or does that mean the next 3 years?
I'm the last guy who likes to be emotional about this, but like even me would be like, that sucks.
Well, we talked
if he's the guy who has to leave, that sucks.
Well, if you wind up 35 and 47, then this thing ends. Because we talked yesterday, and this is going to end. But I thought that you'd get at least 1 to 2 more years of, hey, we're in it, we have a shot. And then 1 to 2 years of, okay, thank you, now it's over, and we can ride that out.
Do you remember the interview that you guys did with Steph? It was after the off season, or maybe the start of the season after the championship. So the start of last season.
Right.
And you guys talked to him, and it was sort of about their playoff run justifying everybody getting either new contracts or getting the backing of still being the guys. And he seemed
I do remember that.
Remember, he indicated that if we hadn't done that, then we don't get to say anything. Like you don't get to. He was
like, we made a deal, and we delivered. So that's the only reason.
And now
we can do it one more year.
And now we're not talking about like they went out in the conference finals. You're talking about them like they're sitting as the 11 seed right now. If this goes that way all year, what do you think Klay is able to demand after the year? Like I was good a long time ago? I do think that they're professional enough and they hate losing enough to know that. Yeah. You don't get to, you can't, you said they win 35. They can't win 35 games and then demand anything.
Right. They still got Draymond for 3 more years.
Yeah.
So.
All right, guys, a lot to talk about. Steve Kerr at 5.
Steve Kerr at 5.
I'll be tuned in. Have a great one. Go Warriors.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, so tell me that. What is it you want? What do you want out of this year? Especially if you're kind of hot and bothered about situations like last night. I totally get it.
I'm going to borrow from Mike Singletary and just simply say, I want winners.
All right.
I want people who want to win. I don't care if we have to play with 4 guys and go up and down the court and get penalized on every play. Actually, that is a penalty in the NBA.
Have you memorized this thing?
I've watched it so many times, and all we ever talk about is I want winners. But if you watch the totality of that, it is near perfect. The passion with which Mike Singletary delivers the I want winners speech.
Good press conference.
Great orator.
It's a top 5 press conference.
Better speaker than he was a head coach.
Granted.
So the answer to your question is I want winners. And that means, and I'm a Kerr stan. I believe in Steve Kerr, and not just because he joins us at 5, a guy who's won 4 titles, a guy who's won 9 of the last 28 NBA championships. I'm going to borrow from you and say, I believe that he knows more than I do, Mark.
You do?
And you believe that about all the GMs and all the coaches, and that's great.
All of them.
Yes, and
all of them.
I do too, but I tend to be more. I'm more critical of every other coach and or GM. Steve is at the top of my list in terms of untouchability. So that's part of it. The other part, he's got to figure this thing out. And I hope that he has the and I'm sure he has the courage. I guess courage is not the right word, but I hope he has the ability to be able to make these hard choices and play Kuminga and Moody when they're playing great, play them earlier, and be able to take these vets out.
Well, and by the way, acknowledge this, because I know this was one of those days, like if I could define it, right? The Warriors won, but you went to bed upset with Steve Kerr. Did I accurately describe the majority of the Warrior fans listening to us right now? You won the game, and you went to bed upset with Steve Kerr.
Which is crazy, but I think you're spot on.
Okay, so can we acknowledge that he's in a tough spot? If you're frustrated with Steve Kerr, are you willing today to acknowledge that he's in a tough spot?
I'm going to need you to elaborate on why he's in a tough spot.
He's in a tough spot because you would like him to potentially, at least potentially, take minutes away from people who have recently publicly stated that they should be above the idea of minutes being taken away from them. That's number one.
Klay Thompson is the one to whom you're referring?
Right. Number two, you want him to know who's got it that night before the game even starts. Okay? I had questions, too, about why Kuminga's not in there, especially on a night when you're going against a young athletic team and he's your youngest, most athletic guy. That's a fair question. And we will get to that with Steve. But let's not act like Kuminga's a star. Let's not act like he's some dominating young player that Steve just doesn't like. So even Moses Moody. Moody goes in the other night, and he starts firing threes, and they're going in. And then Steve takes him out. And then Steve comes on our show the next day and goes, I totally messed that up. Okay. You know, he's got to know, is Klay going to hit that night or not? And what I think most of us would like him to do, this is the only thing that's fair, because he's not he's not an intuitive. He's not a psychic.
Right.
So
a mentalist.
Right? So this person's supposed to know who's going to be good before the game. The only thing you can really ask for him to do is, when it's not working, go away from it. And when it is working, stick with it. And when he didn't do that with Moody last week, he did do that with Kaminga last night. So I would argue, if you want to argue he took too long to try Kaminga, fine. But I would argue, like you called it growth. We were talking about someone else. We were talking about Kaminga. But isn't that growth from last week to this week? Young player goes out, shows he's hot. Steve didn't take him out. He left him in there.
Yeah.
And they won the game because of it.
Largely, yeah.
He's in a tough spot.
I guess. I mean, I don't think he's in that tough a spot, but the way you lay it out, I can appreciate it. And this is why he makes the big money. And if he signs a contract extension and sticks around, he'll make the biggest money, most likely. And this is where you got to have hard conversations. I do think last night was made easier by the fact that Chris Paul was returning from an absence and he wasn't quite right or ready to go out there and be a part of the closing lineup. That said, going forward, I wonder how much Steve is going to be willing to jigger and tweak that closing lineup idea that he threw out in the pregame, because Steph and Draymond, yes, those two have been the best Warriors this year. Beyond that, it has been a potpourri. It's been a bit of a crapshoot night to night. And last night, Chris Paul was not dominant. He was not necessarily needed late in that game. Wiggins, Klay, and Kuminga, it was a pretty easy choice last night.
Sure. Oh, gosh, you're not going to take energy like that out of the game.
Right.
Especially with the way it was going. You got to reward the guys. And again, you learn your lesson from last week.
And maybe that's a question for Steve in terms of the first half rotation. You went with just the 9 guys. Are you looking for 9 as the number? Why was Kuminga not, a part of a 10-man rotation?
I'd love to know how a pregame script comes together.
What's the plan? Yeah.
What goes into it? It was funny. I sat there last night. This crossed my mind, especially because it's such a trigger for so many Bay Area sports fans right now.
Mm-hmm.
You hear people go, Steve, why don't you play Kuminga? Because young, athletic Portland, young, athletic Kuminga, that's the spot for Kuminga. You should, do different lineups every night based on the matchup. Oh, you mean like Gabe Kapler?
Now you got to do your Kapler.
Obviously, Florida is nice this time of year.
We feel like Jock had the best chance in that at-bat.
This is what it felt like to me. Now, yes, it's different on 1,000 different fronts, but it felt to me like you guys were asking for analytics to take over the Warrior lineup. We spent all year, have a starting rotation, let them go 5 to 7 innings. Just have a left fielder, and that's your left fielder. Well, couldn't Steve...
March 11th, 2012, every NBA regular season game subsequent to that date, Klay Thompson's been in the starting lineup. So you're going to go to Klay and say, yeah, you know what, Klay, young athletic Portland, young athletic Golden State, you can go ahead and sit next to CP3 down there in the old retirement home. It's not happening.
Did Steve join us on Wednesday last week? All right, this is 8 days ago. So everybody, let's set the table, okay?
Set that thing.
And then we're going to the phones. 888-957-9570. We're going to do it all afternoon, and then Steve will join us at 5:00. Okay, on Willard and Dibs. Glad you're with us. But let's check it out. So the conversation started with regard to Steve being able to use the bench as a weapon. Maybe that's too strong of a word. A motivator. A reverse motivator if guys are not playing well or making poor decisions, turning the ball over, fouling. Remember the turnovers and fouls. Okay, here's what he said.
All we can do is beat the drum, and I at some point you can also use the bench as an example. I mean, a lot of coaches at every level, they say the bench is the most powerful force and tool that you have as a coach. But to be, perfectly honest, if Steph reaches 3 times, am I going to take Steph out? Like, we kind of need Steph, So what we really need is our main players, our key guys, to set a tone for the group. It's easy for me to take a young guy out because he's fouling, but we need our starters, our best players, to set a great tone. We need Wiggs to stay down on a pump fake. We need Steph to not reach. And we need Klay to not reach. Those are the key guys for us. The stars are always the key guys in the NBA. They drive winning and losing. And so right now, we need our best players to set that tone in terms of not fouling. And it has to happen. If not, then we're in some trouble.
Okay, now that was when we held his feet to the fire.
Yeah, we did.
We're like, oh, Steve, the bench as a motivator. So let's talk about lineup changes. Like, is that what you're saying? If they keep fouling, if they keep turning the ball over, are they headed to the bench?
We won a championship a year and a half ago. The guys who are going to drive us winning a title or not, we know who they are, right? They're Steph, Draymond, Wiggs, Bloom, Klay. Like, those guys, they were the ones. Gary, huge part of that championship a year and a half ago. So we know those are the guys that have to perform at a high level if we're going to compete for a title. So you'll like this story. I learned this when I was a player. I was having a really bad series in the finals in '96 against Seattle. I had like 3 straight bad shooting nights, and I was distraught. My wife goes to a team dinner, or a dinner with a lot of the family members, and she runs into Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner, and he says, "How's Steve doing?" And she said, "Oh, he's crushed. He just feels like he's hurting the team." And Jerry goes, "Well, to be honest, it doesn't really matter what Steve does. It matters what Michael and Scotty do. They're the ones who determine whether we win or lose." So my wife tells me this, and there's part of me that's like, "Oh yes, I'm off the hook," and then there's the other part of me that's like, "Oh, I don't even matter. What the hell?"
Yeah.
All right, so then we jumped in and said, does that mean it's off the table? With those names you just mentioned, Is it off the table, the idea of lowering minutes there and giving them to others?
The guys who are going to determine our season are our main guys, our key guys, right? Are the guys who make all the money. They're the ones who determine winning and losing. I think our young guys are all developing, and they're developing at different stages. You try to help the development process. You fit them in here and there. But this season is about winning a championship. That means for me, I am going to lean in to our starters. I'm going to lean into our key guys, and I'm going to give them all the space they need to find their rhythm, to establish, who they are. And
once that happens, it'll make the roles much easier to play for the young guys. If you want to bail out on the old guys and plug the young guys in, then you're talking about an entirely different goal. And that's now you're talking about the future. You're not talking about winning a championship because those guys aren't ready to do that.
All right. That last sentence for me is where we are. That's what I think everybody listening, everybody who watches Warrior games, that's sort of what you need to answer. He goes, if you want to change that, then you're abandoning the idea of winning a title. You're and I totally get it. If I bet plenty of people listening were like me.
Well, plenty of people listening are going to say, let's just see if that is better than what we have. And maybe it's not totally abandoning. And nobody wants to, quote, bail out on the veterans who aren't playing well, but maybe you play them a little bit less. And Klay played 27 minutes last night. And you know what? That might be his new sweet spot in terms of what he can do and still be productive, which means more minutes for Podziemski, more minutes for Kuminga, more minutes for others. If you limit Chris Paul, and he's going to be limited, if you limit Andrew Wiggins a little bit when he's not playing great, Kevon Looney already, who's not having a terrific year, he's been fine, but he hasn't been as good as he has been. If you limit his minutes, there's room for other people to come in and play.
You ready to change the goal?
No, not at all.
Okay, you're not. Mike, Saint, Ray, Filmo, Mike, Chris, Jennifer. Woo, boy. Everybody wants to chat. Let's do it. Your calls and all your calls. 888-957-9570 coming up. Stress again that everything you just heard from Steve Kerr, that was last Wednesday. We talked to him again in 2.5 hours. But first, we talk to you. We're sponsored by Consumer Cellular, Freedom Calls. This is Willard and Dibs.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan.
Temps in the low 50s, a chance of showers off and on.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer.
COVID-19 can keep you on the sidelines. If you're more likely to get very sick from COVID, ask your doctor if prescription oral treatment is right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hand off Thibault. Thibault with it. Knocked away by Curry. Thibault gets it back. On the bounce. Stolen by Kuminga. Kuminga drives it alone. Goes up and quietly flushes it down. It's a one-possession game with 3:35 to go in the quarter. And Chase Center is alive for the first time all night long.
Hey, Dub Nation. It's Steve Kerr. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
No, Coach, they're going to be listening to you pretty soon.
Big time.
2.5 hours. And then there's also this. Did that feel like one of the more unsatisfying wins that you can remember, especially for a team desperate for wins? This is one of those.
I know what you're calling this.
Is it the reverse of a moral victory?
It's a moral defeat.
It's an immoral victory.
It's a moral defeat. Because the morale.
Yes.
Your Dobber was down. And you're not wrong. Because I was watching that game and they won. And it was just they won. And then it was, man, that Steph Curry, he might be something if he sticks with it. It's like, thank God we have Steph.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Dribble. Step back, night.
I mean, Steph scored the points. He got his teammates going.
He did.
He got the crowd going. I mean, he almost looked angry. He got angry at the refs. He looked angry at the crowd. He looked angry at the ball. He looked just angry. He's like, stop this massive lack of energy.
Right.
Where are you all tonight? And then Jonathan Kaminga's like, I'm here. He's like, oh, good. I got a teammate. Let's go play.
And Podziemski, too. Steph was dapping him up throughout the second half as, Podziemski plays hard and he's a little feisty.
Yep.
I'm not a huge fan of the flopping, but
that was an odd flop, though. That wasn't like
he gets a lot of that. He gets that hair moving a lot.
Right, but that wasn't your garden variety Chris Paul flop. That there was contact. And that one looked weird to me. That was just a weird motion. Which one? The one he got called for.
Oh, when Scoot Henderson's fighting through.
Yeah. There was that. That one was weird. I'm like, anyway. I'm like, if you're going to call a flop, that's not the one I would have picked. In all of the NBA flops, like there are worse. There are worse than that one.
But I'm afraid that he might be getting a reputation.
Yeah.
We'll see. Stay tuned.
I don't even know. Has that gotten in people's way? There's a lot of guys have that reputation.
Right.
Lakers will play tonight. Just thought it was a good time to mention that.
Right, but he's a 21-year vet, so he can get away with it.
I don't mean him. The whole damn team.
Yeah.
Whole damn team. All right, let's hear from you. 888-957-9570. We're going to start with Mike and Hayward. Hi, Mike. You're on the show. Thanks for calling. What's up? Oh, Mike? Mike's okay. Put Mike back on hold, guys. Put Mike back on hold. He's not ready. You got to be ready now. How about Saint in Alabama? Hey, Saint, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
We got you, man.
Go ahead, Saint.
How are you doing today?
We're good.
It's good. I've got a couple points because this team is, I call it satire at this point, because it first starts with the guys. Klay needs to be better. Wiggins needs to be better. But at what point does Kerr hold the entire team accountable? You see, these next few games are going to be key to me, because Steve Kerr did say that he wants to switch up the rotation. He needs to do this and needs to do that. But we've seen in the past that he says one thing but does another. Because, he did well with Moody. He's started him the last 3 games, and he's upped his minutes. But when Kaminga had about 2 games back when he played against the Clippers, he then followed that up with a 15-minute performance, and then a game after that, which was this recent game, he was about to get a DNP. So at what point do we ask, well, we can't do anything, but at what point can Kerr look at his situation and be like, hey, our guys aren't good enough. When are we going to switch things up? When are we going to inject some energy and youth? We saw Pods. We saw Moody. Moody was our best player in the first half. He was out there grabbing boards. He was out there getting second chance opportunities. And Pods always gives energy. He always riles up the crowd, but defensive stops. But when are we going to look at Kerr like, hey, we're seeing this. I'm pretty sure you're seeing this. The young guys are injecting energy, and it's not about getting away from the championship. Our guys are just not good enough.
Right, but saying it is about that, because like you sound like you watch a lot. You're very rational. You know that a team that is relying on Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and Brandon Pajemski isn't winning squat this year. And you may respond, well, neither is the team with the other guys. I understand, but if there's what's more believable, that the young guys play key roles and that ends up really hitting in the second half of the season and setting you up for a playoff run, or the older guys find their groove?
I would say the first one, because we saw last year. What happened last year? We relied on the older guys. Yes, Jordan Poole was on the team. He was the young guy. But we relied on the veterans. What did that give us?
Well, it got you within 2 games of the conference finals, which I know that's not, and thanks, Saint. I know that's not that exciting for this particular group, but it's not nothing. They won a playoff series. They pushed the Lakers to 6. That's closer than they would have gotten if they were relying on Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah, and I think that part of this discussion has to be a time when we look past the recency bias of what we've seen from last night and recent Moses Moody games. Moses has now worked his way into the rotation, and hopefully Kuminga has too. But it's not like these young players have been consistently bankable night in and night out. This is a pretty recent trend in terms of the vets looking sluggish and not playing great, and the young guys looking energetic and playing better. So it's something that if this continues, and I do think that Kuminga and Moody and Pods continue to get more opportunities, and people want TJD to get his shot, and right now he's outside of the 10-man rotation. Even if it's a 9-man rotation, we can ask Steve Kerr later today, and I'm interested to hear how he actually scripts how they're going to go with a certain rotation, because there are only so many minutes, 240 minutes to give out, and Steph is getting 36. So now you got 204 minutes for the rest of the roster. It's not as easy as play the young guys.
He's talked about math on this show more than once already this year.
Yeah.
What do you like? And it is a fair question. You want said person in. Okay. Who would you like to go out? You have to be able to answer that now. You can't just scream, put this person in. Okay.
Play the young guys, Mark. Play the young guys.
Great. Fair point. But that changes the goal. It does.
Well, it changes the minutes and it changes the math, like you're saying.
I think it changes the goal.
Well, it depends on how much you're going to play the young guys.
Yes. And I, again, this is like, I think it's totally fair to say, hey, case by case, night by night. But let's acknowledge that's hard. That's hard. You're now asking a coach to predict who's going to play well. And then once you do see who's playing well, you get stick with that person, go away from someone else, which also creates a culture of players going, I got 5 minutes to show my coach that I got it tonight, or else I'm going to sit for the
There's also the ego management part of that, which I think is the most difficult part, especially when you're dealing with Klay in a contract year and CP3, who he's still trying to find his way now. 21 games on the team, and Andrew Wiggins, who continues to be puzzling, 3 of 12 last night in 27 and a half minutes, but you need Wiggins on the floor because he's your best defender on the perimeter.
Totally.
And you don't have GP2 and CP3 can't defend, so you need Wiggins out there, but Wiggins can't contribute offensively and Klay's having a cold night. What do you do?
I mean, that's another point. A lot of people are like, good, Kerr finally started putting Moody in. Maybe, or just GP2 got hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why Moody's getting more minutes. Yes, he's played well, but it's also because they need him, because other people got hurt.
And when GP2 comes back, now you've got 11 guys to play for 9 spots, and who are you going to sit? And you pretty much need Šarić in there. You got Kavan and Šarić as your 2 alternating bigs. They accounted for 36 minutes last night. So that's 1 full spot from those two guys taking minutes away from the, quote, young guys.
Ray is in Belmont next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Ray, what's up? What you doing?
Hey, you guys. I'm glad you're talking about this because it's what I've been thinking about when I'm watching the games as well. I think I've got the lineup that I really like you guys to think about that I really believe the Warriors need to at least try for 5 to 10 games, and I think it's a winner. And I think it changes the chemistry, the team speed, the athleticism, and it includes Dre moving to center. I think you can't have 3 non-shooters because Wiggins is not making a 3, and then you got Draymond and Looney. So you got 3 non-shooters, and that makes Klay not open like he would be if you have an athletic lineup. And I think every fan almost would want to see Curry and Klay. Moody is actually playing better defense than Wiggins. Wiggins might be able to guard one-on-one, but he's lethargic, and he just doesn't get back in transition D. So then, like a team like the Thunder, they can put up 140 in regulation against us, and it's more about that defensive attitude. And Moody and Kuminga as your forwards all of a sudden brings this total athleticism. So if you play Curry, Klay, Moody, Kaminga, Draymond, you've got a front court that's so athletic, and it just changes the chemistry. It changes the speed, and I feel like that's the lineup that you almost have to go to rather than what we're putting out there.
Ray, thanks very much. I think the lineup change that you just mentioned, I've and this is not to water down your point at all. It's actually to do the opposite. I've seen this everywhere. A lot of people want Kaminga and Moody in, Wiggins and Looney out. What do you think?
I don't, in the starting lineup, I don't like it because what Kevon Looney does at his best is not replicated by bringing in those other 2 guys off the bench. Kevon sets good picks. He plays good defense in the post, and he can rebound. Now, he hasn't rebounded like he has in the past, but that's what he provides. And Kevon gets you that opening stretch in the first. He'll play the opening stretch in the third, and not much more beyond that.
I might be a little bit more interested, and I don't really care who starts the game. I'm just talking about how much you get out of all of these players. I'd be interested in more Kaminga and Wiggins together because what we keep talking about, I'm just starting, finishing, in the middle, whatever, more minutes with those 2 players together because if you're talking about an old team, you may be worried about injuries or you may be worried about stuff like what happened last night, which is you're just getting overwhelmed by people who are more athletic than you, even though they're not better basketball players or more experienced.
They're faster. They jump higher.
Okay, so athleticism. If you're going to put people like Klay and even Steph and Chris Paul and Looney on the floor, if you're going to put players like that on the floor, well, the way you counteract that, Wiggins and Kaminga together, that's wing athleticism.
Yes.
You can stay with people with that group, at least in theory.
Not a lot of shooting, though.
Yeah.
And that's where
it depends on who you put with him. And look, newsflash.
And that's where the problem comes in with Klay because Klay hasn't been shooting well. So even if you wanted to do, Klay, Draymond, and Steph with Wiggins and Kaminga, Klay has not been able to shoot the ball this year. So, not that he's a non-shooter, but you have Draymond as a non-shooter. Kaminga, you'd rather not have him shoot the 3, and Wiggins has been reluctant at best to shoot the 3.
Newsflash, Andrew Wiggins is going to need to score in order for this team to be a good team.
True.
I think that's a defensive counteract to some of what's on the floor if you have those 2 guys on there at the same time. Again, I'm not saying okay, now we go to battle with Wiggins and Kaminga all the time. I just think more minutes with those 2 on the floor at the same time is your most athletic roster, if you will. Filmo time, right? We got time, yeah. Hey, Filmo, what's up?
Yo. Hey, man, what's up, man? I'm just chilling. Mark, you do a great job. You should have been a lawyer because you do a great job of painting a picture just one-sided. We want balance, my brother. That's what we want. We want the vets to play a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Put CP3 in the game. Let Kaminga shine a little bit. You know what we want? We want you to use your eyes, Steve Kerr. I don't know, when a person's on a heater, he hit 4-5 straight shots in a row. Why don't you maybe just leave him in the game? You know what I mean? That's what we want. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to be so black and white. Oh, you play this guy and you play that guy. No, let's get them all in there. And then another point. The rookies, quote unquote rookies,
They're champions too. They were there, but listen, we were saying this 2-3 years ago. Play the rookies, give them some experience, give them some seasoning, so that when times like this would arise, guess what? They would be prepared. But no, he hasn't been doing that, and he's not. You know what? Last thing, stop playing Corey Joseph. That's what I want. Stop playing that bum.
Well, he didn't play like Filmo. It's an interesting day for you to get loose on all this because I'd argue he did last night exactly everything you just barked. Corey Joseph, DNP, did he not stick with Kaminga once he saw that he was balling? That's what you're asking for. That's what he did.
It took too long for him to recognize that, though. I'm a glorified college basketball, Contra Costa College, 8 points a game. I can see, bro. Put Kaminga in the game. You gotta let players like the same confidence he gives the vets. He needs to start giving them to the younger players, man.
That's a fair point.
For real.
That's a fair point. Filmo's always good to hear from you.
Yeah. 8 a game at Contra Costa College. It's not bad, Filmo.
Don't you sneeze at that now.
Sneaky taller than I thought, too.
He's a big boy.
He's about 6'2".
Big boy. Yeah.
Comes across as being like 5'9", but
listen.
Don't let that get to you, Filmo.
Was Steve Kerr the last one to think of Jonathan Kuminga last night? Maybe. I mean, Twitter certainly was ready. Twitter was ready.
Twitter's always ready.
Yep. But I don't know that you can argue that he, as Filmo just said, he waited too long. No, the Warriors scored more points than the other team.
Right.
So he didn't wait too long. That's all I'm saying here.
Well, my counterpoint to that is that, and we're watching the last stages of this game. Portland did everything they could to give that game away. There's a missed layup. Well, you had multiple turnovers, so it's not like Steve was an evil genius waiting until the right opportunity. Portland's not very good.
Wait for it. That's what young players do.
Portland should have lost that game by 25.
Okay.
The Warriors never should have had to trifle with the Portland Trail Blazers.
But that's the point. That's the point. You know who the Blazers are? They're a bunch of Kamingas and Moody's. That's what they are. And so I texted to Higgins second quarter. He's like, dude, this game. And we started going back and forth.
You texted with the boss, huh?
He started it. Anyway.
Nice.
We're texting, and he's like, this game, I'm a little worried, this, that, the other. And I told him in the second quarter, I go, all of the problems that you're mentioning right now, all of the gripes, and I'll say this to our callers as well, you're right. But they'll probably win this game because Portland. And I think that somewhere baked in there, while a lot of you are right and you have a point, somewhere baked in there, Steve does too. When you give the baton to young players, you get Portland. Let's outplay the other team for 45 minutes and lose by 4.
Well, I don't think
that's what you get.
I'm not advocating you give the baton to the young guys. And most callers are not saying
you're not
give the baton to the young guys. Just play them a little bit more.
Sure.
And
I think that's what he said last
night. And I wonder why Jonathan Kuminga didn't play for 2.5 quarters, and then he played all but 1 second.
17 minutes.
From the time he went in the game, he only sat out for one singular second the rest of the game. That's abnormal for any player to go in and never come out.
Yeah. I mean, they needed him. They needed every second.
But even for like a minute, we're going to give you 2 minutes and put you back in. He didn't sit once.
Why no Kaminga to start the game is a completely fair question. We'll ask it, although I do feel like I can already tell you the answer.
Or why no Kuminga in the first half?
Math.
And then, I mean, the math of...
That's what he's going to say. Okay, who do you want me to take out? And how did I know that person wasn't going to play well last night?
I mean, because you're sitting there courtside and you could see that player's not playing well.
Right, and when they got to the second half, they pivoted. So, that's all I'm saying. He's in a very tough spot.
Well, it's tough because you got a guy in a contract year.
Yeah.
And he played 16 and a half minutes. He led the team in minutes in the first half. 0 of 5 from the floor, 0 of 4 from 3, and he was a minus 15.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson. So that, honestly, is the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control.
Absolutely.
Klay Thompson is not playing well, and he's in a contract year. So what's Steve going to do about that?
What did we love so much about Bruce Bochy?
He won 3 titles.
I'm going to stick with my guys. Listen.
But not if a pitcher goes out there and gives up 6 earned in 3 1/3. He's not going to stick with him.
No.
We're going to go, I'm going to need the ball from you.
And that's what he did. Did he wait 5 minutes too long, 10 minutes too long? Did he do it right at the right time? We can have that conversation. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit. I'm just acknowledging that what everyone's asking for is a little bit of a tough spot. You want him to take future Hall of Famers and diminish them, even just a little bit.
Yeah.
And you want him to know who's going to play well before the game starts.
Not before the game starts, but I want him to have a rotation that includes Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and Brandon Podjemski every single night.
I think you're going to get that. I think you're going to start to get that.
And I'm speaking for the fans. I think that's what fans want.
Let's not act like he didn't say that last night.
I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. And role players, it's easier to play a role when, there's kind of a set rotation and, the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year, and we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about moving the starting lineup around game to game depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year, and we're a quarter of the way through, so there's definitely a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
Steve Kerr thinks the same thing you all do. That's what he said. Was he slower to get there? Maybe. He also said that off the top. He's like, I'm trying to be patient with my guys. Well, but we're a quarter of the way through the season. It's not happening yet.
A lot easier to coach when your starting 5 is awesome and your role players come in and they do great.
Greg, Mike, Chris, everyone, 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
Tune in. CFM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Pajemski waits, now is 6. This takes a 3. It's up and good! Okay. Irrational confidence shot of the night right there.
Dub Nation, it's Brandon Pajemski. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
In exactly 2 hours. Thank you, BP. Or Pods. What were the other nicknames? Was that it? Just BP and Pods?
Poughkeepsie.
Yeah, Poughkeepsie.
Yeah.
Yep, there's that one.
Pajowski. I like Pajowski.
Yep.
Poughkeepsie kid.
And,
Pajowski.
right, and Krzyzewski. Those are the nicknames that we've come up with so far.
AirPods.
So far.
AirPods doing anything for
AirPods. I like that. That was some of our listeners threw that out. Did you run that by him when he was on the phone with you?
I
Lucas?
didn't.
You didn't.
I can text him.
You coward. You just.
He didn't. You won't.
You won't.
All I know is he said, "Hey, it's BP," and I was like, "That's good enough for me."
There you go. There you go. British Petroleum.
BP's my former setter outside hitter, Brian Posadas. He's BP. So there you go.
Batting practice.
I like Brandon Pajemski better than whoever you just talked about. That's just me,
he won
though.
me titles. We hung banners at St. Joe's.
Didn't win me a damn thing.
Yeah. Didn't know you really that well then.
But Pajemski is putting in step-back three-pointers at the buzzer.
Pajowski.
And I like that.
When he's in the rotation.
Yeah.
Which is pretty frequently for now. And I do wonder when GP2 comes back, and hopefully it's, start of the new year, somewhere about then. We don't really know. No official timeline's been released, but when he comes back, now all of a sudden we've got an 11-man rotation when we're only playing 9. Are we playing 10? Hey, Steve, how do you feel about playing 11? Hey, Steve, do we lose you? It gets to be sticky, though, because the guys who would be the odd man out are not going to be the odd man out.
I said this right before we walked in here today. Do you remember when Steve came on last Wednesday and he started the conversation by being like, oh, I knew I was going to have to come on with you guys and face the music. And he was very self-deprecating and immediately jumped right in with, I messed up. I messed up by pulling Moses Moody out of the game. That was a poor coaching job on my part. Okay? So there was that conversation. I bet he's more bummed to come on today than he was last week.
You think?
Yeah, because last week he had he's got no problem being like, I messed that one up. But this one, I think people have a similar number of questions, and he doesn't have good answers.
But they won.
I know, but there aren't good answers. This is the only thing I want to say today with regard to this conversation we're having, which is called a rotation sensation. I agree with a lot of what everyone's saying. Cha-ching! On my side, though, I want to acknowledge how difficult it is for Steve to do what everyone's asking him to do, which is make everybody happy. All 12 guys should have some minutes, and if any of them are playing well, you keep them in. Well, good Lord. I don't know how possible it is to do what everybody wants the Warriors to do.
It's not possible in terms of keeping everyone happy, but this is why you make the big money and you're paid to coach, and this is ultimately the toughest part about coaching. It's figuring out who to play, when to play them, and when they aren't playing, how do you assuage or soothe the egos? Corey Joseph got a DNP yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Probably easier to tell Corey Joseph you're not in the rotation than it is to tell Klay Thompson, hey, Klay, your minutes are getting cut. We're only going to play you 27 minutes a night because, Klay, you're not playing that well.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it's a contract year, and I know you've helped me win 4 titles, and you've been great, and you're a Hall of Famer, and no one will ever wear 11 again. But right now, we got to go in a different direction. That's hard.
You want to bench me?
I'm trying. I don't want to bench you. I want to limit you.
You want to bench me?
We're going to limit you, Klay. We're going to limit your minutes.
You want to bench Wiggs? You want to bench me and Wiggs?
Did you guys?
Is that what you're insinuating? I'm sorry, Granny. Go ahead.
Did you guys catch Klay Thompson's rotation kind of pattern last night? I mean, it changed in the second half. He checked out with 7 minutes left in the third quarter and did not come back in until less than 6 minutes to go in the fourth.
So
he sat out a whole quarter.
New point. Steve is not afraid to do what everybody thinks he's afraid to do. Do we need to play that again? He said it into a microphone.
I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. And role players, it's easier to play a role when, there's kind of a set rotation and, the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year. And we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about, moving the starting lineup around game to game, depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year. And we're a quarter of the way through. So there's definitely, a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
I mean, these are the Golden State Warriors. This coaching staff and this ownership group is not going to just be like, oh, well, not working. Well, let's just lose this year. You don't think that, do you? I don't think that they're scared of Klay Thompson.
I don't think that it's fear. I do think it's loyalty. And
that's well said. That's well said.
So and you look at what Grandy just pointed out, and that was a great point. They were down 9 when Klay went to the bench, and then when he came back in, they were down 6. And Klay was on the court for 16 seconds, and he hit a 3. And now they're down 3. So maybe that little 12-minute stint on the bench provided him the rest and the motivation to come in and He knocked down a 27-footer off a Kuminga assist, and away we go. But I don't think that he's afraid to do that, but I do think that he's loyal to the vets because in Steve's career, think about where he's been and what he's done. He mentioned his Bulls experience. He was with the Spurs, and they did well with a veteran core, and he's come here and won titles with a certain group of guys. So it's what he's known, and it's what he's known is successful. So you can't expect Steve Kerr to abandon a core principle. One of his core principles is veteran good players are the way to ride. You ride with them, and it's not ride or die. It's ride and win. That's been his experience.
Yeah, it's actually been most coaches' experience. I mean, Phil Jackson coached the same way. I know Greg Popovich. It's been a little bit different, but not really. Not really. Like there's never been a championship where you're just like, yeah, we just kind of made it up as we went along. Hadn't really heard of any of the players. I mean,
this is the first time though that we've seen a Steve Kerr team 21 games in that has an unsettled rotation to this degree.
Totally.
And he made that point in that cut you just played.
Yeah, we're at a unique time with regard to the history of this dynasty. Greg and Benicia here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Greg. What are you doing?
Hi. How you guys doing?
What's up?
I appreciate both of you talking about the Warriors like you do, but I got a few things. I'm a longtime fan, and I look at this team, and they're not a championship team. And I'm fine with that. We have 4 championships, but I'm real realistic, and I just think there's 2 or 3 starters, and that's why he can't figure out who to put in. It's not Kerr's fault. You got Steph, and you could throw Looney as a starter and Dre. That's it. I don't believe Wiggins is ever going to come out of it, and I think Klay is now a bench player, and I don't care if he's in a contract year. He needs to go talk to Iguodala and David Lee and figure out how to come off the bench and just let the young guys play because he could come off the bench and hit threes because he's not hitting them as a starter anymore.
So, Greg, you're ready to give up on the idea of postseason success?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I
think that's completely fair. Greg, thanks. I'm not there yet, but I get it if somebody is. That's totally fine. I still have enough curiosity about this that I'm not there yet. This whole, Andrew Wiggins is not a starter anymore. Hold on a second. Like, wait a minute. 17 months ago, there was a parade. Started out last year really well. Then things got mysterious. Came back in the playoffs, and there was a lot more good than bad, plus an injury. And now here we are with what I would argue is trending upwards, but still nowhere good.
From Wiggins?
Yeah.
Nah, I wouldn't say trending upwards.
Versus the first 4 weeks of the season?
I'd say he's still stuck in the mud in terms of...
I mean...
He's had a couple of good games,
yeah, he's had a couple of monster games.
He's still wildly inconsistent.
No
to have
doubt.
a game like last night, to me, is not a trending upward. It's,
No.
It's the same old kind of Wiggins to me.
I wasn't referring to last night.
Yeah.
I'm referring to the last 3 weeks versus the 3 weeks before that.
I'll give you that. It's fair.
Yeah, trending up a little bit. Is it good enough? No. Does that mean that Andrew Wiggins is now just not a starter? I don't know. That feels a little.
The caller's right. You have 2 starters right now. So
right now,
what are you supposed to do with the other 3 spots? You got to mix and match and pick and pop.
That's tough. Yeah, I'm with you, but it's tough. Experience a European-style holiday market in festive downtown Los Altos. Enjoy live music and warm holiday drinks as you shop for unique gifts and holiday decor. The holiday market is on Thursdays, December 7th and 14th from 4 to 8. Details at downtownlosaltos.org. Steve Kerr in less than 2 hours. More of your phone calls next. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Shark Week is coming to the Morning Roast.
Oh my goodness, I'm ready.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, there it is. That's Day, and Steve Kerr is going to be with us at 5 o'clock. And so far, that's pretty much who everyone wants to talk about is Steve Kerr. However, we do have this late add to the program.
We do?
Now,
tell me Lucas actually booked a guest?
I don't know if we've got this animal live.
Her name is Olivia.
Olivia. Okay.
Olivia
Lucas,
Munn? You booked Olivia Munn?
Lucas, tell everybody about Olivia.
So, I can confirm a couple facts on this story.
Okay.
Let's start with the fact that her name is Olivia.
Okay.
She is a psychic parrot.
Mm-hmm.
And
whoa.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grandy.
She lives in Japan.
She's a what?
She lives in Japan. She's a parrot. The bird.
I don't.
No, you left off the most important part.
Okay.
What kind of parrot?
A psychic one.
Oh.
Psychic parrot that lives in Japan.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to try this, but I want to qualify it. I'm not trying to paint with a broad brush, certainly when it comes to ethnicity, but how did this parrot live in Japan and end up with the name Olivia?
Don't know. Haven't gotten that far in the research.
All right, please research more. But anyway, go on.
This parrot made headlines during the Women's World Cup.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here, yeah.
When she predicted Japan to beat Australia, which would have been an upset and was an upset in the opening round of the Women's World Cup. So she got that correct.
So she's on a roll.
She's trustworthy.
And not afraid to go against her home country either, which I admire.
And not
biased.
Not afraid to go against the grain either. Okay, so what other credibility does the parrot have? Has she made more accurate picks?
That is to be determined because the most recent prediction she is currently making is that Shohei Ohtani, star Japanese baseball player,
we've heard of him,
will sign with the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah!
Lock it up. Lock it up.
Yeah, how does she go about predicting? Is it just, does she talk? Or does she pick a certain food item? Or
again, this is breaking news, so it's
Lucas,
a developing story.
Don't come in here with the story until you've got the whole story and nothing but the story.
Come on, Luke.
I'm reading here from Esquire.
Oh.
Esquire Middle East.
Yep.
How Ava's powers work is
Olivia.
Olivia.
Well, Ava is the owner. Yeah, and this is Ava the parrot. We got competing parrots.
Now, who does Ava think is going to get Ohtani?
I'll have to ask.
What is going on here?
Ava made some picks on the Euro 2020.
How'd that go?
Yeah, she nailed it, actually.
Wow!
Yeah. She had England versus Italy.
Does anybody have a parrot out there who makes picks like Dibbs and just sucks at it? Anyone?
Wow.
I'm sorry. I went for it.
Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry is the way that goes.
The Eagles are going to beat the Niners.
I never said that.
You did.
Where's the tape?
I don't walk around with tape.
You make stuff up. Take a play off over there.
By the way,
psychic parrot.
You're
so desperate for Farhan to do something that you're going to a bird from Japan to try to make you feel good.
They're desperate. I'm not desperate.
You are as desperate as they are.
Damn it, Farhan. Yeah, I'm just chilling. I got a bagel sandwich and a LaCroix. I'm fine.
When they come away with another version of Conforto and Haniger, you know what? I like Farhan's process.
I'm getting ready to bet the under tonight, and I am fine. Was it down to 22.5 yet?
Jeez, I'll look.
What do we got?
It was 30.5 yesterday. Thursday Night Football.
This is Trubisky against Zappy? Is that what's happening tonight? Is that what we're doing? Are we doing that?
That's what we're doing.
I didn't even look to see who they announced as the starters because I'm like, I don't care. Is that what's happening? Trubisky versus Zappy?
The Biscuits, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, order pizza. This is going to be great.
I was going to give out an in-season tournament semifinal lock.
Go for it.
Well, I was going to give you the Bucks, but they're down 12 at the half, so I'm good.
That means we already knew you had the Bucks.
Yeah, probably. What's that game doing at 2:00?
What's that game doing? Period. End of sentence.
Court looks cool.
Stop. In-season tournament.
It's a big game. They're taking it seriously.
If I have to read one more article about how the in-season tournament's a win, it's amazing. I still haven't found any of you writers Tell me why I should care. Tell a fan why they should care. Stop telling me that the player. Who was the player that was like, yeah, if we win this thing, we should put a banner up? Good for you. Put a poster on your wall. Can someone tell a fan why they should care?
I mean, you hate ball. I get that. I mean,
I said it a week and a half ago. Give me the Blazers because I think that's a team that the Warriors will beat. I don't want them in Vegas tonight playing LeBron.
Well, now you get another trip to OKC to give up $140 and lose to the Thunder again.
Well,
so
1-1 is better than 0-2.
Well, 1-1's better than 10-11, which is where you sit right now.
Exactly.
So there you have it.
So trending upwards.
Exactly.
All right, let's go back to the phones. We do have to play with this a little bit later while we're on the football front.
Yep.
Did you see this now? Elliott Shore-Parks, Eagles reporter, WIP.
I did see that. Oh, he's an Eagles reporter.
Of course he is.
I didn't know. I don't know Elliott
WIP.
Shore-Parks from Polly Shore-Parks.
Yeah, ESP, WIP, Elliott Shore-Parks.
I've never heard of him, Mark.
You haven't?
Not
you haven't
really.
heard of Elliott Shore-Parks?
No.
Okay.
Who? I mean, you had to explain who he was.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean that the listeners should have, but we're in the media circles. He's been around for a minute.
Okay.
Elliott Shore-Parks. Okay, that's fine.
Well, his credentials should be revoked based on what you're about to say.
Quote, every single GM in the NFL would take the Eagles roster over the 49ers and the Cowboys rosters. Percolate, 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 percolate. We shall return.
Right.
We shall return to that.
It's nonsense. Now, if you want to just play that game and take the Eagles players when they were at their best, then yeah, it's not close. Because they got some big names of guys who were good 5 years ago. But as far as how they are now, it's a joke. It's a joke of a statement.
Is there, being that all of the Eagles' good defensive players are largely on the defensive line, is there an Eagle defensive player you'd take over his 49er counterpart? Is there one?
It's a good question.
Don't say Hassan Reddick because the Niners have Nick Bosa.
Well, even if you put him up against Chase Young, I would probably take him over Chase Young, but it's close.
And I know they interchange a little bit, but Hassan is largely on the left side of the line. Chase is largely on the right. But yeah. I mean, I know they move around.
Sure.
They move around. Anyway, we can come back to that. Let's go to Mike and Hayward. Hey, Mike, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up? Hello, Mike. Well, the Mike and Hayward experience so far today has been an absolute disaster.
You went back to him a second time?
I don't know if it's the same guy. Hayward is a large place and Mike is a popular name.
It was the same guy.
Okay, so the first time he was listening, right? Yeah. He was listening for his name, and so therefore he's listening to the radio and he's on delay. This time, he was just a bunch of clicks.
Yeah.
Fool me one time, shame on you.
Yeah, that's the end of Mike. All right.
All Mikes. Well, we already got Filmo Mike in, so
we did.
We're good on Mikes today.
Who is our top-seeded Mike?
No doubt.
Apologies to all the other Mike.
My brother included.
Oh, gosh, and then I was just about to click on, I was just about to go out to Palo Alto, and that person just decided to leave.
Fool me 3 times.
Well, probably a Mike in Palo Alto. Heard the news. Heard the breaking news.
Yeah. So I would look at it this way. You know, I as I said earlier, I think most of you went to bed last night going, I'm glad the Warriors won, but that was unsatisfying, and I'm frustrated with Steve Kerr. I totally get it, but what's seemingly odd, I guess the only take I feel like you can come away with and really be fair about it is to say that Steve has waited too long to arrive where he seemingly arrived. But if you hear a lot of people go, God, it is time to start being a little bit more open-minded as far as the lineup is concerned. He said that. That's what he said after the game.
Right.
I'm going to be forced to start looking at different lineups.
It's an interesting notion that you just put out there because I don't know if he's arrived at the place that everybody wants him to have arrived.
He says he has.
Right. To where he's
unless you're just a give it to the young guys person.
Well,
and the Warriors are never going to do that.
So we go into Oklahoma City tomorrow.
Yeah.
And is the expectation that he's going to change the starting lineup We'll
ask him.
Right. But I think.
What's the starting lineup tomorrow, Coach?
I think what people want would be, like you said earlier, Kuminga in, Moody in, Wiggins out, and Looney out. And I don't necessarily think that he's going to do that. And
I don't think he's going to do that, but is there an open-mindedness to different matchups.
Well, especially against an Oklahoma City team that can get up and down.
Right.
And they don't necessarily kill you with the size like that. So maybe you can get away with not having Kevon in the starting lineup.
Maybe. I don't know what the specific changes would be. I bet he doesn't. I think he's just expressing the possibility that this is going to be game to game. And I think the larger point is this. Yes, they are willing to go away from their star-studded starting lineup, especially if it continues to not work. I think that's largely what people are asking for. No?
Yeah, I think they're more asking for minutes. They're asking for Kuminga and Moody to play early in games and play often in games. Be in the rotation. And that's where it gets interesting because, as we talked about, there are only so many minutes to go around. So your bench is Saric and Paul, Kaminga and Moody and Podziemski for right now. GP2 will make it a 6-man bench. You'll have 11 guys. And sorry to TJD, but you're just not there yet in Steve's eyes. So fans want those bench guys to play more than they're playing. But as you mentioned earlier, Mark, what that means is the other guys are going to play less. And you don't want Steph's not going to play less. Steph's going to play his 36 minutes a game for the most part. And Draymond's not going to play less.
Correct.
Unless he gets ejected or injured or both. So now you're looking at 3 spots. It's Wiggins, it's the Looney spot, and Looney only plays about 18 minutes a night anyway, and it's Klay Thompson.
Looney had less minutes than Kuminga last night.
Right.
Last night.
And Looney and his minutes, that's kind of where they're going to be, I would imagine. He's going to be in that 16 to 20 minute a night spot. That's probably his sweet spot anyway. So it really comes down to Wiggins and Klay. How much do you take away from Wiggins and Klay and give to Moody and Kuminga?
See, but I think it comes down to, you're right, and then it comes down to, in the end, something a little bit more intricate than that. And this is, I guess, maybe the question that really should rule the day. And I want to say this right so that it's not an easy answer. Are you willing to change the goal? Those are the words that Steve used. Are you willing to, I'm not going to say, are you willing to give up? Because who the hell, that just works against our senses. No one's like, I am.
Yeah.
Are you willing to change the goal? Because I would argue that even though it could be a very rational take to say, this team's not championship caliber, fine. If that's your thought, totally get it. Totally get it. I don't usually like to let my brain go there in December of an NBA season. I referenced earlier that the Boston Celtics 2 years ago were 24-24 on January 23rd. And then, next thing you know, they were favored to beat the Warriors in the NBA championship.
But they didn't have rotation issues. They just weren't playing that well.
And they're younger and all that stuff. But, I mean, are they going to find the fountain of youth? Sometimes it's funny. We're like, and I know the major injury part of it, but we're giving up on Klay and Wiggins, yet we're totally still in on the superstar who's many years older than both of them. So can they find it? I'm not giving up on that yet. I just think you have to admit, if you want Moody and Kuminga to play significant minutes, I can't argue right now that they shouldn't. They've done some really good things. Moody in particular just is like Johnny Cool. He's super consistent. And I think that's what coaches love, and it's why he's getting out there more in addition to GP2's injury. But you do have to acknowledge there's literally no chance, if you give more responsibility to people who haven't turned 25 yet, the chances of you being relevant in May are next to nothing. And maybe
it's a long shot.
And maybe you're okay with that.
They haven't even turned 22 to that point. And you think about Kawhi Leonard, when he won the title with the Spurs as a rookie, he was probably 23. I think he spent a full slate at San Diego State. So he was an older rook, but still, that is a one-off. You don't often see a guy get the NBA Finals MVP at that age, and these guys are barely 21. I don't think anyone's saying give them the keys to the kingdom. Fans just want to see them more often and more consistently. That's what I'm hearing from fans.
Agreed. And I'd love that too. But there's a flip side to that I think you keep pointing to, he keeps pointing to. You're not going to have Klay and Andrew find it on the bench.
Right.
And so if you do make their minutes more inconsistent, if you lessen their role, it lessens the chances that they're going to find it and that this team can go on some sort of a run, even if that run is short of this mythical goal that the Warriors continue to promote. Even if you don't buy it, and I know most people don't, and I get that.
Fine.
I get that.
Well, the goal right now is to be a top 6 seed. That's the goal.
Okay.
In terms of so do you want to change?
So forget the championship, just top 6.
Get a top 6 seed.
Okay.
And then when we get to April, we can talk about, can you win a championship?
Yeah, and I mean, if you start highlighting or promoting, as you said, people who haven't turned 22, I mean, history will tell you in the NBA that's not going anywhere.
Right.
You may benefit from that 2 years from now, not this year.
But you might benefit from it in April if you give these guys a real look now and you're able to get to a 6 seed, for example. Right now the 6 is Sacramento, and you're 2 games back of Sacramento. So as you mentioned before earlier in the week, it's going to be a pretty tightly packed race in the West. So it's not like this thing's getting away from you. You are 6.5 back of Minnesota, but whatever. They're the 1 seed. Nobody looks at this Warrior team as a 1 seed or even really a 2 seed. Maybe a 3 if everything falls into place. But honestly, this feels to me like an 82 game. Let's see what we have. Get a top 6 seed, and then you get to April, and now you've got championship caliber, and you got a group of vets you can ride with.
Yeah. I think that's a better way to say it. You know, like we are similar to what we did with the Niners for a while. Like, stop talking about the title. Stop talking about June. Can they get a top 6 seed? They're 2 games out of it right now. You know, a lot of people are trumpeting that. They're not even in the playoffs right now. Come on.
Right.
There's 21 games in. They're a half game out of the play-in tournament. There's all kinds of stuff that'll still reveal itself.
There's a clear 11 teams for 10 spots.
Okay, but
if you look at the standings.
But let's talk about that 6 seed. I think what you watched in the 3-6 matchup last year sort of tells Steve Kerr's story. You've got a younger, more athletic bunch with home court. And what happened? They lost because that's what younger and more athletic usually does when we get to the end in the NBA. So I'm not saying Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga can't play roles, shouldn't play roles. They should. They can be a little bit bigger. I guess this is maybe even just more about the concept of it. If you feel like they're the savior, I'd argue you're wrong. Have they earned more minutes? Does that make sense for the organization? And certain matchups, agree wholeheartedly. But if in your mind you're like, his team will start clicking once the 21-year-old gets 27 minutes a night,
right?
That's not how it works. And you
for winning teams,
yes,
exactly.
And you can't argue that Kaminga is perfectly consistent either. He's not.
No.
He was good last night. He was amazing.
Right, and Moody's been great of late, and Podziemski's been a nice surprise. Those guys are averaging 20, 19, and 19 minutes apiece, respectively. Kaminga's at 19.7, Moody's at 19.2, Podziemski's at 18.9. Moody's played every game. Kaminga's missed 1. Podziemski's played in 15 of the 21. So you're seeing a pattern emerge in terms of their playing time. So if you give the 3 of them 20 minutes a game, okay, 20, 20, and 20, they all get their 20 minutes a night. That's 60 of the 240. Steph gets the 36. That's 96. Draymond is going to get you, 25 right now. You'd like to get more from Draymond.
Yep.
My point is you're running out of minutes for Saric and for CP3, for Wiggins, for Looney, for Klay Thompson. So you can't always just give these guys 20, 25 minutes a night. You don't have enough time.
Vince in the city here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Vince. What you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Driving home from work again. I just wanted to chime in with this minute allocation thing. I think, so we're, 20 games, 21 games into the season. It's been the same lineup pretty much from the beginning of the season. I feel like it's still early enough to maybe switch it up for 10 games, 15 games. and see what happens with more playing time from Moody and Kuminga. I mean, it's the same thing in every profession. Employers want guys with experience, right? But a new guy's not going to have any experience. Right. Where are they supposed to go? Where are they supposed to go get it? Now, I feel like of the two, I would have to say, if you had to pick and choose, I'm giving more minutes to Moody than Kuminga, because Moody has been pretty damn reliable since we got him. I mean, Klay, you see what Klay's been doing for the last 2 seasons now, and Andrew Wiggins, and I don't know what his deal is. It's the same Minnesota Andrew Wiggins is what I'm seeing now, where he looks like he's just going through the motions, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if he needs to be on the team, because it looks like they need effort guys, and there's not a lot of effort from some of these vets, quote unquote vets, that are on the team.
Vince, what's the specific lineup you'd like to see them check out for 10 games?
I don't know if I would even really change the starting lineup. I would just say maybe bring the guys off the bench sooner.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Like bring Moody and Kaminga in, and get Klay and Wiggins out a little sooner. Maybe 4 minutes more. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't have to be drastic, but let's just see what happens if they get a little more run with the starters, because we know what they do with Chris Paul in that second unit, because that second unit's pretty damn solid. But when the starters need a break, but they can't really give up too much push, they need to be ready and know what it's like playing with Steph and Draymond more and more.
That's the
thing. Because it's going to come down to that come playoff time.
Yep, the continuity would take a break. Thank you very much, Vince. I mean, that's the thing. You know what I mean? Like we're all such prisoners of the moment, and we all want, like, what have you done for me lately? So this is all like a great idea until Kaminga goes out there and has a 9-minute run where he looks awful.
Right.
And then what do you do?
Hot shot.
Yeah. You're like, nope, we're in our 10-game Kuminga stretch. Stick with it. I know we're down by 18 at home against Washington.
Yeah.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
That's right. It just
2 weeks from tomorrow.
Depends on the game. Last night you had Klay go out first at the 7-minute mark in the first quarter, and you had Moses Moody come in, Saric for Looney. You had Wiggins and Green go out for Paul and Podziemski about 8 minutes in. So Steve Kerr has a plan. He has a rotation, and I wonder how that changes now going into the next game the way Kaminga played.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Matt, the coach, 888-957-9570. We're coming to you. Plus, does anybody disagree with that? All the GMs in the NFL would take the Eagles roster over the Niners and Cowboys. Agree? Disagree? We can get into that as well on Willard and Dibs.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m.
Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
A little bit over an hour away. The coach. You can join us right here on Willard and Dibbs. More calls in a sec. And a couple football things to throw at you. First off, happy trails, Robbie Gould.
Yeah.
Announced the retirement today.
Classy that the Niners put him up on the big board. That
Indeed.
was neat.
Yeah, big board at Levi's today. A big thank you, Robbie. I wonder why now? It's kind of an odd time to do. It's like, it's week 13. I'm retiring.
Right.
Hasn't played all year.
True. And maybe he's not in shape to where even if a kicker went down, he could get ready in time to be available to help somebody. So if this season is now a wash based on his own condition or his conditioning rather, then you might as well hang him up. And, he probably could have gotten a job if he wanted one because he had some kickers get hurt.
I wonder, though, because remember that the 49ers made this move not because they had anything against Robbie. I'm sure they felt like they could do it for cheaper. That's the other part. He was a longtime vet. But we live in an age where you've got to be able to hit a 55-yarder. I mean, that used to be a ludicrous idea. Like, that was they're going to kick from 55 yards. It's like a 1 in 10 shot. You're better off punting, seeing if you can pin him inside the 10. The all-time record was 63. I feel like people are firing things up from 60 yards all the time now.
Yeah.
And Robbie physically cannot do that. You lengthen the field when Robbie Gould is your kicker. Now, he's very accurate.
Yep.
You're probably going to get your 3. The Niners would probably be 10-2. I get that. But you're like north of 50, you're out. I don't know if you can do that anymore in the NFL.
You can't. Absolutely not. Even though you go for it on fourth down a lot more than you used to, you feel like when you get across the 50, you're in some sort of field goal range. You get to the 45, that's a 62-yarder, and he was never great at that. 10th all-time in scoring in the National Football League. Great career, not a Hall of Famer, but a great career nonetheless.
How many kickers are in?
I'm glad you asked me that, Mark, because I'm looking at the list right now. And second all-time in points, Morton Anderson is a Hall of Famer. Now, the guy first all-time in points, he's got a good chance, but he's only been out of the league for 4 years, so he's not yet eligible.
Who's that?
Adam Vinatieri.
No, he'll go. And I would argue that Justin Tucker someday will, too.
Yeah, he's 24th right now, so he still has some work to do, but you go to George Blanda, who I know is a hybrid, not a true kicker. He kicked for a long time. He's actually... Blanda is 7th in points. A lot of that, though, was as a quarterback. Jan Stenerud, friend of the program, had him on the show. A friend of a different program at a different station. But
what?
I got Jan Stenerud. It was one of my better bookings back when I was book.
Jan.
Lou Groza is in the Hall of Fame. And that's about it.
And seen. Yeah, well, that's probably it.
Well, I'm looking at the list of all-time scorers, and next up... you got Jerry Rice, not a kicker.
Dude, crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy that he's out there just like people who get 3 points every time they walk onto the field. And this guy's ahead of almost all of them. That's wild. Mina Kimes on Twitter says, this is the debate right now. Who you pick for NFL MVP depends on how you define the award. QB is inherently more valuable for obvious reasons, but Tyreek Hill is mounting a Russell Westbrook-like case because he's making history. I agree. And how do you all feel about the Russell Westbrook MVP now?
I feel fine about it.
Oh, I mean, who cares?
But I have to look back and see who he beat out that year.
If those voters could go back and do it again, they would change that vote. They would absolutely change that vote. They got caught up in the excitement of the numbers, and they felt sorry for him. Come on. That was a sympathy vote because KD left him. Of course
it was not a sympathy vote.
It completely was a sympathy vote because it was he was averaging a triple-double, but it was all this is what we do too much in MVP. Oh, my God, look at the team around him. He's doing it by himself. Doing what? Not contending, so who cares?
Averaging 25, 10, and 10.
Cool. Do you know how many players in the NBA that if you're just like, hey, just go crazy. Just here's the ball. Go put up numbers. Be a maniac. Don't worry too much if we lose some of the games. There are so many people. Do you think LeBron James could average a triple-double? It is sleep if he wanted to.
Draymond almost got one last night.
Oh, my God. LeBron James could absolutely dwarf those numbers if he wanted to, but he's trying to win. But I see her point. Her point's a good one. Tyreek Hill just sitting out there with almost 1,500 yards already on a team that's 9-3.
Yeah.
They don't have any good wins, but 9-3.
Yeah, but nobody cares about that. I mean, they got 9 wins, so it doesn't really matter. Good wins aren't worth more than bad wins in terms of how it all breaks down. A better comp for Mina Kimes would have been Adrian Peterson because I believe Minnesota that year was 9-7 when he broke the record for most yards in a season.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So that to me is a more appropriate comp than the Russell Westbrook one, although it was a stat thing for Adrian Peterson on a team that wasn't great. But he broke maybe the most hallowed record in the NFL, the rushing record.
Yeah.
And so if Tyreek breaks a less hallowed record, but it's a record nonetheless. It's a real one.
I think that when we start looking at stats, this is going to sound stupid because stats are part of it, but if your lead story as to why you voted for someone for MVP is a stat, my opinion is you're doing it wrong. Stats are obviously part of it. You have to see the totals, but what the team is doing, the context around it, all of that. I think Tyreek is in the conversation. No question is in the conversation. And then there's this, and then we'll get back to you on the phones, 888-957-9570. Is this just like a homer take, or is there something to it? Elliott Shore Parks in Philadelphia, WIP. Every single GM in the NFL would take the Eagles roster over the 49ers and the Cowboys rosters. I think that's laughable. Absolutely laughable. I think if you're looking at the 49er roster, there is not a more star-studded, effective defense in the NFL, period. And as far as the offense is concerned, it's really simply a matter of how far along you are in your belief in what Brock Purdy is producing. Because I would also argue best left tackle, top 5 receiving core, top 5 tight end, number 1 running back. You know, I think the Eagles' offensive line in total maybe is a little bit better than the total of the 49ers' offensive line, but it's comparable, especially with Trent. And you know, most people today would argue that you would want Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy, but is getting closer fast. I don't know how the hell, if you're looking at the Niner roster, I don't know how you could rank or rate anything above that if you're doing it on a piece of paper.
Well, if we're doing roster, are we talking about the 55 or are we talking about the 45 who are up on game day? How are we defining this? It's not just the starting 22. If we're going to go through the full roster, that's where the Niners, to me, have the real edge because their depth at a lot of these pieces is extraordinary. And you can go to Oren Burks as your third linebacker, a guy who's not on the field normally unless Dre Greenlaw gets into it with security. The Eagles have great depth at the defensive line, but that's about it. Now, their top 2 receivers, I think you would take over, and that's even a tough conversation. Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown or Ayuk and Debo?
I don't know.
It's debatable.
I think you can make the argument that A.J. Brown is the best of the 4. I think you can make that argument. But if I were seeding them, I would say that the Eagles have 1 and 4 and the Niners have 2 and 3.
I think you could spend a whole show debating that because Devontae Smith is very good.
So are
the Niners too. Yeah,
good receiving course.
And you look at running back, and that's where you get where you get a real edge for the 49ers. Swift has been good, but McCaffrey is an MVP candidate.
How many Eagles? Give me a couple names. How many Eagles would you take over their Niner counterpart?
Well, I mean, you'd take A.J. Brown.
Okay.
I mean, as
that's 1.
Right tackle, you'd take Lane Johnson.
Agreed. Okay, that's 2.
Maybe you take Fletcher Cox over Eric Armstead.
Center.
Yeah, Jason Kelsey, without a doubt. Good call. So that's 3 on the offensive side for sure. And I don't know enough about interior line play to maybe Larry Krueger can weigh in on Landon Dickerson against the Killer Bees and Cam Jurgens, not the lotion. And we could really get into the weeds with it. But
you want Darius Slay over Charvarius Ward?
Nah, not this year.
Not right now.
Maybe last year or the year before. Darius Slay is declining a little bit.
You want Jalen Hurts over Brock Purdy?
Geez, not this year. I mean, Brock Purdy is playing. He's playing at an MVP level. He's the MVP front runner.
So
it's a homer take.
There are 22 starters on both teams, and we're struggling to get to 4.
I gave you Fletcher Cox.
All right. We're struggling to get to 5.
I mean, we can
starters that some we would take on the Eagles.
Some of these are debatable, and we obviously have a Niner slant because we talk about their games exclusively. We don't watch Philly as much as we watch the Niners.
You can call it a Niner slant, and I can't argue that. However, here's how I can argue. I like this is not saying that the Niners are the best team in football right now is not a homer take. Vegas has been trying to scream it from the mountaintops for 3 weeks, and no one's listening. Now people are listening. They got their attention now when they beat the Eagles by 23 in their own building, even though they spotted them the first quarter. Like that, this is not a homer take. The Niners are right now, as constructed and healthy, this is the best team in football, and I don't think second place is really, really breathing down their neck at all.
Well, I think the take that this whoever put out on Twitter, guy I've never heard of.
Elliott Shore-Parks.
Fine. I'll believe you. 3 names, 1 take.
Elliott with 1 T.
And it's a bad one.
Very efficient.
I don't care. I'm not going to try to tweet at him or try to spell check him.
Shore with 2 R's.
But it's a homer take. And if Philly does have the roster that everyone would envy, then why did the Niners go in there and hammer them by 23 on their field? And why did the Niners go and take on Dallas and hammer them by 4 touchdowns on the Niners field? That's the part of it that I don't really quite understand. And if Philly goes out and loses to Dallas this weekend, then what in terms of having the most enviable roster in football?
Which I think they will. The Eagles are very good. They're just not all they're cracked up to be. That's what it looks like to me. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Glad you're with us, Willard and Dibbs. Taking your calls, 888-957-9570, and Steve Kerr will be on with us in exactly 1 hour, and a very famous parrot in Japan says that the Giants are getting Ohtani. This is what we've been missing in the hot stove.
Animal tricks?
Not just animal tricks, but this is, if you want to do kind of follow Buster Olney and criticize Shohei for something, this is sort of what we miss when you do everything top secret. I want stupid rumors. So I saw this on Twitter. Somebody puts up the picture of the parrot in Japan. And by the way, I figured it out. It's not, it's a she, right? It's a she.
Her name is Olivia.
Olivia.
She has a name.
Olivia grabs a little flag on a toothpick.
Gotcha.
That's right.
And she grabbed the toothpick that had the Giants flag on it. So Olivia says Shohei's going to be a Giant. Now, my favorite part is when tweets come out like that, go to the comments, because that's where crazy happens. It's like...
No, it's not crazy that a parrot is hopping for a toothpick.
Not at all.
That's not crazy.
People do this with their animals all the time. I had Penny predict the Super Bowl a few years ago. She was wrong.
No, we don't talk about that.
I didn't let her eat for a week. But anyway.
Wow, don't say that.
I'm kidding.
Thank you.
I'm completely kidding.
Well, the phone lines will light up.
She actually selected the Super Bowl by getting treats. That's what she was doing. I'm like, you want this treat or this treat?
It's a flawed system.
Yeah, totally. But
and we don't know if this parrot, like, they might have had a flavored toothpick on the Giants toothpick.
Or maybe they only gave her a Giants toothpick. I have no idea.
She's psychic, guys. She knows.
Lucas is so bad.
So
defending this bird.
Go to the comments below this kind of stuff, and that's where Florida is. It's all crazy in there. And I got one guy in here who says they were on the phone with the Giants ticket office earlier this afternoon and was abruptly told that his season ticket request was not available anymore. Please call back tomorrow. We cannot process your request. Please call back tomorrow and we will complete your transaction. Could it be because they got late word? Don't sell any more tickets tonight. Wait till tomorrow when we double them.
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe John Heyman announces Arsen Ohtani in mere hours.
It's possible. According to Bet365 and
where we
their
at?
odds, the Dodgers are minus 175 to land Ohtani.
Second favorite?
The Blue Jays,
Okay.
plus 150.
I think that's accurate, by the way.
Third favorite? The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim,
That
at plus
feels
700.
That feels inaccurate to
The
me.
fourth team on the board, the San Francisco Giants, plus 800, 8-1 odds.
The Angels. You're not going back to the Angels.
I don't think so. Cubs would be next, and then everyone else is more than 20-1. Those are odds as of today. This article posted about 5 hours ago. Maybe prepare it.
That was.
Can I ask you guys a question about this?
Of course you can.
Because now that we're on Ohtani, the last couple of days, I think we've all I'll speak for myself. As a Giants fan, I have found myself bought in, and I believe the Giants will sign Shohei Ohtani. I told myself.
Do you really?
During the Aaron Judge stuff.
Is this a bit?
I wouldn't believe. No, I'm dead serious.
You think that they're going to sign Shohei Ohtani?
Are you ready to get hurt again? Is the question. I've let myself feel like I'm going to get hurt again.
Oh, I totally am. But I live that way. You know what I mean? It's a choice that everybody makes.
Yeah.
I mean, like I'm a bleeding heart on a number of fronts with this kind of stuff. Like, yes. That's that old question, loved and lost, or rather have just never loved at all. I'll take loved and lost 14 times in a row rather than never loved at all. So that's kind of what you're asking. Like, are you willing to go get hurt again? Yeah. You're not living if you're not willing to get hurt.
I'm willing to get hurt again, but not by this guy. And by this guy, I mean Farhan Zaidi. Fool me one time. There's an old saying in Tennessee, I think they have in Texas too, and fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me can't get fooled again, Mark.
What'd you just say?
I did the...
What'd the parrot say?
The parrot said, all right, I like the Giants.
Fool me once, shame on you.
Fool me, can't get fooled again.
No.
You don't know the bit. It's George Bush.
It's J. Cole.
It's George Bush, and J. Cole used it in the opening... Fool me one time, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't put the blame on you. Fool me 3 times, forget the peace sign.
Load the chopper.
And let it rain on you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're trying to bring hip to be square up to speed over here. It's an old saying in Tennessee. I think they have it in Texas, too.
Perfect.
That was George W. Bush.
W.
Not H.W.
At a certain point, he just went by W.
Yes.
You don't even need the George or the Bush.
You also got the Michael Scott, no doubt about it, I'm ready to get hurt again, and that's where I find myself.
Yeah. What's the point of getting up in the morning if you're not willing to, I'm
willing to get hurt by certain people. I'm not willing to put myself out there for Farhan dumpster diving Zaidi.
But what does that mean?
That means he's not getting Ohtani.
That's not what we're asking.
It means.
No, when you say I'm not willing to get hurt by him... So that means what?
That means I don't believe that he has any chance of landing a big fish. So I'm not even going to allow myself to be vulnerable like Lucas, who's in love with this toothpick-searching parrot in Japan.
Her name is Olivia.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Lucas is
You don't know if that's her pronoun or its pronoun.
Its name is Olivia.
Thank you. It's better.
But Lucas is a Giants fan. I'm a Giants fan.
I'm a Giants fan, Grandy. I'm a Giants fan.
Are you on YouTube? You can't even say it with a straight face.
I'm smiling because I'm in a phenomenal mood.
Go Oakland Bees.
I'm a Bees fan.
I know you are.
And if they happen to leave, I'm a C's fan. If you want to get into the A's and yesterday's development by my former pledge brother, we can talk about it.
That's not a development.
It's an absolute hammer.
Oh, great.
Alameda County dropping hammers on John Fisher.
John Fisher owes us $45 million.
Or
great.
Give up the land.
Okay.
That's great news. Great news. Alameda County, you know what happened to John Fisher yesterday?
What happened to John Fisher yesterday?
He got served by Supervisor Halbert. He got served.
Can't
Pay
wait.
up.
Let me know how that ends up.
I'll keep you posted.
Keep me posted.
It's an interesting story.
No, it is interesting.
You shared an oh wow in the text thread.
It's an interesting. I shared an oh wow because you know him, not because.
I thought it was an oh wow because you didn't even read the story. You didn't even read the story.
I'd already read the story, to be honest with you.
I wrote the story.
No, you didn't. I'd already read it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I knew, and fine. But as a sports fan, you lose me when we go here.
Sure.
Oh,
when you're
the
talking
city
about
and the owner and
county
$45 million and there's an EIR and there's an impact report. Get the hell out of here.
I'm with you on that part of it.
Listen to this crap. People are like, oh, keep politics out of sports. How about keep environmental impact reports out of sports? I don't just let me know.
The Giants had an environmental impact report done, but you know what? You know what the report was?
Let me know when it's done.
The report was, we kind of want to build here. And the city says, we'd love to have you build here.
Okay.
Rubber stamp. EIR, done.
Yeah.
They didn't have to worry about the three-toed sloth or the yellow hornbilled mallard or any of that crap because the city wanted it, the team wanted it. Rubber stamp, there's your EIR.
That's right.
It's that simple.
And now the Seagulls have their own Twitter account
Jeez.
with regard to Giants baseball.
Everybody's got a Twitter.
Well, that's a good point.
Some Philly reporter, some parrot, Seagulls.
I don't think the parrot has her own.
She definitely does.
She doesn't.
Rita Oakes got one.
All right, so what if he signs someone big? Then what are you going to do?
Then I will give a big-time mea culpa. I will do...
You better apologize.
No, I will. Live on the air. Do you want a 60? You want a 90? I'll give him 2 minutes. I'll script it. I'll look right into that YouTube camera, and I will appeal to Farhan, and I will apologize. I will throw myself on the mercy of the Farhan Zaidi court and all you and your fellow Giants Farhan stands.
All right, but we gotta,
I will come correct.
But
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah, we got to define it. What's the definition of
something big?
What is that by money? Is that by name value? What is it?
It's by player. And you know what? I'm gonna give you Yamamoto as being big, even though
he's gonna be the second highest paid guy of this offseason. Of course, he's big. He's gonna make $250 million.
I'm going to say this to you nicely.
All right.
Because you've never seen the guy pitch once in your life.
Not true.
In person?
Well, of course not in person.
Oh, then you can't say if you haven't seen him pop the glove.
Have you even seen Anthony DeSclafani pitch in person?
A couple times.
No, you haven't.
Of course. I'm a Giants fan. We've been over this. I'm a Giants fan. Yeah, I'd rather not see him pitch, to be honest.
Well, that's a good point.
If he lands a big one.
What's a big one?
Pete Alonso would be big.
Okay.
Bellinger. That's about the bottom of the big.
Otani.
If he,
Yamamoto.
I'll tell you how we're going to do this.
Harrison Bader.
Is he going to get $100 million? Any player.
I was kidding on
any player that gets 5 or more years and $100 million or more, then I will say, you know what, Farhan, you did it. By God, you sneaky.
But what if they
president of baseball ops?
But what if
you've done it?
But what if they had traded for Juan Soto and he only gets 1 year?
I give you that. That's big.
Okay.
And same thing with Alonso, right? Because you don't have to sign him right now.
Correct.
Isn't he like ARB 3?
Something.
Right.
Something.
But if you can acquire a big boy, that counts. If you sign somebody for $100 million or more over 5, that counts. I'm going to give it to you.
But
I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I know you are. We're sponsored by, he is ARB 3. He's going to be ARB 3.
Look at me.
He's going to be ARB 3 next year.
A virtual John Morosi.
Then he's a UFA. Not a UFO, a UFA. We're sponsored by AC Transit. All right, Steve Kerr in 45 minutes. Let's get back to Steve Kerr and your phone calls. If you want Steve to play the young guys, does that mean it's time to change the goal? Like, what do you really want this to look like, Warrior fans? We'll get to your calls on Willard and Dibs.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years under your belt? AC Transit wants you to join the crew. Help us drive.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
And we have an update. Kevon is not inaccurate, but we have been telling you for hours now, hours on end, that Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5 o'clock.
I can't wait. 41 more minutes.
No.
Wait. I wish you weren't a liar.
Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5:15.
All right, I'm still going to be here.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a classic like the Grandy Man can.
Can I tell you a quick story?
I like a quick story, which means 3 to 4 minutes, but go ahead.
Totally. Show's over.
That's my guy.
No, I felt like such a buffoon. I hopped in the car this morning. Now, keep in mind, this is a travel day for the Warriors, right?
Yeah.
They had a game tomorrow night, had a game last night. Travel day. So that makes coordinating with the head coach a little bit of a dance.
It's a bit of a coordination sensation.
Thank you. We'll see when the plane lands and when we're going to do this, that, the other.
Cha-ching!
So I knew like there's some unknown with how this was all going to play out today. So I'm running around this morning. I got a kid to school, maybe two. I don't remember, whatever. I hop in the car and there's Bonte and Joe, and I'm listening to Steve Kerr, who sounds like he's on a phone. So I'm like, this not from the podium last night because he's on a phone. And I was like,
hold on a minute.
You dirty dog.
Are they curb blocking us?
The Warriors, wait, what? They changed Steve?
Steve, do we lose you?
And they put Steve on in the morning and no one told us?
Oh,
like,
boy.
I mean, look, stuff happens, but you didn't have, like, call me.
Stupidest question ever.
Somebody call me and let me know what's going on here.
Man.
Why am I listening to Steve on the roast? And I'm like, I don't like this at all. And then he finished his thought, and Bonte goes, so that was Steve Kerr last week with Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, boy.
And I was like, whew, as you were.
Yeah.
Come on, let's freaking go.
You're in the middle of dialing our boss, Matt Nahigian, to just blow him up.
I'm like, oh, never mind.
That's so funny.
Everything's fine.
Thanks for the cross promotion, guys.
Steve Kerr later. Thanks, guys.
5:15 now.
Thank you.
Steve's been pushed.
Appreciate it.
That's so funny.
Felt like such an idiot. Such an idiot.
I get that.
Oh, my God.
I got a good dose of the roast this morning because, rainy days, can't take the baby for her traditional morning walk.
Sure.
So my move today was I can't have this baby be pent up in the house anymore, 15 months old. I said, you know what, Mila? We're going to Safeway. Okay, Safeway? So we go to Safeway, pop her in the shopping cart.
She does not say Safeway.
She tries.
That's
She tries to say
amazing.
everything.
She tries to say Safeway?
If you look at her, you go, hey, Mila, can you say Safeway? She goes, say hey.
Hey.
Say hey. And it's like, yes.
You're like, no, that's Willie Mays' nickname. No, I'm talking about the grocery store.
Oh, she nailed it. We spent a half an hour in there.
That's incredible.
So we took our walk. She's in the cart, strapped in, and we're shopping for produce, and we're getting baby food pouches, and I may or may not have picked up a little bit of the sauce. Got some milk for her. Daddy's got to get some of this.
Yeah, a couple of White Claws or something. What is
Dude, that place was my my playground. We did like 3 laps. Let's go down every aisle.
Half in the bag?
Oh, yeah. You don't ever go into Safeway and only get one thing.
Well, especially when it's raining out, you need to take your baby for a walk.
No, actually, even when it's the opposite. When it's too hot out, sometimes I go to Safeway because I'm like, you know what's going on in there? Air conditioning.
No doubt.
I'm just going to take my time.
Sweet.
Love it. All right, let's go to Matt in Oakland. So Steve Kerr is still on the docket, but 5:15. So that is coming up. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Hi, Matt. Thank you for your patience. What's going on?
How you doing, fellas? Just got my tree. Looking good.
Oh, yeah. How many feet, Matt? How many feet?
We're going 7.
Oh, look at you. You're like the opposite of the Warriors roster.
Very nice.
Thank
Hey,
you.
listen,
Thank you, Matt.
A couple of quick comments. I have a question. Anyway, Klay and Wiggins were terrible last night. They took 25 shots for 20 points, 1 personal foul. That's not engaged. And who says they deserve to keep starting? And furthermore, who says that if they pull them now, that they can't put them back later? Anyway, I don't think these guys are going anywhere. I don't see any trades out there that I like. What do you guys think of the kid from Utah? What's his name? Mark, the Finnish guy.
Oh, you talking about marketing?
Yeah. I mean, they stink.
Right,
but get him and further.
Yeah, no, you can't. You can't get marketing. Like, just because Matt, thanks so much. It's an interesting call. Just because someone stinks doesn't mean they're looking to get rid of all their good players all the time. So, largely when I look at this right now, this is worth our time for a second or two, because whenever things aren't working, especially with a team that's got a lot of name value, I do hear people a lot go, we got to make a trade. What trade? What is out there? First of all, it's December. Nobody's even really thinking about trade.
Sure.
Unless you got someone who's like, you got to get me out of here. I don't know about the Zach LaVine thing, but we've already gone over Zach LaVine, who is a terrible defender. What trade is it, do you think, is even possible that makes sense for both teams, makes the Warriors better, lickety-split, doesn't blow up the finances that they've already rebooted by acquiring Chris Paul? My brain shuts off when people go, they got to make a trade. I'm like, there isn't one.
Oh, it's easy. There's a slam dunk of a trade, and you're too chicken. You and Mike Dunleavy are too afraid to make it.
Let's go. Let me hear it.
It's Pascal Siakam. You trade Chris Paul. You got to package Jonathan Kuminga and a couple of firsts, and you get Pascal Siakam. You're better. And it probably means you part company with Klay at the end of next year.
You think that's out there? Toronto wants to do that?
Toronto's not very good. So if you can give Toronto an asset, and Siakam is in the final year of his deal, he's making $38 million. So you'd give up Kaminga, you'd give up Chris Paul, which is basically they're taking the money, and you'd probably have to throw in a first-round pick and maybe a little bit more, and you get Pascal Siakam, and you give it a go.
And that does what in the second half of the year?
It gets you a little bit more length and athleticism, and gets you another guy who can go out there and score, because right now Chris Paul he's a diminishing asset, and he's not going to be on your team next year anyway.
Okay, now who's running the second unit and stopping all those turnovers from happening?
The second unit?
Yeah.
You got Podziemski.
Okay.
You get the youngster in there.
Okay. You're going to put the rookie in there.
Corey Joseph, right?
Run the show.
Kojo.
Okay.
You got Kojo.
I've heard very many people say anything that they really love about Corey Joseph so far this year.
Steve has said a lot about Corey Joseph.
Yeah, but he's talking mainly
about steadying veteran presence.
Right. He's talking mainly about off the floor. Because that's usually where Corey is, off the floor.
Wow.
I mean, it's true.
He's playing 11 minutes a night.
I don't have anything against Corey Joseph, but
he's not playing a ton.
Yeah, I don't think you want to suddenly highlight him as the guy with the ball in his hands for a third of the game. I don't know about that. Like, your idea is not horrible. It's like, okay, then where are you? You know, you make a deal like that because you think it's the last thing that you need to do in order to contend for a title. But if you're not going to do that, well, then it's not worth it.
Well, if you're going to...
You're signing up for, again, yeah, you'll reboot financially a little bit, but what is it you're going to do now at the end of the year with both Klay and Siakam being free agents?
Well, Siakam would probably be a rental, and Klay is going to, if Klay wants to stay, he's going to have to take a massive pay cut. And we could play the game right now of Klay payday. What's Klay's payday right now, based on what we've seen through 21 games? Klay Thompson is making, and I want to make sure I get the number.
I think it's 43.
Yeah, it's 43 and change. I believe it's sniffing 44. It's 43.2. So Klay's making $43.2 million to play how he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think right now? What's Klay's current deal if he was to sign today? 3 and 60? Or is that an overpay?
Ha! An overpay.
I mean, have you looked at the numbers? And I know you're citing of late.
Oh, I know the numbers.
I mean, they're bad, Mark.
Have you looked at Klay's face when you offer him 3 for 60?
Okay, how about 3 for 55, Klay? Does that change your tune?
You want to bench me?
39.7% from the floor.
I get it. You don't need to give me stats.
35% from three.
That's not the point.
15.5 points a game, lowest since his rookie year.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Do you think that what you just cited, resonates with Klay Thompson?
What does resonate with Klay Thompson?
I don't know. But somebody who's having press conferences where they're taking very innocuous questions and turning them into whether or not he's being questioned as a starter still is not somebody who on his way to the Hall of Fame wants to go out there and take a third of what his Splash Brother teammate makes. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that the data in this particular case may not resonate with the client. That's what I'm saying.
I get that.
And if your answer is then bye-bye Klay, fine. Fine. You're allowed to say that.
Among qualified players, he is 5th from the bottom in field goal percentage. Only Spencer Dinwiddie, Jordan Hawkins, Keegan Murray, and Fred VanVleet have a worse field goal percentage than Klay Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that Klay wants to go out in a certain way, but that's not where we are. So does Klay want to go out and be a free agent and take, 3 and 70 elsewhere? Is there a team out there that's going to give him $25 million a year based on how he's playing?
I wouldn't think right now, but we're doing this in a moment, and that's not,
kind of the bit.
Right.
Is, we're doing it in this moment off of this stretch of games, and this stretch of games has not been good.
I'm just looking at other players who are making $20 million a year in the NBA.
Okay,
other players who are kind of in the area that you're talking about, right? I mean, that's not nothing. It's not nothing. Terry Rozier makes 22.
Okay.
Bruce Brown makes 22. Mikal Bridges, 21.7. Miles Turner, 20.9. Clint Capella makes 20.6. Lonzo Ball.
He's still playing?
No, he's not. Is making 20.4. Spencer Dinwiddie, 20.3. DeAndre Hunter, 20.08. Keldon Johnson of the Spurs and Bojan Bogdanovic are the and Jared Allen of the Cavs are the three players making straight up 20. Now, you can completely get the argument you're trying to make across. I'm telling you that every single fiber of my being and everything we've ever known Klay to think and feel tells me that if you sat him down at the end of the year and tried to put him on that list, he would be offended.
Okay.
And you may well say, then sorry, Charlie. I get it. But
right.
3 and 60 for a guy who's like questioning the
How about 2 and 40? Would that be better, Klay?
Probably not.
Because we're not doing 4 and 80. And honestly, even 3 years for Klay it's a bit of an overstretch, in my opinion.
You think Klay is better than Buddy Hield?
Klay better than Buddy Hield? Right now, probably not.
Oof. Ouch.
I mean, let me find Buddy Hield on this list of shooters.
Averaging 13.6 a game.
Shooting it at 46%.
Yep.
And 40% from 3. That's better than Klay. I mean, actually, their numbers are pretty comparable.
Okay, there is a flaw in our conversation, though. A new free agent contract is not based on the stats of the first 21 games of the 2023-24 season.
And it's also not based on the first 12 years of your career.
Correct. But there is a flaw in our logic if we're thinking that that's how the Warriors would even do this. They're not going to sit Klay down and his agent and be like, all right, so first 21 games, 2023-24, these were your shooting percentages. Obviously, we need to see where the next 60-plus games, playoffs.
Absolutely.
We have to see where that all goes. But even still, contracts are not based on that. They're never based on small sample, and they are speculative.
Right. And they're also, in many ways, especially in this case, they are, of a nature to where you've been here for so long, you've done so much for us, we want to do right by you in some ways. He's been here for 13 years, 11 of which he played, 2 he missed due to injury. And, you already paid him some $70 million when he didn't play. So I don't think that the team, quote, owes him anything in terms of honorariums.
I don't think they owe him anything, but I also just, you know the way this works. And like a big piece of this, for example, that has nothing to do with nothing with regard to Klay's performance is the way an organization wants to be viewed amongst free agents.
Sure.
And every team always wants to be known for taking care of their guys. That phrase. And
have they not?
Yeah, they absolutely have.
They took care of him in a way that no team in any other sport would have.
No doubt. But that perception changes on a dime sometimes. I mean, look at the way the 49ers behave when they've drafted a player and after 4 years that player is good. Outside of DeForest Buckner, they refuse to let that guy out of the building. Part of that is we think you're a good football player. Second part of that is, though, they want to build a reputation. They want to take care of their guys. If you're the Golden State Warriors and we live in a what have you done for me lately society, how does the NBA world view it when, sure, they took care of Klay once, they took care of Klay twice, but then they get to the end of his career and all of a sudden they stop starting him and then they lowballed him and an absolute legend of the sport and a future Hall of Famer is unceremoniously shown the door. Do you think the Warriors want that story to become reality?
Well, I think that you're painting an unfair portrayal of the, quote, story, and I don't think that $20 million a year is a low ball when you look at the way he's performed so far. 21 games in, we've got 61 left to go, and if the resulting 61 go the way the first 21 did, then $20 million a year is not a low ball. I mean, and having Klay be a lesser role, having him have a lesser role in the team if he's playing like this, that's not disrespectful.
It depends on what comp you want to use. I mean, if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm like, that absolute show, Jordan Poole is making 28.
And he's 2 spots higher on the field goal percentage list. He's shooting 40.4. And that contract is, that acquisition is looking like an absolute debacle for Washington.
Complete debacle.
Because Jordan Poole, he's averaging 17.5. He's shooting 40%. He's shooting 29.8 from 3, Mark. 29.8%.
But it goes.
And he wanted to be the splash cousin.
But it goes further than that.
Of course. We don't need to make this about how bad Jordan's been.
No.
Because he's been bad.
It's been a clown show.
Completely.
It's been a total clown show.
And Klay has not been a clown show.
Right.
But Klay he's been subpar.
Sure.
And
anyway, I just that my mind when I think of trade, your idea is fun. I just don't know how realistic any of this is.
Oh no, it's not. It's totally unrealistic.
Yeah.
Unless you want to honestly, if you want to trade Paul, Kuminga, and 2 first-round picks, you can actually get a good player in return. I don't think the Warriors are wanting to do that because you're going to get, even if you got Siakam, he's in a walk year, so it's a Pascal Siakam rental. And does he put you from where you are now to being a championship team? Probably not.
We threw this out yesterday, and right at the end of the show, for anybody who was with us, we got a little more space to talk about it now if you want. I don't know, man. You look at where the Warriors have arrived, and even if you are one of the people who's like, yeah, that's it. Just stop this charade that the Warriors are a championship contender. Even if you feel that way, wasn't this kind of inevitable? I feel like this was inevitable. And I don't mean, sure, everything comes to an end. I mean, even the decisions that they've made. If you look at them right now and you're upset because they re-signed Draymond Green or never got a big or never supported the young guys they drafted, all those points that we hear a lot, I would argue that a lot of these things, there wasn't actually a realistic choice. There wasn't. They couldn't keep Jordan Poole. They couldn't keep feeding into the myth that was James Wiseman. And the idea of moving off of all-time greats, fans do this all the time. You make it sound like it's so much easier than it is. And teams flat out don't do it. They do not do it. Well,
it's for business reasons more than it's for basketball reasons.
The 49ers got Garoppolo because they called the Patriots. They said, we're not giving you Garoppolo. They said, then give us Brady. And Bill Belichick tried to move off of Brady, and ownership stepped in and said, you're not doing that. We're not getting rid of an all-time great. The only person in this town who's ever sort of had the swagger to be like, we're moving off an all-time great, we're doing it now, was Bill Walsh. That's it.
It helped he had an all-time great behind him.
Right, but you didn't know that. You didn't know that till he played.
You knew he was really, really good.
You thought he was good.
Yeah.
And Joe Montana is still upset to this day.
Yeah.
That they treated him the way that they did. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. You don't want that narrative out there that someone goes out, has a Hall of Fame career for you, and then you brush him when it's no longer convenient for you. I'm not saying that the Warriors shouldn't do it. I'm not saying that you're wrong if you feel they should. I'm just saying players look at that, and it's something you try to avoid if you can.
For sure, there is the long-term effect in terms of reputation, but there's also the short-term effect of what does it do to your bottom line and your ticket sales, your gate, and all the rest of it, because Steph, Klay, and Dre, it rolls off the tongue, and it does for a reason because they've played together for 12 years and they've won 4 championships. So if you don't sign Dre and then Klay's in a walk year and you don't sign Klay, now it's Steph and Podziemski and TJD and, it's Steph and the youngsters, and it just doesn't have the same draw. And we just had a special day on 11/30/23, Klay, Steph, and Draymond Day, and it became a thing because all 3 are still here.
Yeah.
And so there is definitely a bottom line benefit to having all 3 be here. And you mentioned the inevitability of this. I didn't think that it was going to happen this quickly to where they'd be 10-11, and it feels like you're having to absolutely fight tooth and nail to beat a bad Portland team at home off of 3 days of rest.
I'm with you.
I was expecting that game last night in 2025.
Piece of cake.
But in 2 years.
Yeah, no, last night should have been a cakewalk. I talked about it for 2 weeks like it was. Thank God they didn't get in the in-season tournament because you get a win on Wednesday because of it.
Wednesday.
I watched that whole game last night going, oh God.
It was Wednesday.
Oh, God. You're going to miss out on the in-season tournament and then take an L against Portland at home? And they almost did.
Yeah.
They almost did.
If it wasn't for Kaminga.
Exactly.
17 minutes of Kuminga.
It's like I've been saying for months.
Yeah, you've been saying it.
Play the young guys.
You got to. If you want to win a title, you got to ditch these vets.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I have a hard time sometimes. I'll admit a flaw. I got a hard time getting all hot and bothered about a team that's won 4 rings that's ended up in a financial and age crisis because I don't really know how they were supposed to avoid that. I don't know how they were supposed to avoid that. You can say they messed up the draft pick here, there, whatever. Sure.
You seeing Tyrese Halliburton in this play-in tournament?
Yeah, I am.
Dude is going off in Vegas. Indy with the upset. I called it.
15 seconds.
This is James Wiseman.
Yeah, there it is. The Pacers are going to win this thing. God, good luck with their banner. I hope it lands on the wall nicely. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We'll keep going with your calls and Steve Kerr in a half hour on Willard and Dibs.
Tune in every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. during football season.
to 7 with 6. Right side, step back 3 off the dribble. Got it! It's good! Timeout, Portland. And the Warriors lead by 4, 108-104. Clutch, Stephen Curry.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph, I think I'll do just that. Hey, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts. And while you're there, make sure you check out both The Roast and Steiny and Goo today. All the guys reacting to last night's Warriors game. It's what we've been doing largely today as well, and Steve Kerr will be on with us in less than a half hour. So there's that. And then also, remember, Niners this Sunday. The Chickens are in town. Don't miss the kickoff show on Sunday with Kruger, Low Neal. That's going to go live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food. Got great drinks. Best pregame show in the Bay Area. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. All right. Steve Kerr coming up in just a little bit, and we've largely been talking this out, where last night you probably went to bed and you were thankful that the Warriors won, but you didn't feel good about it and you were mad at Steve Kerr. And all I want to acknowledge is Steve's in a really tough spot, I feel. Like, I too get intrigued by things you see from Moody or Kuminga. We can all see that Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson are struggling. But what it feels like a lot of us are asking from Steve Kerr is really, gosh, this is a fine line. Because the Warriors are not going to come out and just be like, hey, yeah, we don't think we're going to win this year, so let's go youth movement. And most people go, no, Willard and Dibbs, that's not what we're saying. We're saying just be open to more minutes for everybody. Well, how do you do that? How do you navigate that? It feels like we're asking Steve to know who's going to play well before they play well. So are we only sticking with guys when they're hot, or is it inherent upon a coach to show some loyalty and stick with their people and allow them to go out there and make a mistake and keep on going? You know, look, he said it to us last week. Where are they going this year if Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins don't figure it out at some point? They're going nowhere.
Absolutely. And that's part of the challenge that Steve has and part of the juggling act, because you do want to play the, quote, hot hand. And he kind of learned his lesson, I guess, with Moses Moody the other night when he took him out. And last night, Jonathan Kuminga got rolling and he didn't take him out. So maybe it's progress from Steve Kerr on that front. And if you look at Andrew Wiggins in terms of his minutes, he's down 5 minutes a game from last year. So Steve is actually responding to what people want by not playing Andrew as much as he normally does. In fact, this is the lowest minute total of Andrew's career by far. He's never averaged fewer than 31.9 a game, and that was his third year as a Warrior. He's been here 5 years now. I mean, wow.
That's crazy.
It feels crazy, huh? 5 years as a Warrior, and this year he's averaging 27 minutes a night. So Steve Kerr is playing Andrew less, and it's not because Andrew's playing great. It's because Andrew's not playing well.
I mean,
and Klay's minutes are down too.
Yeah, I think there's two things that if you haven't heard them yet, you need to hear. And one of them is sort of the end of our lineup conversation that we had with Steve last week.
The guys who are going to determine our season are our main guys, our key guys, right? Are the guys who make all the money. They're the ones who determine winning and losing. I think our young guys are all developing, and they're developing at different stages. You try to help the development process. You fit them in here and there. But this season is about winning a championship. That means for me, I am going to lean in to our starters. I'm going to lean into our key guys, and I'm going to give them all the space they need to find their rhythm, to establish, who they are. And once that happens, it'll make the roles much easier to play for the young guys. If you want to bail out on the old guys and plug the young guys in, then you're talking about an entirely different goal. And that's now you're talking about the future. You're not talking about winning a championship because those guys aren't ready to do that.
If you want to bail on the veterans, you're talking about an entirely different goal. I'm not mad at anyone who says I'm ready for a new goal, but just understand that's what that is.
Well, and understand that they're not ready for a new goal. And I don't think anybody should be ready for a new goal at 10 and 11, 21 games into the year. If you're 4-17, take the Detroit Pistons for an example. They've lost 17 in a row. Detroit's probably ready for a new goal. I don't think Detroit is thinking about. Actually, they lost 18.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know what their goal was to begin with, so maybe it's not their goal.
Well, I'm sure their goal was to develop the young players and see if they can't make it into the 10 spot. And if everything goes well, maybe you're in the play-in tournament.
2-19.
Right, they've lost 18 in a row. I apologize. I missed. They must have lost a couple of nights ago.
Wow.
And
I didn't realize how bad Washington's record was.
Yeah, Washington's terrible.
3-17.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And they've only lost 3 in a row. So they're fresh off a victory, fresh in their mind. It's terrible. So in terms of the Warriors at 10 and 11, no, they haven't changed their goal in terms of still wanting to be a championship team. Now, if you get 20 more games down the road, and after 41 games, if you're 17 and 24, well, now we can talk about maybe changing our goal. And then you start to think about the trade deadline and, CP3 gets dealt because he's going to be gone anyway. And what do you do about Klay? And you have different questions over the course of the next 20 games. But right now, I don't know how you would look at it and think about anything other than fixing it from within.
But imagine now, this was a period of 7 days. 8 days ago, he says to us, I am going to lean in to my veterans and give them all the space they need. 7 days later, after a victory over the Blazers, he says this.
I've really been patient and hoping to get our first unit, from the last couple of years into a good groove. It's just easier to play and to coach when everybody knows exactly where they fit in. And role players, it's easier to play a role when, there's kind of a set rotation and, the stars are playing well and all that. So everything, the puzzle kind of fits. So to be honest, the puzzle hasn't fit this year. And we've had a lot of guys playing well, but we may have to think about, moving the starting lineup around game to game, depending on who we're facing. I'd still prefer to get something solid, but we haven't really established anything this year. And we're a quarter of the way through. So there's definitely, a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this.
Okay. Quarter pole. Talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
So it felt to me like this is a guy who came out of a win last night and got pretty reflective in a negative sense, if you will.
Yeah, and I understand why. You played Portland, who's not very good, and you looked slow and old and lifeless for the better part of 2.5, if not 3 quarters. And you were at home, and you were coming off of no game since Saturday, so you had 3 days off. You had Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday with no game. At home against one of the bottom feeders in the Western Conference, and you had to fight and scrap and pull out all the stops and get the chef to pull off one of his patented 3-pointers to put that thing to sleep.
You know what I'm thinking about last night? This is a little okay, fork in the road. New avenue for a second. One piece of this. I want to make sure I say this up front. The fans are never assigned to do anything other than have fun. You do whatever the hell you want. You want to boo? You want to boo. You want to go be in the club?
Greg Popovich would differ.
Great. Sorry, Greg, you're wrong. you pay to get in there. You get to be wherever you want to be in the bathroom the whole time. Be in the bathroom the whole time. You want to go walk around? Whatever.
Don't throw things and stay off the court.
Yeah. Don't break the law. And yes, I think that fans, it makes sense. Like, be in your seat, be engaged. It helps your team win. And so if you can have an effect on the game in any small way, why wouldn't you do it if you're a fan? But some people end up at the game, they're not a fan, right? There's always that guy that shows up in a Laker jersey, like when they're playing the Blazers. What are you doing there? But anyway, here's my point. This in-season tournament deal, where games get produced on the schedule way later. And we kept telling you throughout the week. Boy, Lil Birdie tells us there's seats available at Warriors.com because this thing didn't even get popped onto the schedule until 8 days ago. I wonder if this isn't a little bit of a flaw in the whole structure of the in-season tournament because that building was a dead fish last night.
Yeah.
The number one blame for that is that the team was playing poorly. I get it. But I also wonder about the fan activity because of the way that this thing felt like it got thrown together, is I guess what I'm saying.
And I wonder, and this is something you could find out because you're close with Raymond Ritter, closer than I am, was that a season ticket thing? Like, if you had a season ticket, did you get issued your tickets or did you have the option?
I would think that you have to.
So basically, they tell you 8 days in advance. You got season tickets. You already paid for them. Here you go.
If you got 41 games, you get 41 games, and that's one of them.
My real point is, my question is, it felt like there were a lot of non-regulars in that crowd.
Probably.
So, like, if you're a season ticket holder and you find out 8 days beforehand, maybe you weren't prepared to go to that game. Maybe you didn't have it scheduled, and so you went ahead and sold those tickets or you put them up on the secondary market. It felt like, dead fish. The crowd didn't feel like a normal Oracle crowd, and the team not playing well certainly didn't help. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not saying like, okay, stop the in-season tournament. We got to start over. We got a big fly in the ointment here. That's not what I'm saying. But that's a piece of this. That is a piece of this. That game last night felt different, and I wasn't really sure why. Especially with what you said. This team was coming off of a bunch of days off. They should have come out possessed last night.
Yeah.
And they came out asleep.
They blew a 20-point lead to the Clippers and had 3 days off to think about it. And it's not like travel's been a problem. The last real trip you took was to Denver on November 8th. After Denver, you had 6 home games, a jaunt to Phoenix, a bus ride to Sacramento, and a quick flight to L.A. There's really no excuse for the fatigue and the lethargy, Mark, that they showed. And I think that, you hate to put it all on Wiggins and Klay, and it's not all Wiggins and Klay. And Chris Paul is coming back from his injury, and so he's still a little bit sluggish, but you could see it on Steph Curry's face. He was frustrated with his teammates.
Oh, gosh, yeah. He was frustrated with the whole picture last night. He was imploring the fans, teammates, anyone who would listen. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. Speaking of listening, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Steve Kerr is going to join us at some point here in the next 30 minutes or so, live from OKC. As the Warriors have arrived, they're doing their walkthrough and their practice right now. As soon as they're done, Steve Kerr is going to jump on with us live here on Willard and Dibs. But let's go to the game. And Mike and Arinda was there last night. Now, we have sworn off mics on this show today. But for Mike and Arinda, we're willing to take a chance. Mike, don't mess it up. Welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys.
Yeah.
So, I was at the game last night. My buddy's a season ticket holder. The energy was wild. It was horrible. We were sitting there trying to find ways to get excited, but I got to tell you, just the play was lethargic and everything. But Dibs, to your point, I wanted to answer your question. So the ticket my buddy got is a season ticket holder. It was a blank ticket. It didn't have anything on it. It didn't have a date on it. It didn't even have a mention that it was a consolation game of the in-season tournament.
Really?
And so, it wasn't. There weren't a lot of people in the arena. It wasn't full. But again, when they came back and they started playing well on the floor, and Kaminga, and they're feeding them down low, like, we were drunk, so we were happy. But like everyone got into it again. So like again. Bring us into the game, Warriors, right? like we're there for you. Just make it fun.
Yeah, for sure. That's where it starts.
Great call, Mike.
Listen, there's a rule. There's just a flat out rule. I'm not blaming the fans for anything ever. Like you said, unless you're running around on the field,
right?
You break the law.
Even
that's not
Philly,
what I'm talking about.
Even Eagles fan who leaves halfway through the fourth, you're not to blame.
You want to leave, then leave.
Yeah.
You want to boo, then boo. You want to strike up a conversation with the person next to you who's wearing the opposite colors? Do it. Just don't hit each other, for crying out loud.
Until the 4th. Until we get late in the game. I do think you're right, though, about the in-season tournament.
It's weird.
I like the format. I like the idea, and you and I differ on that. But I do think that they can find a better way to make up these games and make it a little bit more, make it easier for the teams to go ahead and sell it. So I know they want to do it while this tournament is concluding, and I guess it'll conclude on Saturday with the big finale in Vegas, and the Warriors will play the second game tomorrow, the second makeup game.
Correct.
Tomorrow. So you kind of want to have it all done at the same time. I get that, but 8 days of a lead time doesn't do much to sell out a home venue.
Can I ask you something, though?
Go ahead.
All right. You're into the in-season tournament.
Love it. The IST.
Why?
Because the players are into it. And
what are you getting out of this?
I'm getting competitive basketball in November and December. I'm getting games that players actually care about.
You're noticing a different competitive level.
Yes.
Really?
I was watching some of the semi because, we do a show and I'll talk and you'll watch and you'll talk and I'll grab a nap and wake up and watch.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That was a cheap shot. I shoot your shot. That's all I've got.
I like it. I like it.
So I'm watching some of the game.
I want you well rested.
And the Pacers and the Bucks, as they go to break during timeouts, guys are coming off the bench and they're slapping 5. And the Pacers, after they won, they had their one up, Mark. One more, baby. One more. These guys actually care about this in-season tournament, which makes me care. You care, I care, we all care.
Why do you think they care?
For the money. And I think there is a certain amount of competitive prestige. Winning anything is fun.
Do you really?
When you play board games with your kids, do you play to win? You play to win. And if you win, you feel good. Guru and I have an ongoing domino game that we play on our phones. There's an app, and we play. We currently have 4 games going. We have 4 games going at any one time.
Do you know if I was any of the other hosts here, I'd be all offended that you do that and that I don't get to do it with you?
What, dominoes?
Yeah. No, But you have a game that you play.
It's just something that Guru and I do.
Yeah, why am I not involved?
I don't know.
Steiny gets all mad when Guru texts any of us.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No, we play dominoes, and, I'm getting the better of him.
Okay.
And it feels good because I'm winning, and he's not. And so winning, no matter what you do, winning is fun.
Oh, yeah, but that was already the case. But Indiana
beating Milwaukee tonight in the IST semis means more than them beating them on a random Thursday in December.
How many people do you think know who the final 3 teams are in the IST right now, even though we're sitting in the middle of it this night?
719.
719 people.
Correct.
Okay. I meant more kind of a percentage.
Oh, sorry. He said how many people. I took a ballpark.
Do you know who's in the next game?
Yeah.
Oh, game show music, please. Mr. Hook, Line, and Sinker. I am so into the in-season tournament.
Oh, I love this
I'm so excited that the Indiana Pacers just beat the Bucks. And I have that info because it was just on the TV next to me. But Dan Dibley, without looking, who is in the other game?
It's a couple of Western teams. I know that. And, I know that the Lakers beat Phoenix in controversial fashion. So
Very controversial. There was a timeout.
Yeah.
There shouldn't have been a timeout.
That ball was loose, Mark.
It was terrible.
You can't call timeout when you don't have possession.
That's true. That's a fact.
So I know the Lakers are in it.
And the other team is?
Is it the Adorables? It's the Kings. They lost. Damn it. I had a 50-50
This team
shot.
beat the Kings.
I love that you
Minnesota?
are so into the in-season tournament.
I was into it until my team lost.
This is memorable. You get a banner. I love the competition.
I could have looked it up, but I
And the
didn't want
next
to.
thing you said was,
Of course, it's the Pelicans.
who's playing?
Yeah.
Who's playing?
I got 3 of the 4.
So when we get to Championship Sunday, and the Eagles won't be there, by the way.
Yeah.
When we get there, if you wake up in the morning and we're literally, and I'm not joking, less than an hour from the start of the game.
Yeah, true.
And you sit down on a couch You go over to a friend's house, maybe there'll be a watch party Willard situation.
I'm out.
You come on over, Trader Joe's dip, okay? Hummus from Safeway, and we're going to gather around the couch, and we're going to sit down and get ready for the game. If you come into that house, you sit down, and you look at me, and you go, hey, who's playing? My friend, you're showing the door.
I'm out?
You out.
I'm out.
You can't come to Championship Sunday if you don't know who's playing.
You can't compare the IST to Championship Sunday in the National Football League.
Of course I can, but you're the one who's telling me how wonderful this is.
It's been great. I've enjoyed the courts. I've enjoyed the competitive nature of the games. Whether or not I had a moment where I blanked on the fact that Memphis is in the final against the Lakers, that's on me. I know it's New Orleans. Grandy's not paying attention. I was waiting for another buzzer, but that's all right.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I'm not saying it's the best thing ever. And in fact, I'm probably going to change the channel because we've got NCAA women's volleyball quarterfinal action that I'm interested in.
And Patriots and Steelers. I know you're way into this.
Well, that's not on TV.
No.
That game is so important. It's not even on TV.
Well, right.
It's relegated to the Bezos network.
I love that you think that that's a relegation. But anyway,
it's a relegation sensation.
Okay.
It's not for the league who got Amazon's money, but it is for me as a viewer.
Yeah, for you as a viewer. Do you think more people have cable or stream now?
Still cable, but it's
getting close.
Yeah, they're chipping into the lead for sure.
It's getting real close.
And the majority of people have both.
Anyway.
And I know you have both.
Yes.
Which ones do you have? Do you even know all the streams that you have?
Yeah, I do.
You got Amazon.
Yeah.
You got Apple TV?
Yep.
Do you have Hulu?
Unfortunately, yes.
Do you have Netflix?
Yes.
Do you have Paramount Plus?
No.
Do you have Peacock?
We did while it was free, but now it's not free anymore, so it's gone.
So no Paramount Plus, no Peacock.
You missed a big one. You missed one of the big ones that we use a lot.
Well, I was thinking Roku, but that's not. That's more of a thing.
No, Ellie uses the Hulu a lot because I think maybe the Kardashians are over there.
For sure.
Prime, we've got Netflix. We've got. I don't know that you can really live without those.
Which one am I forgetting?
But you're forgetting one that especially the kids love it. They go to it a lot.
Well, there's HBO Max, but that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. HBO Max.
Yeah. I think HBO Max is free with Xfinity now.
Ooh, well.
I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I'm an Xfinity customer.
Well, I think all of those things get bundled in sometimes. When you get it. But
yeah, we don't have the Apple TV, but we have all the.
Yeah.
We don't have Hulu currently, but when the new season of the Kardashians comes back.
Here it comes,
Trust me, we're back on the loo.
No, this is the whole thing. You know, people want to. Dublin Marge was like, what's your bee in your bonnet here about the in-season tournament?
He hates it, Marge.
Yeah, I do. It's a turn-off.
He hates competitive basketball.
No.
He doesn't like ball.
I hate it when entertainment entities decide to not think about those being entertained. And that's what I feel has happened here. To me, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth when you decide that your own product is getting watered down throughout the middle of the season. So our fix to that is to create something that puts more money in the pockets of the people who are already making bajillions of dollars. And that and only that is going to motivate these players to try hard, to entertain us, which is what they're paid to do to begin with and won't do. I'm sorry. And if that makes me fuddy-duddy, go right ahead. I don't actually hate it. I just don't like it at all. It's a bad message, and it has done nothing for the viewer.
Well, see, that I disagree with.
I mean, look at the pretty colors on the court.
Think about
come on.
Golden State and OKC. They played one of probably the most entertaining Warrior game of the year.
But that had nothing to do with it being an in-season tournament game.
Yes, it did.
That is not an objective
That's your
statement.
opinion.
And it's yours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that game might have had the exact same score if it was just a regular game. And I'd argue that 80% of the audience didn't even know it wasn't a regular game.
You could look at the Warriors' 4 in-season tournament games and see 4 very entertaining games. Now, is it coincidence? Those games were not load managed. Those games were taken more seriously than they maybe otherwise would have.
I think that they're telling you that. I don't think that they were taken more seriously at all. Steve Kerr said to us, and by the way, Steve Kerr expected along in about 15 minutes. I hear a lot of you and see a lot of you, I should say, saying, hey, where's Kerr? What happened? He's coming. They're finishing up practice. He'll be along here shortly. But I think these guys have been trained very nicely. I think a lot of internal memos went around to support the in-season tournament publicly. And so they're telling you that they try harder. And yes, we're going to try to outscore the Kings by 11. And Steve said after
12.
He didn't even think about it. Like, you don't think about it until you get to the last minute and you're up by 7.
Well, we thought about it with 8 minutes to go when they were up 17.
But I told you as a fan, I'm like, I want you to win because I'm a Warrior fan, but I want you to win by less than 12.
Yeah, I get it.
Why would I want to go play the Lakers when I can play the Blazers at home? That's way more advantageous.
Barely more advantageous,
well,
as it turned
worked. It worked. They got a W, which they need right now.
Well, now they're going to OKC tomorrow, and they're going to take an L. Playing OKC for the 4th time in 22 games. Do we really need a 4th date with OKC?
Ye of little faith. But anyway, it's a more advantageous.
You won't bet them.
What's the number?
You won't. I'll find it.
Hey,
usually they come out the next day. But
that's
OKC probably by 4.5.
OKC, no, December 8th games are already posted. What did you say? What did you think?
4.5. The Thunder by 4.5.
Oh, only 3.5. You should bet the Thunder.
Okay.
You think they're going to win by 4.5, and they only have to cover 3.5.
I think they're going to win by 9, but
okay, well, there you go.
I'll save that for Steve Kerr. You won't.
You're right. I won't. Jordan in Fremont. Hey, Jordan, thanks for calling the show. What's up?
Hey, right on. Hey, Dibs. So the reason Indiana is all in this because they haven't had like anything good besides Bobby K. Rest in peace for him. We'll forget Andrew Luck and all that, but that's why they're all pumped up for this. But anyways, I called to make sense about the stadium and all that. My dad was a season ticket holder since 2013. And you know what? Just to bump over from Oracle to Chase, like they didn't give you no type of benefit towards that. So it was like, okay, you're fresh, right? Fresh meat coming into Chase. You don't get no benefit just for being a season ticket holder for 10, 20 years. So that was my main call, but Indiana, they're going to win it all. They got something to play for. They haven't had anything good going for them.
They're going to win it all. All what, Jordan? They're going to win it all.
The IST.
Here's what
and they're going to hang a banner because they've never won a championship is what Jordan is saying. That's what matters to them.
Jordan, thank you very much. Here's what I'd argue. And I wish there was a way to pay this bet off sooner. Here's what I wish. I wish that we could make a bet right now and see if 1 year from now, how many people will even remember who won this tournament without looking it up.
719.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean that it's not
even remember. You're not
again.
Even
you're trying to compare this to something where you don't have to compare it to anything.
I'm not comparing it to anything.
It's a nice little detour in the middle of a regular season. It's kind of like the Carabao Cup or the FA Cup in terms of Premier League soccer. It's not the Premier League title. It's not the Champions League. It's an in-season tournament that is kind of a fun detour, something different to get you a little bit more excited about an otherwise meaningless regular season game.
Don't let me stop your fun.
No, you've tried.
I know,
but I won't let you.
No, well, Dublin March says I sound cranky. I don't want to sound. I'm not cranky.
It's usually my bit.
It is.
Not anymore, though.
I'm sorry I took that from you.
Turned over a new leaf.
I don't want to take your fun. I don't see it.
No, you can't take my fun. And I
don't want to break your stride.
I'm probably nobody going to slow me down. I may actually stay after the show and just lock in on the Lakers against their opponent tonight.
You may stay
to
after
be
the
determined.
show for a couple of reasons, actually, as it turns out. Yeah. Anyway, we're off track there on the in-season tournament. Yeah, I think it's a big old whatever burger. But who cares? The much more important thing is the conversation that we've been having, and I do want to hear from more Warriors fans on that in terms of like what's your goal here? What's your goal? What's your goal with the rest of the season? What is it you think the Warriors can do? How do you want this to look? I like we get to the end of these games and it's like Steve should have stuck with this, or he's got to try that, or he's got to do this over here. And he stated it directly to us last week. If you start diminishing the veterans, you're changing the goal. And I'm gathering that maybe some of you are okay with that, and that's fine. And he did say last night he's going to start being open to making more changes. But then what happens? You know, sometimes when you want your pound of flesh and then you get your pound of flesh, it's like, okay, what do you do with this now? So if you get your Kaminga minutes that so many of you are after, then what? What is it you think is going to happen for the Warriors if Jonathan Kuminga plays 7 more minutes per game? What's going to happen?
They're going to win a lot more games.
Is that honestly?
That's what people think. People think that the key to unlock this season is more Moody, more Kuminga, but they don't want to talk about the less part of it, because if there's more of something, there has to be less of something else. So is it less Wiggins and less Klay? Is it give Moody and Kuminga Klay and Wiggins minutes, and then give Klay and Wiggins Moody and Kaminga minutes, and then we'll see how that works. Do you have a better season right now than 10 and 11?
See,
you're probably way worse.
I'm so glad you just sent this in on YouTube. Darkness. His name is Darkness. He's going to get better. Duh. And is that your goal? Is that your goal? That's what I'm talking about, Warrior fan. Is that your goal now for the season? To develop players? I don't know if I'm ready for this. And maybe we're going to be forced to be ready for this. I'll acknowledge that. But if you suddenly want to start talking about player development, we got a totally different conversation now. Is that what this season is about? Are you ready to start developing players?
Well, the goal would be to develop and win.
Of course.
But that's very difficult to do.
It's incredibly difficult.
And Kaminga and Moody are both developing. I don't know why you have to choose one or the other. And to develop a player doesn't mean you just throw them in there for 35 minutes a night. That's not how you develop a player. Is Jordan Poole developing this year now that he has his own team? I would argue that he's taken steps back. Instead of developing off the bench here and steadily improving over the course of his time in Golden State, now he's playing 29 and a half minutes a night, and he's 6th to last in the association in field goal percentage.
Yeah, I look at this, I understand it. If this lasts all year, where Moses Moody is outproducing Klay Thompson, then obviously this is going to go sideways, and they're not going to win very much, and you've got to reboot kind of what you're doing going forward, and that'll happen naturally, because who knows? Maybe they won't re-sign Klay, and Chris Paul will not be brought back, and they're on the search financially for new players. I totally understand that. But player development, let me admit maybe what is a flaw of mine, because I feel like this conversation has come up a lot with the Warriors and the 49ers the last few years. There's something that happens with fans, and they tend to go one way or the other. And I am very clearly one way, and a lot of you go in a different direction, which is totally fine. But check this out. When a high-priced or highly drafted young player is not working out, where does your brain immediately go?
The GM.
That player's not very good, or this team's not developing that player.
Usually to the management for not developing him.
Interesting. See,
unless
my brain goes the opposite way.
Well, unless the player is clearly, like with James Wiseman, it became more about the player. But then when you see the player, it became about the pick, because now you see him in a different spot and he's not doing anything there either. So turns out maybe it wasn't the player, it was the pick.
I mean, let's talk about it. Jordan Poole became a very good player for a period of time. Do the Warriors get credit for developing him?
Absolutely.
Okay, but when people say they never developed James Wiseman, what's your thought there?
He wasn't good enough to develop.
There you go.
The Niners never developed Trey Lance, and is it because he's not good enough to be developed? Well, we're gonna have to wait and see, Because right now he's QB3 in Dallas, and if he gets a job somewhere else and he's QB3 there and nobody else develops him, then you can't put it on the team.
Like, I'll freely admit, my brain goes a certain direction here, and maybe I'm wrong. But my fallback is talent makes the field or the court. You can't stop it. You absolutely can't stop it. If you're amazing, they are going to put you in. And so it is not surprising me at all that James Wiseman doesn't even play for the Pistons. It is not surprising me at all that Trey Lance ended up on a team that doesn't even seem to want to play him, ever. I don't even know what was going on there. Why did the Cowboys acquire Trey Lance? In order to do what with him?
Right.
I have no clue.
As a double emergency policy?
And meantime, the way my eyes look at it, the Warriors developed Jordan Poole and masked him inside an organization that had adults on it enough to hold off what we're seeing now. Look at these players when they leave. I would argue you can't get mad for lack of development unless they go somewhere else and they're awesome.
And development's a two-way street.
Yeah, fine. Well, correct. These guys are going somewhere else and they look terrible.
Yeah, the Jordan Poole one is particularly surprising to me that it's gone this way so dramatically. I didn't think that he would become this player.
Nor did I.
This fast.
I was no fan, and I didn't think this was going to happen.
Right. I mean, he's become way less efficient, and the lack of maturity shown and all the rest of it. It's been pretty surprising to see what he's done. Now, James Wiseman playing a little bit more now. He's played in 11 games quietly. All of a sudden, he is starting to get a little bit more PT, which is exciting for him.
All right, we are ready to go, and he is now with us, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, and it is sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports, and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Hello, Coach. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
We're doing real well. I'm interested to know sort of your reaction in the overall sound and feel of everything that sort of happened from that win, like the tone of even some of your comments after the game sort of sounded, less than a normal win. How about that?
Well, we definitely needed to win. You know, we just finished practice here in OKC, so heading out on this trip, we've got three really good teams with Phoenix and the Clippers coming after this. So we needed that win for sure, and it's good to see the way the guys had to fight and come together down the stretch and make big plays and fun to get it done. But for me, there's still a feeling of this team trying to find itself and really get into a groove, and we're still searching for that.
What's the process of helping them find that from your standpoint in terms of not only minutes allocation, but combinations and who to play when? Because it seems like it's kind of a night-to-night search for you and the coaching staff.
I think it is. To me, it all starts with the fact that we haven't gotten that starting group going. When you have continuity with your starting group, it just makes it a lot easier to fill roles off the bench. And I think the bench has been the strong suit of our team this year, besides the play of Steph, obviously. But, with the starting group struggling, it's created a lot of cloudiness for us in terms of making decisions and finding the right lineups and getting guys into certain roles. And that's still really the focus, is to, try to help Wiggs and Klay get into rhythm. And, that in turn helps Loon play, his game. And, but we also have to be mindful that at some point, if that's not working, we're going to have to try something else. And that's all part of the season.
Coach, I think for a lot of fans, this might be the first time they're hearing kind of about scripted rotations. In other words, not just the starting lineup, but your plan for the entire game. And on a night like last night, when Jonathan Kaminga wasn't even in that plan until the emergency break glass situation comes up, I'm curious about this. How do you go about making that decision and coming up with your scripted rotation?
Well, it depends, but it generally goes with how guys are playing and what combinations are doing well. I've got access to so much data. When we can match up the data with the tape with combinations, then that's where we really kind of lean in to certain groups, and that's where some guys can get out of the rotation as well. So I think last night it was more about the fact that Brandon and Moses have been playing so well that that's why we went initially away from Kuminga, but frankly the game called for him, for JK. Just the way Portland was playing us and the difficulty we were having against all their switching. So we went to him, and this is, kind of what you love to see from young players. You test them, you see, can you handle this? And when a guy responds the way JK did, it's a great sign. And, that's also how you earn minutes. So, it's not a simple process, but you go by feel and you go by performance and try to reward guys and challenge them, and all of that happens in the spirit of the 82-game season, where you're trying to improve your team and you're trying to develop your players too.
I thought Jonathan showed great growth last night in being able to take being on the bench for 2.5 or so quarters and then come in and play that well. I thought that was great progress for him. When you look at your scripted rotation, for lack of a better way to describe it, are you looking mainly at 9 guys as your sweet spot? Because Jonathan kind of landed in that 10 spot last night.
Right. We've played 10 most of the year. And frankly, I prefer 9 just because it allows guys to play a little bit more and to find a little better rhythm. You have shooters who aren't sitting on the bench for quite as long. Those are all the factors that go into the decisions. But, we've played 10 most of the season. Frankly, the way JK played last night, we probably go back to 10 again tomorrow. But again, I think the issue for us in kind of finding our way has more to do with the starting unit, because there's a ripple effect from there. If those guys can play well, play together like they have the last 2 years, that's basically the group that won the championship a year and a half ago. With that starting lineup, now we're able to sort of see roles develop and really develop into a good solid team that can string together some wins. But if you look at the 21 games we've played, we're a game under 500. Our point differential is almost exactly even. So, as the great Bill Parcells once said, "You are what your record says you are," and so. Right now, we're an average team, and we've got to find a way to get better.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs, as he is every week, right here on 95.7 The Game. Coach, it really is an interesting arc. A week ago, you told us that you want to lean in to your veterans and your stars, right? They did. They win a title just a year and a half ago, but last night after the game, you said maybe it's getting close to be time where we tinker with some starting lineups. So what's the thought there, and how soon is that on the table?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know, and I have to feel that. And, I talked to the team about that as well. We want to give our guys lots of confidence and lots of rope, but we also need to challenge them and make sure they understand that there's always a guy behind them. So, as a coach, I try to figure out that balance and communicate with the team as best I can, and communicate with individuals and get everybody playing at their best level.
It seems most difficult with Klay right now, and last night is recency bias to highlight 3 for 13 and 1 of 8 from 3, but Klay's had a little bit of a scuffle this season, yet he's the kind of guy who can only shoot himself out of a slump. So how do you, as the head coach, parse in your own mind the best way to manage Klay Thompson when he goes through these struggles?
Just keep encouraging him to take good shots. That's the biggest thing. When he starts to struggle, he generally takes tough shots because he's forcing the issue. Klay's an amazing player, one of the great shooters of all time. People are going to commit two guys to him all the time. They're going to try to pressure him everywhere.
that alone softens things up on the other side of the floor. And so I just constantly try to help Klay take good shots and recognize that, if they're committed to defending him the way they are, then that's good for our team too.
Coach, it's interesting. I want to sort of piggyback on the compliment that Dibbs gave Kuminga, because you said you mentioned to us last week that Kuminga can sometimes get down, and he's so he very, very firmly didn't last night. So how would you kind of describe the maturation that you see there?
Just growth. This league is tough. I mean, it's really, really tough. There's so much on the line for all these guys. Their families are depending on them. You have a short career, a short span of time where you can, make your family comfortable and with the financial rewards. And obviously players have personal goals they want to reach, and all of this has to happen within the context of a team winning games. So this is all about players learning that balance, figuring out how to really commit to the team, but also understand that when they do that, they're also going to benefit individually. And it's a lesson a lot of young players have to learn, and JK is no different.
Is it a challenge this year for you, Steve, knowing that the Western Conference has gotten so much younger and more athletic? I mean, last night, Portland kind of encapsulated that idea because they were just so young and so explosive. And, does this make you feel like maybe you need to lean on the young guys a little bit more to match up with some of these younger teams like OKC brings tomorrow?
Yeah, every team's a little different, and that's the thing that I always think about is, matchups dictate almost everything, unless you have a really dominant two-way team, which, we've had in the past. But, we have not had that this year. We've got different guys that can make us better on one end of the floor, but maybe not the other. And so in that context, you're trying to find combinations that, support each other and balance things out. And when it's not easy to find that balance, then sometimes you just have to go game to game with matchups.
Steve, maybe this is a stupid question, but you've played this team already 3 times. The winning team has had 141, 128, and 130. Why are the games so high scoring when you play the Thunder?
Well, both teams are explosive, and they like to stretch you out. They've got 7-footer and Holmgren who can shoot threes and who can get to the rim. So they put a ton of pressure on you, and you have to be able to withstand that for 48 minutes. And at the other end, our guys are confident that they can score on OKC, and so it's meant for some high-scoring, entertaining games.
As much as you're trying to figure out combinations and lineups and rotations and minutes and all the rest, are you also kind of searching for the team's identity? You mentioned the point differential being just about 0. You're middle of the pack on both offensive and defensive rating, and also middle on pace. Are you still trying to figure out what is the best way for this group to go about playing and winning?
I think we know the best way. I think we harp on it, every day, in terms of taking care of the ball and defending without fouling. Like, those are the 2 keys game after game. We're good at a lot of things. We're an excellent shooting team. We have continuity. So we have players who have been together for a long time in big games. So we can do a lot of good things. But generally speaking, when we struggle, it's because we're fouling or turning it over. So we know how we want to play. But we just, haven't built any momentum. We've lost 3 games that we kicked away. Easy for me to sit here and say, well, if we hadn't, we'd be 13-8, and everybody would say, oh, they're having a great season. At the same time, we did kick those games away for a reason. And so we've got to get better in a lot of areas, and I'm confident that we will.
Talking with the Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coach, it was early in the year that you said the closing lineup might be fluid. Last night you indicate that maybe that might start with the starting lineup. And I wonder what the difference is between the two. Like, what what differences are there in the way you go about determining starting lineup versus closing lineup?
Closing lineup really depends on how the game's going and who's playing well and that sort of thing. I mean, generally speaking, it's been the same guys closing for years. The same key guys, but so you're really talking about one decision. Do you play Loon to go big? Do you play Chris Paul or Wiggs to go smaller? The end of the game is really you have everything that's happened before to determine your decision. I like to have the same starting lineup night after night for continuity's sake, and I've been searching for that as we've talked about. But if we don't show improvement, then we'll think about making a change in that regard too.
The finishing lineup last night did not include Chris Paul. Is that because he's still trying to get back to 100% after missing time due to the nerve injury?
No, it was just the read on the game and what we needed. Kaminga was playing great. I felt like we needed Wiggins' athleticism and defense, and so we just stayed with a bigger lineup.
Coach, it's obviously not over yet, but as it's coming to a close, I wonder what your reflections are on the in-season tournament.
I think it's been a huge hit. I don't know what happened today. Who won the first game?
Indiana.
Indiana did.
Indiana beat them. Yeah. Great for Indiana. Great for their fans. I think great for the league. I think it's been exciting. I think it's added some intrigue. Something different. I think it's been a big hit, so I'm excited about it for next year.
Just one follow-up on that. Last night felt like it was a little bit of an odd sort of squeezed-in home game. Did you feel anything different from the crowd or the players, considering that game was only scheduled a week ago?
No, I know our ticket people did a great job of getting tickets sold for the game because it wasn't on the schedule, and generally people plan ahead to buy tickets, and so it was awkward for our business side, but for us on the team, it really didn't feel any different.
Let me shake it up with you a little bit here, Coach. Where's Shohei Ohtani going to play next year?
I believe he's going to be a Giant.
Whoa! Oh, wait! Whoa! Is this reverse psychology? Be honest with me.
I will be dead honest. You're not going to believe me, but as a Dodger fan, I want him to be a Giant. I just think the rivalry is so great. Living in the city, I think it'd be so great for the energy. The ballpark's going to fill up. I'm for drama. I'm for excitement. The Giants have been so great, here in the Bay, and incredible rivalry. And when I tell you I hope Ohtani becomes a Giant, I actually mean it. I'm not trying to endear myself to the Bay Area fans.
That was incredible next-level pandering, Steve, and I appreciate the transparency. He's taking his talents to South of Market, apparently. That's a dramatic turn of events. I didn't see you going that direction.
Well, hey, I got to run. I'm getting on the bus in OKC, so it's good chatting with you guys.
All right, Steve. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. We'll see you later.
All right, there he goes. Steve Kerr on the move in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And on the move in the Ohtani Derby as well.
Yeah. First the Parrot, now the Kerr.
But was that a low-key shot at the Giants? In other words, let the Giants have him so they can actually give us a game?
Kind of.
Was that what he said?
That's not what he said, but if you read between the lines, there was a little bit of I like rivalries and ... Without Ohtani, this is no longer a rivalry.
So now we've got Steve Kerr and Olivia the Parrot.
It's big.
Who both think that Shohei Ohtani is going to be a Giant. And may I remind everybody that there are sourced reports that he will decide by the weekend.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning yesterday from John Paul Morosi. That's a good question, Dan. And he said that, any interview. He said, by the end of the weekend. Here we sit on Thursday. We got a short show tomorrow with the OKC pregame. And then hopefully by the time we circle back on Monday, we'll have some Ohtani news.
Well, or I mean, listen, if it's going to happen by the weekend, why can't it just happen on our show? By the weekend where? By the weekend in Nashville? By the weekend in Japan?
True.
Or by the weekend here on the West Coast where he'll play?
In theory.
I don't know.
I think it's the end of the weekend is the report.
Exactly, the end of the weekend.
Stop doing that. Trying to
and when I would argue
build up the breaking news here.
And I've said this before that the end of the weekend is actually Saturday because Sunday starts the next week.
That's a fact.
The weekends are Sunday and Saturday.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, so Saturday would be the end of the week. The weekend would be Saturday.
So midnight on Saturday.
I'll give it to you, yeah.
Pacific time.
You did set the over-under on something big at Friday at 4. So you're down to about 22 hours.
Well, all I did was set the over-under. I didn't put any money on it.
I went over.
Yeah.
And
I went under just for, effect.
For the sake, for the sake of conversation. Exactly.
I'm rooting for something to happen here.
I am too.
That's what I want.
And I will script the apology to Farhan Zaidi and even Pete Patilla. I'll send you my best as well.
Well, but it's not Shohei or bust. I don't think it's Shohei or bust.
No, but if it's not Shohei, then it won't be something probably by this weekend. Although
probably not. Like
Yamamoto, it seems like he's out there taking meetings.
He's probably within the next week. I do think this. Have you noticed how suddenly, and I mean suddenly, so Soto goes to the Yankees. Have you noticed that today, like there have been a lot of days where there isn't a major move, but I mean it went silent.
Yeah.
All things baseball. Now, maybe people are starting to leave Nashville and the winter meetings, and that's part of it. It's a travel day for some, whatever. But it's almost as if it is the eye of the storm. Like it's the calm before the boom. And you do get to a spot where all the teams and all the agents are like, well, might as well just wait now. Like, we're not going to do anything today.
You've had your conversations, and you know where teams are with your players, but you're all waiting for the big shoe to drop.
Shohei Ohtani.
The big Shohei to drop.
Shohei Ohtani, and nobody's moving forward with anything until that happens. And it does not sound like he feels much of a responsibility there, even though some people would like to put one on his shoulders.
Right.
I think that's silly. He gets to do this however he wants. That's the deal. That's why the word free is in free agent. So he can do it however he wants and whenever he wants. But you're not going to see a whole lot of major action, I wouldn't think, until then.
Right. And that means nothing until probably Monday when you get the hot stove heated up again if the Shohei Ohtani news happens before the end of the weekend.
After talking to Steve Kerr, I will reiterate where I started earlier today. That man right there, that man's in a tough spot. That man's in a tough spot as long as Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins keep missing shots. He's in a real tough spot because you're asking him to do two things at the same time. You're almost asking him to talk out of both sides of his mouth. He's got to predict every night who's playing well. He's got to, as you pointed out earlier, manage the egos of stars, and then potentially go back to them if a young player's having a rough night. He has said now repeatedly in the last 24 hours, I much prefer to have a set starting lineup that I know I can rely on, and we're all asking him to not do that. Don't do that. Just, let's try this. Let's try that. Let's try this over here. Well, tinkering is not good usually for the standings.
Right.
So he's in a real tough spot.
And he said that he likes to have a starting lineup that he can just roll with. And right now he has a starting lineup that he can roll with, but you've got 2 of the 5 not playing well and another one of the 5 who's not much of an offensive threat. And he plays about 20 minutes a night. So you're finding yourself in deficits to start ball games because Klay hasn't been great. Wiggins has been mostly docile, and Kevon Looney is not a scoring threat. So now it comes down to Steph Curry, and Draymond Green's not much of a scorer either. So you find yourself down 6 or 7 halfway through every first quarter because your starting lineup's not doing it. The good news is your bench has been playing well. So do you want to change that up? He's definitely searching, and that's why I was asking him, what kind of a team do they want to be? Because you're middle of the league in pace. Last year they were number 1 in pace. They turned it over a lot. They played fast, but that's the way that they went about playing, maybe because of Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And this year you're playing medium pace, you're middle of the pack on offense, you're middle of the pack on defense. You're just a mediocre team sitting around 500.
Gosh, it almost sounds like you feel, and you might be right, by the way, like this team right now doesn't have an identity.
Right.
And that's terrible. That's terrible on two fronts. First of all, I don't think teams that lack an identity do very well. In other words, a team that doesn't know what its bread and butter is. It doesn't know where to start and where to finish. You know, I know everyone loves this idea. I kind of conceptually hate it. This idea of, well, let's start this guy tonight. And who are we finishing with? Well, I don't know. Ask me when we get there. And, we'll take a look at it. I kind of like to do my day that way. I don't like to do my team that way. Like, you want to have an idea of who you are and how you go about getting it done. Look at the 49ers when they fall behind by 2 touchdowns. Now, that's a team without an identity. They're sort of like, what do you want to do? Because this isn't what we normally do. But look at the 49ers with the lead. 49ers with the lead know exactly who they are, what they're going to do, and they pound people.
Yes.
So I know we're asking for it, and I get it. We want fairness to the players. We don't want to stick with Klay and Andrew if it's taken too long and they're just never going to click on. But by the same token, this is not a recipe for success. Just make it up as we go along here.
Right. Well, I think Steve's right. They know what they want to be in terms of an identity, but they haven't been that team because they're not making their threes. They're 11th in the NBA in three-point percentage, which is not where this team normally is. They're 4th in attempts, 7th in makes, and Steve said we're a good shooting team. Well, so far this year, you haven't really been a good shooting team. Clay's been off, and Chris Paul, by the way, is accelerated up to 31% from 3.
Dude.
So he's had a nice little comeback, but Wiggins has been bad. Clay's been bad. Draymond's never been great, but he's been actually better than normal. Your team that's known for shooting hasn't shot the ball very well.
It's Steph and Moody and Šarić.
Right.
Those are your guys that you feel good about when a three-pointer's being released from their hands.
No doubt. And so your identity is a team that is good at ball movement. You're only 7th in turnovers, which is not bad. You've been top 2 the last couple of seasons.
Better.
So turnovers better, but shots are down. So your identity on who you want to be is not exactly who you've been.
We're sponsored by AC Transit. Willard and Dibbs, glad you are with us. Just got done talking with Steve Kerr in Oklahoma City. Oh, by the way, I know a lot of people. I saw all the comments. They're like, "There, Willard. See, he loves the in-season tournament."
Scoreboard.
You couldn't pay a coach in the NBA enough to come out and say something bad about the in-season tournament.
I mean,
you couldn't pay him.
What did he say? I love it.
Yeah,
I love it
because he's paid to love it.
He's not paid to love it. He's paid to coach the Warriors.
No.
He can keep it real. Steve Kerr keeps it real.
Okay. Say something bad about our parent company. Go.
Odyssey, on the day that one of our most senior managers is in the building, you want me to say something bad about Odyssey? That would be lying, Mark. I love everything about Odyssey. Every single thing. I love the logo. I love our coffee mugs.
I love our new tree.
I love our new tree. Where's the menorah?
Which showed up 8 minutes before Hanukkah started.
That's what I'm talking about.
Maybe it's a Hanukkah bush.
Could be. Looked like a Christmas tree.
Like a Christmas tree.
Love our new building. Love our management. I love it all, Mark. I'm not going to sit here and lie.
Me too, Dibbs. Me too.
Hi, I'm Mark Willard.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on.
What are you trying to do to me?
Come on.
What are you trying to do to me
I'm not trying to do anything to you. I'm just telling you that, of course, a coach in the NBA is going to tell you that the in-season tournament has been a huge win and it's perfect and successful. I wonder what they were saying at halftime last night where they're like, where the hell are the fans? Where are the fans?
Well, that's why I asked
know
him
where the
that.
fans are?
Steve's answer was perfect.
Yeah.
The ticket office, the business people, they're the ones who had to go through it. And he's right.
Yeah.
You got 8 days. Ready? Go. There's a game. Sell tickets. Make it fun. Make it like normal. I mean, now it's a tough one for the business arm of it. For the basketball people, it's like, oh, we got a game? All right, where are my sneakers?
Yeah, exactly.
I can play.
So, anyway, this would be interesting to see how quickly this whole thing comes together, if at all. You know what I mean? All Steve did last night was admit that maybe there's an openness. And, if there's the right time and the right game to change the lineup and mess with it a little bit, we're going to be open to doing that. I don't know if that's going to happen tomorrow night. I asked him when could this come together, and predictably he's like, well, we're just going to have to see. I don't know. He's not going to come out right now and announce a new lineup tomorrow night, but by the same token, who knows? Maybe he will. He did say that Jonathan Kuminga, because of his performance last night, now we go from a 9-man rotation to a 10-man rotation. So Kaminga is in. He's in the plans tomorrow night. So we got that.
Yeah, which is good, and especially important for a game like the game against OKC because there's going to be a lot of running up and down.
Football Friday tomorrow. Warrior game tomorrow.
Truncated show tomorrow.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Big time.
Let's do it again tomorrow. You want to know what we want to do now? We want to tell you about Warriors Roundtable, which is what's coming up next on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Rain dance.
No doubt they'll be reacting to everything Steve Kerr just said. It is a full hour of Warriors talk with Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean. Thank you to each of you for listening throughout the afternoon and evening. Appreciate you. Happy Hanukkah 5 minutes from now to all of those of you who observe. And for Dibs and for Grandy and for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided. New bus operators are eligible for a $2,000 bonus. Secure the bag. Apply today at AC Transit.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by Xfinity Mobile, so my family saves big. Take a handout.
Colin, what are these?
I'm quizzing the class on the material.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile and save hundreds a year with the best price for 2 lines of unlimited. Just $30 a line a month. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited Intro Service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Hey, you're up next. Ugh, my throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight.
Here, try these.
Vicks VapoCool Drops.
Yeah, Vicks VapoCool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Ooh, I can already feel it.
I told you. So, you ready?
I'm ready.
Please welcome to the stage
Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks Vapo Cool Drops.
During the Jeep Wrap-Up the Year sales event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Willys 4xe for $359 a month for 36 months with $3,979 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 1/2. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. eBay Motors has everything you need to keep your ride or die alive. From superchargers, brakes, exhaust kits, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors levels your baby up to its peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.